Hello, and welcome to episode 12 of Bad Apologetics, a series where me and James Fodor look at some of the claims of apologists for various religious positions and talk about where we disagree and how we think they're wrong. In this episode, we're going to be looking at 150 plus arguments for God's existence, which is a video done on Capturing Christianity's YouTube channel. Capturing Christianity is a Christian apologist who claims to be exposing the intellectual side of Christianity. Now, I think me and James both disagree with the kind of idea of just kind of generating syllogisms and throwing them at the opposing side in kind of these worldview discussions and debates. We're going to talk a bit about some of that, but then we're also going to look at some of the individual arguments as well and whether or not they succeed or how we might answer them from a different worldview that doesn't think that Christianity is true or doesn't agree with the conclusion. So do you want to talk about this one before we get into some of the substantive points?
Yeah, just some initial remarks. This is a really odd video. It's interesting. Cameron seems to be doing a couple of longer videos lately. I don't know if he's taking any hints from us or it's just a coincidence, but it's hard to understand what the purpose of this video is. I mean, we'll talk more about this as we go through, but yeah, just 150 plus arguments is hard to understand why anyone would think that this is a good idea. I think some of the arguments are decent in the sense that they're worthy of further discussion. I think almost all of them, as in like 90% plus, are just completely ridiculous, and some are truly unbelievable. A couple of comments so before we go through. So obviously we can't dissect every argument in great detail because there's 150 of them. In the original video, you'll see that they don't discuss them in much detail either. They're just sort of presenting them. We'll probably go into a bit more detail than they do. Some of them we'll just skip over. Some of them we'll talk about at a bit more length. There is a lot of repetition, so we won't have to go say a lot about each one because a lot of them are sort of similar comments to be made about them. So I don't want to give the impression that I think every single argument here is just rubbish, because there are a few decent ones, and I might highlight those when we come to them. But there are so many that are so bad, and even if we can't discuss in all details what the problems are, I think we'll sort of highlight some of the key points. Also, the presentation that Cameron and what's the other guy's name, by the way? Sorry,
Chad. And they love that as well because of the Chad memes. So
yeah. Karen and Chad, yeah. So totally threw me off. So when Cameron and Chad are discussing, they do also present like references or citations for most of the arguments, which is good because one can check up on them. So I did actually go through and download the papers for all of those arguments that had like online papers available, as opposed to those in books. So about a third of the arguments had sort of papers published in academic journals that I could find. So I might mention some of those as we go through. I didn't have a chance to read all of them, and those that I did look at, I maybe skimmed like half of them. So I have tried to do my due diligence on at least some of these arguments. Others I think will be good for future BA episodes in their own right. So I guess my goal for this episode is firstly to just give some thoughts on a variety of these arguments and give some sort of naturalistic atheist perspective on them, because Cameron and Chad seems to think that most of them are pretty good, and collectively they seem to think that they're kind of amazing. Actually, we'll see later on. And so yeah, I'll give some perspectives on the individual arguments, and I'll also give perspectives as we go on sort of this whole enterprise and what it's supposed to establish and what we can get out of it or not get out of it, and maybe how this is a really bad way of doing apologetics and there might be better ways that we could think about. So anything to add to that, Nathan, before you start talking about the OP?
I think maybe talk about the OP point piece when they talk about Dixie arguments and that idea just after that. But I think it is worth mentioning, like, I don't know, just a brief introduction to sort of some of my views about the roles that these sorts of arguments should play in these worldview discussions, because like I would never really want to like sit down and throw out over 100 arguments for things that I believe, like in this syllogistic form, and expect it to convince anyone at all. And on the sort of sociological phenomena of apologetics that we talk about sometimes, it seems like these arguments are being used to just kind of like bolster confidence on the kind of home side, because it's like, oh well, we've got all these arguments, so it must be intellectually viable, like, and then it's sort of the narrative that's presented is like, well, atheism is clearly such like an intellectually bankrupt position because we have all these philosophers, we have all these arguments, and all atheists do is they come along and they say, where's the evidence, show me the evidence, or whatever. So clearly they're morons and we're intellectually sophisticated, and that is a bit like weird to begin with. Like obviously I disagree with that. I don't like, I guess I don't like that there's literally no attempt to show how someone might rationally like disagree with any of these arguments as well, which I think for pretty much any claim, especially contentious claims like the ones that God exists, right, there's going to be some way of disagreeing with it. And it's that they present it as if like this is reality, this is the true state of affairs, as if it's like, as if the idea that God exists isn't like absolutely contentious amongst experts and lay people alike. And so, yeah, I guess I'm just really confused as to how it is that Cameron thinks that this is going to convince anyone that isn't already committed to Christianity being true. Like, what does he think that this is going to do? I mean, maybe if someone's not thinking about it, they're going to watch it and just be like bowled over by the fact that it's so academic and there's so many arguments that it's just undeniable or something. But to me, it just seems like anyone with a thought through position that God doesn't, anyone who's thought about the position that God doesn't exist and has just got a few reasons is going to be able to just reject every single one for some reason. And like you were saying before, it's not as if there's not arguments. It's not as if we shouldn't like think about arguments from the opposing position. It's this idea that just like presenting a syllogism and then it's like, okay, right, I'm convinced. Now I'm gonna just like accept this completely like worldview altering claim. So yeah, that's my kind of thought. I just think it's really, really pointless. Right. Should I just start playing the video then at this point?
Yep, we've got a lot of arguments to go through, so let's make a start.
Okay.
Buckle in, boys and girls, I guess.
Josh with me today, where we're giving you 100 plus. Actually, it's about 150. No, I think it is exactly 150 arguments for God's existence. We have been working, and by we I mean you, Dr. McIntosh, you've been working on compiling this list of arguments for a long time. We've been working on the stream for what it feels like months at this point, and we were just talking about the fact that we could have even, been preparing for another month. Like there's so much to do and so much out there and so much to cover.
Yeah,
and this is also
like it felt like I was I was back in college cramming for an exam.
Yeah, and this is so just to set you guys up of what to expect today. If you're just starting this video and you're kind of like, okay, what's going to happen in this video? Basically, we're going to run through an overall outline of 150 arguments for God's existence, and then we're also going to provide resources on what you can do if you want to learn more about that argument. So this is going to be a very a kind of an overview picture of each of these arguments. We're not going into detail into how the premises are going to be defended or anything like that. We're just basically outlining the arguments, giving you resources if you're interested and you want to research any further. And that's basically the overview. So we're going to start with some comments. Dr. McIntosh has some comments that he wants to make before we get started, and he also has some really interesting things to say at the very end of this, where I'm expecting us to go. I mean, this is going to be a marathon, so it could be 3 to 4 hours long, this entire video, because that's a lot of things to cover. We've got, 370 slides to get through, so there's a lot for us to get through. All right, well, Chad, tell me what got you interested in the first place in theistic arguments?
It actually is pretty tied into how I became a Christian, how it came to be to believe in God. So if you kind of permit me a little bit of a personal story, is growing up, I had a very loving family. Despite having a very loving family, I caused them a lot of grief and a lot of trouble. And by middle school, I was what they would say, or what they would call as a troubled youth, right? Yeah, I was a troubled youth. So maybe when I was around 4th or 5th grade, I remember thinking that if God is real, then he wouldn't let so many people suffer so terribly. And by high school, I was thoroughly convinced that life was.
Can I just want to comment on, like, psychologically, this seems relatively unhealthy, how he sort of has associated his doubting God's existence with like being a troubled person, with like being a person with something inherently wrong about them. And that just doesn't seem, I mean, I guess it follows from the Christian worldview, right, where everyone's a sinner who needs Jesus to save them. And so like obviously when, you know, like everyone, well, a lot of people have these conversion stories where, you know, like they're bad or doing something wrong, and then they figure out, you know, God exists, and so they have a change of heart. But I just think, for obviously from my worldview, it just seems kind of it's a bit troubling to hear someone sort of associate the idea of like questioning their beliefs with just being like a bad person, like, oh, you know, I'm troubled, I'm causing people grief, I'm not like a good person, I don't have worth intrinsically or whatever without this belief.
Yeah, it really does seem that doubt is problematized in at least the Christian tradition. I'm not sure if that's the case in other religious traditions as well. I suspect it may be. I mean, if you think about, you know, doubting Thomas, if you think about the way that faith is contrasted with doubt, whereas where faith is held to be desirable and associated with, you know, divine closeness and holiness and so forth, doubt is contrasted with that, which is then associated with, you know, distance from God and also with sin. Right. And you know, existential angst and so forth. I think this is extremely unhealthy. Whereas, why is there a skull on his bookshelf?
Memento mori.
I just noticed that. Sorry, horribly distracted. Yeah. Whereas, from my point of view, doubt is virtuous. I mean, like anything, it can be taken to an extreme. But I think that relatively few people take doubt to that extreme. And I think it's really important to doubt and to question and to critique. So, yeah, I think that this is, I mean, we can almost see this in the 150 arguments. It's almost like building up everything we can to try to avoid doubting, rather than let's seriously question what we believe and really dig into it. Yeah, like, are we approaching this from the perspective of let's find out what's true? Or are we approaching this from the perspective as Habermas mentioned actually in the video I just covered, let's build up a brick wall to try to keep out everything that might cause us to doubt?
Yeah.
Meaningless. I was depressed, and frankly, I was suicidal. And I was out walking one night, feeling particularly miserable. And
I know I only played a second, but that's also part of the story. This idea that you know, that things like depression, mental illness, and meaning as well will go away if you abandon the belief. And that was part of the story I told myself as a Christian. And you know, I not too long ago, I would have been talking to non-theists and saying things like this, like, well, you know, this gives me my meaning in life, and you know, I've got depression, I've been suicidal, and all this. So, Christianity's been the cure for that. But now I've left, like, not all that much has changed about my psychological state. But I would say actually that I'm more willing to engage with evidence-based approaches to dealing with those issues, because I don't think like and not all Christians are going to agree with this, but I don't think like engaging with like Eastern traditions and their ideas of meditation and stuff is going to like open a portal for Satan to come into my mind or something. And so or I might be like more willing to like medicalize it rather than think it's like part of spiritual warfare and God is like punishing me and this is my cross to bear or something, because Jesus says, you know, whoever hates his life whoever loves his life will lose it, whoever hates his life will gain it, kind of thing. And so I'm thinking, well, yeah, the suffering, this is just me being going through theosis and not all Christians think like this, but a mentally ill person like myself certainly like does tell themselves that story, and it's another reason not to leave. Whereas in reality, actually leaving that Christian belief behind has given me all these other tools to deal with the idea of how do I construct a meaningful life that are probably better than what I had when I was in Christianity. From my point of view, I can't speak for everyone.
Yeah, obviously individual experiences may vary, but I also want to add that the what was I going to say? The idea that I guess sort of faith is an antidote or a defense against like, you know, depression and despair and you know, dealing with those sort of inner demons. It can be a real issue for those large numbers of religious people who experience those things, because they not only have the problem of dealing with those problems in themselves, but also the idea that, well, that, this, I'm not supposed to experience these things if I'm, faithful, and this must mean that there's something even deeper wrong with me. And I think that can just be a vicious cycle there, which exacerbates these sorts of problems. So I think this is a really sort of unhealthy meme, this idea that, God will and faith will serve as a bastion against despair or depression and things like that. I mean, sure, it may for some people, but it definitely doesn't work that way for all people. And I think that's especially when this is linked to demonic forces and original sin and other things, it can become a really unhealthy set of beliefs.
Just felt compelled to cry out to the stars that I needed change in my life, because I couldn't go on being as miserable and depressed as I was. Well, not long after that, my life did change pretty dramatically. I got kicked out of my high school for getting into a nasty fight. And so I was sent to a local Christian high school to finish out my freshman year. And not having grown up in church, it was a major culture shock to me. Talking about Jesus, going to chapel, singing songs. It was all so weird. Most amusing to me actually was the practice of praying before tests. Students would pray before tests. I thought that was so stupid. It's like, either you studied or you didn't. What are we praying for? Well, it must have been pretty obvious that I was.
Where's the lie?
In this school. So before long, some of the other students started to evangelize to me. Started to witness to me, and I remember saying to one girl in response, I said, "Life sucks, and then you die."
And this young German girl turned around and she said, "I'm referencing, for those who don't know, William Lane Craig's there's common.
What patterns. Are you always smiling about?"
There's common patterns that repeat across these like conversion stories, where it's like the meme of the conversion story, and like one of these patterns is like depressed kid or whatever, and then they're in school or university, and then there's this group of people who are always happy, and they always seem joyful and they're always helping out. And so I was like, what's different about you? And they're like, well, Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and like seem to be getting a bit of that here.
And then I'll never
so
remember.
Edgy, bro.
Yeah, I remember she responded very quickly. I'll never forget what she said. She says, "Yeah, life does suck, but Jesus helps." So I was like, "Oh." So in response to these students evangelizing to me, I wanted to return the favor. So that's how I started studying philosophy. And I found this little book called The Atheist Debater's Handbook at a local bookstore. And I went to work. I studied this, and I put these arguments to work with the students. And my favorite was actually debating the guidance counselor at this school. It was a policy at the school that you could get out of class, no questions asked, if you just said you needed to talk to the guidance counselor. So I took advantage of that, and I was always in there debating the guidance counselor about the existence of God and so forth. And one day he cut me off and said, "Chad, we could debate back and forth all day long, but just do me a favor. Will you read Psalm 42? And I said, "Yeah, sure." But I quickly forgot about it. And not long later, it turns out that my best friend's sister had been attending a youth group where the youth pastor had a degree in philosophy. So I was persuaded to go meet with him, thinking that it would turn out to be like these meetings I was having with the guidance counselor, just debating back and forth about God's existence, me using all these cheap arguments from the Atheist Debater's Handbook. Well, not surprisingly, he was a bit less impressed with the arguments that I was giving than my guidance counselor was. And he just patiently and systematically dismantled each one until I was just speechless. And he was kind enough to send me home with two.
Well, let's talk about that as well. Like, so I can think about a context in which someone's like being basically an asshole with arguments, like if I was just talking to someone and they just like threw 150 syllogisms at me and I was just trying to talk to them about worldviews, for example, I'd be like, what the hell? Like but this idea of in any kind of setting where there's a power dynamic like that, like where you're in a pastoral role, for example, and someone with like a different worldview is talking to you and you utterly dismantle their worldview. Like this is something that comes up when Craig talks about his teaching at Talbot School of Theology, and also something that Loke was saying about how he frequently
Did you can do master's degrees in apologetics from the Talbot School of Theology? I think it's like $20,000 a year.
Yeah, it's just really expensive.
Just thought I'd add that in there. Oh, yeah. Wait, hang on, Nathan, we're coming up to an ad break.
But this is something Loke said as well because I've said to him, like, well, if you disagree with someone, you're going to make a YouTube video. At least just talk to them if they're there to talk to you. He's like, well, I talk to people who I disagree with all the time. Like I talk to my students and I convince them of Christianity. It's like when there's this like power dynamic, when you're like an expert in the field who's well read in it and stuff, and if you're going around like dismantling, like just random people who have a different worldviews system. I just don't think that's the right way of going about it. I even think that even if you know all this stuff and they clearly don't, like they've just got these fallacious arguments, I don't think just on the basis of you like dismantling what they've got to say that they should then go away and completely adopt your position as well that you were offering. Like I think it should just warrant like them considering and revising their belief system, not necessarily just like adopting whatever you had to offer. But like this, I'm just saying it seems like it just seems weird, like this whole idea of like someone dismantled my worldview and then I became a Christian. Like that's not the way that someone should have gone about it. Like it seems like an abuse of intellectual power or something in that situation to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that may just be the way he's describing it, but it does sound a bit strange to put it that way. And by the way, Craig does say that he says it's about the moral argument. He explicitly says that he developed it by talking to college students.
I go to premise
and the
one,
question they'd ask,
and then they squirm around. And then I know
it just seems so ridiculous. Like, no, we wouldn't actually want to, because he's not really published. At least in my book, I talk about this. He's published like one article ever on this in any journal, and it's just like an apologetics journal. It's not what I'd say a real philosophy journal. And so at least Craig's moral argument, there are more sophisticated ones. It's not developed by talking to other philosophers. It's developed by talking to like college undergrads. And so if that's, a consistent, theme here, it's like, well, the whole enterprise seems really, I guess, crass and opportunistic, I suppose.
Yeah. But again, it's like, well, of course we'd say that from our worldview, right? But from their point of view, they're saving souls for Christ. Like if you're a person who thinks people are going to hell, it's like, well, God, through divine providence, has presented me, a philosopher, with this opportunity to discuss with this atheist student who's trying to figure out life and stuff. And so, like, what from my worldview would be described as sort of like using power to kind of like almost manipulate someone into a different belief system would actually be seen as like the right way of acting from within that other worldview. Because it's like, well, yeah, God wants us to evangelize to the lost. Whoever denies me before men, I will deny him before the Father, sort of.
Well, most of these people think God's commanded much worse things, so...
Yeah.
Books. One was J.P. Moreland's Scaling the Secular City, and the other was Craig's Reasonable Faith. And I read these books, and honestly, I didn't know what to think. The theistic arguments in these books were much more impressive than the atheistic arguments that I had encountered. But I still really didn't know what to make of the whole situation. Well, back at my friend's house, my best friend's house, his sister's Bible happened to be close to where I was sitting one day. So I grabbed it, and I flipped it open, found Psalm 42. It was actually the first time I'd ever really opened the Bible myself. And when I read Psalm 42, I was just blown away. Here was this guy wrestling with God's seeming absence, and he was reflecting on why he's so depressed all the time, and why God doesn't seem to be there in the middle of our suffering. And that blew me away. I was like, it totally changed the way I think about the Bible, about religion. But I was still kind of stuck in limbo, I guess. But not long after that, one cold February night, I was lying on the top of my brother's car outside, looking at the stars again. And in the same way I felt compelled to cry out for change before, I just felt compelled to blurt out, God, if you're real, then show yourself to me, and I'll follow you. I'll believe in you. And no sooner than I finished uttering those words, the biggest shooting star I'd ever seen went across the sky. And as overwhelming as that was, and still processing what just happened, I was just still incredulous that God could have just communicated with me. And so I was just this little skeptic inside me.
I do wonder, does he think that like that whatever the object was that kind of like burnt up a bit across the atmosphere as it moved across the sky to cause that in his visual field? I mean, there's a few options he could go with here. Like, does he think maybe God, like through miraculous means, interacted with like the cones and rods in his eye or whatever to produce the visuals, or his soul to produce the stimulus of the light? But does he think like that whatever that object is, like, had a trajectory, like like, could it have been tracked by like NASA in the sky before it kind of like came through the Earth's atmosphere a bit and caused that visual thing? And afterwards, like, did God just set this rock up to burn through the sky at that moment, so as to interact with him?
Well, unless he wants to say that God just created. I mean, there's a few options here. He could have created the object just for Chad to see. It could have been an illusion that God produced, but he probably wouldn't want to say that because that makes God a liar, does it? I don't know. But then he could also say, well, actually, God established in the initial conditions of the universe, there was, this little perturbation such that it produced this object just so that he could see it and believe at that time. I mean, you can believe that, but it starts to sound a little silly.
But why has God not given me a shooting star?
Yeah, well, that's where it comes to questions like that. I mean, if he's going to be in the business of providing shooting stars at just the right time, then why not have, as I've suggested, a pattern of craters on the far side of the moon that spells out in very precise detail, Jesus is the Christ, in multiple languages, say, just for the benefit of people around the world. So that would be much more compelling evidence. So the thing about these sort of anecdotes is that it's hard to actually think of a theology that makes sense of God providing these sorts of things to some people, but not to everyone or humanity as a whole. And
that doesn't just seem like complete post hoc rationalization.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. Especially when there's no criteria set out at the onset, because he said that God provide me something, or whatever it was exactly. I mean, so there's no restrictions on what that could be. It could be a noise, it could be an image, it could be a feeling, it could have been someone saying something.
Oh yeah, I need a change. Sorry, you mean his prayer was like, God?
Chad
give
prayed.
Me a change. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, and again, I don't want to pick on Chad too much for his personal experience. Obviously, that's his experience. But the point is that this is a fairly common thing to hear, not necessarily the shooting star, but something like this, right? And often, it doesn't have to be right at the time. It could be a day later, or it could be a month later. The idea that what I'm saying here is that as Chad's story, this is his experience, right? And that's fine for him to have that. But the idea that this has evidential value, I think, is very, silly and misleading, because I mean he mentioned the word incredulous, but I think that's exactly the right word. Like for people thinking that these sort of things have evidential value, that's just represents a far too credulous epistemology.
Yeah, and I think with these sorts of things, like it's kind of like, okay, God give me a sign, and then it's like, a home group or church or whatever, you're like, okay, well, look, I keep praying for God to give me a sign, and just nothing's happening. Well, God has his ways, like maybe it's just not the right timing. So nothing happens. It doesn't do anything to that belief about God's existence, or it's like God's still there. He's just got his reasons for not. And then as soon as anything happens, then it's like, well, God did it. And it's like, so as soon as you create these sorts of, it's kind of like the same thing as prophecy, where it's like, there'll be wars in the future, or the end times are coming or whatever. It's like, well, yeah, it's not happened yet, but it's coming. It's not happened. And it's like, yeah, but that's exactly what we'd expect also if that prophecy was just completely false. And then it's like, well, something really vague happened. It's like, yeah, this confirms it. And there's like no sort of, it's sort of falsifying that like prediction. It's like there's no kind of going against it for the person who's kind of committed to the idea that well, I guess you'd say at that point here, but if you're praying to God in that sense, it's kind of like, it seems like he's sort of vaguely committed to the idea already. But I don't think it's like, would he have waited, like if he'd thought nothing happened, how long would he have like waited before saying, probably there isn't actually a God out there communicating, or what kind of sign, like would just anything have counted? Like, if he had a really tasty meal the next day and he would have gone, wow, like there's no other way that such fortune, such good luck has come across my life than God is sending me a sign right now.
I was just going to say, if you look up at the sky on a fairly clear night and let your eyes adjust and just actually look for a sustained period of time, which relatively few people do, shooting stars are not actually that uncommon. You'll likely see one if you look for a few minutes. So it's not actually that unlikely a priori.
Yeah, and a lot of people get like random satellites and stuff, don't they? Like every so often, or it could be like an eye floater or something.
Well, those things also happen, yes.
Anyway, yeah.
Was still saying, it could have been a coincidence. So after I got up and I was going inside, I had my hand on the door handle to go back inside, and I thought, just a coincidence. I don't want to believe in God for just a stupid emotional reason. And I looked up at this guy one more time, and as I did, another shooting star went across the sky.
Exactly my point. They're common. They're not rare if you've got good visibility on that night.
And aren't there a lot of those phenomena which are caused by kind of like, clusters of objects that are sort of
that's also true. Yeah, so if you see one, I think the conditional probability is higher. Yes.
Story. So that was it for me. And after I came to believe in God as a result of that, I reflected back and saw how important those theistic arguments were to me, in sort of neutralizing the atheistic arguments that I was memorizing and was using in debates. And
so let's think though. Let's just think about standards here. So they want people to like listen to their arguments and revise their beliefs based on that. But it sounds like actually what's convinced him here is praying and seeing a sign from God. It's not actually being given syllogisms for the other point of view that's convinced him that God exists. Yet they expect, well, presumably they expect people from the opposing worldview to come to accept the same position as them based off of completely different criteria. So, they should just be saying, go away and ask for God for a sign. And if he gives you a sign, then you should believe in him. That's what they should be saying, not here's 150 arguments.
Well, what Chad actually said is that the theistic arguments neutralized the atheistic arguments.
Yeah.
And then I guess left him open to theism. And then he saw two shooting stars and then believed. At least that seems to be what, because he did say he believed because of that experience. So that seems pretty clear. The thing about that is that so suppose I give you an argument for atheism, right? And then someone else gives you an argument for theism. The arguments don't cancel each other out. That's not how arguments work, unless one is a direct rebuttal to the other one. You're just left with two competing arguments. And so maybe by that he means that he was left with a balance of reasons either way. But that's quite different from canceling each other out. That makes it seem like he's got no relevant considerations. I don't know. It just seems an odd way to describe it to me.
But I think we're going to see this thinking reemerge with the more well.
At the end of the video, yeah.
I
was going to say that's exactly the same thinking. Yeah.
Like the idea that the more arguments there are, the more true it is, or something. Like the true belief system has more syllogisms that can be generated as a result of its conclusion.
Well, and the idea that arguments sort of cancel each other out, one for each other's side, in a very negative numbers and positive numbers. It's a very odd way to think about arguments.
And so I resolved to study philosophy more, and as I did, my interest in theistic arguments never really waned. When I would come across a new argument I hadn't encountered before, I'd file it away until the list grew so big that I imposed some order on it and put it up on my blog. And I've been adding to it ever since. And it's really the research that is behind this video, this presentation.
Wow, I did not know that about your experience with the shooting stars. That's crazy. I also like the fact that you were after the first one, you were okay, no, this is I'm not gonna believe in God for some stupid emotional reason. You're and then another one, right?
I just think this is. It like for all the things that Cameron says, and yet he uncritically thinks that if someone sees a shooting star, they should believe in God. And I wish I had that video of him when Tyler is talking to him about the miracle of Fatima, and he says, it just kind of sounds like, for the level of the claim that we should have a high level of evidence for.
The miracle of Fatima is one of the best evidence mass miracles that exist. I talk about it in my book. It's so much better than the evidence of the resurrection, because we have tens of thousands of people.
Or someone seeing one shooting star
immediately after. And so this is just another example of inconsistent standards.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, is there anything else that you want to say before we start to get into the arguments? Do you have any other caveats or?
Yes, there's some stage setting that's required. And, before we talk about theistic arguments, we need to know what a theistic argument is. So let's say a theistic argument is an argument for the conclusion that God exists, or the conclusion that Christianity is true, because that entails God exists, or it's an argument for the rationality of belief in God, or practical commitment to God's existence, or it's an argument that increases the probability that God exists. So I'm calling a theistic argument that satisfies any of those three criteria.
Okay.
Now, what is God? Let's say God is a personal being that has one or more attributes traditionally associated with God. So omnipotence, omniscience, moral perfection, necessary existence, creator, designer of the universe. One or more of those attributes, let's for simplicity's sake, say if we have an argument for a being that has one or more of those attributes, that's an argument for God. Do we need theistic arguments for God to be justified in believing God exists? No, I don't think so, but they're fun to think about, and they can increase one's justification for believing in God. A few more things before we get to the actual arguments. What is a good argument?
Hang on.
Actually,
We
really
can't
hard
leave
to say
that.
what a good
We can't
argument
leave
is.
that.
Okay.
So do we need them to be justified? No. So I don't think Chad explains his full epistemology here, but he's agreeing with Craig, it seems, in saying that we don't actually need arguments to be justified in believing in God. So, well, what's the point of them then? Well, he says, first, that they're fun to think about. Okay. I'd like to think that philosophy is more than just a sort of an intellectual, I don't know, Rubik's Cube exercise or something. But then the second thing he says is that they can increase your confidence in the existence of God. Which is interesting, because they can increase your confidence, but like they're not necessary to have. Well, the thing is, increasing confidence isn't even the same as increasing your justification, because you can increase your confidence without having more justification. So I'm not. He'd probably say it's both, I guess. But I mean, the point is that already there's a massive difference in how I think about arguments.
Yeah.
Used well, arguments are ways to help. Arguments can help us to arrive at better or more true or more approximately true beliefs about reality. They help us to think better and more clearly. That's what I think arguments can be good for it when used properly. Chad, at least with respect to arguments about God, seems to think that the only purpose is for a bit of fun and to increase your confidence in a pre-existing conclusion. So, I mean, already we're at a massive disparity with respect to what we think arguments are even for, and it's a bit hard to understand why. I mean, I don't know how much Cameron would agree with that, but like his channel is about exposing you to the intellectual side of Christianity, and he does a lot of apologetic stuff. So would he say it's just for fun and because it can increase people's confidence in something that they already believe? Because that doesn't really sound that important, especially if there are presumably other probably better ways of increasing people's confidence that are more directly like spiritual or something. You know, why not just read the Bible and pray? Like presumably that's going to increase your confidence, and that's more accessible and, you know, easier and so forth. So I don't know, the whole thing sounds like it's just self-defeating, and that, well, why even bother if that's the only purpose of this?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. There were a couple of other things he said that I guess I'd maybe agree with, though, when he was saying, you know, like an argument could increase the probability for theism over competing worldviews. But I guess the issue is that it doesn't seem like they do a whole lot of that. It seems to me like they're just kind of generating sentences which are consistent with each other that sit within the Christian worldview, which is a completely different thing from giving someone who doesn't believe the conclusion reasons to accept that. And I guess like we'll talk about this a bit more. I'll show the OP paper in a bit after we go through a bit more of that. But I just think in like maths or something, right? You know, like let's say we're all committed to the axioms in a certain system, then we can use logic to show what kind of follows from accepting that system. That might not be just, you know, we might not just like agree to the axioms and then all of a sudden, you know, we just agree to like all these theories about the way that numbers work or geometry or whatever. So maybe using logical argumentation in that context could be useful. And we can do the same with like I'm talking about deductive logic here, but then we can do the same with like a worldview, right? Where it's like, well, if someone's committed to the axioms, here's a bunch of stuff that follows, and oh no, here's like a contradiction that's derived. So like, how do you deal with that in the belief system or whatever? But that's an entirely different thing from saying like, here's why you should accept the conclusion from that different set of axioms which you hold. To do that, you've got to lay both out side by side and go like, well, here's reasons to accept one over the other from that kind of like third person standpoint. And it doesn't seem like arguments are being talked about in that sense. They're being talked about, you know, as these sort of like arguments exist for the purpose of like giving people confidence inside the Christian worldview. Yeah.
A few more things before we get to the actual arguments. What is a good argument? It's actually really hard to say what a good argument is. Consider the following argument. Let's call it the Dixie argument. Okay, I should have a slide on that.
Do I need to pull it up, or is it
let's pull
something
it
you've got on yours? Okay. Oh, where is that at? Is that like in the middle of the?
It should be like the
slide?
first slide.
I can't see the video,
So I
Nathan.
didn't pull up any of the slides.
Oh,
Maybe
sorry. Yeah, it's just a close up of my face.
Should just pull up. I see what you're saying. All right, let me just pull it up.
The very first
slide here.
Yeah,
here's the very first one. So maybe talk about this first, and then we'll get to the Dixie one.
So in my research, you need to, the literature on arguments for God's existence is so vast that you need to impose some sort of order on it. And the order that I like is dividing traditional arguments from God's existence from non-traditional arguments. The traditional
Look at Chad bringing order out of chaos, like a lobster king.
No, he imposes his order on it. Such a Chad.
arguments are the more common arguments that you see in the literature and definitive literature and in debates. And then the non-traditional arguments are a little less common, but have sophisticated defenses no less. So in total, I think there are 14 categories of theistic arguments, 7 in traditional and 7 in non-traditional. And we're going to go through as many arguments.
I didn't notice before, 7 in each.
My OCD tendencies.
Well, I don't know, because it's in Roman numerals.
Well, you have to, we wouldn't want to use Arabic numerals because they're, the Arabic world, the Romans
satanic,
had it right.
Because if we adopt the Arabic number system, then we're introducing Satan into Christendom, which is literally the reason why the West didn't adopt Arabic numerals for so long. But there's an argument against God from, like scientific progress or something. I don't know.
Got the better of me, and I had to just start leaving arguments out, which bothers me. But I think 155 or so is enough.
I wanted to say though that also like these arguments are not just like random arguments that you're finding on Facebook, in random Facebook groups. These are peer-reviewed, published.
That's right.
Arguments that have been defended.
Do we want to talk about that point as well? Because so the idea of peer review, right? And it's not like science. There's peer review. You can probably find peer-reviewed stuff in science, which is now false. But I think in the sciences, there's this idea that if something gets through peer review, then it has this like higher epistemic credence than like, when I was in high school, we did this experiment with iodine and fat or something. I don't know, like, and so, but I'm not that convinced that something being peer reviewed in philosophy gives it the same kind of epistemic credence that something in like the sciences that's been peer reviewed has. It seems to me like in philosophy there's a different kind of thing going on. So whereas in science there's like a particular method, right? And like if there's anything wrong with that or whatever, then it's going to be criticized, and we're going to figure out like what's actually wrong with the experiment to get the data within the sciences, or the statistical techniques being used or whatever. It's not necessarily like that in philosophy. Like, yeah, okay, if you put forward like a non-valid argument or something like that, it's probably not going to get through peer review. But I think you could get peer reviewed, say a paper that is for a claim, and you could get published in peer review a paper that's for not claim, right? And it's not clear, both are completely contradictory. They can't both be true at the same time. And yet, like, you could just use all of the same reasoning techniques and plug in like different premises and justify them. It just, to me, it does. I don't think, that's like this argument has been through the peer review process in philosophy, so it's a better argument than if it hadn't. I might think maybe the author, if they've gone through a peer review process, is going to give me more reasons why I should adopt the premises, but it doesn't like make the argument any better in my mind. I don't know if would you agree with me on that, or do you think, no, you bigot, Nathan, you're just being silly?
Not sure how that would make you a bigot, but I guess maybe an intellectual
science bigot or something. Yeah.
No, I mean, look, most peer-reviewed papers in science are garbage. Probably even more papers in philosophy are garbage, whether they're peer-reviewed or not. But putting that aside, it's more about the quality of the journal, in my opinion, than whether it's peer-reviewed or not, because creationists and homeopaths have peer-reviewed journals as well. Peer review just means other people who are sort of vaguely similar to you in sort of attitude and qualifications read it and say whether they agree with it or not, or whether it's worth publishing at least. So it was interesting. I meant to do a tally before the video, but I didn't get time. I might do this afterwards. But there's about 150 arguments presented here. Of those, about 1/3 of them have journal citations. The other 2/3, some of them don't have citations, but most of the others have book citations. Now, books aren't necessarily peer-reviewed in the same way as journal articles are. So I would already say this claim that they're all peer-reviewed is a bit dubious, because maybe 1/3 of them are in peer-reviewed journals. But also, of those journals, I think at least half of the articles, probably more of them, because I didn't get to count, are from the journals Faith and Philosophy and how do you pronounce it? Philosophia Christi. Now, Faith and Philosophy
Christi.
Faith and Philosophy is a journal by the Society of Christian Philosophers. So it's a Christian apologetics journal. Well, I guess in theology. And Philosophy Christi is a journal by the Evangelical Philosophical Society. So again, it's basically a Christian apologetics / theology journal. Oh, interesting. So again, that doesn't mean that the papers are bad or the arguments are bad. It just means that this claim that they're sort of peer-reviewed and so are standing on this pedestal of untouchableness or something is just nonsense. I mean, I'm interested to know if there are any peer-reviewed journals by like a Society of Atheist Philosophers. I don't think it's a thing. That's why there are so many arguments published for the existence of God, is because there are all these people getting, masters and PhDs from the University of Biola and other places that don't have anything better to do than publish new arguments for the existence of God. And some of them get published in, I guess, more mainstream philosophical journals, but a lot of them just get published in these journals that will pretty much publish anything that's like semi-cogent that's arguing for the God's existence. And I've had a look at some of these articles, and some of them are just so bad, in my opinion, that just don't have anything of philosophical substance. Anyway, and besides all of this, an argument is evaluated based on the soundness, on its soundness and, I guess, validity and truth of its premises, and therefore its soundness. It's not evaluated based on like whether it's peer-reviewed or something like that. So it's irrelevant on the face of it. But even aside from that, the claim is really dubious. Like the number of these articles that have actually been published in peer-reviewed mainstream philosophy journals, at a rough guess, I'd say is less than a sixth. And maybe if I can be bothered, I'll go through and actually count it properly. But it's a small minority of these arguments. Again, does that mean they're bad? No, but it means you can't make the claim that they're all from peer-reviewed philosophy journals when most of them aren't.
Yeah, and even if they were, it doesn't
matter.
Yeah,
exactly. So like,
whereas
this is really annoying.
Presented like it should.
This is pseudo-intellectualism at its worst, right? It's making it seem like it has this authority that it doesn't have, and that really bugs me.
So let me.
By some of the smartest people ever.
That goes to the point.
And that as well. Like if you just heard Cameron, and some of these arguments are believed by some of the smartest people ever. Like again, that shouldn't convince me. Like okay, Kurt Gödel, way smarter than me, and he has an ontological argument. Should believing those two propositions then convince me that God exists because he has an ontological argument and I think he's smarter than me? No, like. The idea that some of these arguments are believed by some of the smartest people ever shouldn't.
If we're going to go down that road, let's ask how many philosophers today are theists and how many are atheists. And the answer is that about 70% of them are atheists and about like 15% of them are theists. And then there's some, who are other or whatever. So I think the atheists win. Well, let's go home. We're done. We've shown that the smart people who think about this are mostly atheists. So, I actually think, by the way, that percentage is relevant. I've written about this in the past, but there's more to defend there about how we form these sorts of beliefs. If people are interested in that, you can check out my blog where I argue that the probability of God's existence is 10%. Oh, that will stir some feathers. But that's another question. The point there is simply that if you're going to make these appeals to authority on the basis of philosophers and smart people, I don't actually think that is really going to help you. As well, I mean, it can help if you're responding to people who say like, people who believe in God are just really stupid and no smart person could believe in God. And there are some people who say that. So fair enough. You can use that as a valid response to that, I think. But there's a big difference from saying, you don't, it's not the case that only stupid people or unintelligent people or uneducated people believe in God, to saying that, it's reasonable to believe in God because of all the smart people who believe in it or the number of arguments written by smart people. That's a totally separate point and is not justified. I mean, it's hard to justify even regardless of what the data is, but the data also doesn't even support it if you just look at the numbers.
Yeah, I guess like the question for Cameron would be like, let's say we measured like the IQ of like AJ Ayer, and it turns out he's got like a higher IQ than like Augustine or something. Like, does that then mean atheism is like more true than theism? Like, I don't think that should do anything to Cameron's belief. Like, knowing that like AJ Ayer potentially has like more well through thoughts on it than Augustine. Like, it just doesn't do anything to.
I wonder what Jesus's IQ was.
Yeah, infinite. Only potentially.
It's hard to say what a good argument is. So if we have, I think it's the very next slide, consider this theistic argument. It's a novel argument. Let's call it the Dixie argument. Either my cat is named Lucifer or God exists. My cat is not named Lucifer, so God exists. Okay, look, I think that's a sound argument for God's existence because I think both of the premises are true. I think God exists, and my cat is not named Lucifer. Her name is Dixie. The problem is that's not an argument that any rational person would take seriously.
Well, I would actually disagree with what he said there, because I don't think that he thinks that premise one is actually true, taken as a disjunct like that. I don't think he thinks that either my cat is named Lucifer or God exists is true. I'd say maybe, he might think that premise 2 is true, and he might think that the conclusion is true, but I don't think he actually thinks that one is true, that that either his cat is named Lucifer or God exists.
Well, it depends how you interpret it.
Okay.
From a purely logical standpoint, a disjunct is true if a disjunction is true if either of its disjuncts is true. And because he believes the second disjunct, then he's going to affirm the disjunct. So
but that's the conclusion of the argument, right?
Yes, right. So that's what I would say. The reason this is a bad argument is because it's question begging, and it's a kind of a classical case, because the only reason that anyone would believe premise 1 is if they already believe, well, either of the disjuncts, but because of premise 2, it has to be the second disjunct, right? Which is the conclusion. So it's just obviously and clearly question begging or a circular argument. That's why it's a bad argument. So it is an interesting point that this argument could be considered sound under at least a narrow definition of sound if you believe the conclusion, which obviously I don't. So I'm not going to agree with premise 1. So for me, it won't be sound, right? But for those who do, they could evaluate the premises that way. But the point is, anyone can see that this is a bad argument because it's clearly circular. Because the only reason to believe in premise 1, which I think is what Nathan was getting at, is if you already believe in the conclusion. So what's the point of the argument? It's superfluous. And it turns out, I think, and maybe Olpi kind of makes this point, that a lot of arguments, or at least syllogistic deductive forms of argument for theism, are actually like this. It's just less obvious that they're like this.
Yeah, I guess the point I'm getting at is they're presenting these arguments as if what they're doing is they're getting these premises these premises that we would agree to, and then just deriving from them the conclusion for, following logically and inescapably that God exists, rather than just like taking a conclusion and then working backwards to generate some premises that combine to reach that conclusion, right? But I don't actually think that let's imagine, we're Hume's Adam and we come into the world without any of these like and someone's just talking to us and they offer us this either my cat's named Lucifer or God exists proposition. And now let's say if we did accept that, then we wouldn't know that my cat is named Lucifer and we on its own, and we wouldn't know that God exists on its own, but we know the proposition that my cat is named Lucifer or God exists, or we believe, to speak properly. But that doesn't follow that we know either of the disjuncts independently. But I don't actually think that the disjunct taken as a whole is something that he'd agree to, because I think he'd be like, well, no, there's no like logical connection there for me to make this proposition that either my cat's named Lucifer or God exists. And that's generally so I think he'd actually reject that proposition if he was just coming to it from a neutral standpoint. The point is that what he's actually, so this is kind of hilarious because it kind of shows what's going on, is what he has actually done here is just like created a conclusion and then created two sentence. And I know he's saying that, well, this isn't what we're doing. But he's not saying this isn't what we're doing for these same reasons. He's saying this isn't what we're doing because that would be, because I would just be stating sentences that I agree to in the premises and coming to the conclusion. I forgot what I'm even talking about. Did I make any sense there, James? Did I?
I think you're right that in natural language, we would not agree that premise one is true. Even a theist wouldn't agree with that in natural language.
Okay.
The way a disjunct is evaluated, at least in standard logic, is a bit different. And it's easier to see this in the case of the conditional, the material conditional, which works very differently. Because it turns out that if so if you say if A then B, it turns out that if A is false, then the conditional is actually true, which is very not how we think about if-then statements in natural language. Anyway, that's a longer discussion to make that point fully. But the point is, and this is actually important because Craig definitely abuses this sometimes, in my opinion, is that when you say an argument is, say, valid, that's a formal statement. And usually, I mean, it depends on the logical system you're using, like different types of modal logic, for example, but often it's just propositional logic. And so there's a particular set of rules that are being followed there. So this logic, I would say, understood as just in a propositional logic sense, is a valid argument. But in a natural language, how we would interpret it, it's not, because in natural language, ordinary sense, you wouldn't agree that premise one is true. But when you interpret it in the propositional logic land, it's interpreted a bit differently. And sometimes it's very substantively different, like the material conditional example that I gave. Sometimes the difference is a bit subtle, like this example with the disjunct here. Another example is in everyday life, if I tell you, you can have an apple or you can have an orange, and most ordinary people would understand that to mean you can have one or the other. But in logic, it's consistent with saying you can have both of them. So if I ask someone, did you pick the apple or the orange? And they said, yes. Now, in pure logic land, that's a perfectly reasonable response because you picked one of the two, right? So you can just say yes, right? But if you were actually talking to someone and they responded like that, you'd be like, well, what's wrong with you? Answer the question. So again, the point is that there's a difference between how we talk in natural language and how we talk in like propositional logic land or other types of logic land. And we have to be very careful about inserting premises that the intuition behind them comes from natural language, and then pushing them through the logic sausage machine, so to speak, and then trusting the sort of propositions that come out. And this will absolutely come up later on, especially when we talk about ontological arguments, because you can get really confused if you're like, well, this sounds plausible when I just say it in words, and then when I put it into the logic apparatus, it gives me this conclusion. Well, I must believe the conclusion, right? Because the premises all sounded straightforward. But actually, if you think about it and you look at how the logic works out, it's actually quite different in the logic land to in the sort of ordinary conversation land. So this is something to really watch out for. These arguments can actually be quite deceptive when people aren't careful or when they don't explain it carefully, because the way that it actually works out when you're dealing it in the abstract logic world can be different and can have different meanings and implications than you would normally understand it when you're just using everyday natural language.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying there is not to comment on like I obviously think it's valid. I guess my point is that like if you look at like the rules of like or introduction, like if you've got some proposition, then you can just randomly disjunctively like introduce some other thing. Like you can just go, or whatever and add that on. But you've got to already have the proposition, right? And the idea of an argument is that of a valid argument is that we're gonna like discard all our assertions to get to the conclusion that way. But the issue is that if he went God exists, either my cat is named Lucifer or God exists. My cat is not named Lucifer, so God exists. Then I think that would be showing like why we should then accept that disjunct. But I don't think like we would just accept that disjunct. Like there's tautologous disjuncts like P or not P, for example. But like A or B isn't necessarily, that would be like an assertion. And it would be like, but what, should I actually think that when we're talking about like the meaning and soundness of the argument, it'd be like, well, should I actually accept A or B as a premise in the argument? Like, of course I should accept P or not P because that's a tautology if that's a premise. But like, should I accept either my cat is named Lucifer or God exists? Well, the meaning of that, like, it's not actually clear to me that they would be connected in any way, so I shouldn't. And so I think he'd reject it on those grounds if he was. It's not like. I don't even think from his worldview this is like a good argument, because the idea is that I think he should be using logic to combine things that are actually like related in that way. Like like either I'm in this room or I'm in that room. So, like if I'm at home, I'm either in this room or in that room. It's like, well, yeah, that's true. As the consequent of that. So anyway, I'm going down a whole rabbit hole. Does my point there make sense? Like I'm saying, I don't think that this is even representative of what of things that he'd be committed to believing. I'm not saying that it's not valid.
Well, I mean, that's what he's saying as well. He's saying that this is a bad argument because, well, he doesn't actually say this, but I'm saying it's a bad argument because it's question begging. I'm going to, I think, Nathan, you're right in what you're saying. I'm just going to add to that I think a lot of these arguments are question begging, just in a less obvious way.
Right.
And you can package question beggingness up into a very complicated package that people can't see, or at least it takes a long time to work out, and you have to read the 20 pages and so forth, but it's still question begging. Basically, all you have to do is make it complicated enough so that it's not obvious that you've packaged into the premises a set of commitments that only a theist will ever make.
Yeah.
And then you're done. You've got a Dixie argument that's just hidden behind a lot of words and formalism and so forth. I think a lot of arguments, not all of them, the good ones aren't, but there aren't many of those. And I think Oppie kind of makes this point as well in his article.
By contrast, all of the arguments that we'll look at are arguments that are taken seriously by rational people, professional philosophers with PhDs who have published these arguments in the highest tier journals of peer review. Okay, so just for get a handle on what is a good argument, let's just say
all this puffery there. All of these arguments are taken seriously by what the smartest philosophers in the highest tiers of PhD and of peer-reviewed journals. This is just puffery and what peacock terms, I think this is called.
Right.
First of all, there's no evidence that a lot of these arguments are actually taken seriously. Just because you publish a paper on it in a philosophical journal doesn't mean you actually take it seriously. Some of these explicitly, well, maybe they don't explicitly say they don't take it seriously, but at least a few of these papers, it's clear that the person is just experimenting with some ideas that and wouldn't even necessarily say that they would like take it seriously in the sense that he means. But even putting that aside, just because it's published and the person who wrote it thinks that it's good and maybe like the editor thought it was interesting, it doesn't mean that anyone else takes it seriously, especially if it's published in these Christian apologetics journals that mainstream philosophers, I doubt, read very much, if at all. So this idea that it's the highest tiers of peer review, I mean, maybe he just means the most prestigious journals. Most of these are not published in journals at all. Those that are, most of them are not published in the most prestigious philosophy journals. Even if they were, it wouldn't really say that much about the quality. Even arguments that are published in the most prestigious philosophy journals, a lot of philosophers don't take seriously either, because there's heaps of disagreement philosophy. People just try to develop ideas. So this is just half-truths, confusion, puffery. Again, pseudo-intellectualism at its worst. I think this really shows what the real purpose of the exercise is just to sort of ride roughshod over people with the intellectual or pseudo-intellectual profundity and qualifications that he wants to show here, and not actually to look at the substantive issues that are raised.
Person can take seriously. Okay, so the list we're going to look at, it's not exhaustive.
Okay, so at that point, maybe then we will take a look at what Oppie has to say about the role of arguments. Let me share with you. Right, good. You can see that. So this is is this a peer-reviewed academic? I'm being. You're muted, James.
Muted. Where's it published? Religious studies. I think that's I think that's what they call the specialty journal. So that would be a journal that is for a subdiscipline. So here I think it's I don't know if it's just philosophy of religion. I'll actually look it up.
Anyway, so what Oppie is talking about here, I'm not sure whether I should read it off of my second screen, which is miles away, or the screen share here. I'll try it.
Yeah, it's a philosophy of religion journal.
So basically what he's saying here is that he wants to complain about one fairly narrow aspect of contemporary philosophy of religion that really irks him. Its obsession with derivations that have as their conclusion either the claim that God exists or the claim that God does not exist. And then he says, he's going to work himself up by degrees. So he's going to talk throughout this paper, if you do want to look at it. At this, and he talks about this in some of his books as well. This idea that you've got two claims, you've got claim and not claim. And you've got two people, pro, who is arguing for claim, and con, who is arguing against claim. So then he's going to say, the derivations that pro might offer to con are of two kinds. So there are derivations in which the premises are all claims that con accepts. And there are derivations in which one or more of the premises is a claim that pro accepts and con rejects. So pro and con both already know from the fact that they disagree, though, that about claim, that pro accepts some things that con rejects. So offering con, the kind of the arguments that follow from the things that pro accepts but con rejects isn't going to do anything to con. So if I just keep going through, I can't remember the things that I've highlighted if they're going to piece together like a coherent narrative of what's going on in this paper, but. So the first step to take prior to setting out a derivation with either claim or not claim as its conclusion is to establish that your opponent believes all the premises that figure in the derivation that you're tempted to give. If your opponent fails to believe one or more of those premises, then there's no useful purpose that is served by your proceeding to give that derivation. True enough, if there are premises in your derivation that your opponent has not previously considered, then your giving the derivation might lead your opponent to consider and then accept those premises. And then after accepting those premises, your derivation will establish that your opponent has some cognitive work to do. But in the first instance, all that is required is that you present the premises in question to your opponent. Giving the derivation is surplus requirement if either A, your opponent fails to accept the premises when they are presented, or B, your opponent is able to discern the implications of acceptance of the premises without being presented with the derivation. Let's keep going. So at the outset, we should try as hard as we can to frame theories that embed both claim and not claim. In particular, we should try to produce the best theories that are worked out on the same level of detail, that try to cover the same range of data, and so forth. So he's talking like we should generate theories based off these claims. So we've got a theory to do with claim and a theory to do with not claim, and we should consider whether either theory can be defeated on internal grounds. So is there some kind of contradiction that can be generated from like the assumption of that claim? So let's say like we assume that there is only a finite number of prime numbers for some reason as part of our worldview, right? Well, if and the highest prime number is Pn, and then we multiply together all of the prime numbers up to Pn and then add 1. Well, we've just created a new prime number. So the highest prime number, is not the highest prime number, and we've created a contradiction in that worldview. So obviously that is wrong if that's part of our worldview, and then there's going to be some work to do for the person who holds to that theory. If our best theories survive internal scrutiny, then we turn to comparative assessment of the so assuming that we've got like an internally coherent theory that doesn't kind of self-contradict in some way, then we turn to comparative assessment of the theoretical virtues of our best theories, which scores best on the proper weighting of simplicity. So if one of the theories has two things to explain something and another one just has one, then it's a simpler theory. Fit with the data, explanatory scope, predictive accuracy, and so forth. In this part of theory assessment, there is evidently no proper role for derivation, with either claim or not claim as the conclusion. So that's just to say that once you've reached that point, like it doesn't really matter how many like logically valid syllogisms you can generate as part of like propositions which are a part of that theory. And then this is quite a chunky highlight here. So So what was he talking about at this point? Philosophers have claimed virtues for derivations with the conclusion claim or conclusion not claim, even while acknowledging that their derivations do not provide reductios of the best theories that embed not claim. Most of these theories are plainly mistaken. Suppose that your view is the theory from claim, and your opponent's view is the theory with not claim. Suppose, for the sake of argument, that neither view is subject to internal defeat, but that theory not claim is much more theoretically virtuous than theory claim, i.e. T not claim scores much better than T claim on the proper weighting of simplicity, fit with data, explanatory scope, predictive accuracy, and so forth. In these circumstances, it would obviously be a mistake to suppose that having derivations of claim from a bunch of claims that belong to the theory with claim in it should increase the credence that you assign to the theory of claim. against the credence that you assign to the theory of not claim, or that this makes the theory of claim more resilient and less liable to defeat by theory not claim, or that this somehow increases the coherence of one's beliefs in a way that improves the standing of the theory of claim relative to the theory of not claim, or that this makes the theory of claim a more reliable base for launching arguments against the theory of not claim, or that this provides insurance against your recognizing that you should abandon the theory of claim in favor of theory not claim, or that this gives you ammunition to show that your opponent, that the position that you have adopted is a legitimate intellectual option. And we've not seen kind of any of that going on so far.
So just to comment on that paragraph is critical, because what Oppie is saying here is exactly the opposite of what, well, at least Chad said, and I think what Cameron was sort of agreeing to as well, that arguments, well, these sort of deductive syllogistic arguments can increase your confidence in the existence of God. And here Oppie is saying the exact opposite of that. And what Oppie's argument here is essentially that if I have a bunch of views that fit together to form a what he calls a theory, maybe I'll just call it a worldview, maybe not exactly the same, theory is a bit more precise, but I think it works for our purposes. Then taking some of those beliefs and then constructing them into a syllogism and deducing another one of those beliefs, what Oppie is calling claim, or here we might call God exists for the purpose of this video, that doesn't do anything because you already believed all those things anyway. So what is the point of that? It doesn't actually show you anything new. It doesn't increase your confidence, or at least it shouldn't, because it's just things you already believed. Likewise, it shouldn't do anything to the opponent because, assuming they already understood your position, they already know that you believed all those things. So no one's the wiser by doing this. Oppie considers a few, in the next paragraphs, a few reasons one might say as to exactly why you might do that. And he says, well, maybe sometimes it might be helpful to engage in these deductions, but he's saying for the most part, it doesn't have the sort of evidential value that people seem to think. What Oppie's claiming, and there's a good section, maybe if you go to page 7, the third paragraph, I've got a bit highlighted there that I really liked, where he sort of sums all this up.
One above here.
Oh, my page numbers are different to yours. It starts by saying that the object, oh, hang on. Some people claim that in order to, it's not this page. That's very frustrating. Yeah, this one. Yeah, it's this section here. So some people claim that in order to work out what to think about a controversial philosophical position, you should tally up or weigh the arguments on both sides. Again, it should now be obvious why I'm inclined to think this kind of claim is also seriously confused. It is actually best theories embodying the controversial claim in its denial that should be weighed one against the other. And again, you simply do not need derivations with the controversial claim and its denial as conclusions in order to do these things. So he's saying that adding up arguments and tallying them for and against is pointless, because what you really want to do is look at your best theories that survive internal critique and compare them against each other on the basis of the explanatory virtues that they embody, or the degree that they embody them. And making these deductions based on things that you believe that are part of your theories, it just adds little to nothing to that. Because again, you already know that that's part of the other person's worldview or part of your worldview. So it's not really helping you to determine which worldview is more correct. And I think Oppie's exactly right here. This is why I think what you need to do is look at competing worldviews and try to clarify them as much as possible, make sure you understand them, and then try to evaluate those views or theories on the basis of their explanatory virtues. And that's why I think sort of a worldview comparison, the sort of thing that Braxton talks about, although I would say doesn't necessarily do very well in a lot of cases, is better at least than this sort of tallying up of these syllogisms.
Which is exactly what happens at the end of the video that we're reviewing.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. That is by far the worst part of the video, in my opinion.
So at this point, obviously, so on the assumption that there are best theories embedding claim and not claim that are subject to reductio described in section 1 above, we might reimagine the dispute between pro and con about claim as a dispute between embodiments of best global theories embedding claim and not claim, T claim and T not claim. If we think about the dispute in these terms, then it is obvious that there are infinitely many derivations of claim from sets of claims that belong to the theory of claim, and that there are infinitely many derivations of not claim from the sets of claims that belong to the theory of not claim. So this is why this kind of thing is utterly pointless, because there are infinitely many derivations that you can provide. You just need to, as long as you have some kind of rules of like a logical system, you can just take like random I mean, he says he's not doing that, but it seems like I even think from the words that exist in like peer-reviewed published journals, there's probably enough there to construct a hell of a lot of arguments, like more than 150 that are in a valid form that conclude with the statement that God exists. And you can probably do the same with the statement that God doesn't exist from the published philosophical literature that's out there, because that's all you have to do is just combine sentences that are a part of that theory in a way that reaches that conclusion. It just doesn't tell us anything. So if it is obvious that a purported reductio requires premises, I do not don't think that. Yeah. So that's it. It's basically like what Oppie considers like the worst of philosophy of religion, which is just stockpiling arguments, is basically precisely what is going on in this video and in this kind of apologetics. I just want to say that when I've spoke to Cameron before about this, he said, he uses the fact that he's had people like Graham Oppie on to be like, well, here's what we're doing, I'm exposing the intellectual side of Christianity. We talk to skeptics like Oppie, so I don't need to take your criticism seriously, Nathan, because I've had the best philosophers of religion in the world. But clearly then, if you have someone like Oppie on and then you proceed to make a video like this, 150 arguments against God, you've not internalized anything that he's got to say about philosophy of religion into your worldview and how you conduct yourself and how you deal with criticisms.
Yeah, I mean, and Cameron's channel, there are some videos with skeptics, but a lot of them are just interviews with people that he agrees with, where I think he doesn't make that much of an effort to provide them with hard questions or, really offer them much of a challenge. I think a lot of them are pretty low ball, sort of friendly interviews. I mean, that's fine if what he wants to do, but I don't think you can really say that you're trying to, engage in a rigorous discussion and try to get the other side's view when mostly you just talk to people who agree with you and don't really push them very hard. And then occasionally you get a skeptic on almost as like, intellectual cover. So when people criticize you, like, oh, but we had Oppie on. I mean, I think that discussion, which I think we reviewed at some point between Oppie and, between Oppie and Craig about the mathematics. It's not obvious from a sort of a casual watch, but I think Oppie destroyed Craig in that interview. Yeah. In a very sort of subtle way that is just a characteristic of Oppie. I just love it. But what would have been interesting then is for Cameron to do a follow-up by himself or with someone else and just sort of, think about it and evaluate and talk about, some of the issues that were raised. And I'm not saying Cameron has to, just agree or whatever, but that would have been nice to see that sort of reflection on, okay, so here's what Oppie said and here's what I think about that. And maybe we'll explore this, that sort of thing, right? That's where you can sort of see the discussion happening and the, genuine dialogue, as opposed to just like, oh, well, we had him on once and he said his thing. And so, we can move on. That strikes me as more like tokenistic than sort of genuine engagement.
Yeah, but it's this idea of, well, now whatever criticisms you have, Nathan, can't be wrong, because I do talk to skeptics like Oppie. He's like up here in philosophy of religion world. Where are you? Like,
well, my book is recommended by Oppie. If there's the you go on Amazon and the his recommendation is there. So we've at least I've got the Oppie sticker of approval.
But it just annoys me that like it's like but Cameron's literally the antithesis of what someone like Oppie wants in these kind of worldview discussions.
Exactly.
Then he uses Oppie to be like, well, here's why I don't have to engage with you. Anyway, let's push on.
There's some arbitrariness in how I categorize some of the arguments. One argument can be categorized under different categories. Most of the outlines are my own. I tried my best to keep them simple and accurate. I reached out to many of the philosophers who published these arguments to confirm that I've understood them correctly and heard back from most of them. I want to keep the presentations brief, which is risky. That's the biggest risk in this, because if you keep it brief, it runs the risk of someone just dismissing it. It's like, oh, that's a dumb argument or something like that. Yeah. But keep in mind, look, if you come up with an objection on the spot to one of these arguments, it's very likely that this objection is dealt with or wrestled with in the paper that we're going to be referencing, okay, in the publication the argument comes from. So this is more, you can think of this more as, like you said, an overview of the vast terrain of theistic arguments. This is not our endorsements of any of these arguments, and this is not an apologetic per se. This is not a cumulative case per se. Now, when I was sharing the link to this video,
got to pause there.
I saw a comment, the top comment.
I think Cameron may reiterate that, but Chad just said this is not an apologetic. This is not a cumulative case. It's hard to say that that's not a lie or very close to a lie because of what they do at the end of the video, which is explicitly say, well, let's look at how much evidential force all of these arguments have, and then actually have a calculator that this ridiculous thing that they do where they put the numbers in.
Cameron has used the video as well. It's not like Cameron has been on all his social media platforms where he has reached thousands of people saying, look, we've got 150 plus arguments for God's existence. Like, theism is so credible. Like, it's so like, how about you engage with some of these arguments, you dirty atheists who say that there's no evidence for Christianity? We've got 150 plus arguments. Like, it is apologetic. Like,
yeah, I know. I don't understand how they can, in good conscience, say that, especially when they had that this calculator thing prepared beforehand. They mentioned it during the video, and it was something that was done beforehand. It's not like they just did it off the cuff.
Yeah, my Bayesian equation has been stimulated during this.
So, like, they're obviously using it for apologetic purposes. So this is such a disingenuous comment.
Just punched my screen until
made him that angry. Well, I know we've been talking a lot and we haven't actually got into it yet, but I think it's important to just set the stage in how disingenuous look, because we can't can't engage in each argument in full depth for obvious reasons. So it makes sense. I think it's appropriate to address the totality of the project and ask, what is the point of this? What are they trying to achieve? What spirit are they approaching it with? And it's quite clear, I think, that they're approaching it from the perspective of trying to provide a pseudo-intellectual veneer to Christianity by making all these appeals to, peer-reviewed journals and top academics and PhD top tier and all of this stuff, and talk about how, well, if you actually think of an objection, it's not really an objection because they probably dealt with it in the paper. Objection. That's like an intrinsic defeater of Craig. It's just like, oh, well, whatever you say, it's been refuted. I've read a bunch of these papers, certainly not all of them, but I have read a bunch of them. And a lot of the objections that they respond to, the responses are just really facile. Obviously, that's my biased opinion, right? But I mean, that's against Chad's biased opinion. So the point is that, no, you are quite entitled to come up with objections, and, maybe there'll be good responses to them. But that's where you have the discussion, the idea that we can just sort of shut down your responses by saying, oh, don't worry, trust me, they'll have dealt with it already because these are like top guys. Actually, it just reminds me, one of the at the end of one of the Indiana Jones films, I think it's when they like have get the Ark of the Covenant, and it's been taken away by the government, and Indiana Jones is asking like, what's happened to it? And the government guy says, well, we're getting our top men to look into it. And he's like, and Indiana Jones is like, well, who are you getting to look into it? And he's like, and the government guy just goes, top men. It's just like, well, they're the top men, so you got to trust them, sort of thing. And at the end you see it's just like put in a box which is stuffed in a warehouse and shut away. So it's like they said, you got to trust them because they're the top guys, right? It's just so. At the outset, I think that this enterprise is really disingenuous and kind of silly as well. And I think it needs to be seen for what it is. If you want to add anything up to that rant, Nathan, otherwise I'm happy to actually.
I'm just in agreement that they keep coming back to these same points of like I thought that as I heard, these are published by really well-respected people. They're all really smart, and they've already responded to all the objections. It's like, well, what if I did? I'm not lying here, but I've read all these atheist articles that address specifically all these arguments, and they address all the theist objections plus one. So the number of objections that you've addressed, they do that, but also one more. So that makes atheism more true.
If you think of any objections to my arguments, trust me, I've almost certainly considered them in my book. So just don't even bother. Like, it's just
accept my worldview. Actually, if God doesn't exist, then there'll be clouds outside the window. Oh, and I've just seen clouds outside.
Well, but maybe that was just one. If you look again, is there a second cloud?
Well, actually, now that the sky is just entirely covered in grey clouds. And it wasn't before. You'll have to take my word for it. But
is that a sewing machine?
Yeah.
Nice.
On the right, it was by M. Jordan. It said this: "What's the point of this video? Over 98% are not good arguments for God. In my opinion, there's only like 3 good arguments for God, but those good ones still don't mean God exists." Now, I want to respond to that because it prefaces what we're doing here very nicely. What's the point of this video? Well, it's a semi-comprehensive survey of theistic arguments outlined as teasers, pointing to resources for you to go deeper on the arguments that pique your interest. Okay. That said, at the very end, I do want to play around with the numbers a bit, because a recent paper by Ted Poston called "The Argument from So Many Arguments" lays out he gives a method for calculating the cumulative evidential force of many arguments put together.
And the method is like this: theistic arguments 150 plus, atheist arguments 2.
Yeah, the method was basically this. What the guy did, this is not true, but it's almost true, right? He found every paper that he could with the conclusion that God exists and printed them all out, and then made a big stack of papers. And then he did the same for all of the papers with the conclusion that God does not exist and printed them out in another stack of papers. And then he put the stacks of papers on two sides of a balance. And the side with God exists led towards that way. So he concluded that God exists.
So what I want to do is give estimates on the force of these arguments at the end, where we can have bad arguments, which are just unsound. They have a false premise. We have weak arguments that are arguments that have premises that aren't obviously false, but don't obviously seem true either.
I wonder if he would agree to Oppie's claim that there are infinitely many valid syllogisms that can be generated from any worldview. Because if he agrees to that, like that just seems to just completely undermine what he's trying to do in balancing whether there are like valid arguments that are sound within a particular worldview. Like it's like, yeah, it's just going to be infinite on each side, right? Now, what do we do? Like, how do we make progress? Like, would he just reject that?
Potentially infinite, surely. Not actually infinite.
Well, yeah. But do you know what I mean? Like, do you think he would reject that? Do you think he would just be like...
there's always excuses. So like, but it's not the number. It's the, diversity and range of arguments or something like that. It's like the amount of phenomena that's referred to. Like, it just... I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he would say that. But isn't that
that's going into assessing like, like the fit to the data and the explanatory scope?
Basically, you're looking at, worldview comparisons.
Yeah.
Thanks, Oscar. I don't know if that's a large or a small amount of money, but appreciate it nonetheless. What's a sec anyway?
I don't know. Looks like it is
Swedish
krona.
There we go.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm aware of its existence, but I've not actually looked into it at all. I don't know if you have anything to say on that, James.
On Swedish krona?
No, on Felipe Leon's 100 Arguments for Theism.
No, is that a video or is it an article? I haven't heard of this. As a response to the source.
I think it was like a written blog post or something.
Oh, is it? No, I think they mentioned that on the video now that Yeah. I think I've probably seen that at some point.
Yeah, so neither of us seem to be particularly familiar with it, but are aware that there's a person called Felipe Leon who's done something called 100 Arguments for Theism. I mean, it's probably in this video where I heard of it as well, to be honest. Anyway.
They're just slightly more plausible than not. We have strong arguments, which have premises which are quite plausibly true, more plausibly true than not. And then we have decent arguments that fall somewhere within that range of weak and strong arguments. So at the end, we'll put numbers to these and compare, we'll calculate how many strong arguments do we need to be justified in believing God exists? How many weak arguments do we need to be justified in believing God exists, or to have good evidence for God's existence? So that actually is probably the most important aspect of this whole thing, is the calculations that we're going to do at the end. So I know it's going to be a long video, but stick around because the end's going to be the most fun when we get to tinker and toy with the numbers. Okay. Cameron.
So he just said,
but remember, it's not an apologetic exercise. Just remember that.
But he also said, how many weak arguments do we need to be rationally justified in believing Christianity is true? He said you don't need any arguments already to be rationally justified.
Yeah, I noticed that. Not sure what he means there.
Why bother? Like, who cares about how many weak arguments you've got? Like, you don't need any.
I know you had some ideas about how to make this fun. So did you come up with any ideas on that?
No, I've been planning this stream and dealing with some other YouTube drama, so I haven't really been able to put a whole lot of thought into like what
was
we
this.
can do to make it.
Was this before Apologia as well? Cameron,
I'm not actually sure.
I think it was.
I hadn't thought of that.
Cameron just like his channel's like the Kardashians of YouTube apologetics. Oh my God, you won't believe this one thing that Apologia said. Like he's dating her, but he knows that she's already got a girlfriend. Like,
well, you did that accent really well. That's disturbing.
I saw someone say, you should do a push-up after every argument. I'm like, well, that's going to be 150 push-ups. I mean, back in my day, I could do that, but I don't want to be presenting these arguments and be out of breath at this point. So no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I think that we can try to break it up by like each of us just like maybe reading the arguments and then just whatever comes to mind. I don't know. I'm going to try to make it fun and interesting, especially for everyone watching. So we'll do what we can. But I think the most important.
So me and James are going to take off a piece of clothing for every.
thing is that we just get this content.
I
out
think
there and
we'd lose viewers with that. Probably. I just find it interesting that Cameron thinks it's necessary, or maybe Chad as well, I don't know, to add this little gimmick in where he does push-ups every 10 arguments or something to keep it fun. Like, first of all, isn't this supposed to be fun? Isn't that what Chad said before? Like, do they not think that just their interesting articulation and analysis or whatever is sufficiently interesting? I just find it really weird that he felt that this was necessary. Like, oh, it's kind of boring if I don't like do push-ups or something. Like,
yeah, it's
why
like
is
we're
that
in like
needed?
the remedial math class or something. Like, I'm not. It's not to say like fair enough. Like fair enough if you don't enjoy philosophy, like that's okay, or if you're not interested. But the point is like,
But then why would you watch a 4-hour video anyway? Like,
if you're purporting to be in like this voluntary space of ideas, like why are you engaging with this if you need? Yeah. Anyway.
What kind of psychological benefit or breaks that we can give people? I think they're probably most going to be interested in the arguments. It's already given that it's already been 20 minutes. Let's go ahead and get into the the first one. So here is the screen. So we're going to start with cosmological arguments.
All right. Well, cosmological arguments are arguments for the conclusion that God is the ultimate cause, ground, or explanation of the universe, or all of contingent or dependent reality. And there's no better argument to start with than Aquinas' first way, the argument from the unmoved mover. So we have Aquinas' first way. Premise 1: some things are moved. 2: whatever is moved by another.
Is that? I thought. Isn't it the argument from potentiality and change Aquinas' first way? Like, I'm not even sure this is.
I do not know the ordering of Aquinas' ways, nor am I particularly interested in
Well, it's just because like if you change it into something that's completely different from what it is, like 2 is the argument from causation, but the first mover, I'm pretty sure. It's the argument from change. So there must be something that isn't change, like, which again, like, it's like if we're presenting these arguments, like this is only going to work within a particular Aristotelian framework of like that there's this like thing of potentiality and actuality. If you don't believe in potentiality and actuality, then this doesn't get off the ground. Like, but if you just frame it in terms of like this language, you might think, yeah, I accept that, right? But that isn't.
I mean, this isn't actually an argument for the existence of God as such, because God only appears there as a parenthesis at the end. See, I can accept that there must be an unmoved mover, right?
And
maybe it's the initial quantum
God,
state that emerged from, whatever exactly, prior to space and time and whatever. Yeah, just saying, and this is what men call God. Well, maybe they did in the 13th century, but maybe we've moved beyond that. So, like, I mean, the thing is, an atheist can accept all of the premises here and the conclusion as long as you just delete God, which doesn't actually play any role in the argument directly. Quite a few of the arguments are like that, actually, especially the cosmological argument.
Yeah, I guess my point is just that I really dislike Jesus. I know he exists, so I just want to make fun of the my point is that like it's being present, like if they actually framed this in the language that like I don't know, maybe his audience wouldn't, but I'm just thinking like if they framed this in the actual language that's used by Aquinas, like maybe people would be thinking, actually, I'm not sure if I like agree to that because I don't even know what like half these words mean, like weird like medieval metaphysics mumbo jumbo about potentiality and change. I don't know, maybe the audience wouldn't though. Maybe they just like adopt all these terms.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange assumptions that are made on the basis of these metaphysical intuitions, or what I would think of as outdated metaphysics. We'll see that a lot, so I won't belabor the point here.
Yeah.
Other 3: there cannot be an infinite series of movers, and so the conclusion is there must be an unmoved mover. And Aquinas' stock phrase was, and this is what all men mean by God. Now, important for understanding this argument and
hoc omnes intelligent deum.
Other arguments which reject an infinite series is the distinction between a series ordered per se and a series ordered per accidens.
Okay, this is so boring, this part.
A series ordered per se would be like this. Here's an example. This is the example Thomas gives, Thomas Aquinas.
Are you bored per se? or are you bored?
This is the sort of thing that I mean, just outdated nonsense metaphysics. Like, I'm not a metaphysics hater in that everything metaphysical is nonsense, but this sort of stuff, I mean, I'll just let him speak and you can decide for yourself whether this is worth listening to.
Yeah, I agree. And like I always see this, like, you know, like with the free will stuff as well, where you're like, well, I'm not sure that it's even coherent what you're saying there. Like, I just didn't understand how you're defining free. And then they'll be like, well, I'm talking about sui generis. And like, it's like just learning, like saying a random
more Latin.
phrase.
Just put more Latin in. That's what you need.
Like, doesn't help me to understand what you're saying.
And moves a stick, which moves a stone. Another example would be dominoes. You flick one domino and it starts this chain reaction where all the dominoes fall. Another example would be Rube Goldberg machines. Have you seen like Rube Goldberg machines? Where
yeah, of course,
it's this insanely complicated device where one thing just sets off this chain reaction that that ends in all these interesting series of things happening.
Yeah,
and then there's the famous example of the turtles all the way down that you might recall. Legend.
I genuinely don't think that this is at all an accurate like understanding of Aquinas's argument. Like, just from like if you're a Christian and you're interested in genuinely understanding what Aquinas has to say, like, I swear this isn't it. Like, from all the study that I've done of Aquinas's ways, like, it's to do with potentiality and change. Like, it vaguely follows this form, but it isn't like about this, because like he's even using Aristotelian logic in there. You know, like the square of opposition with like the Aristotelian like or like the Barbara Sesteri, like he's using like those forms as well, and that isn't like in here. But
or Max Planck, we're giving a lecture on the theory of gravity and how that explains why the Earth doesn't just fall in empty space. And an impatient old lady in the audience balks at the idea that the Earth could just be floating there in space. And then Russler, Max Planck, asks the lady, says, well, what is the Earth resting on then? And then she says, well, it's resting on the shell of a big turtle. And he says, well, what is that turtle resting on? And she says, another turtle. And he says, well, what's that one resting on? And she says, well, it's turtles all the way down. So that's, again, a classic example of a series ordered per se. Now, the problem with that is that it seems to just push explanation back indefinitely. You don't really get an explanation for why anything in the series is happening if it just goes on indefinitely. Now, contrast that with a series ordered per accidens. So examples here would be one person begetting another, and then that person begets another. Another would be, actually, my favorite example would be, have you seen the movie Pay It Forward?
No, I haven't.
Well, the idea there is you do one act of kindness to someone, and then that will inspire them to do an act of kindness to someone else. And in the movie, this young boy's simple act of kindness winds up going viral and triggers this global chain reaction of acts of kindness. That would be a good example of a series ordered per accidens. Now, each member in a series ordered per accidens, it doesn't have to pass on.
Yeah, like I always come across this in like apologetics and Twitter as well, where like people start saying like this random Latin to me that I swear to God is not in the summer in the first place. Like but like that. So this is like the weirdest thing ever, where like if you go and read the actual source material that they're referring to, like you don't get the like metaphysical terms that they're using. You get like a completely different argument, but like in their circles it sounds like they're like talking Latin, like they're all like well versed in what's going on and stuff, and they're talking about like this completely different argument that it's so like bizarre, like they'll be like, oh, per accidens, so
yeah, some of this stuff, it's like, okay, so there's two things it can be, and then they say here's the first way with some weird Latin term, and they give a bunch of examples. I'm like, okay, and here's the second way with another weird Latin term, and they give a bunch of examples. I'm like, I have no idea what those two sets have in common other than the different names. Like, I'm complete like this. I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm not saying that there's literally no distinction to be made here. Maybe I'm just too small brained or whatever, but why should we accept any of this? Like, just because you say there's a difference, why should we think that there's a real difference? Like,
so the actual argument, right, isn't like this. There's this distinction between potentiality and actuality, right? And things change from potentiality into actuality, but something like something that's only potentiality can't cause anything. So something that's changing from potentiality towards actuality must be changed by something which is actual, right? But then that thing that's causing the change, if that is changing, must also be caused by something that's actual. So that's the feature of the world which is being reasoned from, that there can't be an infinite change of, to be the first one. It's not like it's in these like Aristotelian terms of potentiality and actuality, and we can talk about like what the hell does this even mean, like, but I honestly I've just never come across this like per se expecto patronum stuff.
on what it received, right? The series could just stop with one person, right? Each member plays an active role to continue the series. They're not automatically passing along what they received in the way that members in a series ordered per se do. And a series ordered per se, each member plays a.
So I think the actual. I mean, we're never going to get through this if I keep
Nice
doing this.
pause.
But the actual, like the controversial things would be like, do potentiality and actuality even exist at all? Like, are they even features of reality that we agree to? And then we've also got like, does something have to be changed from potentiality to actuality by something that is already actual? How do we know that any of those causes themselves are actually changing? Like, why can't there just be an unchanging cause that's natural at some point in the chain? But also, why can't there be an infinite regress of those causes? Those are all things that would be contested, I suppose.
Yeah, I just get super bored with the Aristotelian metaphysics. Maybe one day I'll spend the time to understand it properly, but I just see I can't motivate myself to study a 2,000-year-old metaphysics that somehow people think is going to be relevant today, despite all of the relevant for anything more than historical interest today, despite all of the advances we've made.
Yeah. Well, knowing that nature abhors a vacuum really helps in creating water pump systems and stealing petrol. So
yeah, true.
Passive role automatically passing along something that they got from an original source. So I know that's a bit much for the first argument, but when other arguments reject the possibility of an infinite series, most of them are going to be rejecting the possibility of an infinite series ordered per se, but not per accidens, if that makes sense.
All right, should we move on to the resources for this one?
Sure. I give a few resources on this distinction between these two kinds of regresses. So Patterson-Brown's paper there is very influential, and Caleb Cahoe has some good stuff written on this recently.
All right, let's move on to argument number 2, Aquinas' second way.
Second way for the existence of an uncaused cause. Some things are caused. Whatever is caused by another. There cannot be an infinite series of causes. Again,
okay, am I thinking of the third way of? Oh yeah, third way is contingency. So I'm not gonna critique him on his interpretation.
Series ordered per se. So there must be an uncaused cause. Pretty straightforward.
Okay, do you want to say anything else about that one, or should we move on?
Let's just move on.
Okay.
So, for arguments like this,
why don't I read this?
I'm not going to say anything novel about, the first. Can we just jump back a second? So
yeah,
see these premises there. I'm not going to say anything that's novel here about, particularly premise 3 about why you can't have an infinite series of causes, because we've talked about that before, and there's so much to say on this. But again, the point is, as an atheist or a naturalist, I've just like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's grant those 3 premises, and we get to an uncaused cause. Why does it have to be God? And I think that's where you can have an interesting discussion, because I'll just say, well, it's some sort of immaterial, non-personal state, or maybe it's a quantum foam something or other that was itself uncaused that can, give rise to bubbling universes or something. There's something beyond our comprehension, maybe. Like, why does it have to be a personal being with omnipotence and omniscience and all this other stuff? And they have things to say, but I just think they're pretty weak. And the thing is, you can get distracted by reading paper after paper talking about whether you can have infinite series of causes. But I'm just like, maybe you can, maybe you can't. Let's just suppose you're right. Why should I believe that the uncaused cause has to be a personal being? So what I'm saying here is, even if you accept the main premises, it's not an argument for the existence of God. It's just an argument for an uncaused cause. An atheist can believe in an uncaused cause.
Should we move on?
Let's just move on.
Okay, I like that. All right, Aquinas' third way. Why don't I read this one, because there's a lot to read here.
Yeah,
and actually, let me take this off the screen so that
I just want people to remember that, again, we're talking about possibility, contingency, and necessity in Aristotelian terms here, and not in like modal terms that you're going to maybe think that it's being talked about. And chances are, once more, that you do not accept as part of your worldview the Aristotelian conception of contingent and necessary.
People can see all of the text here. All right. So premise number 1, whatever is contingent at one time did not exist. If everything is contingent, then at one time nothing existed. If at one time nothing existed, then nothing would exist now. Something does exist now. So not every being is contingent. So there is a necessary being. Premise 7, either the necessary being gets its necessity from another or exists necessarily of itself. Premise 8, there cannot be an infinite regress of necessary beings that get their necessity from another. And then the conclusion, so there is a necessary being that exists necessarily of itself.
Again, obviously, I mean, like I'm always thinking, even at this point, like, do we even need to like provide commentary? Because it's just like, obviously we're going to disagree with some of those. Like,
yeah, especially because you see, when here's when I'm going to channel Oppie a little bit. When I think about these sorts of things, I'm approaching this from obviously a naturalistic point of view, but also from the point of view of someone informed by modern science, especially physics, but in other arguments, it's going to be, modern anthropology or modern neuroscience or biology or whatever, as well as developments we've made in logic, and even history and other things, right? Our understanding of the world has grown immensely since Aristotle wrote, since Aquinas wrote. And so if I see a premise like whatever is contingent at one time did not exist, I'm thinking something like, well, there was never a time when the universe didn't exist, because the universe, as far as we know, came into existence with time. So I'm not even sure I agree with the first premise there, depending on how you interpret at one time did not exist. Like, there was never a time when it didn't exist. And then we can go through a list, and I go, well, what do I mean by contingent? What do I mean by time? And we go through this stuff, and I'm
because time itself is contingent, right?
Yeah, I'm interpreting this through the notion of modern physics and advances in philosophy. And is that even really appropriate when I'm analyzing a 13th century argument based on ancient Greek metaphysics? I think that it's probably not, because really I should just look at what Aquinas thought these things meant as a sort of historical enterprise, right? To understand what Aquinas was saying, and that's potentially worthwhile. But then we're not really engaging the process of seeing whether this is a sound argument for us. It's more just understanding what Aquinas thought, which again is interesting as an intellectual history, an exercise in intellectual history. But I just think that it's basically impossible for, at least I think of it as very difficult for someone like me to even seriously engage with this, just because he's talking with such a different worldview in mind that I don't share.
Well, where I think you get this, so I don't think you'll get this distinction from because as I've already said, I don't think they're like discussing these arguments in Aquinas' own terms. But if you've ever watched the discussion between Father Frederick Copleston and Bertrand Russell, this is where I think you start to see the dichotomous worldviews being drawn out a bit more, where Copleston is like one of the last modern philosophers who is like, I guess they're still around, but maybe one of the last like serious Catholic like Aristotelians. So like he subscribes to like Aristotelian logic, for example, whereas Russell is developing like modern logic, which would reject ideas like if you have like statements of the form like all x's are p or something, then that has like existential import, which is something that Aristotelians believe, which is pretty weird. But anyway, like you see that the distinction between Copleston talking in terms of like this contingency and necessity, like necessary beings and possible beings, which are because to be a contingent being in this language means that you're dependent on some other being to sustain your existence. And like Russell is like, well, what the hell does that even like mean? Like, I don't even agree with this. And he's like, but even if I accept it on its own terms, like maybe I'm just going to say like, the universe is your necessary being.
Yeah.
Like, and then we're at an impasse, and that is basically where the conversation happens. Like Russell's like, well, I don't see any reason to go beyond that. The universe is the necessary being, and then it's like, oh well, shall we move on yet? Then yeah, like
this is effectively what Oppie typically argues as well with respect to these sorts of things. He just says, well, if there's a necessary thing, then it's the universe, or perhaps the initial state of the universe. I'm not sure if that's true, but I mean, when someone runs these sorts of arguments, I think it's interesting to just say, well, yeah, let's run with that and see, well, can you offer me reasons why I shouldn't think that? If so, then your argument doesn't really do very much, it seems to me.
Yeah, and that an important point by someone, being here just means thing that exists. Like it doesn't have like the connotation of like person with a mind and all that. Like again, this is where I think like there's a bit of I don't know if it's intentional or whatever, but like I don't think this is the best way of coming to understand like Aquinas's ways, because you've got to like come to understand them on their own terms in the context that they're written, within the scholasticism that they're written in, within the like framework of like what different Catholic monasteries believed about metaphysics and how you approach metaphysics and Aristotelianism and what the terms actually mean. Because there's a lot of baggage like when you read like medieval metaphysics, like because the people thought very, very differently to how we think now. And I think you could very easily, like I as a Christian would have read this and been like, oh yeah, being, like, well, how'd you have like a being on naturalism? Like, the universe isn't a necessary being, bro. Like that's like God, bro. That's like pantheism. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, that I don't even necessarily want to try to evaluate Aquinas's argument from, a modern scientific worldview, because it seems like an anachronistic thing to do. But
Yeah.
that's the problem when you try to run this argument, today. I think it needs to be massively updated and reformulated to conform with and interact with the modern scientific worldview. Otherwise, it can really only be studied, I think, from a historical standpoint.
Yeah, it's a mouthful, but there you have it. Most of those premises, I think, are pretty straightforward.
Right.
Oh, the
Where can people
fourth
go
and
to find
fifth
out more
ways
about
are
Aquinas's
nuts.
5 ways?
Degrees of
Like, what's a good
being.
resource for that?
Oh,
No, I struggled with this. I didn't really come up with a good source. Anthony Kinney has a good book on Aquinas' 5 ways.
do you know what I will actually say here, if people are interested, and probably not, but John Hick, who is not a crazy evangelical, edited a book in like the 50s called Arguments for the Existence of God, and it has a pretty decent section on the 5 ways, including the original text and then commentary from Frederick Copleston on the 5 ways. And Frederick Copleston, because he's not a flag waving phony Catholic, he's a real Aristotelian Catholic, so he explains what all those weird terms, what the work is that they're doing in that system within that.
I mean, you mentioned Ed Fazer here. Ed Fazer is really
Fazer,
good.
if you're looking for a defense of Aquinas on anything, Fazer's pretty much just as good of a source as any other. Is it Antoinette Gilson? He's pretty darn good on the 5 ways. There are
Antoinette. He means Etienne Gilson, not Antoinette. Etienne Gilson's a famous Catholic philosopher, but a historian as well. So, actually, look at that, Aquinas by Etienne Gilson. But again, this, I think, like, when we're talking about like the maybe you just misspoke. It's super uncharitable of me to be like, oh, he doesn't even know this guy's name. But it just seems like this whole thing is like a defensive structure and not like what. Yeah, like, have you actually like read all these books? What do these people actually say? Like, how do they think? Or is it just like collecting philosophy Pokemon?
Philosophers who are starting to defend versions of the 5 ways that don't appeal to some of the more Aristotelian concepts that Aquinas assumes. One of them being one of my advisors, PhD advisor, Scott McDonald. I think he's got a paper called Aquinas' Parasitic Cosmological Argument, where it's an extended defense of the first way, using contemporary physics. So you can find defenses. I just didn't put a lot of research into that.
Right. Okay. All right, let's move on to argument number 4, Samuel Clarke. And I haven't heard of this one, so I'm really curious. Like, I guess I'll let you read this one, and then
Sure.
I may ask a question or two about it.
So an important distinction for this argument is the distinction between contingent things and dependent things. You might have noticed in the previous argument, it started out arguing that there cannot be an infinite number of contingent things, and then it also went to there can't be an infinite number of dependent things either. So this distinction is very important. Everything that's contingent is dependent, but not everything that's dependent is contingent.
I like
so
that.
This argument says we don't even need to talk about contingent things. All we need to do is focus on dependent things, and the argument's off and running.
Yeah, see, this actually strikes me as like, just if we can pause for a second, this argument, what it looks like, the dependence version of like cosmological arguments or contingency arguments, I was really not introduced to these until I started to interact with the work of Josh Rasmussen, which we'll get to. I mean, there's 150 arguments. We're going to get to some Rasmussen and Proust and everyone else. But he was the first one that I kind of saw this distinction between, in everyday language, when someone hears the word contingent.
But well, dare I say that this is just because Cameron isn't doing the intellectual legwork with these like historical arguments that he's looking into, because it's pretty well known that what contingent means within Aristotelian metaphysics is to be dependent upon another being for your existence, right? So, I mean, fair enough. Like, I think this probably just highlights the problem, like with like presenting these old arguments in this way, as if like all the terms just make sense. We're gonna see the same with like, like I think they've got like Descartes arguments later on, and they're gonna talk about like the causal adequacy principle and stuff like that. Like formal reality, an effect must contain as much formal reality as its effect. Like what the heck? Like, yeah, I don't know what formal reality is.
They're probably thinking of it in the dependence like way, you know what I mean? So it was cool to see him make that distinction and then go on to make an argument for God's existence from dependence. So I just wanted to throw that little anecdote in there. Well, let's get back to the argument and run through all of the premises here.
Okay, so there are dependent beings. For any dependent being, it either depends on itself or it depends on another. Nothing can depend on itself. So all dependent things depend on another.
Like this is literally just the same as the other argument.
On another can't be infinite.
Like what's that?
If the series of beings which depend on another can't be infinite, then the series of beings which depend on another must ultimately depend on an independent being. So the series of beings which depend on another must ultimately depend on an independent being.
See, I like that. I mean, the premises I think are a little bit like the version that I've grown to be familiar with from Rasmussen is a lot more simple. I think it doesn't like this has some extra steps that I don't think are necessary, but I still like it. I like these arguments from dependence to an independent being.
So, I do too, so I like and they're structurally similar to other cosmological arguments. But yeah, if you stick with the notion of dependence, yeah, I think that's pretty intuitive.
Yeah. Okay.
So again, an atheist can just accept the conclusion of that argument because it doesn't say anything about the nature of that independent being. So I don't even agree that this is an argument for the existence of God, even aside from any of the premises.
Yeah, like we could talk about, let's say let's say we could like create, you know, like little universes that are set apart from well, we could in theory like use that same reasoning from within that little universe that I've just created in the space of my hands to argue to like me being the cause in that way, and then obviously you'd have to keep going back and you get to God as the original cause. But the point is that like as the cause in a series, you could have like, you know, like a natural kind of thing, like an atom or something. Like let's say I set it up so as some atom does something, you know, interacts in some way that creates that like mini universe. Like this is purely thought experiment. The point that I'm trying to draw out is that like you know, like the beings that are being mentioned and stuff like could just be natural things. Like being that token of language could refer to like an atom in that causal chain of sequences, and they haven't done any of the kind of legwork there. I mean, like it might just not be true. Like some of those things might just not be true, like about infinities and so forth. But ignoring that and granting it, why can that being not just be a natural kind of thing? Like it doesn't tell us anything about what kind of thing that is, other than it has the property of being independent. Or that it is independent, you know, like that.
Okay, we have Clark's classic demonstration, William Rowe, Richard Gale, and Bruce Reichenbach.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, I was going to say that if you guys, so we're going to run through some of these really quickly. So if you, when you see these resources, these resource slides, pause the video and then like jot down whatever you want, because I can't like put everything in the description of this video, all the different resources. There's actually a limited amount of space, but what I can do is make
you can put a link to this
Google slide presentation,
which you eventually did.
So we'll have that link.
Took a while, but it's
after
there.
This video is completed. That way you can gain them that way. Or like I said, you can just pause it and do it that way. All right, let's move on to argument number 5. We're only 5 in. Can you believe? And we're already like hitting some really heavy philosophy here. Like I said, these are not like, this is not your brother's argument that he like came up when he was 5 years old and was trying to share it with his other friend when they were just randomly debating God's existence. So these are very, very serious arguments, as you can see. I also like that, like, I mean, because some of these arguments, like they weren't in this form, right? They weren't like deductive and like a syllogism like this, or like a structured, deductive form. So you had to do a lot of that work yourself. So this is actually this is a huge resource.
Look, I don't know about the Samuel Clarke argument, but certainly all of Aquinas's ways are like so the actual structure in the Summa is like there's like this objection. There's like some random objections about like God not existing or something, and then he just like jumps into the 5 ways. And it's not given in as like 5-point premises or with like modern logic or anything. But like I was saying before, in terms of the way that medieval logicians were trained to think, so there's like this thing called the square of opposition, like all A's are B's, you know, like some C's are B's, not all, and there were certain like forms that there were certain like forms of these that you were trained to combine together as a medieval logician. So like those forms, like there were acronyms for them, like Barbara and Sesteri and stuff like that, where like if you combine like all A's are B's with, you know, like some B's are C's or whatever, then you get to like a particular conclusion. And Aquinas is very much so following that like categorical medieval form in his writing. So it's not like it isn't already an argument form. No, but yeah, I mean, maybe he's talking about the future arguments where he's doing all this legwork, but this just isn't. I mean, like I don't know where Leibniz's cosmological argument originally comes from, but it seems like Craig's done a good enough job of formulating that in syllogistic, like, but you know, premise conclusion form elsewhere. So I don't know really what. It's not like there's nothing novel here to me, at least, about it being put as like 5 bullet points.
Yeah, I think Cameron's more referring to subsequent arguments. So some of the main ones have standard forms, but a lot of the arguments are not standard arguments.
Right. Okay.
And that is Chad, has put them in that. In a lot of cases, has put them in that form.
Okay. Well, then I'm just being an asshole. Like.
Well, I mean, there's still a question to raise as to how accurate the formulations are. Chad did say he contacted some of the authors, so I
guess it's like with the Aquinas thing. It's like, well, at what point is this not even like the argument? You know, like it's like this is in a peer-reviewed journal. Maybe like some of the words are or something, but like,
yeah, it's an interesting point. I mean, looking at some of the arguments, I wasn't always actually. There's one argument in particular where I think Chad's description is quite misleading. We'll get to that when we come to it. Obviously, as I said, I've read a bunch of these papers. I'll look through some of them, not nearly all of them. So I might highlight that when we come to it. But just to comment on this Leibnizian argument. Now, this is an argument run by Craig. I actually think this is one of the better arguments for the existence of God, because I think the premises are all fairly plausible. Notice, although, that this particular formulation doesn't actually say anything about God. It really just establishes the existence of a necessary being. So,
what does outside the world mean? Like, I'd say the world
universe,
just means,
I guess.
Yeah, because
if the world is everything that exists, then obviously that doesn't make sense. But I think maybe the material world could be. I mean, again, I don't know. That might be how I would.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of presupposing that. So anyway, I don't really want to get into the principle of sufficient reason here. I think we'll do a whole BA on Leibnizian cosmological arguments at some point where we can talk about it in more detail. But again, I do think they're worth considering. And the principle of sufficient reason is one of the most contentious aspects of them.
Process.
This is a huge resource. Okay, all right, let's so just why don't I read this one because you read the last one. All right, so here it is. Leibniz's cosmological argument. CA just means cosmological argument. We're going to have to use some abbreviations here. All right, premise number 1: anything that exists has a sufficient reason for why it exists, either in another contingent being or in a necessary being. Number 2: the world exists. 3: therefore the world has a sufficient reason for why it exists, either in another contingent being or in a necessary being. But the sufficient reason for why the world exists cannot be in another contingent being, since A, the world just is the collection of all contingent beings, and B, the sufficient reason for the collection cannot be in its parts individually or collectively. So a sufficient reason for the world must be a necessary being outside the world. And the conclusion, therefore, there is a necessary being outside the world.
So the main premise here is going to be premise 4. And this was David Hume's objection to the argument. He thought that this argument, premise 4 in particular, committed the fallacy of composition. If each part is contingent, why should we think that the whole is contingent? So, for example, if he thought it committed the fallacy like this, if each
this is how one of the things Bertrand Russell raises with Frederick Copleston as well, when he uses this kind of contingency argument. He says, you know, if all men have a mother, why suppose there's a mother of all men?
Yeah, it's interesting. Chad says the main premise here is 4, but I think the principle of sufficient reason, which is premise 1, I think here, that's premise 1, is one of the most widely debated aspects of the Leibnizian cosmological argument today, at least in my understanding. So, I mean, I guess you could debate as to which is more disputed, because you can just deny that everything has a sufficient reason for why it exists. I think that quantum phenomena are a candidate for this, although that's, of course, controversial because it depends on your theory of quantum mechanics and other things. But anyway, I don't think it's necessary to accept premise 1.
Of an engine weighs, I don't know, a pound. That doesn't follow that the engine weighs a pound. The engine is going to be a lot heavier than just a pound. But now, compare a different example. If each part of the wall, each brick of the wall is red, it does follow that the wall is red. So the question is contingency like color, or is it more like weight? And, well, I think it's more like color, right? It's not like weight. A bunch of contingent things together.
Well, I think it's more like weight. What do we do?
Well, we just have to count up who has more arguments for it being like weight or being like color.
Or more intuitions. Yeah.
They don't add up their contingency to be like more contingency in the same way that something lightweight things don't add up their weight to be more heavy, right? You don't get something that's more contingent just by adding up contingent things. So another way of objecting would be, if each part has an explanation, why think the whole must have an explanation? And here are a few examples.
Well, I think that this is the same kind of thing. Like, like if you say you could say reality, right? Like instead of saying like a thing outside the world, you could just say like all of reality. So that would like be a set that includes all of the universe that was created by God and God. Let's just say for the sake of argument, and then you could just run this same thing, and then when they say, well, why why does why is like my brain like gone? What the hell was I just thinking? Like,
Man, we're only on argument 5. Wait till we get to 150.
I'm just thinking like I'm just thinking there's like a symmetry here that you could like draw out where they're being like inconsistent if you just slightly like change it up, like in the way that they'd want to argue against someone who's just saying, well, why is there an explanation for the whole of the universe or something? You could do the same thing for like, you know, God and the universe, and then they just want to say, well, God is necessary, so he's the cause of the whole thing.
They're probably going to say God doesn't have parts that are contingent, right? And so that's different to the universe, which is composed of contingent parts.
What about where are like God's free will choices or something? Are they like a part of God or?
Yeah, well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
There's also things like the incarnation and creation, which are both, well, I don't know if you'd want to call them contingent, but they're both not thought to be necessary because God, I mean, there are, I guess, examples of God exercising his cause, but there are actually some arguments later that mention this. And seriously, some of them just, I remember one of them that just nearly made my head explode, which basically just said like, well, they're not contingent because there's like a necessary part to them and a contingent part to them. And it's like, maybe we'll find it when we come to it.
It's hypostatic union of contingency.
It's just like the most ridiculous hand-waving excuses as to like how you get around the problem that apparently there's all these acts of divine will that are just inexplicable, that like have no reason or cause other than God felt like it, and you just have to somehow get around that by all of this. I think it's a real problem. And again, I just want to emphasize here, these arguments sidestep that problem by just saying, oh, it's a necessary being. You don't have to talk about the nature of God and how it actually works, right? This is why I think that often you can just, okay, let's say there's a necessary being. Let's talk about the nature of that necessary being and what properties it has and how that fits into our worldviews. And I think that this is a very powerful way of showing how problematic theistic notions are, at least in many cases, for doing philosophical work, because I think they just almost always create more problems than they solve.
Yeah.
To think that just if we've explained each part, that's not sufficient for explaining the whole. Richard Gale has this charming example. I'm modifying it a little bit. Imagine that there are 5 philosophers on a particular street corner in New York City, and we want to know why there are 5 philosophers on this particular street corner in New York City. Well, one of them is there because his grandma lives around the block, and he's going to see her. One is there because he's on the way to see a play. One is there because he just wanted to get outside and get some fresh air. One is there, because, and so on. So they each have their own individual reason for being on that street corner. That by itself doesn't explain why there are 5 philosophers on this street corner. That seems to cry out for more explanation. And the explanation there would be, oh, there's a meeting of the American Philosophical Association.
Cries out for an explanation. That was a little Craigism, it felt like.
Oh, that's absolutely a Craigism. And I think that this example... See, I really hate this sort of philosophy. I think hate is actually the right word here, because they give you these thought experiment. It's not even really a thought experiment. It's just like an example, these nuggets. Well, think of this situation. Like, well, yeah, I guess I probably would want more of an explanation as to why it's specifically 5 philosophers. But what does that have to do with anything? Like, how is that analogous to the situation?
And how should we generalize from that?
Yeah, how should we generalize? So many of these, it's like, how do we generalize from that? And I just think it's just such a crappy way of doing philosophy, where you just make these ridiculous generalizations. Again, some of the papers that I've looked at do this as well. But like, just to take that one example, just to illustrate the point. I mean, I know it's just one example, but I just want to illustrate how I think this is such a bad way to do philosophy. Because when you say that, well, okay, this philosopher was there. Sorry, it's not just every set of philosophers. When you say this one was there because he had this reason and this one was there because he had another reason, that's explaining why the particular person is there. It's not explaining why, sort of as a philosopher, they were there. If you see what I'm saying, they're accounting, those explanations account for different aspects of it. They're answering different questions. One is answering, what are these particular people doing on the street? The other is answering, why are there a disproportionate number of philosophers there?
Yeah.
You see, those are different questions. So I think if you just have a bit of clarity about what you're asking, yes, there are going to be different explanations depending on the nature of the question. I don't actually think this has any general bearing on the question of like how you evaluate explanations of wholes from components of those.
Yeah. I guess in a sense, or the sort of conjunction of the explanation why each of the individual philosophers is there is actually an explanation of why.
Yeah, because that's going to include the fact that there's a meeting, right? So he just sort of he omitted that in the initial description because he wasn't actually answering, he wasn't providing all that information because it was just like, why are they as an individual there?
Yeah.
But if you expanded that out, eventually it would come out, oh yeah, they're actually there in that city because there's a convention. And then we actually get that part as well. So you don't actually need to add anything. So I would actually could make that argument for reductionism, right? That when you add enough information in any individual case, there's actually nothing left over that you sort of need to have to say for the whole. But you do have to make sure that you flesh out all of the details in each individual case and not leave anything out. Because if you ask the wrong questions, you may leave things out. And again, it would be
thinking, James. They're thinking, well, then if you don't leave the details out in each individual case, you're going to say, well, he's there because whatever his mum told him to go, and obviously God exists and caused the whole causal reality that they're a part of in each individual case.
Yeah, well, again, but the point here of that example was supposed to give an intuition behind why you would think that an aggregate still needs an explanation, even if the individuals within the aggregate have explanations. And I'm presenting a different way of looking at that, which denies that. But even if you don't agree with the particular way that I just expressed it, what does this have to do with anything? It's just a random example that he came up with. Just because it follows in one example doesn't mean that it follows in every case.
Yeah.
Happening in New York City on this weekend. You see how that works?
So there's something a little bit deeper. Yeah, there's got to be some extra explanation for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Alexander proves.
But there isn't some extra explanation. Like, it's not like the sum of all these individual explanations, and then now they like participate in the Platonic form of five philosopher-ness or something. And like, there's this deeper.
Well, that's what some people think, right? That there is some sort of forms or Platonic essence or something, or like God's sustaining everything. I mean, some people literally think that if God didn't sustain the existence of everything, it would just disappear, which is a really strange worldview, in my opinion. But there are people who think this.
But what I'm trying to say is like the description of that situation where there's like five philosophers and there's each of the explanations as to why they're there. And then it's like, but if we take a step back and we observe that there are five philosophers, now there's like this different metaphysical substance of five philosopherness, and we have to like explain that. It's like there's not like an extra layer of explanation. Like all of the facts are just there about the individual, and you sum them up. And I agree. I think that this actually points to a reductionist notion of explanation, but I wouldn't care to generalize that to all explanations. I would just say it doesn't really establish much of anything. But this is what a lot of these bad arguments do, in my opinion. They point out a few examples that seem to lend support to their intuition, and they just make these ridiculous extrapolations like, well, so all of reality is like that. Yeah, maybe not. Well, it's like the example before where he's talking about like the intuition of whether it's more like weight or color. Like there are these kind of properties that scale up between parts and wholes, and there are these properties that don't. I'm not even sure if color is one of them, because you can kind of like reduce to like the atoms and electrons and orbitals and whatever in the things that make up the colored thing. And at some point you're going to get to something that doesn't have the property of being the color red, but maybe that's like a finer, a more contentious philosophical point. But yeah, like I don't know, let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Just gives a different example. He asks us to imagine a cannonball at rest at noon and then it's fired. So we can ask, why is the cannonball moving 1 minute past noon? Well, because it was moving a half a minute past noon. But if that's true, then why was it moving a half a minute past noon? Well, because it was moving a quarter minute past noon. Why was it moving a quarter minute past noon? Well, because it was moving an 8 minute past noon. So why is it moving at any time past noon is the question. So even if it's movement at any one
what happened?
Ad blocker.
Time is explained by a prior time, it doesn't explain why the cannonball is moving at all. We need to eventually recourse to the fact that it was fired. So those are two examples of how even if we have an explanation of a part, that doesn't necessarily mean we have an explanation of the whole.
Okay, let's move on to some resources for this one. Or no, this is the next argument. Okay.
Yeah, so we have a Leibnizian cosmological argument that's defended by Stephen Davis and Bill Craig, which probably is familiar with your viewers. Everything that exists has an explanation. The universe exists, so the universe has an explanation. If the universe has an explanation, it's God, so God exists. The key premise there is 4, which he points out is logically equivalent to what the atheist has always maintained, which is that if God does not exist, the universe has no explanation. It's just root. So it's a pretty strong argument.
Okay, and let's move on to...
hang on here. What does he mean the atheist has always maintained that if God does not exist, the universe has no explanation?
Romans 1.
Sure answer to everything. I mean, I'm sure atheists have said that, but I'm not sure that it's incumbent on atheists to say this is a classic Craigism where he just says that, oh, my opponents have always said this, and so they have to agree with it. Well, like, no. I mean, indeed, it could be the case that your opponents have always said that, but your argument shows them the error of their ways, and instead they believe something different, which still is not consistent with your conclusion, right? They can just change their belief sets in a different way to how you want them to. But I mean, I could just as well say, well, yeah, the universe does have a cause, and the cause of the universe is, oh, sorry, was it explanation or cause? If you just jump back, which one was it in this argument? Explanation, yeah. So the universe does have an explanation. The explanation lies in the causal properties of some, I don't know, timeless, non-spatial entity that existed outside the universe that made the universe come into being, right? And I can still think that that's a naturalistic entity of some sort. Maybe we don't even understand it.
You didn't pull it off there, James. The timeless, spaceless, immaterial.
The thing is, you can check off a lot of these things and still be a naturalist or an atheist, and you've got even more options available to you. I talk about this in my book as well when Craig says, oh, there's only two options. It's either what is it? It's abstract objects, which are causally effete, so it can't be that, or it's a personal mind. I'm like, no, actually, there are lots of other options. Plus, you could just say an unknown entity, which is perfectly reasonable given that we're talking about the origins of the universe. So we're quite likely not to know the nature of that cause. So the point is, the reasons for premise 4 here are just really not strong. And you can accept it as a naturalist, the universe has an explanation, and even though the Craig says, you're not allowed to, you don't have to listen to Craig.
So Jerome Robinson saying, do these arguments just combine many of the philosophical ideas that we're already aware of? Is that, well, there's sort of there's two levels of explanation here. One of the levels of explanation is like, well, look at like the last 4 or whatever that we've just gone across. Like, they're basically equivalent. Like, pretty much they're just exactly the same argument, but sometimes there's like an extra premise in there. So all you can say is like, maybe one of the premises has been like rephrased in a slightly different way. So that's one of the ways that there's so many. But then there's the other layer of like what's going on, which is like, just basically like what kind of things fit in consistently with the idea that God exists, and like that's another way of them getting so many, which is what we were talking about before in like the nature of like argumentation and these kind of syllogisms and stuff.
I mean, another way is that they just get worse. So that these first 2 sets, although I think that they're bad, they're at least, I don't know how to put it exactly.
The strongest.
They're the strongest ones. Some of them are worth considering. They are seriously debated. And when I say that, I'm talking about cosmological and ontological arguments. We'll get to ontological arguments in a moment. I have more to say about those. As you go through, they get kind of, dare I say, sillier and sillier for the most part. There are a few maybe here and there that are okay, but it just gets weirder and weirder. Basically, the basic procedure is something like this. Find a thing that exists or that we think exists, and then say, well, either we can't explain this or make any sense of it, or we can make sense of it using God. And so because we want to make sense of it or understand it, then we're going to go with God. That's basically how 98% of these arguments work, right? And so the first set of them starts with like the existence of the universe, or indeed the existence of anything, or something like that. Ontological arguments are maybe a bit different from this, but most of the arguments follow this pattern, right? But so if you're starting with the existence of the universe or the existence of anything, then, okay, maybe there's something to be said about God playing a role there. But then it gets sillier and sillier to like the justification for the existence of political systems, or like language itself, or like beauty in nature. Like, there's just these more and more ridiculous things that like, well, you can't explain it, therefore God, which is essentially the argument. And if you read enough of these, your brain starts to melt out through your ears and just wonder, why is anyone writing this nonsense? So that's how they get to 150.
So it's a pretty strong argument.
Okay, and let's move on to some resources for that one. Stephen T. Davis,
Philosophy of Christie paper,
Status of Belief in God, and William Lane Craig's
Ratio Christie. Where have I got Ratio Christie from? What's that?
I don't know. I haven't heard of that.
Is that like an organization or something? Yeah.
A lot of his works, he's defended that one. Yeah. So, right, moving on. So now we are on to argument number 7.
To the same argument again.
To the same argument again.
Because I just have such an affinity for Alexander Proust. All right, number 1 is every contingent fact.
By the way, have you seen Alexander Proust's YouTube channel? It's amazing.
Is that the one you sent to me?
I don't know if I've sent it to you. Maybe I have, because I love it.
But is this where he has like some philosophy stuff and then other completely random things?
There's like one lecture of him like talking about how beauty leads to God. And then there's like all these videos of him like playing Minecraft and like making
that's right.
computers.
Yeah, you sent me that. Pretty weird.
It's amazing.
has an explanation. Number 2, there is a contingent fact that includes all other contingent facts. Number 3, therefore, there is an explanation of this fact necessary. What's like the number 1 objection to this argument?
It's that the first premise is false. And the first premise is what's called the strong principle of sufficient reason. So they're just going to want to deny that every contingent fact has an explanation. There are brute facts.
Okay, and some resources for this one.
So I just want to say something about this. So this is from Blackwell, which again, I do want to go through the Leibnizian argument at some point, but
Sure.
It's not really made clear, but the difference in this argument is that I think Proust developed this, but he comes up with this notion, if you can just jump back to the previous slide, of he calls it like the giant contingent fact or something like that. It's something like that. The idea is that you just take every contingent fact and conjunct them all together, and then you get a big fact that's just like includes literally every single fact of anything that ever exists, right? And he's going to say that this contingent fact itself requires an explanation. And he's going to say that the explanation cannot itself be contingent because it would be contained in the big contingent fact, right? He says that it can't be its own explanation, so therefore it's got to be something outside the big contingent fact. Yeah, it's a bit of sort of screwing with your mind, because it's like, well, maybe I could explain it with this thing. It's going to say, nope, because that's in the contingent factor. If it's contingent,
this is the problem. Well, the problem is that, so the conceptual apparatus that you're using there, this is like what I actually swear when I read Josh Rasmussen's book, this was what I was thinking about some of the things he was saying, because I was like, well, we're talking about like the set of everything that exists, or like the set of all facts that exist. But I'm like, but what are the curly brackets that it exists within? You know, it's like that kind of thing where, like, you know, like the conceptual apparatus, the description is like contained within some like thing, like, you know, like when you, as you think the thought of that thing, you're thinking of all the facts and you're like drawing a box around it, and then you're like, well, what like is that box that contains all the facts? Is that well,
this is the sense in which it's self-referential, because it includes all of that. As long as it's contingent, it's all in there.
Yeah, like the box itself would be in the box.
That's in the box. Yeah, sort of, and that's relevant to some other arguments as well, especially when you get to ontological arguments. There's a lot of boxes in their own boxes kind of stuff that screws around with your mind there. But the point here is it really just it's a different way of getting to the same conclusion, that there's some necessary thing that explains the rest of contingent reality. And again, the atheist can just affirm that and just say, well, the universe is necessary, or there's a causal state prior to the universe that's necessary, or, you know, whatever, really. It's just establishing that something is necessary. And to be honest, I'm not even entirely sure that I even buy into necessary and contingent discourse in the way that that's typically understood. That's maybe a bit of a unusual position, but I'm just not sure that we have the cognitive capacity to sort of latch on to exactly what those things might mean. Because you have to then explain, well, what does it mean for something to be contingent or necessary? And maybe you can explain it using possible worlds. But then there's like, what is that? And what does it mean for something to be possible? So it's not even clear to me that this apparatus even makes sense. But, you know, I'm not sure about that. So I'll just give it the benefit of the doubt. We'll go along with it. And okay, so I guess there must be something that's necessary. Like so that doesn't have any theological significance unless you develop that.
So it just to like clarify, is it so it's something like there's like a set that contains all facts, right? But that set contains like facts about that set and its existence.
Every fact about that set.
But I think like this is the problem. I think that this is because when we as humans like think about that, like I don't know about you, maybe people are obviously going to differ in how they think about it, but like I think kind of like geometrically, like I do think about like the curly brackets and like objects that exist outside. So then geometrically, it kind of doesn't make sense to like have the thing within the thing. But that's the problem, because like the abstract description of it is like a different type of entity. Like it just is a thought. Like a set is just this abstract thing, and so like it can have that kind of self-reference that like my geometric representation can't quite. It's the same thing as like, you know, like going into like 5-dimensional vector spaces or whatever, like where I just can't like visualize it. But and
this comes back to what I was saying before. You have to be very careful when you're combining intuitive statements with this sort of formal structure. Or any formal structure, really, be it logical or scientific or mathematical or whatever, because it's very easy to go wrong with things like that. You know, if you talk about a big contingent fact, it's sort of very hard to intuitively grasp the idea that this sort of contains all of the facts about itself that are contingent, for example.
Or to like geometrically represent that. It's like, oh yeah, the geometrical representation in my mind doesn't make sense, but that's not like a good argument against that not being the way reality could be.
Yeah, exactly.
There are brute facts.
Okay, and some resources for this one, the Leibnizian cosmological argument.
But yeah, I could be just completely wrong in all the things because I've not really read this one. So that's, but yeah, we'll look into it sometime, right?
Yep.
Ian Craig and Moreland's The Blackwell Canyon to Natural Theology, which I've got sitting on my shelf back here. This one is also actually available.
I've also got plenty of books, Cameron. Got 10,000 books, 10,000 cars, million babes, theology babes.
On Bruce's website, I believe. So if you just search for the title of this, then it'll pull up and you can watch it. You can read it for free if you want to learn more about his argument. And Bruce, just like you need to know who he is. If you don't, you need to look him up. You need to look at what the sorts of things that he's saying. I've even featured.
Or you'll go to hell.
A couple of his talks. If you want to watch. One of them was on the argument from beauty.
Because we've got to liven this up.
And another one was a sort of newish argument for God's existence from paradoxes, like the Grim Reaper paradox that I discuss, or that I've had other philosophers on too.
Oh, that's why he likes Proust so much, because he likes the Grim Reaper argument, which I think is a ridiculous argument.
You asked what the,
Well, I used to think like Proust's undergrad is in like maths and stuff, so I think like Proust has got like this epistemic credibility of like the STEM subjects as well, which people who do theology like to have, because atheists say, you know, theology isn't a real subject and it makes people upset.
That's what the strong objection to the Proust argument was. It's what's called the strong principle of sufficient reason. Well, Alexander Proust and Richard Gale tried to come up with an argument based on a weak principle of sufficient reason, which is premise one.
Wait, hang on. It's the premises. Like I was like just initially I glanced at this one and I was like 3-4 turnstile S5, and I was like, what? Like these, but obviously it means the content of the argument at 3. But I was like, what? The integer 3, and then I'm just going crazy already.
For any proposition P, if P is true, then possibly there is a proposition Q that explains P. So it's a little bit weaker than that strong principle of sufficient reason we encountered before. Premise 2, all contingently true propositions in the actual world form a big conjunctive proposition. They use the term fact, but just for consistency, I'll just use proposition BCCP, big conjunctive contingent proposition.
This is what I was talking about before, the big conjunctive proposition. No, the big conjunctive contingent proposition.
Right.
Or fact.
I just wonder,
I just keep thinking of the big friendly giant when I hear that. The BFG.
My big fat contingent fact was what I thought would have been a funny way of. But I wonder, like, again, like what they think is going on here. Like, do they want us to just like hear these different formulations and be like, well, which of these like premises do we find more plausible? And then like whichever ones we find more plausible, like go with them to get to their conclusion that they want us to get to. Like, why are they doing this? Like, what do they genuinely think? Like, some of these like premises are like inconsistent with each other, and so we should adopt some and not others, or like I wish they'd articulate some of that stuff, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a shopping cart approach. What is this? Is another Craigism, a shopping cart approach to metaphysics or something, where you just go on your shelves and take what you like,
right?
Even though that's exactly what everyone does, but it's just bad when people that Craig doesn't like do it. Anyway.
Premise 3, possibly there's a proposition Q that explains BCCP. 4, Q explains BCCP only if Q involves a necessary being.
Wait, so BCCP is my big fat contingent fact.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is because if Q were wholly contingent, Q would be in BCCP. So Q can't be contingent but necessary. Premise 5, there is a proposition.
So hang on. Q explains only if Q involves a necessary being. Okay.
Because otherwise it would be in the big fat proposition, right?
Yeah.
Because it would be contingent.
That explains BCCP. That involves a necessary being. And this follows from 3 and 4, and it's provable in S5, modal system S5, which we'll talk about a little bit later. The argument is this. Look, if possibly Q explains P and Q explains P only if Q is necessary, then possibly Q is necessary. In other words, if Q is possibly necessary. But if Q is possibly necessary, it follows in modal system S5 that it is necessary. So Q. Then we're on premise 6. Q explains BCCP.
Q is contingently necessary.
So we probably need to talk about the dreaded S5 at this point, because this is going to loom large in modal ontological arguments, which, I mean, everyone has heard of this. I know that when I go to church and ask people what brought you to Christ, they're always saying modal ontological arguments. So this is a really important in the life of believers. And one of the modal logic is a system of, I guess, modern logic or non-classical logics in which you talk about possibility and necessity. So without going through a full explanation here, in modal logic, you want to explain when things are necessary, when they're possible. So you have the idea of different worlds. A world is just like a way things can be, or like imagine listing all the propositions and assigning them truth values in each world. So in modal logic, we have this set of worlds, there's probably infinitely many of them. And we ask, like, what is true in this world? What's true in that world? What is possibly true in one world? And what is necessarily true? And the idea is that the way you describe this is by having these connections between worlds. So imagine that I've got a dot representing a world here and its lines connected out to other worlds. If my world connects to 4 other worlds, and then I look around and see in any of these worlds that I connect to, is the proposition true? Let's say it's true at one of these worlds, but false in the other 3. Well, then it's possible in my world that the proposition is true, because there's one world that it's linked to or connected to where the proposition is true. So it's possible. So this idea of what you're connected to describes whether something is possible. Something is necessary in my world if in all of the worlds I link to, the proposition's true. So again, if you think about it like there's 4 worlds I'm connected to, if the proposition's true in all 4, then it's necessary in my world. If it's true in at least one, then it's possible. And if it's true in none, then it's not possible. So this is all fine and good, but how does it relate to S5? Well, S5 is a particular system or a set of axioms, I suppose, in modal logic, which describes how these worlds are structured. And basically it means that it's slightly more complicated, but it basically means like all worlds are connected to all other worlds. So it follows from this, and it might not be obvious, but if you sort of think about it, it makes sense. And maybe we'll talk more about this when we get to doing ontological arguments. But in system S5, if something is necessarily possible, then no, I said it the wrong way around. If something is possibly necessary, oh dear, this is where you get muddled. If something's possibly necessary, that means that there is one world, which all of the worlds that's connected to have proposition P as true. But because each world is connected to every other world, it sort of follows from that every world, at every world P is true. So this only is true in system, well, I shouldn't say only S5, but like only systems that contain S5. It's not true in general. It's only true if you make certain assumptions about the structure of these worlds. So the reason S5 is typically used is because it's simple and you can prove a lot of things in it. Because instead of having arbitrarily complicated graphs of how the worlds are connected, basically everything's connected to everything else. So it's very simple. And then you can prove this stuff, like if something's, it allows you to collapse modal operators. So instead of having to say it's like necessarily, possibly, necessarily possible, you can just collapse it all down to the last modal operator. Yeah. So this is how you get the idea that if something's possibly necessary, then it's therefore necessary. That's where this comes from here.
And it looks like they're telling you something different from what they are. So it's like, like when they're saying like possibly God exists, for example, right? It looks like they're just saying possibly God exists, but what they mean by God is necessary. So like you have to expand out like the syntax of the statements that they're saying, but then you can see that they're doing this. Like they're just saying necessarily God exists. But I mean, there's so much to unpack to like get into like what's going on here, because we've got like this difference between like descriptions and reality and the reality that they represent, and like syntax and like proving things syntactically and like actually proving things in the world. And there's a bit of like it's very easy to jumble those things up and create like necessary things, like a description of something that has to be some way, without like reality actually having any referent that refers to that thing.
Yeah,
like,
so
you can create descriptions of like turkeys that weigh more than that necessarily must exist, way more than like actually existing turkeys. Like the turkey Fred, and like syntactically that must be the case within the system. But like the turkey can't actually the description cannot have that property of weight, but they're just doing the same thing with like existence.
Yeah, so this is abstract symbol manipulation, and your proposition can be anything, and for them it's always that God exists or something similar, but it could be about turkeys or whatever. So the point here is just that when they say possibly there is a proposition that explains the big fat fact, that might seem like an innocuous premise, which is what Nathan was saying, but in this context of modal logic that they're working in, it's not innocuous, because it just follows that when something is possibly necessary, then it is necessary. And so the atheist is just going to object to a possibility claim just as much as they would object to a necessity claim, because in this system, they're just equivalent. when they say possibly, they don't mean epistemically possibly, as in it might be the case. They actually mean possibly in this specific way, that like there is a world that's connected to others in this certain way, which is a very specific and technical sense of meaning meaning possibly. This is what I was saying before. Just because it's the way it sounds in natural language is not the same as what it actually means in the formal system. So you've got to be very careful. Craig does this in a slightly different context, but in a similar way, and he talks about his ontological argument. And this is one of the clearest examples that I think of Craig being intellectually dishonest, because he literally says, it's possibly necessary that God exists. It follows logically and inescapably in this system that if it's possibly necessary, then it's necessary, and therefore God exists. And then he just asks, well, so what do you think? Is it possible that God exists? And,
yes,
and
exactly.
So,
and maybe
that's
epistemically possible.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And he's even explicitly cautioned people against conflating those notions before. So it's not like he's not aware of this. Anyway, so that's me getting on Craig. But the point I'm making here is you have to be really careful about this. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, I think it's really important because they'll want to, like, I mean, not everyone is like going to learn all this stuff about like different like systems of modal logic and philosophy of language and so forth. And it's like, like they're going to frame it as if the burden of proof is on the atheist to show that it's not epistemically possible that God exists. Because they've shown that if possibly God exists, then God exists. But they mean it in that different sense than the sense that they mean you've got to show now that, epistemically God can't possibly exist. That's so.
Yeah, so this will come up again with the ontological arguments, but since we're moving there, whenever the atheist is faced with that and they're using modal logic, the atheist can in perfectly good conscience just deny the possibility premise, because it's not equivalent to saying that you're certain that God doesn't exist. Yes. It's just denying that it's possible in a very specific sense. And again, because it's really equivalent to just saying that God exists, to say that he possibly exists in this modal context of S5, then of course, the atheist is not just going to agree that it's possible, right? This is Oppie again, right? Why would the atheist agree that it's possible that God exists, knowing that it just directly entails from that God actually does exist, where they don't believe that? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. So why would anyone run an argument based on this that includes a premise that it's possible that God exists or something similar to that? Yes, metaphysical possibility. Yes, that's exactly right. So there's a world that's connected up in this particular way that's described by S5 where God exists. And it turns out that if it's possibly necessary in S5, it's actually necessary, which means it's true in all worlds, which means it's true in the actual world. So it means, metaphysical possibility in the sense of possible worlds, logically possible, or perhaps metaphysically possible worlds. It doesn't mean epistemically possible as in as far as we know. So it's completely consistent to say that as far as I know, God could exist, even though I think it's unlikely, like it's epistemically possible. But I don't think that it is metaphysically possible in the sense of, this particular logical apparatus or system here. And that's by the way, what I think. That's another point as well. You can easily parody these sorts of arguments, which it's possibly necessary that the flying spaghetti monster exists. Well, I mean, maybe you could argue against that, but what do you think? Is it possible? Like, can you be sure that the flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist? So if it's possibly necessary, you can just make silly parody arguments as well, which has been a big point in the literature.
Only a few reports of personal explanation. And the reason here is that there's a distinction between personal explanations and scientific explanations. Scientific explanations are explanations in terms of the laws of nature, law-like generalities. Personal explanations are explanations in terms of agents and their intentions. So if we ask a question, why is the water boiling? You could give a scientific explanation.
Two sides of the same coin.
And in terms of
why can they not be two sides of the same coin?
Kinetic energy, the water molecules, blah, blah, blah. Or you could give a personal explanation, which is that I wanted to make some tea. So we have this distinction between these two kinds of explanations.
And what I mean by that is I think that me and James would both say that, like the personal explanation, wherever persons are involved, of course, because you're going to have some scientific explanations that have nothing to do with persons. But where you have a personal explanation, you can give that description in terms of like a scientific explanation of what's going on. But you can also give it in terms of the personal explanation. They're just two sides of the same coin, or reducible, as James would probably say.
Well, they point out, Gale and Proust point out that because scientific explanations are just generalizations over all of contingent reality, scientific explanations must also be contingent. So scientific explanations can't involve only contingent propositions, all of which are already included in BCCP. So no scientific explanation, no proposition reporting a scientific explanation can explain BCCP. So whatever proposition explains BCCP, and this is the conclusion, It must, well, it's premise 6.
That's-
must report a personal explanation.
That's literally the argument given in the paper. I'm just looking at this now because this is one of the papers I pulled. It's literally just like, it can't be the case that Q gives a scientific explanation of P, because then Q must contain some law-like proposition as well as proposition reporting state of affairs at the time, like initial conditions. But such propositions seem to be contingent, especially the latter.
Seem to be.
And they can't. No, that's literally the argument. And therefore, well, it can't be. It can't be scientific. Well, like,
Seems so.
Well, how do you know? Well, how do you know that no scientific explanation of any sort can ever be necessary?
Well, it seems so. Let's say there are some necessary facts, right? About let's say the initial state of the universe is necessary, right? And there's some facts about that. And then let's say, like, I'm not professing to offer an explanation of how the universe then becomes contingent after that point. But let's say it does, and then there's a series of facts that follow. But shouldn't from those initial, like on the naturalist view, from those initial necessary facts, which would be like this necessary thing, like you could deductively get to all of the contingent ones from like combining and recombining any of those initial facts. That's what I would think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some kind of like unpredictable. I'm just saying, like, there's certain natural frameworks that could be the case which get around this. I mean, maybe there's natural ones that wouldn't get around this, where like I don't know. I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent. Like the chancy swerving of atoms, or the unpredictability or probability. Like you'd have to be committed to certain, but it seemed to get around.
Well, there could be brute contingencies, meaning things that are contingent but have no explanation, right? So that could be true. But I think this argument it says possibly there's an explanation for every contingency, right? So, and then they're using modal logic to say that there is an explanation. So this implies that there are no brute contingencies, but you can still argue that there's a necessary scientific, or what I might just call naturalistic explanation that involves necessary facts. And the only argument given, as far as I can find in this paper, is that it seems that couldn't be true. Well, I'm convinced. It's also interesting that then they face the problem of trying to explain how God's intentional actions are not contingent, because it seems that they don't want to say that they're necessary. There is some discussion in this paper about that, which I find rather lacking. But this is a perennial problem for these type of arguments. They want to say that it has to be necessary. It has to be a necessary grounding or explanation or something for reality or the universe. But God's actions can't all be necessary, because they want to say that he made free choices in, say, creating or incarnating and things like that. So they have to find this elaborate way of making it so that it's like not necessary but not contingent either. I'm trying to even make sense of what they're saying in this section here. I honestly can't make sense of what they're saying.
Well, should we can go on to these.
Yeah, keep going. I'm just saying that I'm looking at this and it doesn't make sense to me what they're saying here.
And so the conclusion, there's a proposition Q that explains BCCP that involves a necessary being and reports a personal explanation.
Yeah, so this one, someone's noting in the comment section that this one is a little bit more on the complex side, which is okay. We're going to get even into more complex waters, a whole lot more complex when we start talking about,
because the less you understand it, the more true it is.
About ontological arguments, which is section number 2. So if that was too much, then just get ready, because it's about to get a lot worse. So there's that. But then I was going to say something that's, let me say this first. So my favorite, not my favorite, but a really cool thing about this argument, let me pull it back up here, is that
it's so complicated that it's really difficult for YouTube atheists to make me feel silly for what I believe.
Gale is an atheist. He's I don't know if he's agnostic.
What?
He's definitely not a theist. He's a non-theist. Yet, I just want you to note that he's developed this argument for God's existence.
So why should if he? Oh my God!
I know this is so stupid. When you think about
why should this convince us? Like, you're offering this, like, he's offering this argument as if it's meant to like convince us that God exists, and yet it comes from someone who isn't convinced by it that God exists.
Exactly. So you should be especially convinced because the guy who made it isn't convinced by it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for that, Cameron. Oh dear.
With Alexander Proust, and he's defended in the literature and everything. Like
Romans 1.
That to me shows a big difference between what happens in
you need a Romans 1 banner.
It's like he just couldn't help himself. Like the knowledge of God impressing on his heart is just so much that he had to use his soul to create this argument.
As opposed to what happens on YouTube and in debates on Facebook and on Twitter and stuff. It's like in the philosophy world and academic world, they're not afraid to steel man arguments, to attempt to better the other side's position. And so it's just, I don't know. I find that really, really interesting. Gale, he's a non-theist himself, yet he's defended this argument and developed a dialectic that way. It's just
Yeah,
really
I
cool.
think Gale's work is very underappreciated. It's brilliant, and his writing is superb. I love Gale's writing. You should, yeah, if you haven't read much Richard Gale, you should. But the point I wanted to make earlier is that the more complicated arguments are going to be in these first few categories, cosmological and ontological. It gets easier from there.
Good to note. All right, so let's move on.
So Cameron says it gets harder. Chad says it gets easier. Everything is a mess.
On to some resources for this one, which is just Richard Gale and Alexander Prusa's A New Cosmological Argument, and that you can find in Religious Studies. Okay.
They didn't even have the iPhone when they made this. Just think about that. Not that that's like a reflection of the.
They didn't even have Wikipedia when they made this.
So they didn't even have Wikipedia, but they'd figured out the ultimate nature of the universe. that's like you know, like when Christians hate those like lowbrow like atheist memes. Like that, my comment there is like that, but you know, like in terms of like how much like credence we should give like our you know, like our thinking we've like figured out the ultimate nature of the universe. I mean, I don't know, maybe if Christianity is true, God's revealed it to us in such a way that it's easy to know. But it seems like God hasn't revealed it to us through the Gale Prusa cosmological argument, because like there was a lot of intellectual. So if we're doing it off of like our own ability to conceptualize and figure out the world, it's like I've got a pretty low like credence to like these like ultimate like explanatory.
No, it's actually the Gödel ontological argument, rather, that God has truly revealed himself, and we'll get to that in a moment. That's
is that in
pinnacle
here?
of divine revelation.
Oh,
oh, it is. Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's this whole thing about like, yeah.
Moving on to cosmological argument, and this is argument number 9. So I'll go ahead and read this one. This one's got a lot on the screen here. PPE, and is that just a principle? What is PPP? PPE?
Well, because we don't. This is the cosmological argument. Without the principle of sufficient reason, we have to use a different acronym to say the same thing.
I like this part.
Let me take this one, yeah, because I've got my notes on this one. It's a little bit, it might not be transparent.
Okay.
So two philosophers.
Cameron's like, oh, I'd like to cover this one. It's like, hang on, what's this thing? And then Chad's like, well, I better cover this one, Cameron. Just, you know, it's just like nudges him out of the way. It's like,
true
ouch.
A cosmological argument without the principle of sufficient reason, based on this principle, and it's the principle of epistemic explanations, they call it. Okay, so kind of a mouthful there. And it's PPE. Given that 1, there's a possible explanation of the fact that F, and 2, any possible explanation of the fact that F entails P, it's reasonable to believe P. Here's an example. The match is on fire. Any possible explanation of the fact of that
because Pine Creek prayed to God to light the match on fire. That's the end.
Fact entails that there's oxygen in the atmosphere. So it's reasonable to believe that there's oxygen in the atmosphere. Okay? So we can run the argument with PPE. 1, the proposition that there's a unique necessary being who brought about the existence of everything other than itself by willing that the other being should exist would, if true, explain why there are contingent beings. There is a possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings. And so 1 and 2, premise 3 here, there is no proposition consistent with the claim that there are only contingent beings, which, if true, would explain why there are contingent beings. But 1 and 2 together satisfy PPE. That's the principle. Given that 1, there is a possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings, and 2, any possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings entails P, there is a necessary being, it's reasonable to believe that P, there is a necessary being. So 1 and 2 together just satisfies the main principle here. And we had premise 3 and the premise 4, any possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings entails that there is a necessary being. And so the conclusion, it's reasonable to believe that there is a necessary being.
Okay, I'm not going to.
So this argument here is
than...
very similar to the previous one. They're just weakening it slightly so they don't have to defend the principle of sufficient reason, which is fairly strong. The PPE thing here is close. It's basically just saying instead of saying that every contingent thing needs an explanation, they're saying, well, if a contingent thing
the things we need for the argument
has an explanation, then there's a reason to believe in that thing, which is not that unreasonable. Although I would say that you got to compare across explanations. Like, if it's a bad explanation, then that's not really much of a reason. The flying spaghetti monster might be an explanation to explain some contingent facts, including the big fat contingent fact thing. But like, is it a very good explanation? Well, then maybe it doesn't seem to have any way of weighing up different explanations. Anyway, so I don't have much else that's novel to say about this other than it's just making it more complicated, as if it wasn't already.
So maybe we should move on to give some resources on this one. Do you want to talk about that resource at all, or should we just move on?
Faith and philosophy paper.
Okay. Easy enough.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take this one too.
Yeah, this is okay. Kuhn's cosmological argument, published in 1997, was instrumental in launching a lot of different cosmological arguments. Very influential cosmological argument, and it's extremely logically tight. Okay, so it's based on certain mereological axioms, a few principles of causation, and then
I'm just wondering what overlaps means here. Like overlaps in what sense? Like there's different ways things can overlap.
Oh, this is the.
This
Hang on, let me make sure I'm looking at. Which one are you looking at here?
I'm looking at just premise one, but
Overlap?
like, this is going to be where like
there.
words are being used in a very specific sense.
I think it means is like overlaps is the opposite of being a part of.
Yeah, that's what it like, but it means overlaps in the sense of like what overlaps means within like this metaphysical system. So like it's almost like pointless me trying to make sense of it because this is just like a game of like metaphysical axioms.
I think I don't know entirely because I have not looked through axiomatized forms of mereology, which honestly is one of the least interesting things I can imagine doing. But mereology is the study of parts and wholes, by the way. They may have mentioned that, but I mean, the way I think of it is there's two sets, right? And if each member of set X is also a member of set Y and vice versa, then they're the same thing. Although here it says that it's a part of. So yeah, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I think, if I only said it one way, then that would be correct. If each member of X is also a member of Y, then X is a part of Y. And then if each member of Y is also a member of X, then X and Y are the same. So something like that, if that's helpful.
No, like I understand that. I guess what I was thinking about is like I was like trying to read it in like natural language, right? Is the problem? Like,
well, that was
like
silly.
overlap. Yeah.
The argument's often running. It's similar to the Leibnizian cosmological argument, except with cause, but not explanation. Okay, so here are the mereological axioms. Mereological just being study of parts and wholes. So axiom 1, X is a part of Y if and only if anything that overlaps X overlaps Y. Overlaps just means they share a part in common. Axiom 2, if there's a thing of type C, then there's an aggregate or sum of all such types. 3, X is identical to Y if and only if X is a part of Y and Y is a part of X. 4, if a whole exists, so do all of its parts. And 5, if all parts of a whole exist, so does the whole. Now, these axioms of mereology are not very controversial, so he's just kind of taking them for granted. Now, here's a definition. A wholly contingent thing is something that has no necessary parts. It's entirely contingent, nothing necessary about it. Okay, 3 principles of causation. First,
is that the next slide?
Yeah, next slide. First, only actual existent things can be causes or effects. Seems pretty reasonable. Second, a cause and its effect must be distinct. The cause can't overlap its effect. And then third, every wholly contingent thing has a cause. Now, the argument runs as follows. Next slide.
That third premise is going to be the strong one there.
Thing are necessary. That follows from axiom 4. And K is just system modal logic. In modal logic, every contingent thing has a wholly contingent part.
Like, I don't know about, maybe you're doing a better job here, but like my working. Well, the other day, like I had to remember a password and I remembered 9 digits first time. But you know, like the working memory of like 7 items plus or minus 2 or whatever. Like, I just can't keep all of these like premises in my head at the same time and checking for like validity and stuff as they like go on. Like this is pretty useless for me, to be honest, in terms of convincing me.
Well, it's really smart though, so you should believe it.
That's true.
First and second axioms. Definition, let C be the aggregate of all wholly contingent reality. 3, if there are any contingent things, C is wholly contingent thing. That follows from A1, A3, the definition, and limit.
But to be fair, I was telling myself a story about it as I go along. So maybe this is why God revealed this argument, but through the story of Jesus Christ, because human working memory is better if we like associate it to a narrative, right? So rather than, yeah. I'm just thinking like
the thing is, look at the conclusion. The conclusion is basically the same thing, that the sum of all contingent things has a cause that's necessary. It's the same conclusion that we've been getting to, and so the atheist and naturalist can accept that. So I just like, well, let's just forget all that mereological stuff and just say, okay, let's just, for the sake of argument, accept that conclusion and see what comes out of it. And they do actually talk about this in their paper. The paper is kind of interesting because it's not just a wall of text like some papers, but there's sort of like subsections and responses to objections in it. And some of the stuff is quite interesting. Like, for example, you know, they respond to the objection that like, how do you know that every contingent fact has a cause? Which was I think the third premise of the previous slide. Because that's going to be a particularly important premise, right? Because you could just deny that every contingent fact has a cause. And their argument is basically like, well, you know, lots of contingent facts have cause, and we use this in science and everyday life a lot. And so I guess we should think that it's basically an inductive argument. Yeah, they don't call it that, but that's essentially what it is. And And then they say, well, if you deny this, then it means you have to be a radical skeptic. And like, well, no, it just means that you're not willing to generalize to like literally the origin of the universe. It's what I was saying before. It's about inducting over this slice of reality that we experience, even all of science, to like everything that exists and saying, no, every single contingent thing must have a cause. It's so silly.
If I have to reject, if I have to reject that, if I have to be a radical skeptic in order to reject Jesus in my heart, then that's just the price I've got to pay.
I've just read this passage here. They said, without the conviction that all or nearly all of these, they're talking about like things in history and so forth, have causes, all of our reconstructions of the past, and therefore nearly all of our knowledge, would be groundless. Moreover, our knowledge of the future and probable consequences of our actions depends on the assumption that the relevant future states will not occur uncaused. The price of denying this axiom is very steep, embracing a comprehensive Pyrrhonian skepticism.
I'm sorry, but if you think like we've been around for 13.8 billion years and we've got like, you know, like however much access to contingent things that have had an explanation of that kind, like really we don't have like a very large sample size to be able
or
to
a representative sample.
Yeah.
And so here's my question. So we've got examples from our history, natural history, human history, of using causation. And yeah, so I'm not a sort of an eliminativist about causation. I think it's probably a real thing, but can we really extrapolate that back to the origin of the universe and space and time itself and say it must apply there as well? Like, do you think that that's a good inductive leap? I want to know how you could possibly justify that as an inductive leap, because nothing that they've said there has any bearing on whether the universe as a whole. Note that they actually put in brackets the conviction that all or nearly all of these have cause as well. So maybe there's like at least one that didn't have a cause, like maybe the beginning of everything that came before time and space.
Maybe they're going to describe to me how like uranium decays, or like what.
Well, yeah, that's another example that you could
like an electron is in a
The point is there's a clear difference between things that happen in the universe and the origin of the universe itself. In fact, that's the whole point of this argument. So I'm just going to say, yeah, every single thing in the universe, like plausibly, you could argue every single thing in the universe has a cause, but the universe as a whole, or the start of the universe, did not have a cause because it's not a thing in the universe, and we don't have any evidence from stuff in the universe about the beginning of the universe itself. So that whole inductive argument as to why every contingent thing needs a cause just gets thrown out the window because it's not relevant to the question. And literally, this is the argument they make in their paper. That's it. That's what I mean. It's so bad. Like, they do all this elaborate work to get this conclusion, which doesn't actually say much, but even so. And then one of the key premises that every contingent thing needs a cause is just explained in like literally one column of one page, like half a page. And that's the argument, inducting over things that happen in the universe. Like, seriously, that's why I should believe your conclusion. It's just so bad.
Lemma 4, if there are any contingent things, C has a cause, follows from lemmas 3 and the C3, which I think is just a different, C3, the third principles of causation. Every contingent thing overlaps C. And then we can derive from these theorem. If there are any contingent things, then the cosmos, the sum of all wholly contingent things, has a cause. That is a necessary thing. Now, I said it's a very tight argument, and you can see how tight it is if you just look at my own simplification.
What does he mean tight? Like, as invalid?
Chad likes his arguments tight.
Like, hopefully they've all been valid. Like, what is the property of tightness in an argument? Like,
I don't think it's reducible to the parts of the argument. It's more of a holistic, non-quantitative property that you just assess by intuition. In fact, maybe he has a properly basic belief in the tightness of this argument with intrinsic defeaters.
Well, it's like, if the argument is valid and the conclusion agrees with something I believe, then it's tight, bro.
Slide. Premise 1, there are contingent.
Does your argument even lift, though? Because that was a tight
all wholly contingent things. Now, he's just defining the cosmos in that way. 3, the sum of all wholly contingent things is a wholly contingent thing. That's what most of what we just covered went to.
It follows logically and inescapably. Like,
it's logically and inescapably.
Like, it is Craigisms, I think. Did I tell you the thing about, like, how I started doing, when I was a Christian, I started doing this with my hands, and I didn't realize Craig had like a degenerative muscular disease.
I didn't know that until you mentioned that. I hadn't heard it.
Yeah, like, because there's a blog post, completely off topic, but we've got to keep it light. There's a blog post about Craig's daily routine that I read as a Christian, because I was like, if I want to be a saint like Craig, then I have to copy his daily routine. And he does bicep curls every morning.
I did know that he lifted, but I didn't know about the muscle thing.
Yeah, curls every morning, bro.
I have written that his wife does like all the housework and food and stuff. So like, I guess
think-
that does help when you don't have to do any
they have a
work.
very evangelical relationship, I think. And I don't know. Did I ever share with you the article about frequent enthusiastic sex, even when the wife doesn't want it? Yeah,
Yes.
that's a weird thing he said. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat.
Cheers. I think it's pronounced Kelly.
That's right.
Hope I got that right.
And that is derived. That's not really premise. That's derived from the axioms and definitions. 4, so the cosmos is a wholly contingent thing. 5, each wholly contingent thing has a cause. That's the key premise of the argument. And then 6, so the cosmos has a cause that is not a contingent thing, namely a necessary thing. Now, what's cool about this argument is if you accept the axioms and you accept those three principles of causation.
What's cool about the argument is that if you accept all the premises, then the conclusion follows.
All follows. The conclusion follows.
Yeah, and I've already identified. Sorry, the causal premise there about that every contingent thing requires a cause is a controversial, and I think you can quite readily deny that one. But even if you accept it, you're still just saying that the cosmos has a cause that's not contingent, which is just the same thing we've been getting to. Why do I have to think that's a god? They do have a discussion of that in this paper, and again, it's just like really bad. Hang on, where was the bit? Because they're saying like it can't be an aggregate because an aggregate could exist with a constituent part of a mere aggregate can exist in the absence of the aggregate. Hence, an aggregate must have parts that exist only contingently, which means that the aggregate as a whole must exist contingently. I don't understand why any of that is true. They're just basically saying that has to be the case. And because I think they're going to say, well, any material thing is like an aggregate or something. And so aggregates can't be, it can't be necessary because, their bits of them are contingent or something. I don't even know what the reason's supposed to be. They're just saying these things. Like just because you say a thing and then hence, that doesn't mean it's an argument. You've just asserted a bunch of stuff. I don't know why we should accept that. I think they actually just define God as the thing that caused the universe in this paper.
And 5 by saying that he just appeals to empirical science. He says every success.
Like, here's a problem with all of reality. Like, it's made of parts which have these properties. So God just very conveniently happens to be, by definition, the thing that doesn't have that property yet. Like,
oh yeah, sorry. I got to say more about this. So I'm pretty sure they just say God is just defined as the thing that explains the contingent universe, and then they say God has only immeasurable properties. Oh, this is so good. I've got to go through this. I was reading this just earlier.
Do you want to share your screen, James? Or...
Yeah, let's do that because this just gets absolutely nuts. You'll think I'm making it up. Well, I don't know. Maybe by this point you won't.
And what we should do is obviously replace the lyrics to popular Christian hymns with however they define God.
Yeah, here it is. Okay, so a necessary fact entails the necessary existence of some being or system of beings, which we might as well call God. So they're just defining God as the thing that is the cause of every contingent thing. So already that's a linguistic slip here.
Yeah.
Well, because it might be more than one thing at this point, right?
Yeah, but
until they make this argument.
Hinduism or something. Like, yeah, I don't.
But I mean, it could be a quantum. I think that if the universe has a necessary cause, it's probably some sort of quantum-ish state. And when I say quantum-ish, I mean like, it's going to be quantum theory of gravity and completed physical theory. So we don't know what it is yet, but like something like that, right? That's what I would advocate as the best candidate. So how do they get to just like this God, which is just defined into being, to an actual personal God? So I've already mentioned the part where they say that it can't be an aggregate because of reasons, basically. God has these attributes by necessity. Okay, that's fine because he's a necessary being. But then this part is just bizarre. God only has immeasurable properties. Well, why is that? Any attribute that is measurable participates in the structure of more and less. Okay, the more and less constitute a continuous spectrum. Consequently, it seems reasonable to assume that for any measurable attribute, where A consists in having some determinable amount to some degree, then any being that has X, there's also a being that has a little bit more or a little bit less of that thing, which is what they're saying here. Therefore, no measurable attribute can be held by necessity. Wow. Okay, so what was the argument here? It seems reasonable to assume. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, I'm convinced, right? But it gets better. It gets better.
That is measurable participates in the structure of the more and the less. That's such a funny sentence.
I didn't know I'd be participating in this structure all this time. So they're just literally asserting that anything that has some sort of quantitative property can't have that quantitative property necessarily.
What if it's necessary? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What if it's necessarily that quantity? Like,
Well, no, it just can't be because it's not reasonable to assume that.
Is God contingently a trinity?
Oh, wow.
There's
measure
more
this.
the trinity or the... Okay.
Well, let's talk about this. So this means if God has a size, it must be infinite. If God has an age, it must be infinite, and so on, because it has to be immeasurable. Okay, but what about the fact that God's a trinity? Well, here we go. The only finite properties that God could essentially have are those that involve whole integers, such as existing as 3 persons. It doesn't make sense to exist as 3.01 persons, so this attribute counts as immeasurable.
Wait, what? Well, clearly it is measurable.
No, it's immeasurable because it's an integer, right?
What?
No, it's immeasurable because it's an integer. Integers aren't measurable. Haven't you been paying attention in maths?
You can't have 3.01 persons, bro.
This is what I mean. This is just so ridiculous. Oh dear. And it gets better. So God is not essentially located in space or time. Okay, so this seems a problem if we want to say that it's like material in some sense. If God were, and remember, by God, they just mean the thing that caused the universe. If God were located in space or time, it would be located either in a part or the whole. Okay. If it were located in a part, its location would be measurable and hence contingent. Oh, can't be measurable, remember, because it's not reasonable to think that it is. The location of an essentially spatiotemporal being is one of its basic attributes, so it would have a contingent attribute, contrary to corollary 3. So what this is saying is that if it was spatiotemporal, then its spatiotemporal location would have to be contingent because it would be measurable. So you can't have an entity that necessarily exists, say, at the start of space and time, because that would be measurable with the number 0, and you can't be measurable if it's necessary because it's not reasonable. Unless it's 3. It's a lot like of 3, but not any other. Well, I guess 0 is not technically an integer, is it? So maybe because I would say, well, the spatiotemporal location of the cause of the universe is at the start of the universe, right?
Look,
so
I've got a really difficult question for you, James. But could you measure for me how many pens I'm holding in my hand? It's not 3.01. I'm just going to tell you that.
If it's exactly 3, then yes, I can. Yeah, it's a bit like asking Craig how many praises will he give to God in heaven. He keeps insisting in saying that it's an indefinite number, even though obviously it has to be an actually infinite number, but he just won't admit it because he can't. It's so stupid. What else? Yeah, so God can't be physical because a physical object would have to be in space-time, which means it would have a measurable property, which means that measurable properties can't be necessary because it would not be reasonable to think so. So there you go. So that's why it has to be a personal being, because it wouldn't be reasonable to think otherwise. And there's some other silly stuff here, but oh yeah, here we go. I mentioned this before. Is the argument compatible with creation as a free act? Because if you want to say that God's freely chosen actions are contingent, then that seems to be a problem. So I'm trying to remember what they say about this. The relator of causal relations are facts. So the account of seems to exclude libertarian agency, which is what they want to argue for.
Well, hang on. Like the relator of causal relations are facts, I suppose.
Yeah.
But like that's just like a truism in the sense that like everything's a fact, isn't it?
I would say so, but maybe, I don't know, because people interpret facts differently.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't think that's actually critical here, but...
yeah, I was just... Everything that is the case.
Yeah, so this is... Okay, this has to be looked at here, because this is critical to their argument, because otherwise God can't even do what they're saying he's supposed to be able to do. So when one substance, like an agent, so when God causes a change in the world through an exercise of his free will, blah, 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 there are clearly 2 facts, okay? So there's the composite fact that the agent substance possessed the power, and the patient substance, that's the thing that they're acting on, possessed the relevant liability. So God could do it, and the thing that he was acting on could experience the effect, and that the fact that the change actually occurred. The first fact is at least part of the cause of the second fact. Nothing in the account given requires that the effect be necessitated by the cause, which is interesting. Hence, there is no requirement of determinism. The actual exercise of power in producing the change might not have happened, even if the cause had existed without alteration. So you can have the cause, but not have the effect, and it's still causation, according to this account. It's like it's a cause, but it doesn't necessarily bring about the effect. And so therefore, it's not necessitation. What are you even talking about at this point?
Yeah,
in the case of creation, it's clear that we're dealing with an undetermined action. So he didn't cause it. If God's being necessitated, he's creating this world, then this world would be necessary, contrary to the arguments above. Thus, we have at least one instance of an undetermined intentional action. So they're basically just saying, well, it has to be undetermined because otherwise it would contradict our argument. So we're just going to say that it is.
You know what we were talking about in terms of Oppie's paper, where he's saying, like the best theories that are put forward by claim and not claim. But what you can do, but you want those theories to not contain any contradictions. It seems like the Christian worldview sort of is sort of implicitly full of those, where they want to have things like these sui generis uncaused causes, but then also like every fact that exists demands an explanation. So like it seems like a lot of these things are actually in tension with each other, to me.
Absolutely, and I point that out repeatedly in my book on Craig, because there's a lot of stuff that is contradictory here. This is why this paper is so good, because there's just so much stuff here that is ridiculous. Oh yeah, and this is a further objection. Did God cause that he caused the world? This is further talking about that point. Actually, I want to talk about this a bit as well, because it's relevant not just for this but other arguments.
Right.
So if God causing the universe is a contingent fact, then what caused that contingent fact? Well, God caused it.
Otherwise, it'd be in my big fat fact.
Yeah, exactly. Big fat sort of fact. So the best answer to this objection is to point out that there is no reason to think that C star. So that, I think, is God causing. Consider the fact that the first cause. Yeah. So C star is God causing the cosmos, right? So there's no reason to think that this is wholly contingent. This is what I was saying before, right? Okay, so like, how is God causing the universe not contingent?
James, is this a little bit? This is a little bit like Euthyphro sray sort of thing. Like it's like
a little bit.
Like what in virtue of what can we say that there is like
it's sort of like that.
Like like
it's applying it
to divine realm. Yeah.
It's sort of like that, yes, analogous, I would say. So the fact that the first cause causes the cosmos would appear to be composed of two facts, okay? The first cause and then the cosmos. The truth that the first cause the second does not represent a third fact in addition to the first two. Instead, such statements about single causal connection supervene upon the cause, the effect, and certain non-factual truths about the modal relationship. What is a non-factual truth? I'd be very interested in knowing what that is. Therefore, the wholly contingent part of C star is simply the cosmos itself, and we are forced only to reaffirm that the first cause does cause the cosmos. So what they're saying is, no, the fact that God caused the cosmos isn't contingent because it's not actually a new thing. It's just consists of the cosmos, which is contingent, and God, which is necessary. And that's all there is to it. Oh, plus there's some non-contingent facts that somehow...
This is what I meant when I was trying to do the symmetry thing that the naturalist could do about, say, like just make the starting point of the universe the necessary thing and then have like the facts supervene in this way, and then you've just got a far simpler explanation or far simpler theory.
So to me, this makes absolutely no sense at all. If I say that God caused the universe, I'm asserting that there's a fact about some sort of causal interaction or intervention or effect that's been made there. And I have to ask, is that particular fact or thing necessary or not? And it seems that, or is it contingent? And it seems that it is contingent unless God is forced to do it, or like that he was required to do it. And therefore it's contingent. They're just trying to get around that by saying, no, there's no further thing about the cause. It's just like somehow composed of, well, no, they say it supervenes on the universe and God. But no, that's not what causation is, according to them. They're saying it's a fundamental property. It's a relator between two things, which it's distinct from those things. This is basically just saying that to say that it supervenes, but in a way where it doesn't exist, is kind of like saying that if I have a person standing on the hill and then the ball rolling down the hill, and I say, well, the person pushed the ball down the hill, they're going to say, no, the person didn't push the ball down the hill. No, the fact of the person pushing the ball down the hill just supervenes on the person and the ball rolling down the hill. That's all there is. Like, well, no, the push occurred. Like, that's what the causal act was. And they're just trying to define that away here because they'd have to say that it's that causal act itself was contingent, which would undermine their whole argument. So they just have to come up with this ridiculous hand-waving nonsense that the causal act somehow didn't occur and just like supervenes on the universe and God themselves, and therefore it can just like magically disappear. This is similar to what Craig does when he tries to get around the problem of agent causation, because you can ask the same question. Well, like, does God cause his causal act to begin to exist? Because that's more relevant to the Kalam, right? The beginning to exist thing. And Craig just says, well, agent causation doesn't work that way, so get out of jail free kind of thing. So like, this is what I mean. You have to dig into the details to see the ridiculous lengths they have to go to avoid these problems to their arguments. And again, it's just like...
and there's loads of these like apologist destroys atheist videos online where like, if atheism is true, then why don't we just have things popping into existence? Whereas like their metaphysics of theism is like God's creative acts just literally just randomly popping into existence and doing things.
Yeah, except that they supervene on God and the thing that is affected by, so they don't actually exist.
Yeah.
So they're not contingent, but then like non-factual truths. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? These games you have to play.
Yeah. I know. Let's continue, because maybe maybe in the next 100 or so arguments we'll
find some good ones.
Sense and sciences is by reconstructing causal antecedents of things that we observe in nature. So everything that we see that's contingent is a cause. So that's really the main premise there. And this is a good example of how these outlines are just the tip of an iceberg of material that you can get into.
To put it lightly, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So here is some resources here for the. Okay, so I
Faith
said that I
and
wasn't going to
philosophy.
do like anything to kind of break up the monotony, but after that one, I've got to. So we are on. That was 10 arguments. I'm going to do 10 push-ups.
I'm going to do
We're gonna see how
11.
this goes. You can join me if you want. You don't have to. And unfortunately, people aren't going to be able to see me do these. So I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. I'm just going to do it. Here I go. 1.
So much testosterone right now. I'm feeling inadequate.
2 for every 1 Cameron does.
Like Michael Scott. I did it.
Because Christianity is less true.
All right. 10 push-ups.
I'll take a drink of apple juice.
There you go. You're telling people it's apple juice, but we both know what it really is. Just kidding.
Well, urine.
Yeah, I mean, we may need to get a beer after this, anyways. This is intense.
beer.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we
Why
go.
did, why did I go to urine? We all know what it really is.
Dude, that's one of the more complicated ones that we'll go over.
Okay. Well, I at least I appreciated your simplified version, so that was cool. All right, here we go. Here is argument number 11. Should I read this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. For any, let me read the title of this one. So this one is from.
But
Prison.
why is Cameron? Like they could have like just been like, oh, we're gonna just chill out and like joke for like a minute. Why is like Cameron doing push-ups the comic relief, like slapstick comedy? Like I'd prefer it if like like Cameron should just fall over and hurt himself. That'll be funny. Like what like what is this?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Like that's supposed to entertain us. I don't know.
But like, in the middle
way
of
it is,
like,
but-
yeah.
Maybe more apologists should try this. Thanks, Raphael.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just imagining that, like, I don't know. For some reason, I think of dang it, what's the one with the ad breaks?
Frank Turek, cross-examine.
For some reason, I'm imagining. I don't know why I thought Frank Turek, but like in the middle of one of his, is that true? It's just like, oh, push up. He just
Yeah,
like
starts curling atheists.
Rasmussen's book. I think this is their book, Necessary Existence. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still catching my breath. I shouldn't be this out of shape. All right, premise 1. For any particular contingent concrete, something that possibly causes things, there is an explanation of the fact that those things exist. Number 2, considering all the contingent concrete things that exist, if there's an explanation of the fact that those things exist, then there is a necessary concrete thing, and then conclusion just follows. So there is a necessary concrete thing. There you go.
What? Is God supposed to be a necessary concrete thing? Like, when I
yes, concrete here means has causal powers.
okay, because when I spoke to Darth Dawkins, this is literally what I said. He said, like, what's your ultimate? And I just said, oh, just an ultimate concrete reality. and Darth was like, no, it has to be ultimate abstract.
You pissed him off so much, even though you were just clearly BSing and being an idiot. He should have just either hung up immediately or played along. I don't know why he got so angry. It's just like so unnecessary.
But I just find, well, I mean, I think he's got like psychological issues, right? And maybe I'm immoral for pushing those. But it's just interesting that like presuppositionalist apologists, if you say like there's concrete, they'll be like they'll be like, oh no, it can't be ultimate, and then like you've got other Christian philosophers who are like arguing that there is a necessary concrete thing, right? But yeah, to me, like this doesn't sound anything like the theistic model of reality, where there's a God, or the Christian theistic model of reality, where there's a God who is distinct from the world, who creates the world, which is other than that being. Like it seems like this conclusion is consistent with like an entirely different model of reality, where the necessary concrete thing just is like the universe. And
yeah, again, the conclusion once again has nothing to say about God. Almost all the conclusions so far a couple of them did, and I just talked about. So see, when you actually try to make it a personal being, that's what I mean. It's hard enough to get to a necessary being, but then it gets even harder. And the last paper was a good example of that. You have to run through ridiculous hoops to make it work.
Yeah.
So again, an atheist can just accept that there has to be a necessary concrete being if you want to. Like, okay, sure.
Yeah, and
Yep.
And well, not even being that. Well, because being does just mean thing. I've got to credit that.
That's what.
Yeah. But being at least makes it sound like a person, right?
You're right. And some of this language does imply that. Like, just look at the last paper. They just define God just by coincidence as the thing that caused the universe. That's not like question begging, even in a subtle way.
See their book, Necessary Existence. Fantastic book.
There you go. It's so good. It's very complex and it's difficult at points, which you probably would expect from those two authors writing a book together. But all right, so here we go. Let's move on. Cosmological argument, and this is our argument number 12. I'll let you take this one.
Why is it atomistic?
So this is Immanuel Ruten's atomistic cosmological argument. Premise 1, there are objects.
Never heard of him or this argument, so I'm really excited.
He comes up again later, so yeah, we'll encounter him again. 2, every composite object is ultimately composed of simple objects. 3, every object is caused or is the cause of other objects, another object. The sum of all caused simple objects is an object. The cause of an object is disjoint, which means they don't share a part.
The sum of all... No. The sum itself isn't an object, surely. Just thinking about 4 there. Like, isn't that just this composition division fallacy that we've been talking about?
Yeah, 4 is actually quite suspicious. By object there, I think they just mean a thing. But
yeah, but
because
it's like to say that there's an extra thing as well as the sum of all the parts. Like,
yeah, because look at 3. They're going to say every object is caused or is the cause of. So that means that, say the universe is an object, then the universe is caused or is the cause of something. Now, I'm not sure I would agree with that. I think that the universe is just... I don't think the universe has causal powers. Let me put it that way. It's just everything that exists.
It just is. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like saying, does humanity have causal powers? Or like, no, I wouldn't describe it that way. Humanity is just a set of humans, right? So I don't think that it has causes. So a lot of collections like that, I don't think have causal powers. So I wouldn't call them objects.
But where is the set of humans? You know, like, it's like, well, the set of humans exists somewhere then. Like, where is it? Well,
I mean, this gets into the question of what abstractions are, and that's relevant for some of the later arguments. But yeah, I think I'm going to deny either premise 3 or 4, depending on, like, maybe I could accept 4 if I denied 3, for example, depending on what we mean by like object and what we think that entails. But if object has to be in causal relations with other things, or has to be able to be in causal relations, then I'm going to say no. The sum of all caused simple objects is not necessarily itself, but does not necessarily itself participate in causal relations. It's the same thing as like every human has a mother, therefore there's a mother of all humans. It's basically the same sort of composition fallacy, in my opinion.
Very weird comment in the chat then. Thank you, Pete.
Well, I'm assuming that's trolling, but you know, you can never know these days.
Common with that object. Every caused composite object contains a caused proper part. That's a key premise. 7, there is the first cause. You can find his dissertation online by searching Immanuel. Well, the title of his dissertation is the resource. In the next slide, he goes through a handful of cosmological arguments.
Did you find this one, by the way?
No, this isn't a paper; it's a book, I think.
Oh, I just would have been interested to see whether this is like a seminarian or like a normal degree philosophy person.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say, though, I'm not sure how this fits with God, because
this would just be
God is an object by this category, right? Every object is cause or the cause of other objects. Yeah, so God is that. The cause of an object is disjoint with that object. Oh, right. So 3 says it is caused or the cause of, so it doesn't have to be caused.
The cause of an object is disjoint with that object. I'm not the cause of an object's existence. So like of an object coming into existence.
So no self-causation, I think is what that's saying.
Yeah, but I don't think that is true either.
Well, not if you're talking about quite abstract collectives. So like, think about humanity. Like,
yeah,
what's the cause of humanity? I mean, it depends how you draw the boundaries, but plausibly the cause of humanity is just like you're going to tell an evolutionary tale, which, you know, at the beginning parts it is, you know, at some point it grades into humans, right? And so in some sense, like, humans are the cause of humanity. I mean, it depends how you think about it, right? I'm not saying that strictly
And do you have
speaking,
like children? Like if you have children, they're part of humanity, and then it's like but so they're not like disjoint from humanity, even though like I don't know.
Yeah, because the real problem here, I think, is premise 4 when you're saying that the sum of all cause simple objects is an object. So like that's literally any set you can define, like any grouping of things that are caused also participates in causal relations. And so you're going to say that the cause of that thing can't be anything inside it. So like the cause of a collective can't be anything in that collective, but that doesn't seem obviously true to me, because it could just be that the cause is just like all of the causes of things in that collective. Maybe there's no, I mean, this comes back to before when we talk about the philosophers thing, right? If you explain each individual in a collective, is there anything further to explain? So this seems to be saying that there is.
Or it's the same as the soul, or it's always the same as the soul in the university. Like you go around all the department buildings. Where's the university?
Yeah, exactly. Like, that would be another example of this. So I think that premise 5 there is dubious as well. Again, at least if we have to accept 4.
And that's the one he thinks is most defensible.
So I'm getting a little concerned, Chad, because we're only 12 arguments in and we're already at an hour. At this rate, we're not going to be done until tomorrow.
So maybe we're at 3.5.
Okay. So here's an argument that everyone.
Yeah, we're 12 in and we've almost gone as long as they did the whole thing.
Should be familiar with.
It's fine though, because these first ones there's more to say about them.
Okay. If you're watching this and interested in these types of things,
I mean, we've done 9 hours on this. Do we need to?
Logical argument: whatever begins to exist has a cause. 2, the universe began to exist. So the conclusion.
Yeah. I don't have anything further to say about that. Just see.
By Wayne Lane Craig.
See Bad Apologetics episode.
See the Bad Apologetics video. Also note that there's no God in that conclusion, just like most of these.
And the Cosmological argument.
Callum Miller, isn't Callum Miller that doctor guy, like medical doctor? That's interesting.
I did download that paper. I haven't read it yet.
That would be really interesting. He says
boring.
Weird. He says weird stuff on Facebook all the time. You know, like he's one of those that's always going on about like the abortion genocide and like spiritual warfare and politics and stuff like that. Which I don't know. Like this is one of my biases. But like when people are like that, I tend to just assume they're less intelligent. So I find it. But I could be like wrong. You know, like that is definitely just like a bias that I have.
The abortion genocide stuff never makes sense to me, because the same sorts of people who talk about that usually oppose some of the most established means of reducing the number of abortions, like comprehensive sex education.
So I don't think he'd reject that. But one of the things I said to him on Facebook about that was, I was like, well, where's Yahweh against abortion? Like, it seems like he performs them in the Old Testament, and he's like, bro, the Hebrew word for miscarry womb is like different. And then it's like, yeah, but what do you think that means? Like, what do you think he will make your tummy rumble or whatever? Like,
what happened in the flood? Did they just all go up to heaven or something?
Yeah, there's that as well.
He's also got some papers on this. You can check his website. It looks like, well, why don't you mention the rest of these, because you put this together? It's interesting that you've mentioned Callum Miller's paper here, actually, now that I'm looking at this.
Yeah, I was going to include that as a separate outline, but time got away from me. The basic idea there is just that if theism is true, it's much more likely that the universe began to exist than if naturalism were true, which is confirmatory evidence for theism.
Dang, you definitely should have put that as a separate argument. It's your fault. I know. You screwed it up. You screwed it up, Chad. All right, let's move on.
Yeah. So here's Alexander Pruse's Kalam.
It's like someone just, this is the thing, it's like, you know, like as you learn stuff, you start to like draw connections between things, but like apologists like learn stuff, and so like they'll learn Bayes at some point if they go far enough, because that's what's being used in like the resurrection, and then they already know the Kalam, so then they just like combine it into this new like deformed Pokemon that they can use, which is like the Bayesian Kalam cosmological argument.
Yeah, so pretty soon we're going to have like quantum crypto Bayesian computational.
Which is 1, something has a cause. 2, there are no causal loops, nothing causes itself. 3, nothing has an infinite causal history, and that's the burden of his book. What's the title of it? You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, Infinity, Causation, and Paradox, I think.
There it is. So there is an uncaused cause that follows directly from 1, 2, and 3. 5, if there's an uncaused cause, God exists. 6, so God exists.
There you go.
Haven't heard that one before so far.
Yeah, it's basically just the standard. I don't even know how it's different.
And that one,
except Craig doesn't talk much about causal loops, but which I think is an interesting idea. But again, an atheist is never going to accept premise 5, so I don't really see the point of this argument.
Defended in Infinity, Causation, and Paradox.
So if you've got any money left over after spending $5 billion on all the books suggested so far, hardback Palgrave Macmillan,
Well, and also donating to the Patreons of all of these people bringing these to you.
2018. It's an amazing book. All right, so this one, Swinburne's inductive.
V says, I don't know how you can sit here and go through these. Neither do I.
Cosmological argument. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah,
That's why they pay us the
Swinburne
big
basically
bucks.
makes a distinction between two different kinds of inductive arguments, good inductive arguments. The first is what he calls a p-inductive argument, and that's just when a piece of evidence makes a hypothesis more likely true than not. So it pushes the likelihood of the hypothesis over half, basically. It makes it more likely true than not. Now, by contrast, there are c-inductive arguments, which are arguments where some piece of evidence just makes the hypothesis more likely. Not more.
I'm gonna guess here, but I'm gonna guess that he says that something about God's existence makes it above 50% likely that the universe is the way that we see it. I'm just gonna guess, and then
more likely than not. It just increases the probability of the hypothesis a little bit. Okay, so that's how he frames his cosmological argument. He thinks the universe makes for a good c-inductive cosmological argument. So one, the universe exists and is a certain way, namely it's complex, yet everything behaves in an orderly law-like way. It is such as to be a suitable theater for humans and animals to evolve. Humans did evolve so as to be able to have true beliefs about the world and to meaningfully act within it. Okay, so if theism can explain why the universe exists and is this way better than naturalism can, then the universe exists and is this way makes theism more likely than naturalism. Well, theism can explain why the universe exists in this way better than naturalism can. So the universe exists and is this way makes theism more likely than naturalism. Now,
theism can explain why the universe exists and is this way better than naturalism. I wonder what better really means there.
Better explanation, greater explanatory virtues, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but I mean, Swinburne's probably got articulated a bit better. But I'm the thing I'm thinking is like it's like the like the informational content of one word type thing, where it's like, well, we can just use the word God or sin. Like any of the negative features of the world are explained by sin, and everything is explained by God. And that's like like I can just say that one word. Whereas with naturalism, like you want to explain why there's evil in the world, well, you've got to like explain human minds and morality and like like parasites and so forth.
Yeah, like I think there are lots of features of the world that don't fit very well with an omni creator, including the very existence of the world. And this is a point that I raise regularly these days. Why would a God who is perfectly self-sufficient ever create the universe? What purpose is served by that? It seems that it's just he just felt like there's no reason that can really be offered that makes a lot of sense to me. Plus, when you factor in if you say, well, God wanted to create beings to relate to him for some reason, as if he's like lonely or something, but then why do they have to be material? And why does he have so much suffering in the world? And like, why this, why that? Like, it doesn't explain any of these things. So I think premise 2 is not the case. I don't think theism explains any of these things in a good way.
And the other thing is like, I mean, people might want to say like, well, God and sin, well, that can just account for all these things. So we've got an explanation that's better than naturalism, where like sometimes you're saying you don't know, whereas we just say God. But like, it seems clear that in the past, there's a lot of these things where less well-informed people were able to say God and sin for a whole host of things that we now don't attribute to God and sin. So it seems like those explanations actually tend to be wrong and superseded by the natural ones as well. I mean, maybe this gets into like a bit of like the God of the gaps type, or the conflict between like science or a naturalist worldview and like a supernatural one more, and these like different forms of argument. But it on that premise too, it just doesn't seem to me to be the case that theism explains it better than naturalism in any way.
I mean, obviously Swinburne's got some things to say about that. This is a book that I haven't read. So, but again, I mean, most of this argument is superfluous as far as I'm concerned. Maybe just put some reasons why we should think 2 is true, because that's where the meat is.
Sorry. We probably agree with 2. It's 3 that's the contentious one. 2's just.
Oh, fair enough. Yes, I missed the F there. I missed the if there. Yeah, you're right. Yes, 3. Thank you for pointing that out. Roaring Monkey, no, there aren't 150 of these slides. The slideshow contains 359 slides. If you're interested, you can download this on the original video.
Here is going
it's a bit of a chonker.
2. Why think naturalism can't explain why the universe exists and is this way better than theism? Well, again, he draws on this distinction between personal explanations and scientific explanations.
Well, yeah, Craig is saying, I'm assuming there are defenses of premise 2. Well, we actually were told at the outset of this video that there's academic responses in all of these journals to the objections. So actually, there's basically no point in what me and James are doing. But the futility.
Yeah. So as we said, we can't go through the. I pulled all of those that were defended by articles that I could access online, and this wasn't one of them. This is Swinburne's book, The Existence of God, which I think I may have dipped in a little bit, but I haven't read this particular chapter, so I don't know how he defends it, and it's not given here, so I can only sort of speculate. He's mentioning here the distinction between personal and scientific explanations. So look, this seems to be a thing that only Christian apologists mention, because a reductionist like me is not going to recognize that as a fundamental distinction anyway. So if that's what I have to start with to accept 3, then already we're not off to a good start, because I don't accept that as a fundamental distinction.
Naturalism only has scientific explanations available to it. It doesn't have personal explanations available to it. So
at a cosmological level.
Yeah, at the cosmological level. Yeah, good point. So the only thing that could explain the universe at the cosmological level is a personal explanation. So that's why theism is more.
I think Swinburne's formulation is actually in terms of the natural laws as well, that the natural laws require a personal explanation. But
the universe makes theism more probable than naturalism.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start being a little bit more strict on that.
Cameron keeps saying
we'll go through these a little
the whole
bit
video.
Hang on. Well, let's move on, James. I'm going to be a little bit more strict.
All right, so this is modal.
It's just like he wanted to do a 150 arguments video, but wanted it to be like an hour long or something, because he keeps talking about this. Like, I don't know why he expected. Like, why would you want it to be short? It's
well, because it's all about entertainment. It's about clickbait. It's about having the nice things. It's not like it isn't. I don't think like any of this is done because like we're just interested in figuring out what's true. Like, it all seems to be like showmanship, and it's not to say like anyone wants to like get presented with some horrible text wall and like, you know, like droney board. Like, obviously like presentation has to be like tolerable to say the least, but none of this comes across to me as like someone who's just trying to figure out the truth. Like, it comes across, it's like, you know, it's like if you took Joseph Goebbels and put a "by the way, Christianity's true" cap on him, sort of thing. Like,
I'm just imagining that.
Anyway, let's come on to Scotus's modal contingency or cosmological argument.
Cosmological argument. That should be fun. Go ahead.
Whatever cannot possibly exist from something else possibly exists from itself. It's possible.
Oh, you can imagine that's the sort of premise that I just love.
Like, isn't that just like, again, like another tautology? Whatever cannot possibly exist from something else. I mean, yeah, I
possibly
suppose you
exists from itself.
It doesn't really follow from the first bit that the second bit doesn't really follow from the first bit logically. You have to accept the whole sentence, I suppose.
He exists. Now, by first causal potency, he means a first cause, but not necessarily one that exercises its causal power.
First causal potency. What's the first causal potency on your worldview, James?
Well, my universe only has causal impotencies, and that's the difference.
Okay. The first causal potency cannot possibly exist from something else, so it's possible that a first causal potency exists from itself. What is non-existent cannot bring anything into existence, even if, per impossible.
Per impossible.
What is non-existent could bring something else into existence, could bring itself into existence. It would not be altogether uncausable. So it's not.
What even like grammatically, what work is per impossible doing in that sentence?
It doesn't make it. What work is premise 6 doing? They've just said it's impossible, but then they're saying even if it's not impossible, even if it happened, then this other thing. Like, why do you need premise 6? You've just said it's impossible. Right. Like, what's the point of premise 6?
As we have said, it's impossible. Yeah. What is non-existence? but just within the sentence, like, what is? Why? Yeah, I suppose, is it just to tell us, as we've already proved, is impossible because our argument's so damn good? Like,
it would not be altogether uncausable. No, I have no idea.
Something exists from itself, which does not actually exist from itself. So a first causal potency does exist from itself.
Nice.
I think they're using a modal argument there to go from possible, because notice they keep talking about possible. I think the only reason they're doing that is to weaken the premises. Instead of saying this is true, they just say it's possibly true, but then they use this, fancy modal operator thing, which allows them to just make it true. So again, I just don't see the point in all of this. Yes, if you use this modal logic structure in S5, then you can turn possibilities or possible necessities, you can turn into actualities. Yeah. Okay, sure. So why not just talk in more straightforward terms? Because we all know that you can do this trick and no one's impressed. Well, no one's impressed anymore.
If you don't know what's going on, like,
that's true.
Like if you've not even got a grasp of what's going on yet, because you've not like done a degree in philosophy or logic or whatever, then like you're going to be just seeing all these sentences and thinking, Jesus, like Christianity is so philosophically deep,
And that is what you
complex.
see if you look at the comments. At least some of the comments to this video are sort of like that.
Yeah.
First cause.
By the way, again, the conclusion here, atheists can agree with that. So it's not an argument for God.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but again, like it's like, are we going to agree with this whole framework that has? Like,
No, you don't have to. I'm
crazy
just saying the
processes?
atheist can accept the conclusion.
yeah,
so how could you say it's an argument for God?
Well, can he possibly necessarily accept the conclusion? That's
Well, I possibly necessarily can possibly sometimes accept the conclusion if I have the causal potency.
Nice. I'm not going to add a whole lot more on that, other than, well, I mean, this is why I love the fact that
Thanks,
we're doing all these
Cameron.
resources, is that people can go and search. If you want to look more into these arguments, you can do that.
Interpretation journal for that. Okay.
So this one, when did Scotus
1993.
live, actually? Because he's one of these like Aquinas characters in the Middle
He's
Ages.
one of these Aquinas characters.
Following Aquinas, 12th century, I believe, maybe 13th, 12th or 13th.
I think it's 13th. Again, like it's like if you actually interpret these guys on their own terms, like so much of the crap they say and believe is completely contentious, like and inconsistent with like modern systems of logic and like modern metaphysics and stuff like that. Like they have like different worldviews. Like is it I forget, because there's always John the Scot and Duns Scotus, and I always get confused between the two. But like one of them is like a pantheist, and maybe if it's this guy who's like a pantheist, like I swear, like that isn't going to fly. Maybe it's John the Scot that I'm thinking of, and I'm getting confused. But like I'm just saying, you go back and interpret these guys on their own terms. It's like William of Ockham, who's like a theist as well, like in his nominalism and stuff. And it's like his nominalism isn't going to fly with like some of the stuff that these Christians are arguing and want to believe. Whenever you go back and interpret these people actually on their own terms, like it's not like all these arguments are for the same worldview, even if they have like the same noise that they make as their conclusion.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so he's a little bit on the older side in terms of like distance from us. And it was also defended by Timothy O'Connor, which he's also a really good philosopher that people should be aware of.
It doesn't seem like it's being defended by Timothy O'Connor if it's in the Interpretational Journal for the Philosophy of Religion. But
Yeah, interesting.
yeah.
So there you go.
I
That one is
don't know if I pulled
Cosmological.
that paper.
But
Oh
it's
yeah,
like-
I did. That's right. It looked really boring, so I didn't read.
But like
haven't read it yet.
there's tons of classics papers where people are talking about like what's the right way of like interpreting Aristotle or Plato, or like this Greek word, this Latin word, like to figure out what like, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of interpreting these people actually like on their own terms, because okay, like you can like modify in like new terms what they're saying to be like, here's the general gist of it, but that isn't like what they're actually saying a lot of the time. Like a lot of the time they really are like arguing these like distinct things using like scholastic metaphysics. And
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the conclusion of this paper. I'm not actually sure if this guy Timothy O'Connor is actually advocating the contention here. He like says there's problems with it, and then he changes it a bit, and then he's like, well, some people might agree with it, and like, well, but there are criticisms. So I don't actually know if he's advocating the argument in the same way that some of these apologists are. And by the way, often that is what you'll see for what I would describe as better philosophers. They'll present arguments and considerations, but not be super dogmatic about like, it follows logically and inescapably kind of thing. And that's more you'll get from apologists in my experience.
I'm just having a look to see where is it? Scotus. Where is he? Scotus. Where are you in my book? Is he in the Schoolmen, the Franciscan Schoolmen in 428?
What book is that?
Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy. Just because. Okay, let's talk about Ockham there. No, I'm not gonna. But I just wanted to. I think like it would be useful if I didn't get freaked out by the fact that I'm searching through pages and people are watching and no one wants to watch me 10 pages. But like when you actually like draw out the things that these people believed, and then you're like, oh, hang on a second, like this person is actually talking about something completely different from the kind of like Christianity that Cameron's talking about and the view of God. And I think like when you go and read like what Scotus is actually talking about in the framework of this like scholastic metaphysics, it really is very different from what like Cameron means by like Christianity and God and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Which like you don't have to, but if you're interested, I'd encourage like going to do that, to just see like this is it's just improper to like get these old arguments and like present them in this way.
argument. What number are we on? We're on number 17. I'm going to see, my goal is I just made this goal up, is that every 10 arguments or so, I'm going to see if I can just do 10 push-ups every 10 arguments.
Okay.
And then when I like completely run out of steam, it's just, that's what happens.
Yeah,
Alright,
bear
so
in
let's
mind too, I guess it deserves repeating that these first two categories are the most technical and complex. It gets easier, just as a reminder.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
Which
and
means
there's
it
a
gets
lot of really cool
worse.
stuff that you've probably never heard of or ever seen. So all of it is worth. I mean,
So like, but that, like, you've never heard of and never seen, and what you like? Do you think when people come across something they've never heard of and never seen, that they should fundamentally like change their whole worldview and adopt the conclusion of these things that they fundamentally never heard of and never seen as premises that logically and inescapably prove this contentious conclusion? Like, is that the way that people should reason? So, like,
Well, at the
whoever-
end of the video, they seem to imply that it is.
like, so literally all we have to do is come up with more novel and weird arguments that favor atheism, and then they should just adopt it if they've like never heard of the premises before. Like,
Yep, that's why we're going with the quantum crypto Bayesian Cosmo Ontological. It's going to be
yeah, like, we're going to
happen,
make
boys.
a blockchain that generates more arguments for atheism each new block. Like,
people who are watching this, this is just my hunch, my guess. People who are watching this are just eating all of this stuff up. This is all like
I hope so.
amazing.
oh my god, did you hear that? People who are watching this are just eating all of this stuff up,
Which
Again,
contradicts with the idea that he has to add the push-ups to make it not boring. I don't
Well,
quite understand.
But yeah, but it's also this idea of like you know, like, what's the epistemic like bubble that you're in, and like, are there people in
Yeah.
that bubble who are like actually like thinking critically, or do they just eat up whatever the hell you say?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's a really good point. Like, are they considering these arguments as a way to establish, you know, the way that reality is? No, they're just eating it up.
yeah,
Just like you munch on popcorn while watching cartoons. It's just
Yeah.
like passively consume it.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, and I'm sitting here doing it with you. Like, this is just. I live.
my audience, are you eating it up? If you're, you know, like, and again, it's like, if I've just view, like, imagine people watching, like, I just view you as like zombies who eat up whatever I say and give me money, by the way, like, Jesus.
For this kind of stuff. So James Ross's, this is another one I haven't heard of. Modal cosmological argument. I feel like I should let you read this one again. You're just
All
covering
right.
so much ground that I'm not familiar with.
It is impossible that anything prevent the existence of God. That just is
An
absolutely
odd premise.
God.
What will, like, God's non-existence prevent the
It's just such a,
existence?
like, who would disagree with that? I don't. What's the point of that premise?
Well, it depends what it depends what it means. It's like, does it mean if God exists, then by the definition of God, it would be impossible that anything could prevent God's existence?
Well, because I don't
Right.
think anything prevents God's existence. I just think he doesn't exist. Like, it's not like
No,
there's some part of reality that stops him from existing. Like, what does that even mean?
Well, this is that's what I mean. Or like, well, but if God doesn't exist, maybe there's like some truth maker for God's non-existence that prevents God from existing. Like, maybe the concept we've been putting forward is actually logically contradictory or something like that. You know, so it like couldn't exist, or you know, like, it's not clear to me that that is actually true. That it's impossible.
Yeah, I don't think there are truth makers of all like negative propositions, because then you have to say everything that's false has a truth maker. I don't think that's true.
Okay.
But that's disputed, whether every truth has a truth maker. Because then you
Yeah,
have to say
yeah.
lots of things that are false have truth makers, as well as counterfactuals. Those become an issue. But anyway, that's very complicated stuff. By the
Yeah,
way, Jeremy just mentions that it seems Cameron didn't read these before streaming, which I think is implied by some of the comments he makes. I mean, probably the slides were only ready like an hour before streaming, so that's probably the reason. Just someone who tries to organize things and get slides from people, I'd suspect that's the reason. So I don't want to be too hard on Cameron, but you know, yeah, it might have been more helpful for him to make more contributions if he'd looked through them beforehand. But
just left thinking, like, you know, like, it goes to the next slide and there's just like a bunch of like racist swear words.
there's a bunch of pornography. It's like, well, I'm not familiar with that particular argument. I bet my viewers are eating this up. So that's a cheap shot,
For
but
every individual X,
it's still
if it
funny.
is a fact that X exists or a fact that X does not exist, it is possible that there is an explanation for the fact that X exists, that must be a typo, and the fact that X does not exist. That's the version of the PSR. So suppose for reductio that God does not exist. 4, it is possible that there's an explanation for the fact that God does not exist. 5, it is not possible that there's an explanation for the
Wait,
fact.
hang on. It is possible that there is an explanation for the fact that God does not exist. Wouldn't that explanation, if that's a fact, prevent God, the existence of God? Like, isn't 4 contradict 1? Or am I just not understanding?
I think, yeah, that's the point. It's a contradiction. They're proving a contradiction here.
Oh, okay, right, okay. I see.
They should probably mention that, because otherwise you do get confused in reading proofs.
yeah, suppose toward contradiction that it is possible. Yeah. Okay.
God does not exist. 6, it is and is not possible that there's an explanation.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Now it all makes sense. So it's me saying like I disagree with 1 is just dumb because it's a proof of contradiction. So it's like suppose towards contradiction that was the case. Okay. Right.
The fact that God does not exist, which is a contradiction. So we reject the premise that we assume.
See, this is the problem because all these arguments, I mean, maybe this is just me like trying to rationalize like my vices, but like I'm barely like reading these at this point because like I just don't care. Like there's that much like, like nonsense going on that like I just like read a bit and then like I don't like process the whole argument because of like this isn't gonna maybe this is because I'm like a bad actor or something, but like this is just never gonna convince me because I just can't even like bring myself to just like process.
Well, this is a particularly dumb argument because it's at least the way that it's formulated here. I'm sure I'm just trying to see where does it originally come from. Yeah, it's not from a paper, so I didn't pull this one. But it seems that you could substitute anything for God here, anything that doesn't exist. Like suppose Santa doesn't exist. Well, it's possible there's an explanation for the fact that Santa doesn't exist. But it's not possible there's an explanation for the fact that Santa doesn't exist because it's impossible that anything could prevent the existence of Santa if we postulate that, which I would agree with because nothing like prevents Santa from existing. It just like doesn't exist, right? And so you could arrive that it's false that Santa doesn't exist, like because you're just making a contradiction between the idea that it's possible that something could have an explanation and the fact that there can't be an explanation of the thing not existing. So why would any atheist agree to all of these premises? It's just, to get the reductio. It's just like, well, no, I'm either going to deny. I mean, 1 is, I think, reasonable, so I'm just going to deny 2. Like, it's not always possible that there's an explanation for things that don't exist, which strikes me as entirely reasonable because I would say that you need an explanation for things that do exist, but not things that don't. At least that's what I would tend to say.
Yeah.
So, someone says, why would anyone agree? But especially an atheist, right? Because they're the ones that are supposed to be convinced here that it's false that God does not exist.
Yeah, some people like whether there even exist negative facts is like contentious as well.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a whole lot of issues here, but it feels like you could just run a parallel Santa does not exist argument. If you just substitute any instance of God with Santa here, I think the argument makes the same amount of sense. So I feel like there's a problem. That doesn't show that the argument is wrong, but it illustrates there may be a problem. And I think the problem is most likely in premise 2 here.
Which is 3, God does not exist, and so it's false that God does not exist.
That one is super confusing to me. I'd have to think about that a lot. Last one, James Ross.
I enjoy the honesty.
So
I mean, like it's like fair enough. Like, but the issue is presenting it as if like you even agree with the conclusion, and like you're doing this with all of them where you like think this is. But how is this meant to convince anyone if like it doesn't even make like sense? Like. No, it doesn't.
Well, they do say at the start of the
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, they do say at the start of the stream that they don't say that all the arguments are good, which is fair enough. Although the way that Chad presents them, he never says anything negative about them. But at the end of the stream, they're doing this adding up the numbers thing, as if every argument they've just presented is at least a weak argument.
Right.
So yeah. I think that's why I say the bit at the end is the worst. Well, it's like the best and the worst, right? Because it undermines a lot of the things that they've been saying about, it's just like, it's not an apologetic and they're not necessarily all good arguments. It's like, well, then what's this thing at the end?
From. Yeah.
And they never say anything negative about any of the arguments either, which is also telling, as opposed to if I was doing this, I would, as a serious enterprise, as opposed to a parody, which may or may not happen at some point. But the point is, I would say, well, look, here's some advantages, here's some disadvantages, here's some problems with this argument, here's some issues that that's how you honestly do this as a truth seeker, right? As opposed to just, bam, 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 bam. That's not how a truth seeker operates.
Yeah.
And then we see Richard Gale again. So did he defend this argument in this resource that you've listed?
He's got a critical assessment of it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, fair enough.
Which is interesting. The outline's borrowed from a critical assessment.
Weaver's little cosmological argument.
Let's skip this argument because it's virtually identical to Rasmussen and Weaver's argument.
Jesus, why not do that with the whole bloody bud?
Right. Yeah. The next one. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
So how many arguments would you have said we've had at this point that are really distinct? Like maybe 2?
Yeah, I was going to say.
They're pretty much all the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say 2.
This is how you pad. You've seen those padding the word count memes where like someone says the same thing repeatedly. It's like, this is how I pad the word count. This is how you pad to get 150. It's just the same argument in different ways.
I would say like well, like maybe three actually. So I'd say we've had like a contingency, right? And then I'd say we've had like a mereological. And then,
yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, and then we've had like a spatio-temporal cause and effect type calam.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how you classify them, but the point is that there's been a huge amount of redundancy in these arguments.
Yeah.
And that's important for the last part of the video. Bear that in mind.
Yeah.
I think you actually used the same number here too, so it's 18. We were still in the same.
Yeah, so 18, and I'd say we've had 3 potentially unique.
Counted as a separate argument for that reason.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it is possible that there's a purely contingent totality event that has a cause. It is impossible. Well, first of all, events are things that contain only contingent things, according to them. So I think one is true. Well, they give 3 reasons. It follows from a general principle of causality. There's nothing.
Hang on, let me just think about 2. It is impossible that a cause of a purely contingent totality event. What is that? Just like by definition, or what? Like, why?
I think that I let me just see. Did I pull this one? I don't think so. Yeah, it's a chapter in a book. I think they're probably going to go with a big fat contingent fact thing again, something like that. That's my guess.
Because it'd be part of my big fat contingent fact.
I like the way that we've just made it's so much more memorable than what they call it.
I mean, like, yeah, I agree that it follows and stuff, but like, and I agree that one, like, it is possible, but how are they getting from if 3, then there is a necessary thing that can be a cause? Oh, and then is that just like a modal collapse thing again?
I don't know. It doesn't say that it's a modal.
Possibly,
let me just check
like there's possibly a necessary thing. Or
I'm going to guess. It doesn't explicitly say that it's modal, but that would be my guess because I don't see how else you get that.
Thing about a totality of purely contingent events that's different from other purely contingent events. It's inductively safe. It's conceivable. Whatever's conceivable is possible. So they give some arguments for 1. Okay, premise 2. It is impossible that a cause of a purely contingent totality event is purely contingent. 3, if 1 and 2, then it's possible that there is a cause that isn't purely contingent. 4, if 3,
like how are they getting from it's possible that there's a cause to there is a necessary?
Then there is a necessary thing that can be a cause.
If it's possible that it's necessary, then it's
possible.
Necessary.
Yeah.
Then
so
therefore it is.
Yeah.
Under S5.
But, yeah.
I think that's got to be it.
Can be a cause.
All right. And the resource for that one is
again, no God in that contention, that conclusion rather, just a cause.
Yeah, that's true.
I've actually I did a whole thing on it, a whole video on that book, 24 or so arguments for God's existence. And what we decided, Chad, was we just wanted to like completely make that look bad. So we wanted to do a whole series on 150 arguments. So way more than 24. Way more than 24. Sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
24, oh my dear.
Yeah, there was a joke. I think Hal Miller. Yeah, you were doing something on Facebook. Anyways, that's completely beside the point. But go read this article. It's also available, I think, on Josh Rasmussen's site, or it may be available on Weaver's. I'm not sure, but you can probably get that one for free if you just search for it. Okay, Proust and Rasmussen's modal cosmological argument. Let me take this one. I'll read this one. All right, premise 1. For any positive state of affairs that can begin to obtain, it is possible for there to be something external to it that causes it to obtain.
This is I'm just guessing. I've only read premise 1 here, right? But I can see it already. I can see it is possible for there to be, and I can see it's going to be.
Yep.
There's going to be a necessary, and then it's going to be.
Free to like add anything that you want because you've been doing that as you.
Like,
that's premise 5 is where you get there. Yeah.
Well, this is like, you know, like at the start when he was like, "This isn't just the Dixie argument." I swear, like it just seems like they've just got this like form, and then they're just like injecting like sentences that fit in the form and get to the right conclusion. Like,
this is what I was saying. This is where we need to do a video on the apologetic industrial complex or something, because what's the point of these? We're almost the same. Well, it's just because they can publish this stuff and, you know, get it on their CVs and so forth.
Like some people are paid like 6-figure salaries with tenure to like do this for a living as well. Like
to just churn out variations on the same thing. This is, this is what those ultimately donations, a lot of it is going towards, or I guess student tuition as well. Anyway.
Damn, like, yeah, you're paying that like 20K to get your apologetics masters, and oh my god, what a mess.
I'm not getting my money's worth until I have a quantum Bayesian modal cosmological argument. Then I'll be satisfied.
But it makes, because like, you know, there's obviously a lot of intellectual cognitive work and effort, and there's a lot of resources that are going into like creating all this stuff, and it's just like, imagine if we like could redirect all of that towards something else, like it was like more useful.
Yeah, well, this is the inspiring philosophy argument as well. Like, he's super talented at making videos, but most of them are about complete nonsense.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
have been listing out the arguments. Number 2, it is possible for there to be a beginning of the positive state of affairs of its being the case that there exist contingent concrete things. Premise 3, if 1 and 2 are true, then it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing.
Oh, yeah, there we go. 3. If it then possible that there's a necessary.
4, so it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing. 5, it is possible that there is a, if it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing, then there is a necessary concrete thing. And then the conclusion, so there is a necessary concrete thing.
Yep, and details for that argument are in the same book we mentioned.
Again, no God in the conclusion there, just a necessary concrete thing, which an atheist can affirm if they want to.
Yeah, I feel at this point, like, you know, like how Eastern Orthodox people like repeat the Jesus prayer over and over to themselves. Like, it's like we're doing like a weird apologetics version of that, like where we say like it's possible that there's a necessary thing, so there is a necessary thing. It's like forgive me, Jesus,
what is it?
Son
Hare
of God.
Rama, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Rama.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like that.
There you go. All right,
Descartes'
This is the
cosmological
one.
argument. This requires
Oh,
a little bit
Jesus.
of explanation here because he's got some terminology. So premise 1 is there must be
Oh, the
in
other
the
ones
cause of
didn't.
an idea at least as much formal reality as the idea contains objective reality. Now, what he means by objective reality is the idea as it is
This fucking causal adequacy principle. Like ideas have to contain the reality of their causes. Like, so you can't have an idea that is like not caused by something real. Like that is just.
Talk about lack of imagination, literally.
Well, I guess they'd want to say, so they'd say, well, all those things you're thinking of, you know, like your golden mountains and unicorns and things, they're just combinations of real things, like the formal reality that they contain. But like, what about?
Well, isn't that what God is?
Well,
It's like the ultimate anthropomorphization.
But this is a problem, and then like if you go like, okay, well, I'm thinking of like demigods, right? How did I get the formal reality of like a demigod from just natural things? And then they'd be like, well, God, of course, like because you've got this idea of like perfection or something, or like so you can only. It's just such. I just don't think. I'm just gonna obviously a naturalist, or obviously, hopefully, any modern person is going to reject the causal adequacy principle. I don't know. Like,
I'm pretty sure pretty much every premise here is objectionable, even 2, because you can argue that the idea is not even like coherent.
Yeah, that's,
or at least that you don't have the coherent idea of God.
Yeah. Or you could, and then like 3, you could say, well, the effect of some cause, I suppose, it's going to be different. You could say it's innate, but then it's like, well, what causes people to be made that way? Or something.
I mean, 4. What atheist, or especially a naturalist, is going to agree with 4? The idea of God has infinite objective. What the hell? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally going to accept that.
This is the problem, though. It's confusing the description for reality. Like this is exactly what that is. Like, of course, like no atheist is denying that there is a description God, like that there's a token of language God that can be used in sentences meaningfully or whatever. But like to say that the description has objective reality, like that's just the very thing in question. Like. Oh yeah, they also
misspelling of Descartes as well. Yeah, I knew something looked wrong there, but I didn't.
Yeah, it'd be Descartes. Is, and then you've got the whole debate about the possessive apostrophe. But even if they'd got that far, they would have got it wrong. There's no winning.
Yeah, that's right.
Presented in the mind. Now, a formal reality, by contrast, is the object's actual extramental reality. So here's an example. An idea, according to Descartes, is like a painting. The objective reality is the painting itself, whereas the formal reality is what the painting is of in the world, like the landscape, the actual landscape. So the formal reality of the painting is more real than the objective reality of the painting. And the objective reality can never be as great or as perfect as the thing itself. Okay, so 2, I have the idea of God. 3, my idea of God is the effect of some cause. 4, the idea of God has infinite objective reality. So the idea of God has a cause with infinite formal reality. No finite substance, such as myself, can be the cause of my idea of God. Only an infinite substance can be.
Again, like, so that's the problem, is that it's not infinite objective. Like the idea of God, all of its properties are connoted. They're all intentional. They're not extensional. That's
the cause of my idea of God, so God exists. Now, if you want to simplify it down to bare bones, it would be, I have an idea of a perfect being, God. Ideas, like other things, have causes, some by other ideas, some by extramental realities the ideas are of. 3, my idea of God cannot have been caused by other ideas of my own. And the idea here is that the idea of God is innate in me. I am implicitly aware of God as a perfect being because I am aware of myself.
I think he also discusses whether the idea could have been like given to him by his parents or angels as well. I'm pretty.
So the conclusion is, so my idea of God is caused by the extramental reality it is an idea of, namely that which actually possesses a perfection.
Like he puts together this like disjunct of like, well, some, you know, like they'd say, well, my parents just gave me the idea of God, but here's why it couldn't have been them. And his
Interesting. Yeah, I've not read this, and honestly, seeing the summary, I don't intend to anytime soon. It seems like nonsense.
Yeah, the only one that would give me pause for thought is Descartes' ontological argument. But again, like it's like all these things are sort of, they're so laden with like sort of scholastic metaphysics that, or like any modern person is just going to have a hard time like really accepting them, I think.
Complicated argument, but once you understand the scholastic terminology he uses, it's pretty interesting.
Just like I said.
Okay, so a couple things. So first of all, I'm about to do 10 more push-ups. Second thing, I wanted to reiterate to everybody that we're going to do something at the very end of this, which is really important. So as you're going through and you're hearing some of these arguments, you're like, that's not really a good argument. That's super weak. There's actually some interesting implications that can be drawn if we consider all of these arguments to be weak, which is just stick around until the end for that to happen. Okay, that out of the way. Let me do some more.
Yeah,
push-ups.
that is interesting what they do at the end.
We got one more cosmological argument to cover.
Okay, so then I'm
fact,
going to do 11.
It's the most powerful cosmological argument of the whole bunch.
Okay.
You ready? It's the cosmological argument, in fact.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, there you go.
Premise 1, everything has a cause. 2, if everything has a cause, then the universe has a cause. So the universe has a cause, and it's God. There you go. And for the resources here, you can find this argument defended by no one ever. There you go.
Some of you will get that, some of you won't. All right, here we go. 11. No, because that wasn't one, so I'll just do 10.
Okay.
Oh, so edgy.
I'm not going to count out loud. I'm just going to do it.
Well, I don't know how many I just did, but we've got so many more press-ups for God's non-existence.
Oh, he's got to take his jacket off.
Okay. There you go.
That's 20 push-ups. There were 20.
Take it all off, Cameron.
So far.
Get a pump on
would you like
camera.
to take a break? We're going to be doing that a couple times throughout the stream. You ready to start back up?
I'm ready.
What?
All right,
Oh, yeah, the stream
we're
crashed.
We're at ontological arguments. So let me go ahead and pull up our slides
It
again.
crashes
and
again,
we'll get
by the
started
way.
with the next section. Here we go.
All right, ontological
Okay,
arguments.
so
This is where the
one,
fun
we're on
begins.
Argument number 21, and this
Oh,
one is,
here's one of the key premises in Anselm's ontology. Well, potentially in all of them, but it's whatever exists in the understanding, whatever exists in the understanding has like a kind of existence, right? But the kind of existence that a description has in the understanding is very different than the kind of existence that the thing itself actually has. So that's going to be an important distinction in all of these. So one of Anselm's like key premises is that whatever exists in the understanding exists, right? And then this description of God is a liquid quo nihil maius cogitari posit. God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. Mm-hmm. So then if that thing only existed in the understanding but not in reality, then there'd be, an even greater description, which would be that thing that exists in the understanding and in reality. And again, we see that like it's literally just this syntactic manipulation of the description, which can't make it exist. It's the same with like, the heavy turkey that is heavier than the existent turkey sort of thing, just by the way you've defined it. But
yeah, I've not studied Anselmian ontological arguments very much, again, because they just seem to me so very silly. One of the classic objections is the perfect island objection, which is a form of a parody argument, where you can say, well, you can imagine an argument an island greater than which there are no islands. So I guess you could do it with arguments as well. And of course, the greatest form of island is going to be one that exists, because that's going to have, more perfections than one that doesn't exist. So a perfect island exists. And there are refutations to that. I don't really know the details, but the whole thing sounds ridiculous to me. The idea that you could just sort of think up God. It's just like, does anyone really take this seriously?
Yeah, but I think this is the problem, is that the way that the proof works is like it's syntactically, it isn't like there's no like extension to the word. The word just fails to, if the word just fails to refer to anything, it doesn't exist because you've given the description the property of existence. Like that's a property that the description has, but it doesn't. Like if for example, if you talk to the naturalist, and they say like reality exists necessarily, for example, right? Or sorry, the universe just exists necessarily. And then you can run like a similar ontological argument where you're like, well, it just has to exist because if it didn't exist, then there'd be the universe that exists necessarily, sort of thing. And I don't know, like I keep forgetting what the hell I originally meant when I like started saying sentences. Maybe there's something wrong with my brain today, but like the point is that all of these are like symmetrical, and they're just basically like failures of language to like work properly to get to the conclusion, really, in my view. The classic existence isn't a predicate sort of objection is
Yeah.
It's from Anselm. So I think it works best because it seems like you've got something to say about like every single one of these. So I feel like it's best if you just read them. What do you think?
Oh, that's the thing. That's
Cameron just gives up at this point.
when you take these arguments on their own terms, this is what I wanted to say as well. Like if you take Anselm on his own terms, like he's got this whole elaborate metaphysics, which is completely different from what someone like Cameron, like Anselm is big into what are they called? Relics. And most relics turn out to be like, and he's got like a place for them in his metaphysics and everything. And the same with this distinction between things existing in the understanding and existing in reality. Like and angels, like his whole theology around angels. There's all this stuff built into, and so that it's not like just these are irrelevant consequences. These are actually really relevant for this distinction between things that exist in the understanding having existence. And I really think if you went into those things, like Cameron's going to be like, hang on, what the hell? This sounds like, like some wacky ass, like Catholicism nut job. Like I'm not going with that.
Well, I don't know. He seems happy with, 17th century demon possession.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Metaphysics. So.
Well, some of them are pretty simple.
I think it's in the Modalogian where he goes into that distinction. If anyone's interested.
So I could just say, hey, why don't you take this one when we come to a pretty simple one? And in fact, rather than go through
Cameron could only deal with the pretty simple ones.
Version of Anselm's argument. This is the classic ontological argument from Anselm in Cosmological 2. Let's just skip that one and go to the sort of simplified version.
It's not even in Proslogian 2. It's in Proslogian 3 through 5. So it's like, like if you want to pretend you've read the source materials, at least do it. Like you've got. I was a real Christian.
Next. There we go.
Is that what this one is? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll read this one. A being, then, which no greater can be conceived, exists at least in the mind. Premise 2, it is greater to exist in reality than to exist only in the mind.
So that's it's not a being doesn't exist in the mind. A description of a being exists in the mind.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
3, so a being which no greater can be conceived exists not only in the mind, but also in reality. And then the conclusion, so God exists.
Oh, there's a typo there, not only in the mid.
Ontological argument.
Yeah, this is actually the version of the ontological argument that most atheists on YouTube actually target, which is interesting. We're going to see because there's so many different versions. They kind of attack the oldest and the easiest to respond to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I don't even think it's the easiest to respond to. Like I think if you want to.
Okay, so jumping forward from Anselm to Descartes, it is a famous quote by Descartes, which is that I clearly see that existence can no more be separated from the essence of God than can its having 3 angles equal to 2 right angles be separated from the essence of a triangle.
Hyperbolic geometry coming to bite Descartes in the ass. Yeah, but he talks.
Or the idea of a mountain from the idea of a valley. So there is no less absurdity in thinking of a God, a supremely perfect being, who lacks existence, than in thinking of a mountain without a valley. And so he gives this argument.
But I think this clearly demonstrates the point, like of conceivability here. Like the idea that you can't conceive of God's existence being apart from his, Well, again, like if you want to properly exegete this on its own terms, there's this whole idea that comes from Islamic philosophy, which I think is what's being gotten at here, that God is a being where his essence contains existence. Right?
Yeah.
And you can get into all that, and there's like these hexaeties and blah 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 to like resolve weird medieval like problems in scholastic metaphysics. But I think if we just come to it like at the level that they're sort of talking about it, I mean, it's just like, well, I can't conceive of God not existing, right? He has to exist, just like a valley has to have a mountain, or a triangle has to have 180 degrees of interior angles. But like one of those examples there just isn't true. It's just that you've not been able to conceive it because of your lack of awareness of the facts.
Yeah, I mean, conceivability arguments are very weak from my point of view for these sorts of reasons that I don't see why we should infer much of anything from what we can conceive.
Thank you. I think the actual formulation of Descartes here would be like God is a perfect being, existence is a perfection, so God exists, or something like that. But yeah, anyway, let's just keep playing and see how
Premise
what
one.
they say.
That'd be next slide there.
Sorry,
If
here we go.
Yeah, if I cannot conceive of X without Y, then
Yeah,
Y belongs to the nature of
conceivability.
X. 2, I cannot conceive of a supremely perfect being without existence. So
And I cannot conceive. I can conceive of Hesperus without phosphorus.
existence belongs to the nature of a supremely perfect being. 4, if existence belongs to the nature of a supremely perfect being, then a supremely perfect being exists. 5, supremely perfect being
You know, I can conceive of Alice Cooper without Frank Zappa.
exists. More or less included because of its historical importance. And I should note that Spinoza and Leibniz also had their own spins on the ontological argument, but their versions look pretty similar to Descartes' just outlined. So let's go ahead and
So I
move on.
can't conceive of a particle traveling through a double slit without the particle traveling through one of the two slits. But does it follow that passing through one of the two slits is the nature of the particle? Well, it would if you follow a conceivability idea about what exists. But just because we can't conceive of something, or maybe couldn't at one point we couldn't conceive of that, doesn't mean that it can't exist. Like, just because people never used to be able to conceive of the idea of like non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, he's describing his own epistemic status here, which doesn't confer properties onto the object that he's trying to describe. So, like, if he's saying,
It does
like,
if you accept premise one, I say.
well, yeah, but obviously that's what I'm saying. I'm saying here. I guess I'm giving a justification of why to reject premise one.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is that we think about like me being able to conceive something is the relation between my mind and that thing. It's like so Descartes being able to doubt something, for example, or Descartes not being able to doubt something is a property of Descartes' epistemic status, but it's not a property of the thing. So like if he's saying, my mind cannot be doubted, but extended matter can be doubted, that doesn't mean that mind has the property of not being doubtable and extended matter has the property of being doubtable. So they're different metaphysical substances or something. And it's the same with God here, where it's like, well, Descartes not being able to conceive of it without existence doesn't mean that God actually has the property. Maybe Descartes just like wrong about that. Maybe God is just like this brute contingency, right?
And as someone's pointed out, and you pointed out, I don't think existence is a property, and that's been critiqued quite a lot, I think, in the discussion of this.
I just find it weird that they went with this conceivability formulation rather than like a classical, like ontological
Their
one.
versions look pretty similar to Descartes' just outlined.
Got to pad the number.
So let's go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, gosh.
if you're interested in the history here,
Well, what Malcolm actually says is, I don't know what they're going to get. No, this is not Malcolm's argument. Malcolm's argument is if God exists necessarily. That's the conclusion of Malcolm's argument. Now, they're saying the greatest conceivable being exists, but that is not what Malcolm gets to. He says if God exists necessarily, and that's all you can get to from these.
So who's Malcolm? I don't know. It doesn't provide a citation.
He's a philosopher of religion around like the 1900s.
A contemporary?
Or something.
Oh, 18. Okay.
Like the 1900s ish. He's in that John Hick book that I suggested on arguments for the existence of God. He provides the commentary, I think, on the ontological argument in that.
here, it's interesting that most philosophers thought the Anselmian argument we just covered just was the ontological argument until it was around the 1960s. Malcolm, what was his first name? Was it Ian Malcolm?
I'm the wrong person. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask. Sorry.
Ian Malcolm's the
Malcolm
character from
published a
Jurassic
paper
Park.
where he argued that there's a distinct ontological argument separate from the one we just covered, which is more plausible and it's better. And this is in the literature. It's kind of referred to as Malcolm's bombshell argument, where he launched discussion of Anselm's other argument in Proslogion 3, not the argument in Proslogion 2. So we can skip the more complicated formulation and go straight to the simplified formulation, where Plantinga and others sort of distill the Anselm's other argument down into this.
I'm saying, like, so is the whole of the UK's philosophy A-level syllabus wrong when it awards 2 marks for the answer that Malcolm's argument concludes that if God exists necessarily, or is this guy right? You decide. And if you think the UK's A-level syllabus is wrong, then may someone write into AQA and tell them, because they've just included like falsehood on the curriculum.
Either God's
I don't know. Do they teach evolution
or
or climate change?
If God's existence is logically impossible, the concept of God is contradictory. concept of God is not contradictory. So God's existence is logically necessary. And you see here, this ontological argument is starting to push into more contemporary terrain, which we'll get into.
Okay.
Because the thing is, I think that a lot of atheists are probably going to accept that either the concept of God is logically necessary or contradictory. Because God seems like not the sort of thing that could be contingent, at least if you accept the like necessary contingent distinction. So either God's like necessary or impossible, plausibly. Like he either exists in every possible world or none of them. So the atheists can be fine with that, and then the debate is just going to be like, well, is he necessary or impossible, right? And so the key. So if you jump back a second, which premise was that? So I don't necessarily. There's some questions about whether you accept the framing, and maybe you think that the concept of God is actually not coherent, which is a bit different to being impossible. But then premise 3 is really the key premise here. Like, is it contradictory? Well, I mean, the atheists. Contradictory. Where does it? Oh, so 2 is if it's impossible, then it's contradictory. I'm not sure if it follows, but maybe. So I'm not sure about premise 2, but the point is the main one here is going to be premise 3. Like, well, do we think that God is contradictory? The atheist is just going to say, well, yeah. I mean, we might not be able to point to where the contradiction is, but evidently, if it can't exist in any possible world, then there must be a contradiction there somewhere.
Which we'll get into.
Okay.
Hartshorne. Now, he had his own formulation of Anselm's other arguments. And it's amusing that in the literature, Hartshorne actually published a paper, or was a book, where he said, no, there are these 2 distinct arguments in Anselm. There's the argument of proslogion 2, and there's this distinct argument in proslogion 3. Well, poor Hartshorne, he didn't get credit for noticing these distinct arguments.
What's proslogion mean?
Stole poor Hartshorne's thunder.
Oh, God, I can't remember. I've got a video on my channel somewhere where I say what it means, and I
don't like using technical terms, or I guess this might be just an archaic term without defining them. It kind of bothers me. Like they keep going on about proslogion. I mean, I know it's the name of it.
Discourse. It just means discourse.
I guess it's a traditional thing, but like, I don't know. I feel like you could just translate it instead of proslogion.
So if you read Hartshorne's writings after Malcolm gets all the credit, he's clearly bothered by this and has a grudge, which is kind of a funny like academic drama that happened.
Interesting fun fact is that Anselm was the Archbishop of Canterbury, I think after or during the time when the Normans invaded in 1066. And so there's like loads of letters of discourse between like him talking to like Saxon princesses and stuff, and like figuring out the politics of the time, like through a Christian framework.
Archbishop from 1093 to 1109, so it's a few decades after the conquest.
But there's loads of the letters of his that exist, or like of him talking to like certain princesses and stuff about like how they should like deal with the fact that like the political landscape's changed, and him like giving godly advice about how to like who to marry and how to conduct yourself and stuff, which is pretty weird from a human point of view.
I mean, I thought Anselm was slightly later than that, so like 900 years old. These arguments are 900 years old. This is what. Yeah, I just have a real impatience for these really old arguments. I'm like, have we made so little progress that we still need to be looking? Like, we don't study 900-year-old science except in terms of the history of human thought. I don't know. That's just my bias about how to approach philosophy.
In the history of ontological arguments, at least contemporary history. So Hartshorne's formulation is complicated. Thankfully,
I guess I think it's interesting, but I agree. Like in terms of making progress and stuff, like. I do think we've like moved on from the frameworks that these people are like working with.
Robert Nadal has a nice simplification. His reconstruction is as follows: it's possible that a perfect being exists. Necessarily, if a perfect being exists, then a perfect being necessarily exists. So a perfect being exists. Okay, so
again, we just get the possibility premise here. Is premise 1 true? The atheist is just not going to accept that, given what it means by possible here.
To continue the drama, we have Hartshorne discovering Anselm's other argument in proslogion 3, and Malcolm gets all the credit for it. A.D. Smith comes along and publishes a book called Anselm's Other Argument, where he discovers a third argument in Anselm, and it goes like this.
Oh my! I don't remember this part of the video being so boring. Like, I don't care about the Mean Girls drama of like Anselm's arguments. Like, it's just the most uninteresting.
To be caused. Therefore, God actually exists. And he gives some modifications later on that we can skip. If you're interested in this argument, look at A.D. Smith's book, Anselm's Other Argument. When I was writing my dissertation, I was reading this book of his, and I wrote up this long email asking clarificatory questions on some things he was saying in one of the chapters. And it was very well written. I'd done my due diligence and research and reading this book, and I was about ready to send it off to him. I looked up his email address and discovered that he had passed away. So, so you get always check to see if
that's why you look up the email first.
Well, the next guy we're talking about is still alive. Plantinga, Elvin Plantinga.
Thanks, Cameron. Glad you're here.
Well, I'll do this one.
Before we do, let's just define some crucial terms here. Maximal excellence is a being has maximal excellence if it's omniscient, omnipotent, and perfectly good. A being has maximal greatness if it has maximal excellence in all possible worlds. Okay.
And is that a real distinction, or is that just like random metaphysical gibberish that?
Oh yeah, this is a modal argument again. So there is a possible world in which a maximally great being exists.
Yeah.
I don't know if he needs to use S5 explicitly. I seem to recall, because of the way if there's a possible world in which a maximally great being exists, a maximally great being exists in all possible worlds, because I think this formulation does, because there's another one where he just defines it in a way such that it exists in all worlds.
Okay.
But again, it's just all hinging on whether it's possible. And that's the question.
All right, with that out of the way, or with those definitions out there.
No, Jerome, he's adding the push-ups, all right? Give him a break.
Because the question of whether it's possible, just is the question of whether it is necessary as well.
Yeah, exactly.
2, if there is a possible world in which a maximally great being exists, then a maximally great being exists in all possible worlds, including the actual world, and then the conclusion. So a maximally great.
And I suppose maximally great being, they would say. Well, they would probably say the universe isn't a candidate for that, right?
Well, the universe is maximally great. Maximally great is has all the perfections or something to the maximum.
Yeah, that's
degree,
what I mean.
Which I don't think is true of the universe.
Well,
it doesn't seem to be true of the Christian God either, but that's another matter.
Is that even a real thing though? That something
maximal growth? Well, you can argue that it's not a coherent concept, which I would plausibly push as well. Although there is a version of the ontological argument that incorporates that criticism, which I think comes a bit later.
Great being exists in all possible worlds, including the actual.
The key insight that Plantinga is known for when it comes to the ontological argument, the objection to ontological arguments, the biggest objection is that existence is not a perfection. You can't infer that God exists from the idea that existence is greater. Well, Plantinga's key insight is that fine, existence might not be a perfection, but necessary existence is. So that's his key insight. And granted that, you can distill modern.
Why would that be the case?
Why was it perfect to necessarily exist?
So if there was a perfectly evil being who only existed in one world, wouldn't that be more evil? It would be a greater exemplification of evil if it existed necessarily. I wouldn't say that's a perfection that being had.
Yeah,
if it was necessary.
I was going to say that's his point, but yeah, I get what you're saying. It's not
No, we're saying it's a perfection.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I misunderstood what you were saying. I was like, that's his point, because he said, but yeah, it wouldn't be perfect. It would be like a greater imperfection in that.
Yeah,
case.
It seems in that case it intensifies whatever it is, but only if the thing's already good. I don't think it's a separate perfection.
Yeah, so I don't think we'd necessarily say that saying something is necessary means it's more perfect, because it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that if it's necessary, then it's necessarily perfect, right? But I don't think it's necessarily. No, I don't even know what I'm saying.
Into a very, very simple argument that has basically just one premise, and it's that God possibly exists. Because if God exists, it's pretty much universally agreed that God exists necessarily. But it follows immediately.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before.
In two modal systems, modal system S5 and B, that if something is possibly necessary, it is necessary. So if God possibly exists, God exists. So we have the simple
boom, atheist destroyed.
No, God exists. And the contemporary discussion on ontological arguments takes this basic.
Oop, another one.
What happened? Oh, well, we've got an ad break.
And we have arguments for and against that key possibility premise, possibly God exists. But as a good faith gesture, if you're not convinced that it follows that God exists from it's even being possible that God exists, here are two ways to derive that. In the next slide. So the first way is in S5,
yes.
The second way is in the weaker system, B. And it's kind of puzzling. A lot of the cosmological.
Well, I wasn't convinced from you just saying possibly God exists, but now I've seen this tableau tree, I am convinced. Thank you.
I had to brush up on my modal logic notes, but I did look through the proof on the left. It is it does seem to be valid by my inspection. Yes, given S5.
I don't see many philosophers appealing to B instead of S5. S5 is much stronger than B. Usually you go for something weaker than what's stronger. So it's kind of a curiosity. Why don't
I haven't studied B before. I don't specifically know what it is.
I mean,
it looks pretty similar though. There's only a modest difference there.
So yeah, that's where we're at. If you want to go to the next slide, all of the action right now in ontological. How far should I back up?
Crashed again.
Right, so even if it crashed again though, but let's look at this. This is literally just a form, right? So you can plug anything in here. You can plug anything in. The question is, why should we think that is the case?
All of the action right now in ontological. How far should I back up?
Well, let me just let everyone know that we're back. My software crashed. It's been crashing a lot more lately, so I apologize about that. But good thing is that normally I can pull it back up fairly quickly. So you were talking about, I think,
no crashes with StreamYard.
you were talking about well, now I don't know.
Okay, well, the contemporary state of the discussion for the ontological argument is how to defend that key possibility premise, possibly God exists. And there are
remember, this doesn't mean is it epistemically possible that God exists. Like as far as we know, it means is it metaphysically possible?
Yeah. Well, this is
just equivalent to asking, does God exist? Like, there's no difference because it's a necessary being. Then to say that it possibly exists means that it exists. Under standard conception.
There's the axiarchic defense that we'll come on to. There's the ontomystical defense as well. So
the ontomystical, I looked up some of these. The ontomystical defense is literally that some people experience God, and if you experience, like mystics or whatever, monks or that sort of thing, and if you experience something, then it's possible that thing could be real.
Right.
Like that's the argument. Like that's super persuasive.
Yeah, but isn't that epistemic possibility rather than logical possibility?
No, well, I mean that's what I would say, right? But that's not what they're saying. No, they mean it's metaphysically possible that if you experience something, that it could be real, and that's just I don't see how that is worthy of anything. The motivational, well, we'll come to the motivational center one, but so I looked up about half of these. I don't think I looked up the cumulative credence razor argument, but I think I can guess what that is. Phenomenal defense, I think, is similar to the ontomystical, but just focusing on more ordinary phenomenology. I don't remember what the axiarchic defense is, but they're all, dare I say, they're all crap. They're all just making this assertion that something's metaphysically possible. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Because people believe it for different reasons, essentially. Yeah. Not that it's not that it's epistemically possible, that it's metaphysically possible.
So we're talking about arguments God exists, right? And then we've just got like these various ways of deriving that God exists from sentences that are like consistent with that and can be put in. This is just going to be various ways of plugging different premises in that conclude that possibly God exists from different premises.
Yeah.
Like it's just the same thing all over again. And there's going to be infinitely many of them.
Offering what I'll call a demonstration. You actually try to prove that it's possible God exists rather than just give an argument for why it's possible God exists. Arguments for the possibility premise, which we'll look at. We have Proust's motivational center of our lives defense. We have Benjamin Arber's cumulative credence razor argument. We have the axiarchic defense, ontomystical defense. We'll look at all those.
Arber's cumulative credence razor argument just needs a peek. Maybe it's like the credence razor argument principle or the crap. it's so close.
I couldn't resist putting in there because it's my own defense, which just got accepted for publication.
Wait, is he Ben Arber? No, he's Chad. He's not. Ben Arber is a different person. Oh.
I could run through that really quickly. So the phenomenal defense depends on
Jesus.
Human philosophy is known as phenomenal conservatism, which is that if it appears to...
Lord Jesus, if you exist, I pray that you will reveal yourself to me so I don't have to watch more of these arguments to understand that you exist. In Jesus' name, amen.
You that be.
I thought the stream was going to go down then.
Now, this applies... I argue that this applies to appearances of possibility too, but with a qualification. So
appearances of possibility, isn't that epistemic though? Appearances.
I would say that's what it is.
Like metaphysical possibility doesn't appear to me, unless this is like hidden premises of like conceivability or whatever is. That of course, I mean anything goes, right?
If something appears possible to you, that just means that you don't see anything contradictory or unclear about it.
Square triangles.
Yeah, that's a conceivability then. If it's you don't see a contradiction. Again, that just means maybe you haven't seen where the contradiction is. I don't think you can make this deduction, even a probabilistic one. This is a justificatory one. See, this would be. Imagine if mathematics worked like this, Fermat's last theorem. Or P equals NP or whatever it is. I can't see any contradiction, and it seems to me that this is possible. So I'm just going to, and if it is possible, it's necessary, by the way. Mathematical truths are like that. So I'm just going to conclude that the theorem is true. Like, no, that's not how it works, actually.
Yeah. I can't see any reason why it wouldn't be.
There you go. It's
But if
phenomenal
something-
defense.
You do this with anything that you want to claim is necessary. You just see, well, I can't see any reason why it couldn't be that possibly necessarily God doesn't exist. So
appears impossible to you, then presumably you do see something contradictory or
and that's true. Like, I genuinely can't see any reason why possibly necessarily God doesn't exist. So
unclear about it. So here's an example. Suppose there's a barber who shaves all and only those men in town who do not shave themselves.
wait, hang on. Why is there a self-referential paradox in here?
Because we can see that that's paradoxical, I think is what he's going to say.
Okay.
But God's not like
I think,
that.
oh, that seems possible. That appears possible.
No, but that's not like, that literally isn't that's not like appearance. That's like, you can actually look that like P implies not P. Like you can see that there's a contradiction there logically. Like, that's what Russell does. Like,
When you think about it a little bit harder, you start running into troubles. If the barber, who's a man in town, does not shave himself, well, that means he must shave himself, which is a contradiction. Okay, so hence I propose the following modal principle. I am prima facie justified at face value, in believing P is possible based on its appearing possible to me, if and only if it's reasonable to believe that if P were impossible, it would probably appear impossible upon further reflection. Just like
if it's reasonable to believe that if P were impossible, it would probably appear impossible. How the hell do you know that?
Well, it's interesting because that would seem to say that if it were impossible for God to exist, then this would only apply if were it the case that it was impossible for God to exist, then we would be able to know that upon further reflection. But it's quite plausible that we wouldn't, because the idea of God is very complicated in terms of all the infinities and so forth, and the maximally great and so forth, that it seems to me that his prima facie justification is not even going to apply, because it's actually quite weak. Because it only applies if it's reasonable to think that if you thought about it more, you'd see how it was impossible.
It would probably appear impossible. I'm also thinking, yeah, he's going to negate the antecedent and run it backwards. Okay, so at least that makes sense. But like it would probably appear like, does he not think that there are like rational, like epistemic peers who would say that it appears impossible upon further reflection? Like, does he not think that, there are those epistemic peers?
Well, I mean, this is just a prima facie justification. So I guess he would say that could be a defeater to the prima facie. I mean, this is why I don't like prima facie arguments, because they just mean like, if you don't think about other things, but like, well, shouldn't we have an all things considered argument, not a prima facie? I just don't see the point of prima facie arguments in most cases.
Yeah.
Like in the barber example. So I apply this to the ontological argument and say, look, it appears possible that God exists. It's reasonable for me to believe that if it were
like in the barber example. Okay, but then like, it's like Peano's. So the reason the barber example even comes about is because of Peano's arithmetic axioms, right? And it's like, if I show you like the vast majority of the population, Peano's arithmetic axioms, are they going to derive that same self-referential paradox from Peano's arithmetic axioms?
Well,
Absolutely
they're not Chads, so
yeah. Well, this is what I mean though. Like, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist there. Like, you're not prima facie justified in accepting Peano's arithmetic axioms. Well, I don't know. Maybe I would want to say you're prima facie justified in accepting Peano's arithmetic axioms, but it's just that that's a bad way of, because then you're building up this like false system of mathematics, which actually is false because there's contradictions that can be derived from those axioms that you just don't know about.
But I would say that Russell's paradoxes and that sort of stuff is an example of why we shouldn't readily think that we'd probably figure out the impossibility on further reflection if it existed, because very smart people have not seen contradictions like that, even after working something for a long time. So why would we think that in cases like this, we're going to be able to find it? Yeah,
that's right. That's a good point.
Impossible that God exists, it would probably appear to me that it's impossible that God exists upon further reflection, but it doesn't. When I further reflect on God's existence, nothing seems.
Yeah, like Cantor, Frege, Peano, are they not epistemic peers of Russell who didn't see this contradiction in various systems?
Yeah, I mean, think about mathematicians today, like P equals NP or P doesn't equal NP or any of these propositions, right? Now, at least, P equals NP or P doesn't equal NP. One of those two entails a contradiction. And so you would say, well, what should we believe on that, given that, well, let me phrase that a different way. How come mathematicians haven't worked out where that impossibility arises? Because we know that it exists, right? But they haven't figured it out yet. But it seems that if you're going to go with premise 2, then you would have to say, well, maybe mathematicians can't work out whether P equals NP, but Chad can work out whether God is impossible or not. You see what I'm saying? Like, because we know there are impossibilities that exist that we can't figure out yet. That's like every unsolved problem in mathematics, essentially, and logic as well, for that matter. But then Chad's just going to say, no, he knows that if it were impossible that God would exist, then he would have figured that out by now, basically. So therefore, it's reasonable for him to just prima facie believe that God exists, or possibly exists, I guess.
Is impossible or unclear about that, contradictory about that, so I'm justified in believing God possibly exists.
That's super interesting.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, Cameron eats it up.
So just on that, to be honest.
Yeah, that'd be fun. So yeah, you can see that it's coming out in International Journal for Philosophy and Religion.
All right, and let's see if we can get through some of these others a little bit quicker.
Yeah. So
oh geez.
Now let's move on to demonstrations of the.
This is the GigaChad argument.
Gödel's attempted demonstration. Let's do this because it's
offensive to spell Gödel like that, by the way.
It's some definitions and some axioms, and he derives from the definitions and axioms 3 theorems: T1, T2, T3.
Oh, this is. I was gonna try and make a joke like something about like God being a statement that can't be proved either way or something, but I couldn't think of a good one to say.
And rather than go through all of those, let me just say that T1, T2, and T3 do follow from the definitions and axioms. No one disputes this. This has been demonstrated many times over, even by computers. Okay, so T1, T2, T3 follow from the definitions and A1 through A5. The question is whether the axioms are true.
Because the definitions are just like you can just make any kind of definition that you want.
Right, and so
finally, here we go. They're understanding.
The drama really concerns the first 2 axioms. What is a positive property? That's the question. And is it a property that?
Well, I don't even know. Like that def 3, its essence is necessarily instantiated. Don't know what that really means, but I don't know if I have essences in my metaphysics.
You've got to have a fair bit of metaphysics here, because you've got properties and positive and those essences somewhere, and like what is even all that stuff, and all those are sort of, I mean, even what a property is sort of disputed. But this argument I did a bit of reading into and tried to understand how it's supposed to work, because it appears to derive the existence of God. So unlike some of the other modal arguments, it doesn't rely on just it's possible that God exists sort of thing. It more just derives it through sort of combining properties together, I suppose. So let's think about this a little bit. So a property is positive if and only if its negation is not. So that's sort of saying it's like either positive or
not positive.
The negation of it is positive. So it's sort of like a completeness, I guess, a relation of a properties loosely. Now, this second premise here I'll come back to, but I think that's a very poor description of what the second premise actually is. It turns out I think this is the key premise here. But just for the moment, positive properties entail only positive properties.
Right.
So this is sort of how you derive one positive property from another very loosely. I'll come back to that. The property being godlike is positive. So godlike is having every positive property. So that seems reasonable. If you have every positive property, that itself is positive. I guess that sort of makes sense. Positive properties are necessarily positive. So positive in every possible world. That's also an interesting premise there, which maybe seems rather strong. But I think you can. I'm just saying where axiom 4. Yeah, that one also I recall thinking that is rather unmotivated, because it seems to me that properties could be positive in some worlds but not in others. So that I think is actually quite strong as well. Necessary existence is positive. We've talked about that before, whether it makes you greater to have necessary existence. That's also contentious. But I actually think that 2 is where a lot of the work is happening here. But anyway, so and then the theorems that follow from these axioms are: it is possible that something is godlike, and godlikeness is the essence of whatever it is godlike, which basically just means like God. The godlike thing has all the positive properties, which includes a necessary existence, right? So a God being here, or a godlike being, is one that has all the positive properties, and necessary existence is one of those properties. So this God has to exist necessarily as long as it's possible. So that's how he gets that out of it. There is something godlike. So that's why it's an ontological argument, because it does go from possibility to actuality using that. But so there is that modal operator shift operating here, but he doesn't directly assume that it's possible that something's godlike. That's actually a theorem that follows from the axioms. So that's where it's actually quite interesting in terms of he doesn't have to assume that. He gets it for free with these axioms. So we've already pointed out that I think axioms 4 and 5 are kind of dubious, because why think that if something's positive in one possible world, it's positive in every possible world? That seems rather strong. And that necessary existence is also positive. Like if Satan existed necessarily, would that be like a positive aspect of Satan? It seems plausibly not. So I think this one is plausible enough. If you had all the positive properties, then that's a positive property. Okay, I'll go with that. And I think A1 is okay. But I want to talk a bit about A2 here, because I had a lot of trouble understanding this. So I want to show you something here. I'll just share my screen again.
Yep.
Because I found a good, he doesn't actually show the formal derivation, but I found a nice little Stack Overflow derivation here, and an explanation of this, which helped me to sort of work through what's going on. Now, I won't work through everything, but what I was really interested in here is what's actually here called axiom 1.
I
corresponds
psi.
Well, this seems to correspond to what Chad calls axiom 2. Chad seems to have flipped axioms 1 and 2 compared to this. Now, I don't know which is the original one, because I haven't traced that down, but I just, for those following along at home, there's a shift here. So remember I said axiom 2 was the interesting one? Here, that's axiom 1. So this is actually quite interesting. What it says is that if we have a property that's good, so like, I don't know, being tall. So if being tall is good, sorry, that's a proof of it. What does this mean? If being tall is good and everything that's tall is like, I don't know, long, then being long is also good. So this is saying that if something is true, and then if something has a property and then everything that has that property also has another property, that's what it means by forces. It's necessarily true. Then the other thing is also good. Now, this is a really strong assumption. Think about what that means. That's like, so anything that entails something else, the other thing is also good. I had a good example of this that I've forgotten what it was. But I mean, so you can think of like that. Dang it, what was a good example of this? So if, I don't know, if like, excuse me, if having 3 sides is good, and having 3 sides entails necessarily being a triangle, then being a triangle is also good, right? Now, obviously that's a silly example, but the point is there could be something that's a necessary consequence of good things that is itself not good. Oh, that's right. I thought of an example, and this is kind of silly, but it's better than the triangle one. So imagine being generous is good, right? So that's the property here, phi. So being generous is good, right? But suppose being generous implies necessarily having less money than you would otherwise, or maybe magnanimous, like giving lots of money away, being charitable, whatever. That necessarily implies having less money than you otherwise would, because obviously that's what it means to be magnanimous. It means you're giving away money. So here the property phi is being magnanimous, and the property psi is having less money than you otherwise would. Now, I'm going to say one necessarily entails the other, because you can't give money away without having less money than you otherwise would. At least, you know, for the sake of argument, think of that as a plausible necessary principle. Maybe you could beef it up a bit if you wanted to think about edge cases. But the thing is that being magnanimous might be good, but having less money isn't good, right? Just because it necessarily follows from being magnanimous doesn't mean that in it itself is good.
Well, you could probably get some kind of contradiction there. Yeah,
possibly, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was just.
But I don't need a contradiction. Yeah. It just doesn't necessarily follow that the other thing is also good.
Yeah.
This premise is saying if 2 things always go together and one of them is a good thing, the other must also be a good thing. But there can easily be combinations of things where one of them is good, but the other one isn't good. And that, by the way, isn't not good doesn't necessarily mean bad. It just means isn't good. I tried to give a little example there with the magnanimous one, but you maybe can think of better counterexamples. The point is that why should we think that because one thing is good and it always entails the other one, and then other thing is also good? That's a very strong assumption for every single good property in every single possible world, right? So I actually think that this axiom here is very suspect. And the way that Chad summarizes it by saying that like good, hang on,
I can bring it back up if you want.
Oh yeah, bring it back up because I wanted to show something else. So the way he summarizes it is positive properties entail only positive properties. Now, I can see kind of how he gets that out of what was said, but I think that it's not a very good summary because it's actually saying that, it's more like positive properties force any, how would I summarize it? Like
force any entailment to have those positive properties.
Positive properties force any co-occurring property or any necessarily co-occurring property to be positive or something like that. It's not saying that if you have a positive property, then you can't have negative properties, which is like sort of what it sounds like here. It's much stronger. It's saying that if any two things go together and one of them necessarily go together and one of them is positive, the other must always be positive. That's a very strong claim. So I think that actually this is and this is why, if you bring back my share screen, this property is crucial here, because from these two axioms, you get that if something is good, then it's possible that something exists with that property. And this seemed to me very strange. Like, well, just because something's good doesn't mean that like it could be instantiated. Like, how do you get that? And he gets it by this mechanism. So here's the proof, right? Suppose we have something that's good, but necessarily nothing had that property. So it's an uninstantiated property. But then, and this is where the sort of, I don't know, what's the word? The man behind the curtain is sort of manipulating things. If there's an uninstantiated property, then that property would force every other property, which would also force not itself. So that's a contradiction. So you got to think about this carefully. What this hang on, where'd the axiom go?
Yeah.
If phi is good and phi forces psi, have I got that there? No, that's right. Phi forces psi, then psi is also good. So what this is saying here is that if there's an uninstantiated property that's impossible, like, so this is an impossible property, it's never instantiated, then it forces everything, because it's never instantiated. It's like a well, that's why it says vacuously. It's like a trivial example. Think about it this way: in what possible world is if you're looking at all the let's try to say it this way. Forces means in every world where phi is true, the other thing is also true. But phi is not true in any world.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's vacuously true that in every world where phi is true, something else is true. So it's sort of like
right. It's like there's that.
It's a vacuous case.
Yeah, I'm trying to think that there's some really there's some really good examples of that, because like by definition, if there's another case of this like vacuous truth where it's like if the counterexample is inconsistent with the premises, but if the counter conclusion is inconsistent with the premises, but the conclusion is consistent with the premises, then the argument is like valid and follows, right? But that's just like by definition. So then like there's all these examples of like weird things where you put it together so as they're inconsistent, but it's kind of like meaningless. It's sort of like that where you're just saying, okay, it's not instantiated anywhere, so it holds. But yeah, I get.
Yeah, so that is, I mean, it's sort of a subtle point, but this is how things work in logic. I think it's roughly analogous to the principle of explosion. If you have a contradiction, then you can disjunct it with any proposition, and then negate the other disjunct, and therefore prove anything from a contradiction. Anything follows.
Yes.
Principle of explosion. I think it's similar to what's happening here. Basically, if you have an uninstantiated good property, then you can actually just show that everything holds, essentially, which is a huge problem, because then you get contradictions. So why does this follow? This is sort of weird. Well, it follows from this very strong axiom 1 here. If something is good and it forces another thing, then that other thing must also be good. So it took me a while to work my head around this, but basically the reason this is important is because in this version of the ontological argument, you get the possibility of God existing, basically, as a theorem rather than an assumption, or a premise, and that's the case for most other ontological arguments. So I'm like, well, how did they get that? That seems like a pretty strong result. They get it from this. Well, I mean, it's from other axioms, but I think this is a critical one here. This axiom 1 here, or what's axiom 2 in Chad's version, where if two things necessarily co-occur and one of them's good, the other has to be good. That's a really strong axiom, and I don't see any reason to accept that. I just gave a plausible counterexample. I mean, you could probably think of better ones. And so that's probably...
Oh. Well, James has gone. I hope I'm still here. Let me just message him on Facebook to see where James is. Maybe he crashed. Maybe there was too much ontologicalness. I think my internet has stayed. Send him a message. We'll see what happens. It's really oh, he's back. He's back. There you are. I was just messaging you on Facebook.
Sorry, that wasn't supposed to be a mic drop. I'm an idiot. I meant to press stop share, but I pressed leave studio, which is, in my defense, right next to the button. So that was my stupidity. Yeah. Well, anyway, I was just, that's all I wanted to share with that. But so this argument is interesting. It's complicated, but it's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. There's actually a bunch of really strong axioms there that can just very readily be denied.
Well, I think in the way it's being used, it's trying to pull the wool over your eyes, because it's just like, here's something really complicated that someone smart thought. So there you go. Like that's the real argument, is this is complicated and academic. Someone smart thought it. You should too. And like, unless you're an atheist that's as smart as Kierkegaard, then you're a troglodyte. And
Gödel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I triggered your.
You've got to get the umlauts.
The umlaut. What was the other thing? I've been reading a lot on like Turing machines recently, and like there's all these like weird like around that time everyone's like using weird German for everything, like weird German symbols, German fonts.
Oh yeah.
It's better to have than not. Is it a property that doesn't detract from excellence, but its opposite does? So there's some debate here about that.
The schwa, that's it. The upside down E. The like another weird.
Well,
backwards A's and upside down E's.
Has a simplified version of Gödel's argument, which just depends on 3 axioms. If you want to move on to this next slide. So there you have some resources on Gödel's argument. So Proust's improvement just depends on those 3 axioms, which jointly entail the theorem there is a necessarily existing being that essentially has.
Yeah, so that axiom 2 there is the one I was talking about. That's a really strong. Right. I don't know why he didn't summarize it like that previously, because that's a much simpler formulation and more accurate than what he said before.
Was to get the numbers up to increase the end. This is a different argument. This is completely distinct from that last one, actually. And even if it's weak, it increases the number of weak arguments for theism.
That's true.
So there you go. So Gödel's main insight is that we can prove that God possibly exists by this idea that he has all positive perfections. Modal follows suit with his own argument to this effect. And this is his celebrated modal perfection argument, which is in the Blackwell Companion. He has 2 definitions here. Property is a perfection only if it is necessarily better to have than not. Something has a property of being supreme if and only if it's impossible for something to be greater and impossible for there to be something else than which is not greater. Okay, so from these 2 definitions, he has this argument: property is a perfection only if its negation is not. Perfections entail only perfections. Property of being supreme is a perfection. So it's possible that supreme being exists. And he derives 4 in Gödelian fashion from 1 through 3. So 1 through 3 jointly entail 4. 5, if it is possible that a supreme being exists. 6, so a supreme being exists. What's noteworthy about Modal's argument is that it doesn't depend on S5 or B, like the other arguments do. He instead appeals to what's called the Barkin formula in modal logic, which is that if possibly something has F, then there is something that is possibly F. That's the Barkin formula in kind of a rough way. So he derives 5 using the Barkin formula. And so he concludes that a supreme being exists. And if you want to go to the next slide, I'll just show you his derivation. That's how he does it.
For
so
some
premise
reason.
2 there is the Barkin formula. And he's off and running. So there you go.
I'm sorry, but who is going to just glance at that and like, be like, oh yeah, I can see, yeah, follows, checks out. All right, let's go.
Yeah, this is all just super easy stuff.
This is very complicated, because this is actually second order. Modal. It is second order, right? First order is propositional. Second order is predicate. I haven't got the orders mixed up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct. I'm just trying to remember if it starts at 0 or. But anyway, so this is second order, which means predicate modal logic.
Quantified as well, which is
that's what makes it second order. So it's got quantifies,
okay,
which is the backwards E's, and it's got modal operators, which are the triangle. Oh, it's not a triangle. It's what do you call those things? Like a diamond, I guess.
Diamond, I think.
Oh no, boxes here actually, but they're also modal operators. So the point is, this is quite advanced stuff. There's I have a book from actually Graham Priest. You've mentioned him. Where's my book?
I've interviewed him. I've got an interview.
Yeah, he's a weird guy. He taught because he's at the University of Melbourne. Bugger, my book's aren't arranged properly. Where is my book about? I just wanted to show something.
A very short introduction.
I'm very upset now. I should be able to pop it out. Well, the reason I was going to mention it is because the book, which is on non-classical logics, originally there was a first edition which was just on predicate like modal and other non-classical logics, and then he had to like basically more than double the length of the book to get it into second order, which is what this is.
Right.
And you can go higher than that, but he's like, nah, I'm done. So I'm so annoyed. I can't see it anyway. This is why I need to organize my books. But the point is that this is really advanced stuff. And you have to be basically like, I don't know, master's level philosophy at least, in logic specifically, to be really able to follow this properly. And so why is he showing this exactly? It enlightens no one. I mean, it's just like, it's the same as IP putting up the Schrodinger's equation without even explaining it.
Floats around the
Be able to
screen.
read this.
What about my book now? Where's it gone?
Which is kind of confirmed by the fact that Cameron's like, just like, yeah, I agree with this argument, but I don't understand what's going on at all.
Look, I mean, if you were to write these premises out in English, it would be ridiculous. You wouldn't even be able to like hold some of these premises in your mind. It's just
if you can't hold them in your mind in English, like how are you meant to hold them in your mind in like this formal language?
It's like just
with 16 sentences and
doing a math equation. You know, you just.
I'm worried I've lost a book now. I'm very upset.
Showing validity.
I'm sure it's hiding there
Just showing
somewhere.
that you can derive a conclusion from formal assumptions and premises. Okay.
All right.
So yeah, Bernstein's argument, which again is a demonstration of the possibility premise or an attempted one, he defines
those were
perfection as
bears.
a property that in no way detracts from a being's greatness. But its complement does, its opposite does. So he has this argument. Suppose for reductio.
again, like this is just saying the same thing, but like by inverting the logic, like just run it, you know, oh, if you've got like if P then Q, then run it, you know, not Q, then not P. Like it's just the same thing, but you can do it with modal stuff, you can do it with the quantified stuff. It's just reformulating the same thing.
It's impossible that something has all perfections.
I don't know what this turnstile is though. Is that just saying tautology, or I don't know what the hell
which
that
one?
is. This turnstile here, this way up.
I used to remember that. Suppose there's not a perfection. I don't remember. Someone in the chat might remember.
If it is impossible that something has all perfections, then there is a perfection that is sufficient for not having that some. Let me restart that. 2, if it's impossible that something has all perfections, then there is a perfection that is sufficient for not having some other perfection, namely the one with which it is inconsistent. If a property is sufficient for not having some perfection, then that property is sufficient for being imperfect. If a property is sufficient for being imperfect, then it is not a perfection. So there is some perfection that is sufficient for not having some perfection, follows from 1 and 2. So there is some perfection that is sufficient for being imperfect, 3 and 5. And then we have a contradiction here. There is some perfection that is not a perfection. And so that means our starting assumption must have been false. And so we can conclude possibly something has all perfections.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're at argument number 30.
Yeah, I haven't.
There's one argument left.
Checked through that one myself.
So let's get that one out of the
let's
way.
wait. Okay. Yeah, and so here's the further resources for that one from Bernstein. All right,
Okay,
Nagasawa's.
so-
then this one is the most recent from what I understand.
Eugen
Yeah, pretty much.
Nagasawa.
And Nagasawa's main insight is this. It's that we shouldn't start with separate ideas of what it means to be omniscient, what it means to be omnipotent, or morally perfect, and so on, and then add all those concepts together to get God. He says instead, we should just define God as the being that has the maximum consistent set of knowledge, power, goodness, and so on. So whatever being has that maximally consistent set, that is God. So he defines 2 properties: real maximal excellence, which is having the maximal consistent set of knowledge, power, and goodness, and real maximal greatness, which is real maximal excellence in every possible world. And he has this argument. It runs exactly like Plantinga's argument, except that we avoid the problem of whether or not the concept of God is logically consistent, because that's just built into the argument now. There's a possible world in which real maximality, a real maximal great being exists. That's just now true by definition. Here's a way to illustrate Nagasawa's point. When I was in middle school, I played. I'm a big wrestling fan, pro wrestling fan. I played this. I forget which one was out then. I think it was just called like SmackDown or something. But the SmackDown game, you could create your own character, and you could make him super fast. You could make him super strong. You could make him super agile, and super tough. And of course, being the middle school boy I was, I went in there. I immediately maxed out strength. Like, yeah, I want the strongest guy possible. But it became obvious pretty quickly when I tried to play the character.
Such
that he
a
was just
Chad.
a big lumbering oaf. He couldn't really move around much, and he was just like slow, and he'd fall over easily. But he was super powerful. So what you would do then is go back to create your player mode, and then you would decrease strength in tandem with increasing agility, speed, and so forth until you reach some maximum of each of the individual characteristics for an ideal character.
It looks like he's got Greek scripture tattooed on his wrists. Fair
And so
enough.
forth until you reach some maximum of
Yeah, I noticed
can't
that. It was a
read
bit weird.
each of the individual characteristics for an ideal character. So that's basically what Nagasawa is doing here. He's saying rather than maximize each individual attribute, let's
Oh, I can't read it.
just bring them all
Can't-
down to wherever they're at, wherever they need to be to all be sort of mutually consistent.
Seems to me like the question then would be like, would that being, whatever that being is, would that being exist necessarily?
exist necessarily, yeah, maybe
Ooh.
my question would be, well, what if the maximally consistent set of attributes is just really unimpressive? What if it's just like what if it amounts to like no more than like a Zeus type being, you know? Would we consider that God at that point? And I asked Eugen about this actually in preparation, and he said, well, it's on the atheist, it's on the critic to show that
Of
the
course.
maximally consistent set
Shifting the
of attributes would be
burden.
a very unimpressive.
This is a
non-God
Craig
being.
move as well.
Okay.
Yeah, here's some crap that doesn't exist, and now go and prove me wrong. Like,
I should also mention.
Well,
that
no,
I
it's
had,
literally like,
Eugen
here, I just proved this thing exists. Well, is that atheist? Is that thing God?
yeah,
This
like, what
guy,
the hell is
prove
that?
It's not God.
Yeah,
Seriously?
prove that it's not witch god.
and I should know his name, but it's escaping me because I'm already starting to get fatigued from this. But Eugen actually co-wrote an article. Mike Almeida, there it is. Mike Almeida co-wrote an article that's on Capturing Christianity right now, which you can go
Wow.
capturingchristianity.com and you can read the article that they wrote for Capturing
Will you give
Christianity.
me ads?
That is along the same lines. Actually, the name of it is called A Faultless Modal Ontological Argument, I believe. You can look that up, and it's along the same lines. Super interesting. If you're interested in ontological arguments, I highly recommend checking it out. All right, so are we? Yeah, design arguments. So why don't we go ahead and I'll take my break.
We did it,
and
boys. We
do some
passed
push-ups.
the
So I think I've
ontological
got-
arguments.
I owe
We
11
survived.
push-ups. So here we
I've
go.
got to do another.
We're doing 11, so you better do more than 11. I don't even know if I can do a single push-up. I'm one of those types.
You know, you don't have to be quiet.
all right,
while I'm doing
Chad.
this. You can just say something or-
Yeah, we hear you
We
breathing
can
heavily.
we can do not push-ups together.
I like. There's no reason for me to be this tired after 30 push-ups. There's no reason at all. All right. Well, I think it's the push-ups combined with the mental fatigue that's already
Man.
setting in.
My brain has just been fried.
It's 1.5 hours in. It is.
I wake up in the morning like, oh, I got to do more theistic arguments. But it's all right.
There's so many. All right, here we go. The argument.
See,
from-
this is the great thing about atheism as well, is like you can just be like a ridiculous, weird character, and there's no absolute moral normalness that you have to conform to. So,
There's some pretty weird
Yeah, all right,
theists
so
around.
that's our first design arguments. Consider a banana.
oh Jesus!
Okay, just kidding. We have Aquinas' fifth way.
Oh, this is the degrees. Oh no, this is the teleology one. Is it the fourth? The fourth is degrees of being, right? Does he go with that? Do you remember? Or
Whenever I see Aquinas, I just mentally check out.
well, the degrees of being one is like the weirdest one, because he gives like beings different degrees, and so there's like, but
Yeah.
you've got to have like all the angels and demons and stuff as well. But yeah, this is just the how do acorns become
So that one
trees,
might be
bro.
lost on some people too.
Um,
Okay, Aquinas' fifth way. Whatever has ends or goals is either intelligent or is directed by intelligence. Efficient causes in nature have ends or goals and work together towards the goal of
yeah, so the non-Aristotelian is obviously going to reject this. Sorted.
harmony and order. 3, efficient causes in nature are not intelligent. So efficient causes in nature are directed by intelligence.
Do you accept that there are formal, efficient, material, and final causes, James, for everything?
No, I've never really understood the distinction between 4 different types of causes.
Well,
Like a final
I think
cause is a
sorry.
teleology, right? And then a material cause is like real causation, and then I'm not even really sure what the other two are.
So it's kind of like, you know what we were talking about before, with the 5 philosophers, where it was like, well, we want like some other explanation. It really is, in my view, just different ways of talking about the same thing. So I think it's like, you know, like if you create a statue, for example, like the material cause would be like the you know, the stuff that makes it up or whatever, and the efficient cause would be like the sculptor putting it together. The formal cause would be like the form of the statue, and the final cause would be like the statue in the mind of the thingy. But really, it is just different ways of talking about the same thing, guys.
You know, to me, the first 3 are just the same. Like, there's nothing fundamentally different about them. It's just a descriptive difference. That's why I've never understood when I try to read the difference, because it's like, well, I don't understand what the fundamental difference is supposed to be. There's just
this is
3
the
different
point.
things.
So this is like, I think, Francis Bacon's new point in the New Organon, where he's like, well, actually, it's just efficient causes. Like the final causes, they are just efficient causes. The you know, it's all efficient causes, and I think that's been one of the things, you know, since we've kind of rejected Aristotelianism and made such progress in science, has been through this idea that it's just efficient causes, and we can investigate what those efficient causes are and figure out processes of why things happen. So I think obviously any naturalist is going to disagree with this argument.
Yeah.
Cameron, I had
And any non-Aristotelian theist should as well.
notes, brief notes, along with all of these arguments that would sketch what the main justification is for the key premise. But I'm thinking, unless you request it at this point, I guess we should just move on. What do you think?
Let's move on. And what if you can send me those notes. I don't know if you've got them in a format that I can share with people, but that might be a solution. Is I could share that along with the slides for people.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Those never materialized,
that,
by the way. Apparently, they're in a form that's not useful to anyone, so we didn't get to see them.
Well, this is
says it
weird
in a comment on the video or something.
Because before he said Antoinette Gilson, but it looks like he's got the right name here.
One premise of an argument would just be like, oh, why would you ever think that's true? It's like, well, I have the justification here. I want to share it real quick, but
yeah,
we should have probably just separated out. Okay, let's have an episode on just cosmological arguments, just ontological arguments, things like that.
Well, this is just the beginning. We can do a lot of different things with this.
Okay, so at Team Gilson, that's the quote there illustrating justification for the main premise of Aquinas' argument there. We have a simplified version, which is just that. Next slide. Intelligence underlies teleology. There's irreducible teleology immanent to the natural world.
Yeah, but you've got to accept, the intelligence underlines teleology. Well, so it's like there are clearly things that I think the theist is going to agree to. Well, this is the problem, because anything that is natural, you're just going to say, well, God directed it towards those ends. So it's impossible, even if you were, if you believe this, even if you were wrong, and like the patterns in the sand are just the product of wind or whatever, it'd be impossible to find out, because you just say, well, God directed, the natural processes that produce the patterns in the sand. So that's teleology. So you just can't, you can't push against it. But I do think that that's the way of thinking about it, is like, there are causes which produce effects which look like they're directed towards ends, but it's actually just like the product of unintelligent processes, like chaotic systems and the wind, like the weather.
Don't say just. That's how they get you.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just stuff.
In and all throughout the natural world, so intelligence underlies the natural world. Okay. Design in biology. Let's begin with the origin of organic life. I don't know about you, Cameron, but when I was in high school, they were still teaching the Miller experiment.
This is interesting.
Well, did they teach that to you in high school?
I don't remember actually. What is that experiment?
The Miller experiment. Oh, let's see if I can remember it. Is an experiment. The main guy was named Miller, but he had some solution that they thought resembled like prebiotic soup of
primordial soup,
Earth's early atmosphere.
I don't think I have no clue if I was taught it, but I remember hearing about it.
And so what he did is just basically shoot like bolts of electricity into this prebiotic suit, and he was able to synthesize amino acids. And this was touted as being this groundbreaking experiment that is a clue to how life originated.
But he didn't succeed, so God did it. Like,
well, it is, and it's still referred to today because it's a very important experiment.
Has since just been completely abandoned.
No, it's been completely abandoned, James.
It's been superseded because people have done more and more different experiments. People aren't sure whether they say Yuri Miller, I forget which of them. They assumed that the Earth's early atmosphere was reducing, so they constructed their experiment in reducing
Does that
environment.
mean giving oxygen or giving electrons? I can't remember my chemistry. What does reducing
mean? So reducing is the opposite of being oxygen rich. So an oxygen rich atmosphere, which is what we have as an oxidizing atmosphere. So sort of the opposite of that, if you want to think of it that way. So but it's not clear whether that's correct. But it's sort of, it's just the first of a series of experiments where basically it's been found that you can fairly readily create in different environments amino acids and other, what's the word I'm looking for? Other monomers that are relevant in biochemistry. Now they haven't. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of misconceptions there, and we might have to do. It's again embarrassing that there are still some theists who run these origin of life arguments, although I see them less. Although they're probably less embarrassing than the NDE arguments. So I don't know. But anyway,
this is something I always think. Like the sooner, like what is actually going to happen? Like could we get some theists to commit to some of these arguments in a way where it's like, okay, so when we do manage to produce that, will you what will that do to your belief? And I know the answer is that in reality is actually nothing. Like theists aren't going to abandon, like a lot of these like apologists especially aren't going to abandon their belief because it got like falsified. It's the same with like the consciousness stuff. It's like, let's say, I do build a machine where I replicate, what's going on there, and it actually turns out to be conscious, and all your consciousness like arguments for it being something else are wrong. The same with like the abiogenesis stuff. But I'd like to see some theists like commit to like these falsifiable like parts of their like theistic belief. So as if we ever do that, it's like a spanner in the works, you know, like, because they're making claims here about the way reality is, about the way that things can't be, like it can't be that these natural processes gave rise. So if we ever do get natural processes to give rise, are you going to say, yeah, I'm just like, my philosophy is just sophistry, I just make up like sentences that fit together in valid syllogisms? And
yeah, I mean, it's impossible, because they can always say, oh, well, God did it, he just used this naturalistic mechanism. And you can never refute that. So this is why these arguments are just will never end, because as long as there are apologists around, there's always gaps that they can point to and say, well, how did that happen? This is what I was saying before. What's this gap? Oh, look, God can explain the gap, so we should think God. Even though God doesn't explain. God doesn't explain because he's equally consistent with all possible outcomes, unless you have a theology of what he would likely do. Like, why is God creating organic life? How's that part of what he does? It's not an explanation.
Well, I reject the supernatural natural distinction. So organic life.
No,
which is fun, you know, like we've not got our friend Eigenvector today, but like he's he's always there in the comments saying that, like stuff like that, like you know, whenever we say supernatural or natural, it's like, well, the supernatural natural distinction has been debunked by philosophers. It's like, well, why is it being used by, you know, your favorite hobby horse here, like 150 arguments, man?
One, it defends the Miller experiment anymore, but I asked around, and apparently it is still taught in high schools. I can't believe that. I couldn't believe that it's still taught in high schools. Anyway, we have an argument.
It depends how they teach it. Like, are they just like describing that this thing happened? Here's part of.
I mean, I can't speak to exactly how that's taught in high school, but I mean, it's just part of the many aspects of understanding abiogenesis that we understand these molecules can be created in a wide range of conditions with, you know, energy inputs.
Like we were taught about like phlogiston and calx before we learnt about combustion, because it was like, here's like stuff people, not because like the teacher was like phlogiston and calx exist, but because like the teacher was like, look, here's people trying to like figure stuff out over time.
Yeah.
In biology from organic life, given what we know, complex organic life in the universe could not have originated naturalistically. If given what we know, complex organic life could not have originated naturalistically, it's reasonable to believe that it originated supernaturalistically. So it's reasonable to believe that complex organic life originated supernaturalistically. And so we have some resources here. There's a classic book, Thaxton, Bradley, and Olson's The Mystery of Life's Origin.
No Ken Ham.
And Meyer's signature in a cell, in some respects, is an intended update of Mystery of Life's Origin.
Yeah, this stuff is just crap. Maybe we'll talk more about it another time. There's no reason to think that it can't have happened naturalistically. Just because we don't have all the details doesn't mean that you resort to a non-explanation.
Now, for this, you need to sort of begin by imagining Earth before there was life. Now you can run the argument. So just imagine Earth, no life, and now let's think. Given that God intervenes to produce life on Earth, there's no chance at all that there will be no benefit. There'll be no life on Earth. The probability of the concept God intervenes to produce life on Earth. And
again, like how does he know that? Like maybe there's like an impotent God. How many? You know, like Hume's how many? This like infant. Maybe that's why there's all this evil.
Well, if
around.
God's omnipotent, then I guess that doesn't. If you define God that way.
Yeah, I suppose, but it's just like, you know, if there's all this evil around, maybe we should think there's an impotent God who created this universe, and maybe there's loads of universes that God tried to create that are full of, you know, nothing.
Maybe we're one of those failed experiments, you know.
Well, yeah,
that would explain a lot.
And my unanswered prayers.
Yeah.
Does not occur.
What about those meteors, though? I'll explain that.
Seems true. 2, if God does not intervene to produce life on Earth, the probability that life will occur here is very low. 3, it is just as reasonable to bet that God will intervene.
Well, I mean, it's possibly necessary that life had to occur on Earth, right? It's possibly necessary that
to produce life on Earth. As that
I know what that means.
Let's just take that for argument. Pretty conservative assumption there. But there will be life on Earth. We know that because there is life on Earth. So it's very likely that God will intervene to produce life on Earth. It's a probability argument for God's producing life on Earth. Interesting argument.
Like, if God doesn't exist, how is he going to intervene? Like, what?
Yeah, and the thing is that the prior plausibility of see, to use this as an explanation, you have to judge the explanatory merits of the explanation. And if the prior plausibility that God would want to create organic life on Earth is very low, then it's not going to be a good explanation. And I would contend that it is very low, because at least unless you bring a whole lot of theological baggage, because what reason can be given that God would want to create organic life on Earth? Like, why? And remember, consider the set of all things he can do, which is infinite. You're saying he's doing this one thing. well, then the prior probability is really low, right? Because of all the things he could do, he just, for no particular reason, does this one. So the prior plausibility there, again, before you observe what he actually does, seems to be extremely low. So the argument seems to be very bad. That is, it's a very poor explanation, unless you can give a reason as to why God would be more likely to create organic life than do any number of other things that he could do.
There is no set of all things he can do, James. It just supervenes the fact.
Yeah, well, that's right.
It can't be moreness or lessness.
Yeah. It's all of his attributes are immeasurable except for his trinity, because 3 is so that one was just
the only
amazing.
measurable number. Why did they even mention 3.01? Like, you can't have 3.01. But like, what?
It just makes it seem like they've given a response, even though it's completely ridiculous on the face of it.
Yeah.
Because remember, they said if you read these papers, they'll have actually dealt with the objections, because then you can say, oh, they've dealt with that objection, even if the response is completely facile and ridiculous, like some of Craig's objections are that I mentioned in this book. Some of them are just so absurd if you actually look at them, but you don't have to actually say them. For the most part, it's enough to say, oh, I've dealt with that, read this, and no one will, right? So you don't actually, it's like, it's get out of jail free.
And you can find this defended in Faith and Philosophy.
Again, nice.
It's interesting because it's a purely philosophical argument for the origin of life, for the theistic origin of life. It doesn't depend on any empirical science. Okay, so design and biology, we have organic structures. Well, here, let me just bust some myths about Hume and Paley. I was taught almost all introduction to philosophy texts. They treat the design argument before Hume, and then they present Hume as just demolishing Paley's design argument. But in fact, Hume wrote after Paley, not before. That's how they present Hume wrote after Paley, not before. But in fact, Paley wrote before Hume. After Hume, in cognizance of what Hume had written. So he developed his design argument, having already read Hume's criticisms. So this idea that Hume read Paley and refuted Paley, which is how it's always been.
Well, that does nothing to give credibility to what Paley has to say, because I happen to think that Paley was wrecked by Hume, and so if he wrote that being aware of what Hume had to say, that reduces my respect for what he's got to say.
Presented it's just totally mistaken.
Imagine being aware of the strongest objections against your theory and then just writing it anyway, to align specifically to those objections.
So there's this sort of vulgar version of Paley's design argument, which is culled from the opening chapters of his book on natural theology, which they present as an analogical argument. It'll go like this: some things in nature resemble human artifacts. 2, human artifacts are the product of intentional design. 3, so we should infer that things in nature that resemble human artifacts are also products of intentional design. If there are things in nature that are the products of intentional design, God exists, so God exists. And as an analogical arguments in general are pretty weak, so it's not difficult to poke a lot of holes in this, as Hume, or at least as you can gather that Hume does. But what more careful scholars on Paley's design argument have pointed out is that a more faithful version of Paley's argument isn't really analogical, it's deductive.
Okay, so in order to prove one wrong, we'd have to find one example of something that is not the product of intentional design and is design-like. Because if it's not the product of if it's not the product of intentional design and is design-like, then that if-then doesn't hold. Because that's so can I think of anything like that without begging the question? So I can't say human minds or whatever. But I think there are there are things that, like snowflakes, for example, right? They look like they're designed, but they are not the product of intentional design. There's all sorts of emergent phenomena that look like that. It's just the problem is finding those examples that are not going to be called begging the question, because again you've got that problem where the theist is going to say, well the snowflake's like that because it's the product of God's mind, but then that is them begging the question, because that's the very thing in question.
I don't see how this is a stronger argument. I mean, it's stronger in the sense that it follows deductively, but a deductive argument is weaker in the sense that it's harder to defend. I mean, I guess it depends how you're defining it, but an analogy is, it's just an analogy, right? Whereas if it's if you're going to generalize with one, then a single counterexample refutes that. So that's the sense in which it's weak. It's very susceptible to attack. So I don't actually see how this is a better argument. And this just seems obviously false to me. I mean, this is the problem, because the theists can just always say that, oh, well, it's all intentional design, even though there's no real reason to think so. Actually, we've discussed this in the past, and I think that there are sociological phenomena are one of the best candidates for this, because unless you want to say that God designs all social systems, like economies, for example, and you can point out to intentional design, like design-like aspects of economies, which are not actually designed, equilibrium markets and so forth, and then prices, law of one price, and these various other things. They seem design-like, but are not the product of intentional design, unless you think that God also designs economies. That's actually quite a plausible counterexample there, because the theist is probably not going to want to say that God designed those, although, they might just bite the bullet and say that he did. But
right,
yeah, I think that's there's so many counterexamples to one. I think it's just a ridiculous premise.
It seems to me like to be this Christian meme, right? Of like this idea, well, Paley gets strawmanned by the analogical argument, but it's not analogical. Because like if you just accept that, then you don't have to do any more work, and you can just go, yeah, when atheists talk about the argument for analogy, they're just strawmanning the whole thing. They don't understand any of the literature. They've not read Hume's dialogues. They've not read Natural Theology by Paley. They just don't understand what's going on. Now, why is it that you've got to remember the context at the time that Paley's argument is being written? This is before Darwin's discovery of evolution by natural selection. So like we're talking like Ken Ham style theology here. We're talking like Ken Ham style creation and design, right? So the idea is that it needs like this personal cause to create, but then what Darwin comes along and shows is that you can have these organisms existing as the product of purely natural mechanistic processes which are sufficient to bring about the effects. So then what does that do? Well, it just pushes the goalpost back, and then we kind of like fall back into, again, all these ad hoc question begging things. Well, God designed the process. Well, what can you do about that? Like,
yeah, and also the explanations are terrible, because, well, why did God design snowflakes to look like what they did? Why did God design things to work through evolution? Why? It's just everything that he designs intentionally. There's a big question mark as to why. Unless you're just going to make that a brute fact, in which case it's not a good explanation, because remember, he could design it anyway, or not design it anyway at all, just make it random. This is why appealing to God is a terrible. I make this is sort of my like one big argument. It's like God is not a good candidate for explaining pretty much anything, because he's omnipotent and therefore can do anything, and therefore you can't rule out or really change the probability of any outcomes unless you appeal to a theology, and then you're just going to bring more and more and more complexity into your claims. And I think that you just don't get good explanations when you do this.
Yeah. So given like fit to data or explanatory scope comparing theories and stuff, it just seems like the naturalist theory is simpler and fits all the things we know far better, like the story of like evolution and stuff like that on its own, without also like over determining it with God's desires and so forth. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah.
And it would go like this. If X is design-like, then X can only be the product of intentional design. Some things in nature are design-like, so those things are products of intentional design. And
look at the
contemporary
trees.
version, a defense of Paley would be Michael Behe style arguments from irreducibly complex.
Hasn't this been debunked? I mean, you're better on the biology than me, James. The irreducible
I've not gone.
complexity.
Yes, it has been. I don't focus a lot on the. I've done a little bit of sort of evolution stuff, but yeah, the irreducible complexity is as much as anything is debunked. Although I don't. This is a little bit different to that. So. Okay. DNA is an intentionally designed computer. Sorry, is like an intentionally designed computer program. Biologists do talk like that, so it's just that it's like. So okay, sure. Yeah, exactly. Intentionally designed computer programs have intelligent designers. Well, actually, yes. If DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program, it too probably has an intelligent designer. So again, the naturalist is obviously just going to reject that. And the question would be, how do we justify that sort of inference? Just because it looks like something doesn't mean that it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many issues going on. Like, where's the protein that understands, GCTA and what they stand for? Where's the protein which semantically interprets what's going on. I guess that's maybe that's missing the point here, but I do think there's always this. It frustrates me, this equivocation between the like purely syntactic translation of like chemicals, which are certain shapes, which are just following certain rules that how those shapes interact with each other, versus like the idea of like a programmer understanding the program that they're writing by the meaning of the symbols and then creating those syntactic relationships in virtue of the meaning that they understand. Like those are very different things. I guess the question is it possible to have something that's like computational in that sense that isn't the product of a mind? And again, like I think there are examples of things that you can give of things that are computational, but that then it's going to be really hard for the theist to respond to without just begging the question. Then we're just at an impasse where like like I'm saying like the number a third or whatever like just exists and it's computable, and then the theist is going to say, well, yeah, because God created it that way and it's the product of a mind. And so like this is really difficult to get around either, like to make any progress with when people are thinking this way. But
yeah, if you just apply this principle 3 here, if you apply this principle that if something is like something else and that something else has a property, then this thing also has a property. I mean, imagine how many ridiculously faulty inferences you're going to make there.
Well, how is that not analogy as well? Well, it is.
It is. It's an analogical, but it just seems a bad inference to use.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the only place I can think where we use this is in like law, where it's like, is this like cases in the past?
That's true.
Is this like cases in the past that have been? But there seem to be so many flaws with like, because it just doesn't seem to be the case that like effects have like causes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a very clear counterexample to this. I mean, has an intelligent designer. So this is literally just saying if two things are alike and one of them has one property, then the other has that property, or probably has that property as well. But I mean, what's a good example? So you could say that humans are like chimpanzees, and chimpanzees can't speak. So if humans are like chimpanzees and chimpanzees can't speak, then humans probably can't speak either. Like, well, that's a stupid analogy, right? Yeah, we like them in some ways, but dislike them in other ways. In fact, was it Oppie who made this point? Anything is like anything else in an infinite number of ways and dislike it in an infinite number of ways. So, so what? The question is this particular respect going to be a way in which they're similar or a way in which they're different?
Yeah. Okay,
all right, let's just keep chugging along. We're on to Proust's analogical design argument.
Okay, so Proust has this argument. DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program.
Oh, that's a very good example.
Designed computer programs have intelligent
designers. Yeah, God seems human like human size, so therefore, yeah, that's a good example.
So if DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program, it too probably has
intelligence. And the reason that's a good example as well is because if you say that to a theist to show the flaw, they're going to be like, well, obviously I reject God will die. God is necessary. God is other. God, and it's like, yes, exactly. Like you're not going to be convinced by just being told like this kind of. Can't you see how the naturalist all equally isn't going to be convinced by you doing that with like?
Yeah, exactly.
Intelligent designer. So DNA probably has an intelligent designer. And he's got a lot of interesting arguments in defense of this argument. Design in biology, where we have information.
I hate the information one.
Specified complexity, a complex arrangement.
That's not what information means in science.
That has function or that has meaning. Okay, and
only intelligent designers use that definition of information.
So it's not like Proust said that there's something like information. No, this argument says no, there is information inherent to the building block of life.
Yeah. There's also information in my poo, just so according to this definition. This is what I always like to bring up.
Information is the product of intelligence. If information is inherent to the building blocks of life, then the building blocks of life themselves are the byproduct of intelligence. So the building blocks of life are the byproduct.
My poo is an intelligent process.
Are byproduct of intelligence.
Well, noise has the maximal information content in the standard way of defining information. Now, the way they define it, which is entirely unclear what is specified complexity, specified by what, And then it would seem like, your poo is specified, like the sun, like there's so many things that would seem to adhere to that.
Information is the product of intelligence. Like,
yeah, and of course
that is just begging the question. Like, because
the atheist is not going to agree with that. Why
information
should they?
is just it's just stuff. Like, it's just.
Well, whatever definition you use, it's not clear that that would be true, right? Specified complexity. Well, complexity can develop without intelligence, and specified, well, it depends how it's specified. Like, it can be specified by the constraints of the environment in natural selections. That's where the specification applies, and the complexity builds over time through mutations. Like, what's the problem there with that?
Product of intelligence. So the building blocks of life are the prime. And the software program. I believe Bill Gates actually is often quoted as saying DNA is like a software program, only it's one that's infinitely more complex than even the most complex software programs that we have. So it's pretty much taken for granted that.
That whenever Bill Gates said that, it might have been true. But if you look at like lines of code in like the Linux operating system now, it's like 13.8 billion or something. Like, it's like crazy line. It's maybe not that much. It's an insane amount of complexity though that's built into like that system. I'm not even sure. It might be it genuinely, the source code might be a rivaling human DNA sequence, but I don't know. Like, I'd have to actually compare it. But that might have been true like 20 years ago or something.
Yeah, again, like is key here. So I mean, it is like it in some senses. That's true, but you shouldn't take that too far. It's not like it in all ways, and there are important differences.
Yes, yeah, that's the key point more than what I'm saying, I guess.
DNA might not just be like information; it is information.
This is
like, imagine how much like poo being information. Imagine how much like poo humans have created. Like, does that
There's
mean
so
like
much information there?
Our poo is more intelligently designed than like the human DNA sequence because there's more information in the collective amount of human feces. Like, in the London sewers, there's more information than there is in the human genome.
actually a lot of fun because I'm more interested in cosmological arguments and even ontological arguments. So it's fun to see some of these from biology, as the way that they've been developed for God's existence. It's interesting to me. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah. I have some other notes here, but we'll skip those. Let's go to Tennant's argument from Cosmic Teleology. And Tennant, F.R. Tennant, he was the Richard Swinburne of the early 20th century.
He's the guy who does the religious experience argument. That's where I've read. I was like, I know that name from somewhere.
His work is just
this is an old argument.
Honestly, I read the only thing I've read by him is the religious experience argument, and I was wanting to be convinced by that, and I was so underwhelmed by it. It was literally just like, people have religious experiences. The best explanation is God causes them. Like,
oh, don't worry, that's coming up.
Anyways, his arguments foreshadow or anticipate almost all of Swinburne's arguments. So we have one: the universe is conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings in many ways, and he has these 6 different ways. There's just one universe with necessary ingredients for life. Those ingredients have come together, at least in one place on Earth, to make an environment not just habitable but conducive to flourishing.
At least, okay.
Some of those world's flourishing inhabitants find the world intelligible. Being intelligible, they also find it beautiful, and all of these facts together.
But doesn't the fact, like, let's say it was just Earth, right, where this had worked, like, and the universe is so big, like, doesn't that make you think, well, actually, this God isn't very good at, the vast.
Well, maybe he just likes big universes.
Well, yeah, that's true.
This is why it's ad hoc, right? There's no constraints on the type of universe he could create. Any would be equally consistent with God. This is why it's a terrible explanation.
But it seems like they're putting those constraints on when they start to talk about like God's creating a universe for moral beings, and it's like, oh, thanks, like someone who's creating a universe for moral beings, then surely it would be teeming with moral beings, not just like these random apes who like kill each other with like sticks.
Yeah, and evolution's a strange way to get to that state, but also you're going to run into problems with your moral arguments if you say that God, well, I mean, even without it, but especially with your moral arguments, you're going to say that like the universe is better with moral beings in it than the universe sans God. Like, how does that make any sense? Is God like morally obliged to create beings that are that can relate to him in a loving way, or is it just like for kicks and gigs, which then implies that it's not really a purpose, right? That he just feels like it. So I think that these things just don't fit together in any very coherent way. See, a purpose implies a plan, right, and an end that you're seeking, which implies that there's something that you lack that you will attain when you reach that goal, right? What does God lack that he's going to fulfill when he achieves his purpose? Well, there can't be anything, so there can't be a purpose, so there's no unfolding of a plan. Like, as far as I can see, God would never do anything.
Part of the problem here is that we're never going to be able to find out what that fact is, why God chose to create the universe this way, because it's not this other fact, it just supervenes.
Yeah, it's just God and the universe, and what was it? Non-factual truths or something.
And the integer 3.
Together suggests the unfolding of a plan behind which there is purposive intelligence. So all these facts are all facts about the universe, which make it conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings. So too, if the universe is conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings in many ways, then it should be regarded as a theater for the lives of intelligent moral agents designed by God. So the universe should be regarded as a theater for the lives of intelligent moral agents designed by God. And the other remarkable thing about this argument.
See, on theism, life is just a theater.
Yeah, I know. Really, how is that a positive result? That sounds really depressing.
All of your suffering, all of everything you do is just a theater to God.
How does it feel just being a plaything?
In that it presupposes compatibility with evolution. Almost no one prior to Tenet was making design arguments that presuppose compatibility with evolution. So there you go.
Like, theism is that bizarre that, like, this is something to be lauded at a time when most people, you know, in academia accepted evolution. Like, that is one of those things that, like, just shouldn't be like, oh, well done, you made it compatible with evolution.
He accepted 70-year-old science at the time, boys. Yeah. He was ahead of the time. Well, I guess the others still don't, so, you know.
So fine-tuning arguments. So we have fundamental constants and laws of the universe.
Yeah, we've talked about this one.
Yeah,
now these design arguments I'm way more familiar with.
Yeah.
Design arguments from biology I'm way less familiar.
So we have examples of the fundamental constants and laws of the universe: fine structure constant, electromagnetic interaction, alpha, gravitation, the weak nuclear force, proton-electron mass ratio.
Just say smart things; it's a lot quicker.
The universe, and we have examples of fine-tuning, which I'm sure most of your viewers will be very familiar with. So maybe it'd be better, rather than just go through these examples, they can just pause it later and look at them.
Good idea.
Just to say, I don't know what he's talking about. I only know that about the stalking horse. I don't know what.
Yes, the stalking horse.
And we have several different ways we could run a fine-tuning argument based on this data. One would be by elimination. The fine-tuning of the universe is either due to chance,
this is a Craigian form.
Design. It's not due to either chance or necessity, so it's due to design. And that, of course, is
that's convenient.
Craig's favorite way of formulating the argument, which
there's actually some. Go ahead, say what you were going to say, and then I'll add.
Yeah, well, he got that way of formulating it from.
I'm glad that you know they delved into like chaos theory and stuff to like, you know, show us that it isn't due to chance, and that they also
Craig's arguments that it's not due to physical necessity is basically like, well, I think that it is. Moving on, like he says almost nothing about that. It's just a joke.
William Dembski's book, The Design Inference.
I was just going to say that this version actually has some benefits that not many people know about. And so there's one in particular I'm thinking about right now.
Really good for the Kegels.
Which is in the other versions, like you see from Robin Collins and even I think Luke Barnes might be susceptible to this, is that there's this question in the problem of evil literature about skeptical theism. So skeptical theism is this idea that we can't really be confident about what
mentioned
God would
this
do,
in my book.
In this world in terms of like what he would allow, what kind of horrendous evils he would allow and whatnot. So there's this question of like, how much do we really know about what God would intend or would do? And so this actually, if we think about that response to the problem of evil in terms of a response to these kind of design arguments, which seem to look at what God is intending to do with nature, then it would seem to actually cut both ways. So it would make us skeptical about these arguments from evil, but then it would also seem to make us skeptical about these arguments from design because we're not really sure what God's intentions are. But I wanted to, the reason why I'm even bringing this out and talking about this is because this version, I studied this a couple years back, and I discovered that this version by Craig is kind of clever because it doesn't actually involve that at all. It just says fine-tuning the universe is either due to chance, physical necessity, or design. Fine-tuning is not due to either chance or physical necessity, so fine-tuning is due to design. So what's sort of interesting about this version of the fine-tuning argument is that it avoids all those types of concerns, which is interesting. It's also
by just asserting in premise one that
when he formulates his arguments,
there's only these possibilities
compatible with his views on the problem of evil and what he thinks we can or can't know about God's desires. So I just wanted to point that out.
So,
kind of a side point.
if we compare that to the other formulations, which all have as a central point that given that the universe permits the existence of intelligent, conscious agents, despite how easily it might not have, that significantly raises the probability of theism being true. And so the first one is just a quick Bayes argument, the probability that we have the evidence of fine-tuning, given our background knowledge, K, and theism is false, is very low. The probability that we have this evidence, if theism is true, is very high. So that means that the probability that theism is true is much more likely than its probability that's not being true, given the evidence. So the probability of theism being true, given the evidence, is high. And
All right, so
We
alternatively,
discussed it in a fine-tuning video.
I was gonna say,
Premises
we're
1
at
and
another
2 are,
10. So is it time or?
I don't think, justified very well.
Yeah,
But
and
we
I
won't
say
go over that again.
premises 1 through 4 are all false. So yeah,
Wait.
go ahead, because there are a handful of design arguments to get to yet.
Okay.
Well, let's finish
and-
Collins. Let's finish Collins. He likes to simplify it to just the following: the probability that we have the evidence for fine tuning given the naturalistic. I have a typo here. K should be E. No, I'm sorry. K is right. K is the universe permits the existence of embodied conscious agents. So
I'm telling you,
given
man, this mental exhaustion is setting in. It is
I know,
setting in.
I know, me too.
I'm like,
so that is so
Really? They haven't even got to 2 hours? Pathetic.
Well, yeah, we're like 5 hours 40 in, and but here's the funny thing: like, I wonder if they just like kept going if Cameron would like die or something. Like, it would just, like, what would happen? I just want to see what would happen.
the probability that the universe permits the existence of embodied conscious agents, given naturalism and there's only one universe, is very, very low. It's much lower than 1. But it's not unlikely given theism.
Citation
so,
needed.
The evidence confirms theism over naturalism. All right, so
I mean, it's crazy when you think about just how irrational we are, really. You know, like, considering like all these things are just so obvious. It's like everything just lines up against us, really.
Well, this is what some theists honestly think, and then they just sort of can't understand why people are atheists, because they actually believe that like cosmological and ontological and fine tuning and moral and like morality. Oh, that's same as moral. Like miracles and the history and the Old Testament history and political justifications and thoughts. Like everything points to God. It's like
there's no education
atheist?
from like other points of view on any of these things.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing.
go ahead, do your 10 push-ups.
have we? So does that exhaust Collins? I don't think
I've got
it
one
does.
more from Collins, but go ahead.
Okay. You're eager. You're like eager to see me do these. Okay.
And
this time,
working out here.
thank you. And also, this time you don't have to be so quiet, so people don't just like awkwardly listen to my breathing.
Well, I would count, but I can't. I can hardly see your shoulders.
See me. Yeah. Oh.
I'm still trying to find my book that's gone
Briefly.
missing. I'm very upset.
There you go.
So you can maybe see it like when I come. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe if I move that out of the way.
Someone's stolen my non-classical logic book. I want names.
1, 2. There we see it. 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 2.
you like for sure maybe.
There we go.
Hey, you
Doing
guys.
about 50 for every one Cameron does.
All right. Get your breath. And this next argument from Collins is really cool. It's the fine-tuning for discoverability. Okay, so the idea is that of all the
This is
possible
one of the dumber
values,
arguments I've heard.
fundamental physical constants could assume, there's a tiny
Oh,
range
I
that
see.
permit the existence of embodied consciousness.
Wasn't this just the same? Because if you're not an embodied conscious agent, then you're not going to like discover anything, right? If you're not like, if you don't have a mind.
Yeah, I think it's an even tighter range, maybe is the idea.
Okay.
Because there's only a smaller range of conditions in which, but where's the key premise here? That the
In
values
which
of certain would
brains
fall
with
within the
developed
discoverability
prefrontal- yeah.
optimal range. See, that not only does Collins think that he knows what combinations of like 12 or I forgot the number of different parameters would be life permitting for any type of embodied conscious agent in like an infinite range of possible alternate universes. But he also knows those that would be most optimally tuned for the discoverability of that fact by that intelligent life. This guy must be an absolute like
Big brain. He's like,
like,
sitting
I
in
don't
the
know,
chair.
16 head. Yeah, the guy sitting on his brain. Yeah, this guy must have talents that I can't even fathom, because I have no idea how he would know something like that.
Just agents, and we can call that the anthropic range. Okay.
It's good how he solved the hard problem as well.
While you're talking, I've got to go get some more water. So, but everyone can hear you. Don't worry about it.
Got it. Now, within the anthropic range, there's an even tinier range of values that the physical constants could assume that would make the universe optimal for scientific discovery and investigation. And he calls it
Right, because souls need to be instantiated in particular kinds of brains to be able to learn about the environment.
And why does God even want that? Like, what purpose does that achieve? That God wants us to discover the laws of nature through science? Why? Where does that come from?
But I just find it so ironic that like one of the key premises in this is the idea that God has to like use brains to create people who think. Like,
yeah, that's the what is it? Electrons in love objection, which I really like.
the discoverability optimality range. And so an example would be the universe has relatively low entropy all throughout, but embodied conscious agents need only a relatively small regional pocket of low entropy in order to exist. So the universe doesn't have to have low entropy all throughout for us to exist.
Maybe there's like these weird beings that can exist with like really high entropy just across like vast expanses of the universe, ripping itself apart. Like,
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that is actually possible. We don't. I mean, we don't even. Yeah,
it's even possibly necessary.
I mean, the thing is, some of these universes time may even work differently, right? If we're changing enough of the constants. I mean, there's a fundamental problem with at least Collins's formulation, because he always keeps the laws of nature fixed but varies the constants. But it's not even clear that, like, why privilege the constants over the laws? They're just two different aspects of the same thing. I think we talked about this at some point, where it's like to change the constants by keeping the laws the same may just be as meaningful as like keeping the fit of the function while changing the parameters. It's like, well, no, they go together. Why would you keep one but not the others? It's just meaningless. And he has no idea what would happen with other laws of nature, right? And some of them may not have time as we know it, or entropy as we know it even. So it all gets so silly. I just don't even. Yeah, it's just anyway. See the fine-tuning video. We talked about a lot of this stuff.
Of the universe all throughout makes the universe optimal for observational discoveries in astrophysics.
Oh, by the way, James, I don't know about you, but I'm an intellectual fraud, just so you know.
Is he talking about us or these guys?
I think it's us based off of...
No, that's unclear. I
Okay.
can't tell if that's it could be an advanced troll, or I don't know. I'm not even mad. I'm just impressed. It's such an unclear troll. I don't know who is trolling.
Examples like that give Collins a new argument, a new kind of fine-tuning argument. It would go like this. The values of certain physical constants fall within the discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range. If naturalism...
The values of physical constants are just right for humans to invent Christian theism. The kind of minds that would be needed for primates to create a religion naturalistically either.
Yeah, interesting.
Is true, it is enormously improbable that the values of certain physical
But you know, like if you keep pushing it back and doing that thing, like that's why you know, like if you could go with like a completely natural explanation of religion, it's like yeah, this is how God revealed himself. He created humans with such biases that they would like invent religions.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that. Yes.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah, like what naturalists would call the like overactive agent detection, they call the sensus divinitatis. So it's like I'm not even making that. I'm pretty sure I've heard. Not maybe in exactly those words, but something like that mentioned before.
Constants would fall within the discoverability optimality range.
Oh no, don't say.
Within the anthropic range. But if theism is true, it's not at all improbable.
Why are you getting ads? Why are your ad blocker not working?
It is working, which is why it just goes to the white screen.
Mine
but I
doesn't
think,
do that.
Well, yeah, I think Google must have done an update against the ad blocker or whatever, or YouTube. That is, you know, so the ads are like half getting through.
Discoverability optimality range. So the values of certain physical constants would fall within this discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range strongly confirms theism over naturalism. The main idea is just being that, look, God didn't just create a universe that was minimally sufficient for our existence. There seem to be features of the universe that are perks, I guess, that they're not just necessary. They're things on top of what's necessary that make it very convenient to do science and to observe the world and so forth.
Well, why? I mean, you can run this argument.
And I've already
like
got this pulled up actually
here. The universe
here.
seems to be. I think someone's actually made this argument. The universe seems to be, fine-tuned in such a way that you get a lot of black holes. So obviously, God fine-tuned the universe for lots of black holes. Like, God fine-tuned the universe for the existence of anteaters. Like, why does he want all of these random things in his universe? Like, unless you can give a reason, then it's just you're just saying that, or he did it, which is not an explanation, because anything that existed, he could have done. I don't see why theists don't see this. It's just like,
was to create objectively beautiful scenes. Like Cameron recently retweeted an artist's rendition of 7 black holes next to each other and said, by the way, objective beauty exists.
Yeah, he seems to be on that lately.
But it was an artist's rendition that he retweeted of 7 black holes, so it wasn't actually
interesting.
But yeah, well, maybe the painting or whatever is objectively beautiful. But it seemed, yeah.
Fine-tuning for discoverability. It's in the 24 or so arguments for God that we're just completely one-upping in this stream. So,
So the next argument, maybe we don't need to infer design at all. Biologists themselves say organisms appear or look designed. Not that we're inferring that they're designed, but that's just how they appear. So some philosophers have argued that, look, if X appears design-like, then X is justifiably taken to be the product of intentional design. Some things in nature do appear designed, so they're justifiably taken to be the products of design. And so you have Richard Dawkins famously opening his book, The Blind Watchmaker, by defining biology as the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed. And you have Craig saying that biologists must constantly keep in mind that what they see is not designed.
Oh yeah, there was another photo that V's just mentioned here. There was one picture that kept getting retweeted last year. There's I think she's called Sarah Silverman. She's like a cosmologist and a Christian, and there was like this picture of like God hasn't left his presence. God's presence is known. So it was like a psalm quote or something, and it was a picture of in space. There was like this hydrogen cloud that looked like a hand.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And I was like, what are we supposed to believe? That like God has limbs and like one of them got like disembodied and just like left in like a hydrogen cloud. And like, what is this meant to show?
Yeah, if you search for God hand in space, you get there's more than one actually. It seems to be, or maybe they've just modified the image. But there's one that I came across where, let's just say, someone has superimposed a sketch on a nebula or something rather ruder than a hand that maybe God has showed his face. This is just pareidolia, like literally. Well, anyway, but that's not what this argument is.
What's
well, actually, no, maybe this as well. If something
Yeah.
appears designed-like, then it's justifiably taken to be the product of intentional design. Why?
Well,
this is
because-
just literally saying it appears, therefore, this is just naive realism. It's just, I can't believe people are defending this. If it appears to me that something is not design-like, then I'm justifiably taken to think that it's not the product of intentional design. So can't I just run this argument that God didn't create? Because the universe doesn't look design-like to me. It looks like a bit of a mess.
Oh, V, by the way, with your mod powers listening, do you want to
we're getting a...
exercise your rights?
Design, but rather evolved. So
why would a bot say
if
that,
you take the
though? Or is
principle
this
that,
just
look,
a person
how
being an
something
idiot?
I expect it's Control V and not a bot, but
Okay.
Here's evidence
It's like,
how it
usually
is.
they advertise a
These
porn site or
things in nature
something.
appear designed, and so that's evidence that they are designed. And you could run an argument from design in biology or from the cosmos in general with this sort of reasoning.
All right, and there you go. Some resources on that one. Oh wow, we're
Okay.
already to moral arguments.
Moral
Wow.
arguments.
already.
Cool.
Yeah, we're hitting stride, so we can.
Yeah, that's good. I think you're right. We're kind of getting in a groove here.
Yeah.
Would you like to take a break, or how are you
I'm
feeling?
good. I'm
Cool.
good.
All right, let's move on.
Pathetic.
Okay, moral arguments, which take particular or general facts about morality to support the existence of God. Generic argument from the objectivity of morality generally. If morality is objective, or morality can be objective only if God exists. Morality is objective, so God exists. We're all familiar with this sort of argument from Craig. So
Yeah,
we can
premise
go to
one.
an abductive version
Well,
of this
both
argument.
premises are just
Which
not
most people should be
defended in
aware
any
of.
substantive way.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
see our video on
Morality
that
is
to
objective.
look
If
at
morality
that.
is objective, then God's the best explanation for it being objective. So God's the best explanation for it being objective, so probably God exists.
This is just the same argument.
And you can support that by saying, look, morality always seems to be tied to persons. If morality is objective, that means it must be tied to a person whose nature is objective some way. So there's different ways you could defend the main premise of that argument.
David Baggett's
Okay.
a good person to look at for that one.
Yes.
You know, like again, this is like the same thing of just generating derivations from worldviews. It's like, oh well, what else
Yeah.
is there in moral realism that we can combine? Well, like some statements about normative ethics and some statements about ises and oughts and motivations and things, and then we'll just combine them to get to say the exact same thing. Like
Again, there's so much written on naturalistic theories of matter ethics, and most philosophers are both naturalists and moral realists. So this argument faces major problems in that it just usually fails to address any of the other conceptions of how morality might work, other than a very crude form of, in my opinion, divine command theory. Because even a lot of theists wouldn't necessarily agree with a bunch of these arguments, because this is what I actually mentioned before. So if you think that it's like a morally, like Collins argues that it's morally good for God to create beings that can enter into a relationship with him, most of these arguments aren't going to fly then, because these arguments would imply that it's not intrinsically or inherently good for there to be conscious creatures that relate to God in a certain way, because that would mean that there's a grounding for morality outside of God, right? That it's somehow by the nature of those beings themselves that it's good, not just because sort of God decrees it. And so they mentioned this a little. Oh no, they didn't mention this. It was another point. But so a bunch of these arguments are going to be inconsistent with, like, particularly design type arguments that say that that there's sort of some moral purpose achieved in creating humans or moral agents or something.
Yes, definitely. Okay, we have arguments from evil for the existence of God. We have the first one, the normative implications of evil. Evil contrastively implies that there is a way the world ought to be. Some actually come close to defining evil this way as a deviation or distortion or corruption of the way things are supposed to be. But if that's true, then there's a way.
Yeah, well, what if you don't? There you go. Argument debunked.
The world ought to be. But there can be a way the world ought to be only if there's an intention or goal or purpose behind it. So there is an intention or goal or purpose behind the world. If that's true, then that can be true only if God exists, so God exists.
I can see what you mean, how some of these arguments can fall into multiple categories, because I'm looking at some of the
premise
terms here.
2 is going to be, I think, a major issue here.
Yeah.
Why should we assume that? I would say there's a way the world ought to be only if there's, I guess, you know, I mean, I'm a reductionist. I might say that, you know, states of affairs corresponding to greater amounts of flourishing of conscious beings or something like that. There doesn't need to be an intention or design for that. I mean, and again, you can give other reductions if you don't like that one, but you could even appeal to necessary truths like moral categorical imperatives or something, and that doesn't require an intention or goal in the way that this is implied. So there's so many different types of metaethics you can give that don't require ought statements to be understood in terms of goals or designs.
Only if there is an intention or goal or design or purpose behind it. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like the only way he can like make that logically tight is if he says there's a way the world ought to be only if there's a way the world ought to be. Otherwise, there's always going to be those like, you know, those like bits that lie outside of a, you know, it's not going to be like a one-to-one concept map. Like,
it could fall into the design category too.
Yes, and you'll see that even more with some of the arguments going forward. Evil is privation. Evil is a privation of goodness. It's like, well, the common
according to Augustine, but not all Christians agree.
Analogy is
and I just think this is false. Evil's not the privation of goodness.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Tortured, is that the privation of like not being tortured? It just seems so silly.
Yeah, and but this is the thing as well, where it's like when something is good, is there like some extra property, you know, like that? So there's like all the facts about that. There's all the natural facts about what's going on in my mind, my actions, my relation to other people, or whatever, that mean it's good. And then there's like also like goodness, you know, like this big bubble that like participates in the event or whatever in some way.
That's generally rejected. Because it's generally, I mean, when I say generally, it doesn't mean no one believes it, but it's generally accepted that a complete physical copy of the world would also be a moral copy of the world. So that means morality must at least supervene in some way, or be necessary. It could also be necessary because those are true in every possible world. So I don't think there can be this sort of special source that's at least that's contingent that adds in the morality. I don't think this argument requires that. Interestingly, if divine commands are contingent, then actually that would seem to present a problem for this idea that a physical copy of the earth is also a moral copy. So all moral facts are the same because God could have issued different commandments, right? Unless you want to say that they follow necessarily from his nature, in that it seems that moral truths are actually necessary. In that, well, then why do you need God at all? Because they're true in every possible world. They don't seem to be dependent on God. I mean, I guess you can then try to do hierarchies of necessity, but to me that just seems really artificial. If they're necessary, then they're necessary as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I'm sort of going a bit off here, but I mean, you see the point is it really depends on how you're going to assess the nature of goodness and where it lies. I'm going to favor a reductionist natural view, but there are other views as well. And these moral arguments often do a very poor job in defending them because they basically just have to like disprove all the rest of metaethics in like one paper or a chapter or whatever. Like you're just not going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think like obviously there's a whole metaphysics which they mean by like evil being a privation of goodness, but it's like, you know, in terms of what the language just means, it's like, well, yeah, evil and goodness are like not the same thing. So if you've got evil, it's going to be like not much goodness.
In that specific
and
sense, yeah.
In that sense, yeah, but in the sense of like there's like these metaphysical substances that are like in, you know, like there's the good metaphysics that's involved in good, like I don't think that's what it means really. So yeah, obviously again, but like most naturalists are just not gonna accept this like metaphysical view of what's like. This seems more like it's only going to work for Christians, like Christians who are like some kind of like Neoplatonists or something. And
I'm also very interested in premise 3. Where does this come from? So let's just suppose that goodness is ontologically and explanatory prior. Why does that mean there's more of it? Like, how do you get a quantity from priority?
There is more.
That's really strange.
Because goodness, because something that's chronologically prior can't create more of its effect. But what if, like, the mapping, because if goodness creates evil, it can't create more evil than it itself has or something?
Well, goodness doesn't have evil. Goodness is a privation of evil.
Well, yeah, sorry, yeah, but I mean, like, it can't create more of something than it itself has. Like, it can't create something greater than itself or something. Is that? I don't know.
Why not? I mean, if it's
Yeah,
we're talking about
why.
explanatorily prior, then, like, I could start with 3 axioms and a few rules of inference and derive infinitely many conclusions from that, or theorems from that. That's those axioms are explanatorily prior, and the rules of inference I'm using, to the theorems. But there's way more theorems than axioms.
He's also not said. He's not asserted that the antecedent there to get him through, like, the hypothetical. I don't think.
Someone's saying some goodness makes evil and some doesn't, so there has to be more goodness is the idea. I mean, I'm sure this is discussed more. I haven't read this, but that just seems to be. So some goodness, the privation of which leads to evil, but there's some goodness, the privation of which doesn't lead to evil. But couldn't the privation of certain types of goodness lead to more, like, disproportionately more evil than the goodness it provides? Like, maybe, for example, if I have enough food to eat, I enjoy eating that. That's a good. But if I'm deprived of that, then that's a much bigger evil than if I just had it to begin with. So the deprivation of a good could lead to, like, disproportionately more evil than just the good provided. Again, I'm not even sure this makes a lot of sense, but just trying to work within this framework, I'm not sure that follows.
Yeah. I mean, this argument could just be condensed to, if evil is a privation of goodness, then God exists. Evil is a privation of goodness.
Yeah, that's probably shortcutting a bit. Yeah, it's just, you got to believe a lot to accept this argument, so you might as well just believe that God exists. Cut out the middleman.
But, like, yeah, if goodness,
it's like people who try to say the Bible is generally trustworthy, so we should accept when it says all this stuff, and then they take these things to prove God. It's like, well, the Bible says God exists, so, like, why don't you just believe it when it says that?
What,
like,
did you talk about like, why would there be more goodness in the world than evil mean that probably God exists? Like, there's so many other explanations that would be sufficient to bring that about.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I guess the idea is that a naturalistic world, we wouldn't necessarily expect there to be that much goodness, but I'm not sure that we'd expect a lot of evil either. I don't think there's any clear expectations on a naturalistic world how much good and evil there is, other than that there would be some. I think I said this at one point, that I wouldn't expect maximal in either direction under naturalism, but I don't really know where in the middle I'd expect. But whereas if God existed, I would expect at or very close to the maximum in the positive direction, which is certainly not what we observe. But I mean, that's a problem of evil argument here.
Okay. Not even halfway through.
Evil is not primary. It doesn't have, like, some positive ontological status. Rather, it's
if you say
deviation or corruption or something to that effect of what is good.
I mean, doesn't corruption have positive ontological status? Like, what?
No, it doesn't exist.
Goodness is ontologically and explanatorily prior to evil. If goodness is ontologically and explanatorily prior to evil, then there's,
like, in the case of evil, it's fine to just reduce it to the natural causes and things, but in the case of goodness, you need God as well.
More goodness in the world than evil, as being the main premise. If there's more goodness in the world than evil, probably God exists. So probably God exists. Now, the clever thing here.
No, the main premise is surely 3 and maybe 1 as well. Like, how do you say 4 is the main premise?
I'm getting a bit of crackle from you talking, by the way, James. I don't know if you've got a wire or something overlapping or something.
I mean, I haven't moved anything. Maybe I'll listen to myself.
It's just converse of the problem of evil. So skeptics would argue that if there's more evil in the world than good, then probably God does not exist. Well, this just flips this around and says there's probably more goodness in the world than evil if evil is understood as privation. Okay, so from heredity.
Like, literally just run it backwards and get that evil is not a privation of good. God doesn't exist. So
yeah, exactly. One man's modus ponens is another man's modus tollens, which is a famous Craigism.
Some evils are so bad.
Oh, this is just so
have
dumb.
A non-naturalistic dimension to them.
What does that even mean? Like, what? I think that one collapsed my brain.
You know that meme where the guy's just like, like this in 3 different. That's my reaction to one. It's just like, What?
What does that mean? So like, let's say there's like demons and stuff, right? And demons doing the worst evil possible. Like, surely they'd just do something like the Holocaust or something. Like,
Well, this
why
is
is it
interesting
worse because demons are doing it?
When Christians talk about hell, how do they talk about it? They talk about fire and brimstone and other natural things. They don't say that there's this supernatural thing that's so bad you can't even. There's no even analogy that will work. That they don't usually. I mean,
Except
maybe
from
some do,
eternity, maybe eternity.
yeah, maybe
is
that's
like
the one thing.
Only thing.
That's quantitative, not a qualitative.
Yeah.
Surely.
What does the supernatural add to like the badness?
Yeah, I actually think this is one. If you think that way, that's a really unhelpful way to think about the world. Like, think about the Nazis and concentration camps and so forth. If you think that was a horrendous thing done by people, then I mean, it's no better or worse because it's done by people or some supernatural thing. But it focuses you on the fact that, wow, this is people and this is the way we are, that we can do this. And then you think about, well, how did that happen and how can we prevent it? Whereas if you think that there's some non-natural supernatural dimension, you think, oh, just people couldn't do this. There must have been like demons or something. And then you just sort of like, not exactly shifting responsibility, but shifting your focus. And then I think you focus on the wrong things. And you don't realize that it's actually just people who do this stuff. So I think that it's actually dangerous to think that way.
I mean, it seems like there's one way of reading this where it's like, it's just going to be as good old seemings are reality or whatever, thing. But the other thing is like, why are we supposing that like there's non-naturalistic dimensions to evil that can even exist, or that like they have anything to do with morality, or it seems to be important for that sentence to even be meaningful. It seems to just like import a bunch of stuff from the Christian worldview. It's like you're only going to think that if you're already assuming that there's like this demonic realm where demons like sometimes like do bad things. Like if that isn't a part of your worldview, you're not going to like evils aren't going to seemingly have a non-naturalistic dimension to them. So in that sense, it seems like he's probably just begging the question again of the.
Yeah, I'm wondering what it is about the evil that makes it seem different to something that's just a natural evil. I don't know how something can seem that.
Some evils are just so objectively appalling and horrendous that they seem to have cosmic or spiritual significance. They seem satanic almost, or to require hell.
No, this is what I'm saying. No. They're not satanic. It's just people that do this.
Yeah, but that's what I mean about the begging the question thing as well. Like, why would you think? Like, it seems like neutral language, right? Non-naturalistic because it's philosophical. No, you literally just mean exactly the Christian worldview. Like, it's like, oh, it sometimes seems like there's demons going around
to
doing
Christians.
things.
It seems,
yeah, like
rage, shaking one's fist at heaven, that sort of thing. Okay, so if and reading up on this particular argument, some of the examples of horrendous evils I encountered were just so. Oh, I mean, I won't be able to get them out of my mind for a long time.
Have you heard about the one where the guy stood up and the priest couldn't push him down in his seat again, and he picked up a table? Like, wow.
Seems demonic.
Time. So if one, then we're justified in thinking that they do have a non-naturalistic dimension to them. The best explanation of there being evil so horrendous that they have a non-naturalistic dimension is that
like I used to think there was like this giant pumpkin man that was out to get me when I was like 2, and it seemed that way to me.
I thought you were going to say when you were like 18.
No, when I was like 2, I remember like I was really traumatized by the giant pumpkin man. And it also used to seem to me, because I used to live like in front of a railway line, that when the train got past, like for some reason, prisoners would be getting off it and like coming into the bedroom to get me. But it also seemed to me like if I hid under the duvet, that the prisoners who got off the train to come and get me wouldn't be able to get me. So
hiding under the duvet is always a successful way of avoiding bad things. It's a scientific fact.
So I'm justified in thinking all these things because it seemed that way.
Good and evil have a deep spiritual significance. So probably good and evil do have a deep spiritual significance. But if
I mean, the best explanation of it seeming that way to me is that there was a giant pumpkin man out to get me.
It's true, then something like
every premise here is just suspect. So we've talked about one being very highly suspect. 2 is also highly suspect, even if it does somehow seem to you. Why should you infer that? That's just a huge arrogation of the fact that you can just see the way things are. It's just naive realism again. And then there's a 3
spiritual
again.
Significance? Like, what spirit? What spirit? What spiritual?
Yeah, I don't see how you get that if you're not already basically a theist. But also 5, like, why couldn't something like karma or the Tao or some other conception of good and evil be true? Why does it have to be theism? They just always jump to that and ignore other supernatural worldviews. That's very true, Irish. Thank you for pointing that out.
And then if good and evil have deep spiritual significance, then something like theism is probably true. Like why not just like spiritual platonic forms or something like
True. So
yeah, this argument's a mess.
Wow, I didn't know that was so.
wow.
Did Plantinga defend that?
Plantinga, I expected
Wow.
better.
Wow, Plantinga? Wow.
Look how the mighty have fallen.
And every argument in that paper is just defended ever so briefly. But yeah, that's one of his arguments.
Just ever so briefly.
Very interesting. All right, let's move on. Man, I wish I would love to be able to spend more time on these, but we're like,
I know, 'cause
we're
I've got
behind.
a lot of
We're
notes.
behind.
Yeah, because like Plantinga
Cameron,
believes
it's
like
your channel. You can spend as much time as you want on these. What are you talking about?
Plantinga literally also like says like it's reasonable to think that for all we know, demons are causing hurricanes and stuff. So like,
Yeah, that's also true.
I'm skipping too. So from universal beliefs, certain moral beliefs are shared by all
you can't show that it isn't.
humanity. If that's true, then God's the best explanation for that. So God's the best explanation for there being moral beliefs shared by all of humanity. So probably God exists.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
Thank you,
the question
SJ.
there is, well, the main move here is just that, look, there can be moral disagreements between cultures and so forth, but actually these disagreements turn out to be fairly superficial. The classic example is love your neighbor as yourself seems to be a pretty
Like not eating each other. That's one shared by all of humanity.
I mean, the thing is that wouldn't the best explanation just be that, I mean, again, playing by these rules, that those moral beliefs are true? Like, where does God fall into this?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why.
Yeah.
This
Maybe
would be an
that
argument
they're
for moral
true,
realism at best.
Or maybe like here's a better explanation, right? Like than that God is the best explanation of that. That like there's a parasite that's in the brain of all humans that causes them to share certain beliefs. Like that is a better explanation. There's just this parasite that like toxoplasmosis thing or whatever, and it like causes all humans to just think that to have these like moral beliefs, because that's like the same kind of thing, right? Rather than God is this other kind of thing. I'm not saying like that's a terrible explanation in my idea. Like I'm just making stuff up, but like how does like a supernatural made up is not better than a natural made up? Like.
universally agreed upon moral principle. It just turns out
toxoplasmosis is the cat parasite, the one that makes what's it do? Like people, it makes primates like risky behavior. Like they like the scent of like leopard urine, so they go and get eaten by leopards, and then the leopards get the disease. But like loads of humans have it from cat poo, and it tends to be the case that people who die in motorcycle accidents as well have a toxoplasmosis. So like there's some like potentially causal link between like the risky behavior of like riding motorbikes and this.
I've not heard of this.
Yeah.
Out that
scary stuff.
One tribe in Africa that sees it okay to murder members of another tribe, they just don't see members of the other tribe as persons. So they agree with the
Oh. This is it. We've been absorbed into
underlying principle. There's just unclarity on how it applies. So there's your argument from universal moral beliefs. Okay, Sidgwick and Kant. Sidgwick, a moral philosopher in the early 20th century, he thought that
he wasn't a Christian, right? Henry Sedgwick.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't.
Central problem of ethics
Sedgwick
was showing how one could be true. Acting morally is always rational, only if it's always ultimately what's best for me.
He was the hedonistic paradox guy, right? Sedgwick's paradox.
He said it must be rational for me to act morally. Otherwise, noble deeds like self-sacrifice and altruism might be irrational. But it seems true that that's never irrational to be altruistic. So 2, acting morally is always ultimately what's best for me, only if God exists. 2 is equivalent to if God does not exist, then acting morally is not always what's ultimately best for me. That seems true. I mean, morality and self-interest come apart if God does not exist. So 3, acting morally is always rational only if God exists. Acting morally is always rational, so God exists.
What again? Why 2? Like, why wouldn't God? Maybe God just, God has all these random desires about like evolution and stuff. Maybe one of those random desires is like that, like trolley problems or something. God just loves creating trolley problems where what's like morally best, what's best for you isn't.
Every premise in this argument is highly suspect. So acting morally is always rational only if it's always what is ultimately best for me. So that is a very particular notion about rationality, that it has to be grounded in self-interest. So why can't we have reasons that are not is prudential in nature, and indeed that's what a lot of ethicists
Atlas
think,
Shrugged.
that there are well, yeah, this is basically Atlas Shrugged with God in it, like the non-atheist version. Yeah, I think it's really repugnant, actually. But this seems to be what Craig believes, by the way. Craig appears to be a
Oh, really?
what's the word
A
for
Randian.
Yeah, people. Well, no, not a Randian, but a normative egoist, I believe is the word. That is that you're actually morally obligated
Right.
to do what's in your own long-term self-interest, and that's actually the only reason you have for being moral.
It sounds like psychopathy. It's like like this is like a
Yeah.
description of how like psychopaths behave.
Yeah, people have noted that about Craig as well. I mentioned some of that in my book.
Well, I've been starting to think this as I listen to some of the things he says. Like it does sound like he like needs to make sense of things in terms of like how he can benefit, and then like how he justifies like making money off of apologetics and everything. And like I don't know. Like this is my folk psychologizing. It's not true. It's pure libel. But like
it really does seem that Craig thinks that there's no reason to help other people apart from for him to help other people apart from the fact that God tells him to, or
won't go
that
to
sort of
hell.
thing. Which is interesting, but that's not even what Christianity says. It doesn't say that you won't go to hell if you do good things. At least that's not certainly a Protestant view of what Christianity says. So I'm not even sure how that quite fits.
I don't know if you saw this recently as well. Sorry to detract your thought. James White did a treat on how empathy is a sin. It's really funny. James White's a Calvinist.
White?
Calvinist.
Empathy is a sin.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, so 2, we talked about how that stuff's like, why does God have anything to do with that? Doesn't God just choose the elect, and it really has nothing to do with whether you act immoral or not? And then premise 4, there are people who deny this. So this is known as, or this is pretty much moral rationalism, the idea that for something to be, well, it's not exactly, but it's pretty close to the say. Moral rationalism is the principle that to be morally obliged to do something means that you have to have a reason to do it, or some say even overriding reasons to do it, although I personally wouldn't go that far. But I mean, there are other people like, for example, Peter Railton, who I'm quite a fan of. He's not a moral rationalist, so he thinks that you can be morally obliged to do something without having reasons to do it. And that might sound odd, and I personally don't agree with that, but I don't think it's completely ridiculous, because it's just saying that morality and rationality are kind of different things. They're their own thing, right? And so acting morally may not actually be rational. It's just moral. Like, why would you assume that rationality has to be more fundamental and everything grounds out in rationality? That's just a particular assumption. So that can be disputed as well. So everything substantive here is highly suspect. And I actually find it very difficult to believe that this is an accurate representation of Sidgwick and Kant, because I think that they're a lot more thoughtful than this, but I haven't followed it specifically, so I'm not sure.
Right.
Not exist. So 3, acting morally is always rational only if God exists. Acting morally
Camera
is always
loves
rational
it,
if God
James.
exists.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, we have another Kantian argument. Yeah, from Robert Adams. Central term here is what it means for a belief to be demoralizing, and he just says it means it's weakening or deterioration of moral motivation. So if a belief is demoralizing, it's morally undesirable. Let's see here. Do I need another term? Okay. Yeah.
Wait, what did it? So demoralizing means it does what?
Demotivates you, I think.
But demotivates you in what way? Like it just makes you tired.
Morally,
like,
I think.
But what does that? So that means like it stops you from being motivated to do the right thing.
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
If a belief is morally undesirable, there is a moral advantage in believing the opposite. It is demoralizing to believe that there is no moral order in the universe. And by moral order, he just means there's a balance of good over evil in the universe, where
the good old what's it called? Manichaeanism.
Oh yeah.
our moral acts make significant difference to that balance. So it's demoralizing to believe that there's no moral order in the universe, that nothing we do morally can make a difference. So it's morally undesirable to believe that there's no moral order in the universe. There's moral advantage in believing that there is a moral order in the universe. Theism provides the most adequate theory of a moral order of the universe. If theism provides the most adequate theory of a moral order of the universe, there's moral advantage in accepting theism. So there's moral advantage in accepting theism.
So this is literally, I want it to be true. This is literally that.
I had the slide up late here, so
That's all right.
If you want to,
That one had a lot of premises. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And that one is in Robert Adams' Moral Arguments for Theistic Belief. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're going a little bit quicker here. So we're on.
Yeah.
We just hit another 10. So time for some more push-ups. I'm gonna do these quickly.
Oh, you want to change it up and do jumping jacks?
Nope.
Get building those pecs.
Well, we're going slow enough where it's not a big deal.
You'll do push-ups. I'll take a drink.
And I'll just sit here. Oh yeah, it's apple juice.
That was a fast
That's what I'm saying. It's like there's a long amount of time.
Another 25, Cameron.
There's a big amount of time between each set, so it's not too bad.
I feel so sorry for this guy though. Like, I mean, I feel sorry for you as well because you have to do this with me. But I feel sorry for this guy because, like he's just like, what the fuck, bro? Like,
yeah, because Cameron didn't say this before because it's clear that he just decided to do it on stream. So,
we have.
He's a Chad though. He's all good.
Yeah, he doesn't need precepts.
By cosmic justice, he means all virtue is rewarded and all vice is punished. Okay. So premise 1, we live in a rational moral order, and by rational moral order, we mean it's the case that where it always makes rational sense to behave.
What does that mean? We live in a rational moral order. Like, where's the rational moral order? Is it between human minds, or is it? Do you mean like in the rocks? Like what?
Morally, that's what it means that we live in a rational moral
Yeah,
order.
so this is actually a paper that I pulled and looked at briefly. So by moral order, he means, not moral order, cosmic justice actually, but it's related to the moral order because cosmic justice is what administers the moral order. So cosmic justice means that any activities, any good activities are rewarded and every evil person will be punished.
Okay,
that's a cosmic justice. That's cosmic justice.
Which is obviously like, so naturalists are going to they're going to agree to that, aren't they?
Yeah, obviously they're not going to agree to that, but also I'm not sure if Christians always agree to that. So isn't the whole point of the atonement that I mean,
right.
I guess
it's like,
I guess they are punished, but you just don't have them. But
it's not really justice. Sorry.
Hang on. So what this says here is that every good person is rewarded and every evil person is punished. So that's not true, right? So under the atonement, surely, because every sin might be punished, but every evil person isn't, because if you're evil, like everyone's evil, right? And so no one's actually rewarded because so you just claim that and then you don't actually get punished. You just go to heaven because you accept, Jesus died for you. So I don't actually see how Christianity is consistent with this conception of cosmic justice. I think you'd have to modify it to say every good act is rewarded. Actually, I'm not even sure that's true, but at least they would say every evil act is punished. And it's just that you don't have to punish the same person because of this, nice get out of jail free clause where Jesus gets the whipping for you.
James, people always ask me, they say, what makes Christianity different? Why is there's 1,000 religions out there. They all seem to be saying there's a God. They all seem to be saying be a good person. What makes Christianity different? And what I do is I tell them, heaven isn't full of good people, but it's full of wretched sinners like me. And that's the difference. The difference is that in Christianity, Jesus dies for you, and it's not your work, like every sermon ever, right? Like, it's not, you don't get to have this like cosmic justice because it's cosmic injustice. Good people go to hell.
Which is the whole point, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Good people go to hell just because they don't accept the blood of Jesus. I mean, they're still under original sin, but they might be good in lots of other respects. But yeah, they go to hell if they don't accept Jesus, and vice versa. Exactly. That's how Christianity. By the way, Christianity is also unique in being, to my knowledge, the only religion where God is sort of sufficiently, weak and ineffectual that he requires a human sacrifice in order to forgive people. Other religions don't think that he needs that. Judaism doesn't think that he needs that. Islam doesn't think that he needs that. Theistic forms of Hinduism don't think that God needs that. It's just Christianity that thinks God has to do that. The other religions are like, no, he can just forgive. Like he's just that way, But Christianity.
The problem is that God is so valuable that when you sin against God, you accrue an infinite debt metaphysically, which is more powerful than God. So he can't cancel that debt, or he wouldn't be just, because he can't just define justice. So there has to be a payment for that infinite debt against God. But he's that gracious to you, James, that he died for you and you reject it. Aren't you a terrible person?
I guess I just like my worldviews without human sacrifice in them personally. Maybe that's just me. If you can't guess, the doctrine of the atonement is certainly penal substitution. I'm saying some are anyway.
Maybe there's more healthy ways of processing reality, right? But this is the one God set up.
Yeah, true. But it's morally demotivating for me to believe that. So actually, I think I have reasons to not believe that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like it's really depressing to me
Pulp
that
Fiction.
all of these people who do bad things can just zip up to heaven because they accepted Jesus. So like, why would I bother doing good things?
Like if you it is true. Like you can't consistently even accept all of these like arguments together because of that. But yeah. Anyway,
to behave morally. If we live in a rational moral order, yeah.
Liz Jackson just chimed in the live chat. She said, "Chad isn't doing push-ups. Lame."
Oh man, there was a time in high school when I was the king of push-up contests. Believe it or not, I was a wrestler in high school. I prided myself on that. My wife would appreciate it if I did.
Thanks for that, Chad.
All right, sorry.
We needed to know.
It's all right. So we live in a rational moral order. If we live in a rational moral order, there.
Well, I mean, to be fair to the guy, right? Like he's just in this conversation to like talk about stuff. Cameron's doing push-ups, and now people are like beating on him. Like, why aren't you doing push-ups? And he's like feeling all insecure, and he's like, "Yeah, I used to be able to do push-ups in high school." Like, come on, guys, leave me alone. I just want to talk about arguments.
Don't worry, Chad. We know you're too much of a Chad to need that. It's all good. You don't have to try to prove it like Cameron does.
Again, that's understood as being all virtue is rewarded, all vice is punished. So there's cosmic justice. There's cosmic justice, there must be a cosmic judge who administers it. So there's a cosmic judge who administers it.
Okay.
Layman's moral argument, and this moral argument actually has been quite influential and inspired a lot of similar arguments. One, in every actual case, one has most reason to do what is morally required. So one just says that there is overriding reason to perform.
This again, like this is just how uncharitable I am. I can't even let them get the argument off the ground. But like premise one just doesn't seem like there's clearly cases of like that's the whole point why there's like ethical dilemmas and stuff, right? Where like it's really difficult to say what like the moral good is in a situation, and one always, and you don't clearly have the most reason to do like this particular good thing. Like I don't know, it just doesn't seem right at all. Like just from my limited experience as a human, engaging in like moral, like an ethical moral realm, as they say, like there's certain situations I've definitely been in where it isn't clear what the right thing is to do, and there's not like just these overriding reasons to do what's morally required. I mean, like sometimes there's overriding reasons to do what's wrong.
Well, I mean, not according to. I mean, there are some people who think of morality in this way. Interestingly, this is another paper that I looked at, and they mention that some moral theorists, like Kant, for example, think that moral reasons are necessarily overriding. So whenever you have a moral reason, it necessarily trumps everything else. That word's a bit triggering these days, but it necessarily overrides other reasons that you might have to act differently. Now, I personally don't believe that, but there are theorists who defend this. I love the defense here. Which in the paper, it just says, no dictionary defines morality in terms of overridingness. So those who define moral reasons as overriding ones are offering a theory, and we need evidence for the theory. Like, seriously, that you're pulling out dictionary definitions here? Like, obviously, they're offering a theory, right? Just as you're offering a theory. Like, I just found it a really ridiculous objection.
How many derivations does their theory have?
That's a good question. How many different brands of modal logic are we using?
Yeah.
But also, I mean, the objections here I'm going to give here are very similar to that which we already talked about, because it's a very similar argument. So premise one is assuming a strong form of moral rationalism, actually, where you always have overriding reasons or most reasons to do what's morally required. I'm a moral rationalist, but I'm not going to go that strong. I don't think it's necessarily overriding. I think moral reasons just exist alongside other types of reasons that we have for action. And some people would just even say, no, you don't have to have a reason to be morally obliged to do something. They're just different types of things. And then two here, there are cases where morality requires one to make personal sacrifice for only modest benefits. I think that that's true. If you look at the paper, the way they talk about benefits, it's pretty clear that they're talking about prudential benefits to you, not like benefits to other people. And so they seem to be endorsing a form of, normative egoism, where you should do what is in your own long-term self-interest, which is a principle that needs defending, right? To quote what they've said. Also, the way they formulate it here, it's not clear, but in the paper they say that if God exists, here's their argument for why God avoids this problem. They say, it may be helpful to note that if God exists, there will be no genuine conflicts between prudence and morality, which is the whole problem they're trying to avoid. Well, why not? The reason is this: to act immorally is to sin is to alienate oneself from God, and it is never in one's long-term best interest to alienate oneself from God.
Well, that's not begging the question.
And that's their argument.
Yeah.
So see, the thing is, under Christian theology, isn't everyone already alienated from God because of original sin? So what
But
difference
he's
does it
also
make?
omnipotent and omnipresent, and so
Well, yeah,
he can't
but
be
I-
alienated by anything and is present everywhere. But
But if you're
somehow-
already alienated from God, what difference does it make if you how you act in this life? I mean, isn't that the whole point? You can't work yourself back to God. So I don't actually understand how this makes any sense in Christian theology.
Well, it doesn't. I'm saying. I mean, it's tangential, but I'm like that. The concept itself doesn't even make sense. How can you be alienated from God with Him being everywhere? Like,
Yeah, I don't really know what that means, but yeah, that's a good point as well. So the point is, I don't think God actually makes any difference to this. But
you already are alienated from God, and then you get more alienated by.
you get like super alienated by doing every bad thing you do. You go to like a deeper level of hell or something.
I feel pretty alienated right now.
Yeah. Anyway, so
for example,
highly suspect.
let's say, forget the example. We'll just go on. If there is no God and no afterlife, then there are cases where morality requires that one make great sacrifice for only modest benefits. And he gives the example of like a poor widow who has the opportunity to steal like $10 million, and she knows that she would never get caught, and no one else would be harmed by this. This is $10 million that no one ever even realized existed, but she would be stealing it if she took it. So if there's no God and no afterlife, then there are cases where morality requires that one make a great sacrifice for only modest benefits. So if there's no God, there's no reason why she shouldn't take that $10 million. If in a given case morality requires that one make a great sacrifice for only modest benefits, then one does not have the most reason to do what is morally required. So if there is no God or afterlife, then in some cases one does not have the most reason to do what is morally required. But she does have reason to do what's morally required, namely not steal the $10 million.
Mainly not going to hell.
No God or afterlife.
Don't want to go to hell.
I don't. So I dare not go there, except I'm going to do it anyway because we're 6.5 hours in. So I wonder if this sort of attitude might explain certain. Maybe I won't mention names, but certain massage-friendly apologists in terms of self-justifying their behaviors. Because if it's like, well, if you think the only reason you don't do bad things is because it's going to alienate you from God and not because of any actual effects on people, then if you could convince yourself that you're going to be saved anyway, right? And so the reason to not yourself God goes away, then and I don't know if this is true. This is obviously just psychologizing, but the point is, I think that this is a really psychopathic way of thinking about things. Like, well, I only do good things if it's in my best interest in the long term.
And I just need a stick big enough to make me do the right thing. But then if you can
convince yourself you're saved by grace, right, and that God accepts your failings, which Christians absolutely say.
This is the question about Ravi. But then when someone goes and does what Ravi does and claims the blood of Jesus, they say, "Oh no,
who's Ravi? I don't know what you're talking about, Nathan."
Yeah, when Ravioli goes and
gets some massages.
Let's say there's some apologist who goes and does something horrendous that all Christians agree is wrong. Yet all the time along is claiming the blood of Jesus. They have all this cognitive dissonance, and they just resolve it by just going, "Yeah, he's probably not in heaven," even though the whole time they're like, "Yeah, the thing that makes Christianity different is it's not about your moral works. King David, he was a terrible sinner. Blah blah blah. Concubines, blah blah blah. Like,
I mean, and there are many cases of this. So there's just the massage one's a recent one, but again, it's impossible to know that this is true. But I do think that this is a very bad way of thinking about morality, especially when you combine it with the whole notion of grace. Because Christians definitely use this to excuse lesser sins, because I've heard it myself. It's like when it gets to a threshold, it's like, well, you can't be a real Christian then. But I'm always asking them, well, like, if God's made you a new person, you're born again in, died in Adam and born in Christ, or whatever it is that they say, well, then why are you still doing all these sins? Like, he hasn't done a very good job. And they'll say, well, because it's now and not yet, and it's all these excuses. I'm like, well, if God could just make you good, then like, wouldn't you just do that?
You need to understand the chronological order and the logical order. So the logical order in God's mind is I'm just going into
anyway, I'm just saying, this is a bad way to think about morality, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, we have an interesting set of arguments that push more toward a Christian conception of God and not just a theistic conception. So we have Linda Zagzebski's argument from the need for divine aid in being moral. Now she asks, classic question that you encounter in ethics classes, why be moral? Well, she says, why try to be moral? And so by thinking about this question, she has the following argument. It is rational to try to be moral only if it's...
I'm just going to guess, but is the answer God?
Rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful. But it's not rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful if all we have is our own human faculties to go on. And this is because if all we have is our own faculties, we can't be confident that we have genuine moral knowledge, given the depth and diversity of moral disagreements. We can't be confident that we can overcome our moral weaknesses and bring about good in the world. And we can't be confident that our moral efforts wouldn't just be vain in the end. So
yeah, so if God does not exist, then it's literally, this is literally the Craig video, the 5 minutes of like urban decay video.
Oh yeah,
Craig's like
what
God does not
objective
exist.
meaning is there to life without God?
All your choices are just.
But 3, it is rational to try to be moral. So it's rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful. So we have more than just our own human faculties to go on. Follows logically from 2 and 4. Now, if a theory postulates exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral would likely be successful, then it's rational to believe that theory. Christian theism postulates exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral.
If a theory postulates exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral would likely be successful, then it's rational to believe that theory. Okay, go on. What's the theory that postulates exactly what more we need to be rational?
I can never guess.
And namely, we have by divine revelation.
Yeah, well, my 7 is just atheism postulates exactly what more we need to be. Like humanism,
secular humanism. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Divine assurance and guidance, grace, providence, exactly we need the assurance of genuine moral knowledge, the assurance that we can overcome moral weakness, and that our moral efforts wouldn't be in vain. And so it's rational to believe Christian theism.
Yeah, the same, but just instead of Christian theism, secular humanism. And now we've cancelled out back to 0.
Well, what part of Christianity says that you're going to just choose the right things if you rely on God? Like I don't know where that. It seems empirically false at the very least.
Well, like in Proverbs, it's lean not on your own understanding, lean into God, and that's like fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. I guess it's just like if you're doing God's will in that way, you avoid hell. So that's the rational thing to do. Fundamentally,
but I mean,
maybe
my hypothesis is Christians sin exactly as much as anyone else, right? I've never seen any evidence to the contrary.
Well, yeah, more so. Some of them say. Well, I mean, we could talk about. Obviously,
I've actually heard that argument made.
Debt. It's an infinite debt, so we're going to have to get into Alephs of sin.
If you jump back to the previous slide here,
if you line up all my sins and go along the diagonal,
diagonalization sin argument. So this first premise here, I think, is highly suspect. So again, put this in. Let's think about. Gaming, right? It is rational to try to be a great gamer only if it is rational to believe that your attempt would be likely to be successful. But it's not rational to believe that your attempt would likely be successful because, I don't have enough time to be like a world-class gamer, or like, I don't think I have the motor skills, but maybe it's still rational to try because you can improve, right? You don't have to think that you're going to maximally achieve for it to be worthwhile trying something. It's like this with rationality as well. You don't have to think that you can be fully rational for it to be worthwhile trying to be rational. So I think that this is very silly. It's worthwhile to be moral, even if you can't be fully moral or fully successful, because you do better than if you don't try, right? So this is a very strange premise to me.
Yeah. Someone's asking if we've ever noticed any of these arguments actually being invalid. I don't think I've caught any so far. There were a couple where I thought about it, and then so I just took a second take, and I was like, oh yeah, that's just, I just missed a premise because we're going through so much. But
I mean, sometimes here and there might be slight issues with the wording, but
the grammar,
to be honest, that doesn't interest me very much because you can just reformulate it slightly and you can often just add a premise or touch it up a little bit to make it valid. I mean, if we were looking at 6 arguments, then I might be more fussy. But when there's 150, you have to be a little bit permissive.
And then it's rational to believe that theory.
I guess we've kind of critiqued some of the logical systems that they're written within, though.
Yeah, that's true.
The cheeky old possibly necessary.
Cheeky old S5.
Exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral would likely be successful. Providence, exactly we need the assurance of genuine moral knowledge, the assurance that we can overcome moral weakness, and that our moral efforts wouldn't be in vain. And so it's rational to believe Christian theism.
Spartan theology says the goal is to wear you down until you just give up and become a Christian.
Yeah, I think that may actually be the goal, but we're indefatigable, so it doesn't work on us.
How do you say her name? Linda?
And I'm And this is crazy that Cameron doesn't know Linda Zagzebski, like the world's leading virtue epistemologist and Catholic, and he's like exposing the intellectual.
Oh, that yeah, I have heard of her. Yes,
but like like if you're a Christian, right, and you're like, oh, I'm exposing the intellectual side of Christianity to not like she's like. So Frank Turek, Linda Zagzebski.
Zagzebski?
Yeah,
Zagzebski. Zagzebski, okay.
Brilliant philosopher. John Hare,
The
on
moral
the moral
gap.
gap. Yeah, he's defended this argument over the course of like 3 decades. Now, what he means by the moral gap is it's a gap between the
Or implies can. What are we saying, James? Yes or no?
the man.
Oh, I disagree with that. This is a very. I don't think John Hare's a theist, but I could be wrong there. But anyway, the whole "ought" implies can thing, hotly disputed. I don't think "ought" implies can. Others will disagree, but I mean, yeah.
I have no. I also don't think. Like I can think of cases where there's like something you probably ought to do that you couldn't do, and that just seems right to me. But
yeah, I should say that some can'ts imply oughtn't, or not oughtn't exactly,
right.
but imply that. Yeah, like I'm not going to say that you ought to like teleport to the moon or something, even if you could. So it's not the case that it never is like a defeater, like not being able to do something defeats when there otherwise might be. But I'm just, ought implies can is an implication. So it must mean it always implies it. And all I have to do is say there are some cases where you ought to do something even though you can't. And I think that it's plausible that, I mean, it also depends what you mean by can't, right? Like necessarily can't, or just like won't in the actual world. So
physically,
there's issues with what that means as well. But in general, I'm going to be suspicious of that claim.
Yeah, like I think we should we ought to pursue world peace or something. But like, do I physically think we'll be able to achieve world peace? Like, no. I mean, it's not like metaphysically impossible, but I mean, that's like one way of thinking about it. But then I guess the other way would be like you said, like teleport to the moon. Like, maybe those are different things. But I think if you like agree with me, like maybe you ought, there are things like you ought to do, like pursue world peace or something, but that you like kind of can't do, like just physically you're not going to be able to like do that on your own, right? So that would be like why those just practical things would be like why I don't think ought implies can. But maybe you'd be like, well, that's not metaphysical impossibility, that's not logical impossibility. So
morality places on us and our natural capacity to live up to it. So morality essentially demands that we be perfect, but it seems like we can't be perfect. So that's a problem. That's the moral gap that John here talks about. And it gives him this following argument. If one ought to do X, then one can do X. That's pretty much an indisputable principle of ethics.
Well, there we go, James. We've been debunked.
Oh yeah, that's just nonsense. It's hardly disputed.
I've even seen Christians on Twitter going on about like disputing it and stuff. Like it's not even like amongst Christians; it's indisputable.
Ought to live up to the demands of morality. So it follows that one can live up to the demands of morality. But one can live up to the demands of morality only if one has the requisite extra human assistance.
Oh, because Christianity is true again.
So
this also doesn't make sense. Like demonstrably, God does not allow anyone that I know of, except I guess Jesus, to live up to the demands of morality, because there's been no perfect person except for Jesus, right? So he never does that. But it doesn't even make sense. Like, how is it consistent with free will that God can like allow you to do that without violating a free will? Because otherwise, why wouldn't he just do that to everyone all the time? The usual argument as well, it would violate free will. But then how is that consistent with 4 here? Like that he somehow helps you to do it, but doesn't violate free will. How does that work?
It to me, like that's like a description of Christian theology. Like, we just can't live up to the good. We just can't do goodness without God. Like,
I thought this was Paul's point, right? In Romans and so forth.
Well, unless you're a Pelagian. If you're a Pelagian, then you think, like this is.
Well, actually, you keep saying Romans 1, but I think actually Romans 1 is relevant here. Like that's kind of his point, isn't it? That like you can't do that. Yeah,
but I suppose I mean like one can live up to the demands of morality only if one has the requisite extra human assistance. Like this whole question, which is a legitimate question in Christian theology, like if Adam hadn't sinned, right? Did Adam necessarily sin, or was it like a contingent choice that he made? And is it so? It just doesn't seem to me, if necessarily the fall happened, well, I suppose Calvinists are just going to bite that bullet maybe, but like it just makes God this freak who's like torturing everyone and then like only saving some. If you're going to go
Calvinism
with that,
is just
human assistance.
It's like horrible alien or something. Like God seems like the demon on that view. Like,
Well,
And similarly,
yeah, my argument here is what's the evidence that God provides this extra human assistance to those who accept it? I just don't see any evidence for that.
But why is it extra human assistance? Why isn't it like it just seems to me like humans could just make the right decision.
You can't, though.
Yeah, because by definition in Christianity, you have original sin.
Well, where does it say that you can't here? Yeah, premise 4 says that you can't without extra human assistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, a consistent view would also be, well, you can, just no one has yet. That's consistent.
Yeah.
You say that if a theory postulates exactly the extra human assistance needed to live up to the demands of morality, it's rational to accept that theory. Christian theism does postulate exactly the extra human assistance needed to live up to the demands of morality. And there he has in mind the Christian doctrines of atonement, justification, and sanctification. So it's rational to believe.
I'm just thinking like maybe I'm being contradictory in like my denial of premise 1 and my denial of premise 4 there, where I'm like, oh, well, we could do that. I don't know. Yeah.
John Hare. I'm gonna say it like that. Hare.
Hare.
Because it's hair. Like, what the hell? Like that. Maybe I'm just annoyed at this point because we've been going 6 hours. But like that is not a difficult name to pronounce. Like hare is a regular English word. You know, hares and rabbits.
For no reason. All right.
All right. We have Kant on the duty to promote the highest good. Kant factors in a lot of moral arguments. Now, by highest good, Kant means perfect proportionment of happiness to virtue. So you're happy in like a eudaimonistic sense, like flourishing, you flourish to the extent that you're virtuous. Okay, that's what he means by the highest good. So we ought morally to promote the
He means the summum bonum.
realization of the highest good. What we ought to do must be possible for us to do. It's possible for us to promote the realization of the highest good only if there's a God who makes that possible for us.
Oh, of course. Like it's like all of these are just stupid.
This is just the same argument again. So the Kantian twist,
because only
I guess.
God could ensure the perfect proportionment of happiness to virtue. So God exists.
But also, I don't see the evidence that God does that. Where are these people who are maximally proportioning to the highest good? I've never seen anyone to do that.
Well, if you say to him, what is the highest good? He's just going to go God. So like, you know, like how is this not question begging again?
Okay, objective obligations and duty. Yeah. This should be a familiar argument. We have objective moral obligations. If we do, then they're best understood as divine commands. That was the subject of Robert Adams' unsurpassed book on theistic ethics. Goodness, it's escaping me. Finite and infinite goods. So objective moral obligations are best understood as divine commands. But if they are, then God exists, so God exists.
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
You'll see in
Convinced.
arguments.
Yeah, divine command theory is massively problematic. Look at the video we did on Craig's moral argument for that. I think it's a terrible theory of meta-ethics.
They often talk about how objective obligations and duty, the reason for thinking that there are such is that, well, let me just give you a quick example. We just had a bunch of snow the past
Oh, I've read that C. Stephen Evans book. It was quite interesting.
few weeks here in Ohio. So at one point it was up to 18 inches, and my wife has to get up very early for work to leave, sometimes at like 5:30 in the morning. And I could sleep in till the baby wakes up at like 9 o'clock, but she can't get out of the driveway if I don't get out and clear it. Sometimes there's maybe not, there could be just a little bit, just enough snow to where she could drive over. I could get away with like staying in bed, but there's just something pulling me. I mean, I really feel like a genuine,
Your soul?
almost physical
I feel
tension
like it might be
that-
fear of wife's retribution could be what's motivating you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And it's like it's not like the joint tools of like psychology and neuroscience can't like explain it with some reasonable comprehension like what's going on there. Like where's the moral thing?
Now, if it
involved?
seems to him that there's something non-natural that's pulling at him, then it's reasonable for him to believe that there is. Just like we've said for other arguments. If it seems like it, then it, that's the way it is. Because clearly, naive realism is true. We all know this.
Yes, Chad is a PhD philosopher. He's talked about his dissertation several times. Or maybe it's a master's, I don't know.
That's why they call him Chad. No, it's PhD.
Okay. Oh yeah, he had doctor in his title, didn't he? Yeah.
out of bed to go shuffle that driveway. It's just the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's the platonic form of goodness as opposed to like some kind of like thing in the synapses that's
moral obligations and duties often have this feeling of pushing and pulling people to behave in certain ways, which cries out for explanation.
Yeah, it's called the temporal difference algorithm. It's pretty.
Okay.
But that's a Craigism. Cries out for explanation. Well, I think we've had that one
that's a
before
good
as
point.
well. But yeah, that is a like again, this cries out for explanation. It's like, yeah, here's the explanation. Like all this literature and like human motivations and what like perceptron circuits and like how they've been wired through reinforcement engagements with your wife and stuff like that. Like
James
Right,
White would
you-
tell his wife to shovel the snow herself.
like the biblical woman. Haven't you read Proverbs 31?
Argument from
Human's argument from conscience.
I tell you,
that's
if James
probably what-
White is indeed like that, his wife should go to heaven.
You know, man, like when I was a Christian, maybe I would have like done that. If I, you know, like if I was like, oh, you know, like Proverbs 31 woman does it herself. If I just didn't want to,
we could ask V how if that's the way it's like in their household. I mean, she does bring in food rather a lot on the stream, so I don't know.
Well, I'm doing important work on a Sunday morning, leading the Christian youth to hell.
Well, this is man's work, the intellectual stuff.
Thank you, V. Thank you for your commitment to the cause.
Now go and shovel some snow.
Yeah,
Responsibility,
yeah. No, the car's snowed in.
ability, and so on are only appropriately felt in relation to other moral agents. But sometimes we appropriately feel guilt, shame, responsibility for deeds done in secret that harm no one else. You see where this is argument's going.
Oh, this is the you've been watching porn again argument, isn't it? That's what this is. Deeds done in secret. What are those deeds, Chad? You have to tell me. You know what I'm talking about, Cameron.
So guilt, shame, and responsibility for deeds done in secret are appropriately felt only if there's.
You see, like as a Christian, every Sunday you feel really guilty that you've watched porn again, and I know you have. Males aged 18 to upwards.
79.
I know you have. I know you feel guilty about it. You know, you're convicted in your heart when the pastor talks about things, and you know what you've done. So God exists.
There's another moral agent that's privy to deeds done in secret. So there is a moral agent that's privy to deeds done in secret. The best explanation of that is if there's a godlike being, so there is a godlike being.
So interestingly here, if you have a consequentialist notion of right and wrong, then there really shouldn't be wrongs that harm no others. And I mean, there might be harms that only indirectly harm others, right? But like strictly speaking, if something literally harms no one else, like ever, then I don't think it's ever appropriate to feel guilty for that. Now, I mean, the thing is, you can even make an argument for things like pornography. That maybe there's indirect harms, right? I mean, right. That's a big debate. But the point is that I don't think that someone like me who's a consequentialist is really never going to say that it's appropriate to feel guilty for something that has no harm on others at all, ever, including yourself, because you can harm yourself in different ways, right? Yeah. So I think I'm probably just going to disagree with premise 2 here.
Yeah, I think I'd make the argument that the most probable explanation for you feeling guilty after watching your porn is that you're in a cult. But
that's
probably
a
the
toxic
argument.
Form of of guilt.
Like because okay, if I go back to charitable mode, I agree there is like a moral conscience that people have, like people experience guilt and stuff, and it could talk just generally about like why we have this, but it seems within the Christian worldview, like I bet the young men who are looking for for their confidence in Christianity to increase, learn about the arguments, watching streams like Cameron's, I bet this is what they're thinking about when they're thinking about conscience. Like I just know, like when I was a Christian, like that was it, like that, like driving to work and like if like there's like a woman jogging in leggings or something, and I'd like have this battle with Satan in my mind. Like, thank you, Theo, sometimes for your 5 herks.
People donating all sorts of currencies. What is a hook anyway?
Super interesting. I've never heard of this argument. But I definitely want to think more about it. That's why
Croatia. Aren't you guys going to adopt the euro soon?
Yeah, that's aren't they
that's in
trying
a few years.
Leave, or I don't know, like
no, that was
right-wing extremism.
That was only Hungary. That one silly country that we don't talk about.
No, but I saw, like in the Eastern Bloc countries, like Poland, Hungary, and like there's all this like weird nationalism about get back to the Catholic roots, like make Poland great again type thing.
But then they go hand in arm to the EU Commission when they want the grants. So, anyway, that's for another stream.
additional resources there are.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, I think Graham Oppie objects to this argument by saying, well, no, it doesn't. Guilt, shame, and responsibility don't imply relation to someone else because a relation to yourself is sufficient. You can feel guilty yourself.
Yeah, like if everyone else died, and you were the only person, and I bet I'd still feel guilty, like crushing a fly or something like that. Like I feel guilty now crushing flies, right? And I just imagine if like everyone else got deleted or whatever out of relocated to heaven by God, and
Game ended is the
and I
the
went and
term.
just crushed a fly. Yeah, I'd still feel guilty. But then of course they'd say, well, yeah, of course you'd feel guilty on your own because God exists. It'd be God in you. Like,
I mean,
so
you could, if you think that flies can experience some sort of suffering or whatever, then you could just understand in that sense.
Self. And so, well, maybe so, maybe not. I mean, on the other hand, it's like there are some scumbags that probably don't feel, who would just get away with anything, and yet
who need the idea of hell to motivate them.
Hell's the only reason that you're good to people.
Maybe you're a psychopath and realize that, yeah, you did do something wrong. So a sophisticated defense of this argument might require a distinction between objective guilt, subjective guilt, things like that.
Objective guilt, like, aren't you just describing your own mental state? Like,
Well, I guess there's like an appropriate reference to that, but that's sort of what I was saying before. I would say that a guilt's only like appropriate if there's someone harmed by it, which could be you, but it could also be someone else. But if no one is ever harmed in any way, then it's never, I would say, not appropriate.
Right. It'd be inappropriate guilt, but it wouldn't be like, it would
still be subjective, yeah.
Yeah, the appearance of inappropriate guilt would still constitute like this moral conscience thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Does that make
I mean, guilt has to be subjective. There's got to be a subject there. You can't have a guilt that that doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's move on. We're on number 59, so we're not yet at the halfway point. We'll see what we can do.
Jeez.
Okay.
I suppose chronologically we're past.
On the intrinsic harmfulness of wrongdoing. Wrongdoing is intrinsically harmful to the wrongdoer, even if they don't feel like it. So harm here means not pain or suffering.
Oh, it's nice to see that he's a consequentialist.
Suffering or guilty conscience, but having bad character. It just means objective well-being. You are not objectively as good off as you would be if you hadn't harmed someone or done something wrong to someone. Metaphorically, wrongdoing is like it's soul withering in a way. But even if it doesn't.
Metaphorically,
look at premise 2, man. Well, yeah, that's not metaphorical, but premise 2 is just horrific. Like, it's only wrong if God will burn you for it. Like, seriously, like no idea that's good to build a moral character. No, it's just
yeah.
Got to watch those browser history tabs because
God's still be intrinsically harmful. Like let's just assume naturalism is true, right? Wrongdoing could be intrinsically harmful because that is just what it means. Like, it's harmful to the wrongdoer. Like,
if it diminishes your flourishing as a person, which could include building a moral character, for example, and promoting other virtues in yourself, then that's going to be wrongdoing to you, which I think is quite plausible. At least some types of wrongdoing.
But a lot of naturalists do just define it that way, as in one. Like, they'll just say,
exactly.
like,
yeah. So, but the idea that it's only wrong if it comes from a punishment, like, that doesn't even make sense, right? Because from a divine command theory, it's wrong because it violates God's commands. It's not wrong because he punishes you for it. He punishes you for it because it's wrong. Like, it seems that the order's the wrong way around.
Punishment from a godlike being. Right. So let's say, I don't know. Let's say I go out there and kill a bunch of cats on the street, and it gives me PTSD. But God isn't God doesn't pay any attention to this. I just develop PTSD. That's harmful to me, and it was wrong. But also the harm isn't punishment from a godlike being. It's just me getting PTSD.
Irish makes a good point. That's the opposite of what intrinsic means. That's the definition of extrinsic if it comes from outside. This is something I pulled Craig up on, and I think that someone actually asked this as a Q&A a few weeks ago to him, because Craig says that humans have intrinsic moral value, but then says that moral value only comes from God's commandments. And he actually admits this in a Q&A, although he distinguishes intrinsic and inherent for some reason. But he actually explicitly says that humans don't have inherent moral value. So I'm like, yes, that is what I've been saying that your argument entails. So we'll just have to mention that whenever they make these divine command theory type arguments, that humans don't have inherent moral value under these theories. William Lane Craig approved. But anyway, yeah, that's not what intrinsic means. This is just a mess.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click.
Press F, man.
That can be true only if the harm here is punishment from a godlike being. So here's a godlike being.
resources on this one? Who's Clement Dore?
He's a philosopher, early 20th century philosopher. Most of his stuff was early mid 20th century, I believe.
Around 1984.
He's got a book on
Well,
theism.
I mean, it may have been published after his death. I don't know.
That's why-
Pretty good argument.
Yeah.
This is why I love.
It's got a different author,
well,
so
I've got
I don't know.
a love-hate relationship with moral arguments because I recognize that there's just so much research that I haven't done and that I haven't just put the effort into. Like, I don't know half of these people that you're referencing here, and these are all
Nice,
really
Cameron.
interesting arguments. So this is just really cool. This is really cool. All right, moving on.
Moral knowledge.
Moral
We
knowledge.
have
Now this
moral
is an argument
knowledge.
that this is one that I am very convinced of.
This shows up in the Blackwell Companion. The author there, what's his name? Mark Linvell. We have moral knowledge. If naturalism is true, then we probably don't have moral knowledge.
All naturalists agree to this as well.
But if theism is true, we probably do. So
Also, naturalists agree to that.
if we have moral knowledge, that's strong evidence for theism and against naturalism. So moral knowledge.
Again, like this is literally just for theists. Like, because if you talk to theists, they're going to be like, well, on naturalism, you can't have morality. You can't have
Only
moral
some
knowledge."
theists. Others, not all theists
Well,
will even
yeah.
agree with that.
That's true. But like the majority of like the ones who I seem to encounter on the internet
Yeah.
say that type of thing.
Well, they're
It's
the
like-
divine command theorist types, I would imagine.
Well, it's
the
like, oh yeah,
Craigians.
is that what I believe? Like, do I believe that I can't have moral knowledge on naturalism? Oh, I do. So there we go. Like, this argument's failed.
Yeah, so if you're like me and you think, I mean, a non-reductionist would have different things to say, that you apprehend moral value in the same way we apprehend mathematical and logical truths. I would say something a bit different. I would say that we understand moral value in the same way we understand any things about the world. Well, moral value is human flourishing or something like that, preference satisfaction, and then we sort of discover what that looks like. And we gain moral knowledge in the same way we gain any other type of knowledge. There's nothing mysterious about this. So, different people have different stories to tell about how we gain moral knowledge, depending on what your meta-ethics is. Not many people are going to agree that you need God's commands to reveal moral knowledge to you. Also, there's a problem, because suppose that you have Yahweh giving you these commands. How do you know that Yahweh is God? To know that, you would need to know that Yahweh is morally perfect. How do you know that he's morally perfect? You can't just rely on him telling you, because maybe he's lying, right? You need to see what his commands are and then compare them to what the commands a truly moral being that God would give. But you don't know that until you can compare it to something, right? So there's a big problem of moral knowledge under theism if you believe in divine command theory, because how can you ever know that a command has come from God?
What if it appears to you that Yahweh's God?
Well, you got me there. If it appears to you, then if it's possibly necessary that Yahweh is God.
Theism against naturalism. And the main reason for thinking too, that the faculties we use to form moral beliefs wouldn't be
Our brain.
aimed at truth, but fitness, if naturalism is true.
Well, what if fitness just is truth? Like, why?
Or I mean, it doesn't have to be the same. It could just be that truth is fitness conducive, which I think is true
Yes, right.
in a certain range, which is all I would say about our cognitive faculties, because I don't think they're reliable if we extrapolate the range too far. But within a certain range, they're reliable.
Yeah. Like just saying, well, on evolution, it actually just means fitness, right? But like one particular like phenotype that can be selected for is forming some true beliefs. Like that is, that's an environment pressure. That's a phenotype that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reasons to think that we would actually form beliefs that are conducive to understanding human flourishing. There are a lot of reasons to do that, to promote our own well-being and to promote the well-being of other people, which is very useful for different purposes, right? So this idea that there's no naturalistic account as to how we could, like, where we would get moral knowledge from. Obviously, this is not going to be perfect, right? Because we've improved our moral knowledge over time. But, the point is that it's not like there's no story that can be told.
So it's possible that we could always have it's possible that we could have true moral beliefs if naturalism is true, but it's more likely that those true beliefs would be true by accident. It will be like believing it's noon when you look at the clock that says noon, and it is noon, but yesterday the batteries ran out of the clock.
What if it's just necessary? What if everything's necessary on naturalism?
And stop the hands at noon.
Yeah. Sorry. Did you want to say something?
No, I have nothing to add to that.
You have a true belief that it's noon, but only by accident. So if naturalism is true, our moral beliefs are true only by accident. That's the main idea.
A good argument if theism might just happen by
there's
accident. If
some,
you have
more
150
resources on
of
that
them,
one.
maybe one of them will eventually be good.
Okay, Ritchie defends the argument where we have a capacity to apprehend objective moral norms. If that's true, the best explanation for that is that our cognitive faculties were intended to apprehend objective moral norms.
Of course.
So our cognitive faculties are intended to apprehend objective moral norms. But if 3 is true, theism is the best explanation for that. So theism is the best explanation for our having the capacity to apprehend objective moral norms. He defends it pretty similarly. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just
Premise
move on.
two, why I think
gonna have
that.
to run through really quickly, and we can just rely on the screen being up and people looking.
Okay, from altruism.
We've hit another 10. So is it time?
If naturalism is true, no altruism. God, like next, like
We've got two more moral arguments. Do you want to
it's just the same one as before, but just with altruism instead. Of
I don't even
whatever
understand
you
premise 2. It does not exist and is irrational. How can something be
they're
irrational if it
they're
doesn't exist?
Probably going with the Randian rationality thingy again. Maybe it's vacuously irrational.
I mean,
because it doesn't
maybe.
exist.
But it's sort of like saying there is no God and I hate him. Like, how can something be irrational if it like never happens? I mean, I guess you could say it never happens because it's irrational, but people still do irrational things. I don't know. I don't know how you relate those things to each other.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but notice this argument completely contradicts what we just heard before. So, I mean, it depends what you mean by genuine altruism. But if genuine altruism is acting for others' benefit without any expectation of, personal prudential benefits for you, then that's impossible under theism because every good action is rewarded, right? So how could you be a genuine altruist? It's only possible under naturalism where you won't necessarily be rewarded.
That's true. Like what does genuine altruism just mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could pull this.
Like
one.
it just seems to be the relation between persons. Persons sort of doing good things at their own expense, sort of thing for other people, and not.
Yeah, but if we understand it in the way that it was defined in, not literally, but a similar concept was defined in the previous arguments, it would be an action that is good or like helps others, I suppose, is pro-social, where you do not get like corresponding personal like prudential benefits in the way that was mentioned in the other arguments, right? So the problem is if we live in like a moral cosmic order, as some of the previous arguments said, then that will never happen because every time you do a good thing, you'll eventually get rewarded for it. So you can't be a genuine altruist. So this directly contradicts those other moral arguments that we're talking about, that, notion of rewards and punishments.
Okay. So we have two arguments from altruism where
two of them,
altruism is sacrificial behavior for another. It incurs no benefit to yourself, your relations, or to your social group. Okay. It's exclusive.
So Jesus did not die on the cross for altruism.
A sacrifice for someone else with no benefit. All right, if genuine altruism
because we need this argument to succeed, so Jesus cannot be altruistic.
Exists and is rational. That's a key premise. If naturalism is true, genuine altruism does not exist and is irrational. So, given that it does exist and is rational, naturalism is false. If theism is true, genuine altruism probably does exist and is rational. So, the existence and rationality of genuine altruism strongly confirms theism.
And then you go like, well, how does it exist on theism? Well, God, like.
Yeah, I know that they often don't bother to provide that, or it's like one paragraph.
We have a second argument. Yeah, we have a second argument from altruism from Bruce, which is that moral altruism is irreducibly normative. This one will take a bit of explaining.
Well, what does that even mean? Irreducibly normative, like it's motivating, sort of thing. But what does it mean for something to be irreducibly motivating?
I don't know. I don't think I found this one. Yeah, this is a book chapter, so I didn't pull this one either. Notice how easy to find all these arguments are. None of them are tucked away in these books that you would have to buy. Or anyway, irreducibly normative. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, I'm probably going to disagree with that because I'm a reductive naturalist, so I don't think there are irreducibly normative facts. I think normative facts are all reducible to natural facts.
Is that reducible to natural facts?
Yes, I'm a naturalist. That's how it works, right? Funnily enough. But I mean, not everyone. There are non-reductionist forms of naturalism, or alternative models of that. So, but I'm not really sure what it means in this context. There can be.
I don't know what it means in any context. Like, what does it mean to be irreducibly like? So I take normative to just mean like motivating.
No, basically. I don't think that's what it means. I think it means normative. It means there's a moral imperative for you to do it.
But isn't that like that's like motivating?
Yes. Well, no, because yes and no. This is actually interesting. This depends on whether you're I think it's a moral, a motivational internalist. Which is to say there are some people who think that if you truly believe and understand and believe a moral proposition, then you'll be motivated to do it. So because normativity has that sort of motivational effect, but not everyone believes that. So if you believe in the Humean theory of motivation, which says that belief is never sufficient for motivation, you need what was the word he used? I feel like it wasn't desire. Oh, it was something else. Passions, I think he talked about. Yeah, you need the desires or passions to conjoin with the belief to lead to a motivation. That's what I tend to think. So I don't think that believing something, even a moral truth, necessarily motivates you, but you can still understand it as normative in the sense that it has that there's an obligation there, or normative force, or however you want to describe it, even if it doesn't motivate you personally.
Okay, but then, so this is like that kind of like reasons externalism. Is that the right way of saying it? Where the facts are what's motivating externally, or that the facts are what are normative, and it's just irreducible. Like I just don't even know what one like means.
Irreducibly normative. Well, I mean, the best I can make of this is to say something's irreducibly normative if it's normative, obviously, and that the fact that it is normative cannot be reduced to anything more fundamental that is not normative. So I think this is just rejecting reductionist forms of understanding normativity.
Okay.
Because of premise 2, it says there can be no naturalistic explanation for moral altruism that is irreducibly normative. Because maybe they want to say that you could have a naturalistic explanation for reducibly normative altruism, which is what I think. But I mean, not even all naturalists agree that it has to be reducibly normative. That's a reductionist naturalist who thinks that.
Well, can there be any explanation for moral altruism that is irreducibly normative? Like,
well, yeah. So I mean, you could be a Platonist. You could believe in divine command theory. You could believe in non-reductive naturalism. You could believe in intuitionism. So there's a lot of other views that wouldn't say that it's. I mean, this is.
But how does a Platonic form motivate? That's what, like, how.
Well, no, again, because there's a question about how we can gain knowledge of Platonic forms if that's where the goodness is embodied, right? Because they're going to be causally effete. So there are questions there about how because presumably our beliefs would motivate us, not the Platonic form itself. But then you can ask, well, how do you know about the Platonic forms? I don't know. Ask Platonists. That's not my problem. I'm just saying that there are other views out there.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, like, I barely even understand what this argument is saying, to be honest.
I mean, I couldn't pull this one, so I'm just speculating on what premise 1 might mean. That makes sense to me because of premise 2. I think they're just trying to say that there's no way that you can have you can't have a reducible explanation because morality is not reducible, and you can't have an irreducible one under naturalism because of premise 2. So they're only leaving out. So the only thing left over is non-naturalistic explanations.
Have I gone mad, or is 2 not even like a proper English sentence? There can be no naturalistic explanation for moral altruism.
Yeah, I added the word "that" in.
Oh, okay.
Which I assume is missing there.
Okay.
Or which is, or something.
Okay.
Well, let's just
we're gonna have to leave because we're getting.
I agree. There can be no naturalistic explanation for moral altruism if moral altruism is irreducibly normative. So there is no naturalistic explanation for moral altruism.
By the way, you should almost never believe a premise that begins with something like there can be no anything type explanation, because almost certainly that's false, because that's a universal statement about any possible type of inner category. Unless you can have a very strong proof for that, you shouldn't believe it. And there are almost never such strong proofs. It's like, well, it seems to me that you kind of.
Yeah. Well, maybe if there was like a logical contradiction or something.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you'd have to show.
But otherwise, especially with when it's like a worldview, like, worldview X just cannot account for Y. Like, no. Well, if the chances are that if there's any philosophers that hold to worldview X, that they've accounted for Y somehow, and that is just wrong.
Yeah.
Like,
and you're going to need to do what Oppie talks about in comparing the explanatory virtue of the different explanations, not in saying there can't be an explanation under this worldview, because it's just, it doesn't work that way.
Explanations of moral altruism, however, which is evidence for theism.
Okay. That wasn't too bad. All right, experiential.
Oh, we got through the morals.
I just want to say maybe what we can do from these arguments forward, because what we're doing is we're reading out every premise, but we may not need to do that. Maybe you can just like make your point.
Just read the conclusion
instead of reading it. People can just themselves and then do it. We can think about that. But in the meantime, I owe you guys some push-ups, and then I think we're gonna go ahead and take
Here we go.
That works.
So
well, like what we'd be doing is
first.
actually giving people reasons to believe the conclusion,
12,
and we don't actually do that here. We just jump to the conclusion.
So that puts you at 32.
32. What are you talking about?
No, more than that, right?
We're at 60. I think we're at 60 arguments.
Oh.
Okay. I gotta do this. All right, here we go.
Geez, Nathan's already like done 20 and he hasn't even got down yet. The video's sped up, so it's not quite as impressive as it looks there. That looks pretty dope.
Well, like
There
I
we
said,
go.
there's breaks in between, so it's not too bad. Okay, so yeah, we're going to take a little break.
His look
Well, let's
more
get back
impressive than
into it.
yours,
Let's get
Nathan,
the,
because his
arguments back
video
into
was
swing
sped
here.
up.
So experiential.
I probably just
arguments
can't
is the next
move
section.
as
We've got a
fast
quote
as he
from
even did.
William James. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so you can't really talk about arguments from religious experience without at least some examples. And
You mean without mentioning William James?
here's one. This is from William James's book, The Varieties of Religious Experience. He says this: I was in perfect health. This is a report he got from someone else. I was in perfect health. We were on our 6th day of hiking and in good training. I never felt fatigue, hunger, or thirst. My state of mind was equally healthy. When all at once I experienced a feeling of being raised above myself, I felt the presence of God. I tell of the thing just as I was conscious of it, as if his goodness and his power were penetrating me altogether. The throb of emotion was so violent that I could barely tell the boys to pass on and not wait for me. I then sat down on a stone, unable to stand any longer, and my eyes overflowed with tears. I thanked God that in the course of my life he had taught me to know him. Then slowly, the ecstasy left my heart. That is, I felt that God had withdrawn the communion which he had granted, and I was able to walk on, but very slowly. So strongly was I still possessed by the interior emotion. At bottom, the expression most apt to render what I felt is this: God was present, though invisible. He fell under no one of my senses, yet my consciousness perceived him.
Okay, James. So what they're going to do is they're going to tell us why the best explanation of this is God doing something. What do you think that might be? First off, just reading that or hearing that. And you're muted, by the way, just so you know.
It's got to be sensus divinitatis. I can't see what else it could possibly be. Well, I mean, I don't think William James actually argues that, by the way, but
Well, I'm just thinking.
sounds like emotion to me. The throb of emotion was so violent. Yeah, that sounds like that's how emotions work.
Yeah, it could be
Ecstasy.
someone who's like at the onset of like an epileptic seizure.
Interesting.
I mean, at least all the stuff that's involved in the onset of an epileptic seizure, we both agree exists. You know, I hope that Chad and Cameron agree that brains exist. It could be some kind of tumor that this person had.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why that there's anything that is inexplicable under naturalism here.
So in his book, James catalogs just story after story after story of people having these sorts of experiences. And here's another one that we won't read, but I just had two just to kind of get our sense of what's being talked about here. Now, these are very dramatic experiences, but people like St. Teresa and Brother Lawrence speak of being intensely aware of the continued presence of God, not in a dramatic way, but sort of in a continual way, such that the most remarkable and awful experience imaginable to them would be if God removed his presence. That's what they say. And hence you have some discussion of the dark night of the soul when saints feel like God has removed his presence from them.
Or as we'd call it, depression.
Okay, so we have some examples.
Which they also think exists as well as this, by the way.
To get a sense of what sort of experiences we're talking about. Okay, we have our first argument. Religious experience as analogous to aesthetic experience. Now for this, let's define an aesthete as an aesthetic expert. So think of like a wine taster or a musician
or an ass taste.
Or a painter or a food.
Wow, bringing out the 3-year-old jokes.
It was when he said aesthete, like it just
he did pronounce it slightly oddly.
Highbrow in. If the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their aesthetic beliefs, the religious experience.
I like to raise the intellectual bar of our commentary.
Experiences of religious people justifies their religious beliefs. So the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their religious beliefs.
God, not here now.
Aesthetes justifies their aesthetic beliefs. So the religious experiences of religious people justify their religious beliefs. So religious experience of God justifies belief in God.
Okay.
I mean, do we need to say anything about this argument? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't think aesthetic experiences have epistemic standing, other than, I guess, for maybe judging the aesthetic value of something, but no more than that.
Yeah. Again, it seems like you've got to bring in this whole like metaphysics of aesthetics, which in order to get this off the ground, really.
Yeah, we're talking about experts in feelings. Yeah, I thought that was like Tumblr or something.
Like I said earlier, right before we went to the break, what we're going to do now, instead of reading out all the premises of every different argument, we're just going to post some of these and then talk about some of the important things that you need to know about it, instead of reading them all out, which is, I think, contributing to the length of the stream. So it should allow us to get through.
How long are they at this point?
Arguments a little bit.
Oh, 2:27.
2.5 hours, and he's worried the stream's too long.
And should actually make for more interesting push-up sessions.
How
as
long did
well.
he think it was going to take to do 150 arguments? It really seems like he thought he could do it in an hour and a half or something, or maybe
Well,
2 hours.
this is the crazy thing. Is that, and then we spend all this time rebutting him, and then he'll just be like, "Oh, you don't even engage with what I've got to say," like, and then it's so infuriating.
I think we've said something substantive about basically every single argument so far. So
I know,
yeah,
but this is what I mean. Like, and then he'll get like the whole, well, I engage with like the intellectuals only, and I'll be like we spend all this time like actually engaging with that stuff. Just like how about next time, rather than doing this, we just like have a conversation, like 30 minutes each way. It can deconvert you in that time.
I downloaded like 50 PDFs for this conversation. I didn't read them all, but I had a gander at a bunch of them. And yeah, anyway, so let's keep going.
Time in between. This is a good resource for that one. Okay, let's continue. So what do we need to know about this one?
Well, John Hick's work kind of launched discussion of the argument from religious experience for contemporary philosophy of religion. And
I thought this argument is so bad as well. Like,
the main idea is that, look, if widespread, consistent, and persistent religious experience of God is unreliable,
then it's likely to think it's caused by features of the brain, and that all people possess those features of the brain. Yeah. So is our sense experience generally.
That's such a dumb premise. It's like if we're wrong about one thing, we have to be wrong about everything.
Yeah.
No, that's not how it works.
Well, the thing is, like the kinds of things that are like religious experience, we do in general seem to be sort of wrong about. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like when people think they see like UFOs or Bigfoot or, just in general, those kind of subjective experiences that people report that aren't religious experiences, but are kind of like analogous in a few ways, alien abductions. Like I remember one big thing is like George St. Pierre, the MMA fighter, when he was on Joe Rogan's Experience podcast in like 2013 or something. And he kept saying he thought he was being abducted by aliens because he was experiencing missing time. Like he'd look at the clock and then like the hour hand would have gone round by like, and Joe was like, like you're getting punched every day in the head. Like, have you ever thought that maybe it's something to do with that? And, whereas like from George's point of view, he's like, oh no, like it's aliens. Like,
well, no, because if he experienced missing time and his sense of time was unreliable, then all of his sense experiences must be unreliable. But his sense experiences aren't generally unreliable, so his sense of time must be reliable. So he can't have been experiencing missing time because of any neurological causes. It must have been aliens. Boom.
And this is the point that if we talk to Christians about George St. Pierre, and in this example, they're going to come up with the same kind of explanations that we're offering as to why people are having these religious experiences. So they're committed to a lot of the same kinds of causes and entities. So why not be consistent? Why not just consistently apply that criterion of explanation to the kind of like similar phenomenology? Yeah.
And so is our sense experience generally, because we have we seem to experience God, or people claim to have religious experiences just as frequently as sense experience generally. So if one is not trustworthy, the other one.
Oh no, they don't. So it's kind of not as frequent. Come on, that's
come up again.
Yeah, maybe he's Pentecostal.
Swinburne's famous argument.
Because Jesus appears to Pentecostals at 11 o'clock every Sunday.
Well, we have sense experiences a lot more than that. This guy must be like a Giga Chad Pentecostal. He's just like constantly experiencing God, like literally every second of every day, because that's how often we have sense experiences. The other thing is that it's just not true that people all across history throughout cultures have experienced God. I would be happy to say they experience the supernatural in some sense, because all cultures have something like that. But a lot of them don't understand that in anything like we would describe it as God. A lot of it's more like nature spirits or ancestor worship, or more like the Greek gods, which is very different to omnitheism. So I don't agree that this is a widespread aspect of human existence. It seems fairly recent that a lot of peoples have turned to monotheism.
Relies on the principle of credulity, which has already sort of showed up a few times. If it seems to you that P, then you're prima facie justified in believing P. It seems to me that God exists, so I'm justified in believing God exists.
I feel like there should be a big caveat in there, which is like absent defeaters. Absent rational defeaters. And I mean, he's not got that in there, so I can't just tell him like this is what you think. But like, like that from my point of view, that should be in there. And then there are those rational defeaters for like ever. I mean, obviously, I know he's got a defeater, but like defeat a Googleplex or whatever.
Defeater.
Yeah. An anti-defeated.
Yeah, I've said this before. Prima facie arguments are so dumb. Like, okay, so maybe you are prima facie justified in believing. Like, if you knew nothing else about the world,
yeah,
I'm actually
but
happy
here's
with that.
some information about
it's
brains.
not prima facie.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we have planning on proper basicality of belief in God, which is probably familiar to a lot of your audience. If you want more on that, look at his paper, Is Belief in God Properly Basic? Question mark. Okay. Also,
Does he conclude no?
We'll read this one. Perceptual experience is reliable. Religious experience has the same basic epistemic structure as perceptual experience. So the structure.
I wonder if an
there's a
atheist
receiver.
might agree with that or not. How many atheists do you think would agree with premise 2, Nathan?
It depends what he means. It depends what he means by basic epistemic structure. Like, does
that's going to
he
include
just
it being
mean, like,
reliable, obviously.
Does he just mean like it's first person, like, or like?
No, I don't think that's epistemic. That's more like experiential.
Yeah,
He
this
says
is what I
epistemic
mean, like,
here, which is about knowledge.
Oh yeah, okay, I see. So I'm thinking he just meant like the features of it, like phenomenologically, but yeah,
No,
you're right,
because he doesn't say phenomenological.
Yeah, so of course I disagree with that. Like,
yeah, like
why
every
would I
atheist is going to disagree with premise 2. There's no way they're going to agree with that.
Why would I think like just saying religious experiences have the same like we should give the same credence to them as ordinary perception? I don't even think like, well, I don't know, but I don't think Plantinga should agree with that, because he says like cognitive
No one should agree with that.
faculties.
It's ridiculous.
Well, cognitive faculties operating in an environment they were designed for, like in normal circumstances, whatever. And like it seems to me like that isn't the environment they were designed for, or normal circumstances, or whatever. So like actually, we wouldn't have like epistemic warrant anymore on his view. I would think maybe he'd say, well, the special sensus divinitatis is in that structure, but
the only people who believe too are people who join cults, right? It seems to be, because, and maybe not even all of them, because think about it. If someone says, oh, I saw a dog yesterday, or, I read a book yesterday, or I went to the shops, everyone's like,
talked to God yesterday.
In general, it's like, yeah. But if someone says, oh, God came down and had a chat to me yesterday, oh, I saw an angel yesterday, most people don't accept that with the same level of, oh, yeah. Even if you believe it, it's kind of surprising or unusual, right? You don't just like, yep. Oh, that's pretty normal. So no one thinks, I don't think hardly anyone agrees with 2.
Yeah. It just doesn't seem like, it seems like religious experiences happen when something is happening in people's brains, which changes their epistemic status to me. Yeah. So.
There's an object.
By the way, I also don't agree with premise 1. Not without a lot of qualifications.
Right.
I think there's evidence that that's not generally true. It's only true within specific contexts and specific applications. And this is what I was saying before. They just throw out these statements like, oh, perceptual experience is reliable. Like, you're not going to qualify that. You're not going to say in this context or anything. You're just going to say it's reliable as a general claim. Right. Like, that's ridiculous.
And here's a massive problem for 5, right? So they've just plugged God in there. If religious experiences of God are reliable, they justify belief in God. Okay, what about Vishnu? What about...
Yeah, which God? Yeah. All of them, I guess.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is like, if religious experiences there's religious experiences of like so much random stuff that Christians want to deny, and yet that, like you throw out this argument, you just iterate over it and like change that word every time. Like, Christians aren't going to just start accepting all these things like existing based on this. Like, this is a great, if you want to have like a terrible epistemology, if you want to ruin your belief system, like, use this argument. Like,
yeah, one and 2 are a recipe for a terrible epistemology. Because a lot of people will justify things like, oh, well, it seems in my experience, my perceptions are that homeopathy works, and experience is reliable, so I'm going to go with that. No, experiences are often very unreliable. Only in specific contexts are they, and often they're like there's evolutionary sort of explanations you can give as to the context in which they are more reliable. And just making that general statement there, I think, is terrible advice, or implies terrible advice.
So religious experience seems to have the exact same perceptual structure. If that's true, then
see, he said perceptual structure, which is different from epistemic structure, which was the same mistake that I made.
We should think that it's just as reliable as perceptual experience generally.
So not that reliable.
You can't really talk about Alston and religious experience without his answer to why perception is reliable. And his ground.
If PS4, this is the argument from lots of people believed in God before. Crikey.
Oh yeah, well this is literally this is literally something that like Richard Dawkins argues against, then people say, no one, we're more sophisticated than that. Come on, no one says this. Well, this is literally just like saying that.
But honestly, that's this is the kind of dumb thing that got me into Christianity in the first place. When I was like, yeah, the Bible has been like so influential. Like, oh my God, like look at the common law in the UK. Look at like stuff the Queen says. Look at like it. All this stuff can't happen and it be wrong. Like that would be insane. Like.
Yeah, this is like the medieval believe your priest who speaks in Latin you can't understand, because all of this stuff wouldn't exist if it wasn't if it wasn't justified. Like seriously, this is just dogma. This is unbelievable.
Breaking book, Perceiving God. He argues that there's no non-circular way to demonstrate perception, just general perception, how it's reliable. So he proposes the most practical way. The reason we do trust it is with this principle. If P is formed on the basis of a socially established,
inshallah, brother, inshallah.
By the way, I'm not saying it's never appropriate to trust things or accept things on the basis of authority and expertise, but that's very different to this principle. I don't know what EDP is, but that's very different to this principle here, which is extremely general. And I would not
established doxastic.
Established doxastic practice. What a pretentious way of saying something, because doxastic just relates to beliefs, right? So it's just like. Just call it like dogmatism. Let's be honest about what this is. Again, a good argument, a good explanation of when it's appropriate to appeal to authority and expertise is one thing. This EDP is not that.
Whatever the people before you thought, just think that.
Yeah, it's established, right?
This is literally the you only believe because you were born in a society where people are Christian. And
by the way, think about different societies people have lived in and substitute belief of God for other things that would be appropriate to those societies, and think of all the things that would be. Yeah, this is just such a joke. Justified. And probably not what Elston said. By the way, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and think that he was probably more sophisticated than that. Although maybe not. I don't know. It's a book, so I haven't read it.
We do typically treat perception as justified. It's just a social practice that we have. But in the same way, it's a social practice that we have. We form religious beliefs based on socially established doxastic practice. So we shouldn't think that our religious beliefs are any less reliable than our perceptual beliefs.
Socially established doxastic practice. Look at the way they describe like just dogmatism and tradition as if it's something, it's a socially established doxastic practice that establishes reliable epistemic norms.
But this sound like a natural description of like the origins of religion as well, like of organized religion. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
it's a great book.
Exactly.
It's highly recommended if you're interested in this type of stuff, religious epistemology, whether or not we can know that God
saying the right words, Cameron. Saying the right words.
Required reading.
Doxastic.
So if
S5. Possibly necessary.
Belief, epistemology.
If I have a religious experience, if that can justify my belief in God,
athlete.
What evidence of value does it have for someone else? Well, Yandel argues in the following way: if some people have experiences which seem to them, some people do have experiences which seem to them to be of God.
Oh God! So they are. Is that what the conclusion is going to be?
Now, those experiences don't seem to be, at least some of them, don't seem to be subject to defeaters. Nothing that would
Oh, like that nearly made me throw up. Those experiences aren't subject to defeaters. But like, just have
I'm sure the atheist is going to agree with that.
Just have a conversation with someone outside your echo chamber. Just anyone. Like. Even like
it's Nathan, it's not echo chamber, it's socially established doxastic practice, all right? Let's be fair about it.
Yeah, but even like so people who are atheists who just haven't even philosophically considered this at all, just like literally just go up to your average bloke in the pub who doesn't believe in God and say like, oh, I thought I had this belief in God, and they'll say something like, oh, you sure you weren't like knocked on the head or something, and like it's like, oh, that's a better explanation than God actually caused it. Like what? Man, yeah, take my water. That's right.
Mind the reliability of those experiences. So the occurrences of those experiences is evidence that God exists. Just generally, and especially the evidential value of those experiences increases if they occur in various cultures and at various times to people of various backgrounds, socioeconomic status, and so forth. So because
they're consistent across those, because they're not. They're very culturally dependent.
And if it's happening to that degree. If the numbers are so high, why not just think it's a built-in feature of the human mind? Like,
yeah. So it's not like the naturalists can't give explanations for why this happens as well. And I think that benefit the data, like the cultural, because the thing is, suppose Yahweh, or let's make it more specific. Suppose Jesus wanted to appear to people in different cultures. So why doesn't every time he appear to someone, whether that's like a veridical vision or internal or dream or whatever, he just says, I am Jesus Christ, the Alpha and the Omega. The people called the Jews in this distant land, or wherever they are, believe me. Like, and then you'd have these consistent narratives everywhere across the world throughout history, and they're all saying the same thing, and they all like phonetically spell out Christos in their particular script, and that would be compelling evidence, right? But we don't have that. In fact, we have the opposite of that. You see depictions of Jesus in different cultures, and there's like Korean Jesus and Vietnamese Jesus and Russian Jesus, and Jewish Jesus, which is an obscure one. Not many people talk about that one. And there's American Jesus, and there's African Jesus, and it's like it's the opposite of that. It's all just culturally bound.
Occur in such divergent ways and in such variety, the evidential force of those experiences is increased. Okay, we have Proust's ontomystical argument. If it seems to S that P, it's a little more modest than the principle of credulity, that we should presume that P is possible. Not that P is the case, but just that it's possible.
We should presume. Why? Again, why should we presume that it's possible? And why shouldn't we just presume? Well, I mean, we should presume that a person is capable of imagining S like that.
Yeah, so I did actually pull this paper. I'm trying to see what seems could be principle.
If it seems to S that P, we should presume that P is capable of imagining S. Like, that's all. That P is capable of cognitively processing S or something. Like, not that it is the case in reality, or that it can. Like, that's so silly.
So yeah, I'm just trying to remind myself of what they said about this. Yeah, it's basically like, yeah, if you sort of can, what it's perceive is the word they use. What's the word?
It says seems here.
Oh, it's experiences. Seems okay. Experiences. Yeah. So I think the idea is if you have that, then that's at least a reason to think that it's possible, because you can't experience something that's impossible, like a square circle or something like that. So if you experience it, then it's at least possible that it could exist.
I'm not. I mean, I don't agree with that. I think that people can have non-veridical experiences which are impossible, like in some of those NDEs that we described, where some of the ways that we've ruled them out. Well, unless possible just means like okay, possible is in like a state of affairs that could obtain. But even then, I think like like the example of like identity, where someone like has two names or something, and you could like have a dream where where that person who has like an alias or something, like appears to you as one of their aliases, but not as the other one or whatever. And then it's like, but that is actually impossible because, Alice Cooper is Frank Zappa or whatever. Like, so what you thought, what seemed to you to be the case in that like dream just is actually impossible. And it's just because you aren't aware of the true state of affairs that you were able to think it could be that way. And now I guess you could get out of it by going, well, there could be two people who went by the different names or whatever, but that isn't the case in reality.
Yeah, so I was just double checking. The argument's basically that you can't experience something that's logically impossible, because like what would you experience? It doesn't make sense. That's the extent of the argument. Now the thing is that there's a couple of things to note here. First of all, maybe you can't experience something that's logically impossible, but you can maybe experience something that's metaphysically impossible, because they're not the same thing. At least many people think they're not the same thing. So like, let's take Craig's favorite example, Hilbert's Hotel. So that's not logically impossible. Even Craig admits this. It's just, according to him, metaphysically impossible, which means it can't actually exist. But there's no strict contradiction in the idea. So can a mystic have an experience of Hilbert's Hotel? I mean, it seems to me that they could, right? That they could just they could experience in a dream or trance or whatever, going into a hotel that has infinitely many rooms. I'm pretty sure I've had dreams where there's bizarre things like this. Or here's another example. Is it the Escher paintings where it has the stairs that go around? Like, couldn't you have an experience of that? Even if that's not, well, I think those are actually logically impossible. So maybe that's a counterexample that I've just framed there. But I don't know. So, but that's their argument, and it just seems really weak to me. But also, I've noticed that their argument here talks about it's possible that these things could exist, whereas that's not what it says here. It says if mystics have this experience, then we should presume. Oh, it does say possibly. Sorry. Okay, I missed that. I missed the possibly bit. Okay. Yeah, because that's what the paper's arguing. It's that it's possible. But yeah, again, I mean, I think you can just think of counterexamples to that.
even the logically impossible thing, I would say, like dreams and altered states of consciousness are pretty weird. Like, there are things like you can convince yourself of an experience of a thing, or think, because it's just so utterly bizarre, that is actually like a logical contradiction, and then think, like you've transcended the samsara, the realm of intelligibility or something. Like,
you're a true aesthete when you get to that stage.
well, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah.
Actually, this is another good example of where, in defense of an argument, they give one example where that seems to support their argument, and then just generalize it. So maybe you can't experience a square circle specifically. Maybe that one is not possible. But does that mean that no logically impossible thing, or even more a metaphysically impossible thing, could be experienced? No, I don't think that follows at all. I mean, we gave some examples that might be plausible. A Hilbert's Hotel or Escher painting. Another one would be, in a dream I could have something, or otherwise have an experience where like an effect precedes a cause, or there's a causal loop, or other things like that people might think are impossible. Like, there seems to be all these things. Or couldn't I experience a universe with no God, or with a God? One of those is impossible, right?
Well, right now it seems, like if you told me some of those propositions, like right now it seems to me that those like logical contradictions are silly. But like, I could be in an altered state of consciousness on like psychedelics or something, where I think I've like transcended logic, and like something that is completely unintelligible in some way, or like logically incoherent, logically inconsistent, like seems to just make so much sense to me. Like, it just seems that is right, and like I've transcended, the need to rationalize in that way. And so, like, in that case, should we presume that it's possible?
This. I mean, premise one is obviously correct, but premise two is just very silly.
If mystics
and the defense in the paper is really lame.
And again,
interestingly, it's based on Indian philosophy. That's what I was going. Shankar is,
That's what I was going to say about that. If mystics have experiences, it's like, well, like maybe you go back to medieval times and you've got a few, Christian mystics or whatever. There's not very many around now because evangelicalism's the big thing. But like, woo, you're opening the door there, buddy. Like, if you're going to accept that.
And they experience contradictory things about the nature of God as well. Like, some experience it as a triune, some experience it as a monad, some experience it as a mystical union with the cosmos. And
not even God exists. Like, there's a lot of mystics who lead yoga classes in Hollywood and sell like vagina eggs, like, and they say a lot of weird stuff.
Now, mystics have experiences, which it seems to them that God exists. If so, then
in which mystics have, like these mystics I'm talking about, they have experience where it seems to them that Bill Gates is controlling the world through GMO food and stuff. Like,
that's another good point. Yeah, you've got to say absent defeaters at the very least, but then the atheist just has to come up with defeaters, which there seems to be no shortage of. So
we should presume God possibly exists. By S5, we should presume he does exist.
That one is super interesting to me. I would love to talk more about it, but we got to move on.
Personal transformation, and this
is. I wonder if Cameron means that, or if that was like a defense.
I was thinking that as well.
Or if that was like, come on, move on.
It seems like he says interesting when he doesn't know what else to say. I mean, that's just my reading on it.
Yeah, like it seems like he didn't actually. I wonder if he like is actually like, that's interesting and I want to hear more, or if that was just like, oh my god, like let's move on. Like, come on, I'm so tired. Like, I don't know. But like polite, pure psychologizing, which is, expect nothing better from me, the troglodyte here. But
aesthete, that's for sure.
Defended by Alston again. There are many people who believe God has promised to them to help them develop spiritually, who then do develop spiritually.
What do we do about Satanists with this one? Well, I suppose they'd accept Satan exists if you just plugged it in the other way.
This phenomenon is widespread enough that it's evidence that God basically keeps his promise. He does help people develop spiritually.
Well, what about if he doesn't? Can you run the argument the other way? What about with me? I've prayed to God so many times.
There are many people who believe that God has promised to help them spiritually, who did not experience God helping them spiritually. If this phenomenon is widespread enough, it is evidence that God does not help people develop spiritually. Like, you could just run this argument. This is related to the idea of like it's a parody argument of religious experience. I'm not exactly sure if there's a standard word for it, but the experience of the like cosmic emptiness, or that God doesn't answer prayers and things like that, which I personally have experienced, and many many ex-Christians and current Christians and other people
Yeah,
from other
current
religions experience
Christians as well.
Yeah.
Like,
So
yeah,
it's
just go to
very
any
common.
Sunday, go to any like Sunday service and stuff, and you know, like you'll hear like, you know, through this time of coronavirus, we're wondering, you know, but why would God do this? Why is He not answering our prayers? Well, we're here to happy days, like.
It's evidence for God's existence, and he cites examples of dramatic conversion, subsequent life changes, the lives of.
But then I can
saints.
cite dramatic examples of deconversions or conversions to other religions. Like what? This doesn't prove anything.
All right, NDEs and religious experience, which I think we're actually we're past the pin.
No.
We're
Massively triggered.
going a lot quicker. I think it's working a little bit better.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm not going to say anything about this.
Yeah,
said enough.
I get like PTSD. Like even people who are in the NDE community who are, you know, aren't even Christians are like hate me now as a result of our foray into.
let's do this.
Yeah, there's like this really close knit, very also enthusiastic or motivated group of NDEs who just like hate our guts down because we talk about it.
I've got to do some more press ups, haven't I?
This time, my challenge to you is to say something.
Okay, I'll count in sequence this time. Well, actually, it might be hard because our connection is bad. 5, 8.
Man, he's
9,
really powering there.
I did it right because I think we went.
Oh, there. Yeah, my connection is a little pixelated.
It looks good on my end. So
Okay.
so let me mention why I'm doing push-ups. It's to help break up the monotony of like all of these arguments and all this stuff. So that's the purpose. The purpose is not.
Cameron is just admitting his own stream is monotonous. The one that he thought was a good idea to give 150 arguments.
This is. I got to play that again.
So let me mention why I'm doing push-ups. It's to help break up the monotony
Why did he feel the need to say that?
of like all these arguments and all this stuff. So that's the purpose. This is not. I don't know, for whatever else you might think it
I
is.
thought this
What-
was
what
supposed to be
else?
fun.
But what else might you think it is? Like, that's what I want to know.
Of like all of these.
What's he
arguments and all
worried
this stuff.
about?
So that's the purpose. The purpose is not. I don't know.
Like, what was that look? What's that look down to the left?
To help break up the monotony of like all of these arguments and all this stuff. So that's
There's
the
something
purpose.
there.
The purpose is not, I don't know. For
You know, like, it's just like, I don't know what there is down there in that corner, but it's not that.
whatever else you might think it is. It's just.
That's
to
why
help,
we don't need
yeah.
push-ups as a gimmick, because our stream is not monotonous.
And because I'm not hiding things in that corner down there.
Guys, get resituated and open your minds back up to what we're talking about. All right, back to the arguments. Here we go. NDEs and religious experience.
You've probably had people on your channel before talk about near-death experiences. Am I right?
Yep.
So
It's
let's
like
not
the crazy thing about this, right, to me, is like maybe there are good arguments that God exists. Like some of these maybe deserve like further consideration. Well, some of these definitely do deserve further consideration, and it's the fact that this guy agrees to all of them. Like I'd want to listen to him and maybe think he's right if he was like, yeah, NDEs, like that is nonsense. But like, let me tell you about the ontological argument, because you know, like if he was like that, I'd be like, oh, okay, maybe this is like, you know, this is like a human I can talk to. Whereas this is just like drinking the Kool-Aid.
This is what I was saying. Never saying anything negative about any of the arguments, other than maybe like there's an easier way to defend this or something. That's like the closest you get, I think.
talk about the nature of them. Let's just say let's just look at how they could be used in arguments for God's existence or life after death. Let's just like go ahead and scroll through these. I just formulated how they could be used as arguments for theism. And for anyone who isn't familiar with
the self does not die. Gary Habermas retelling the 12-digit story over and over again.
And getting it wrong.
Adding in different details every time.
Proving my RHBS model by memory biases by the way he relates it. I just love it. It's so good.
Sometimes it's painted on top of the machine. Sometimes it's riveted. So none of the details are in the original report. Gary knows by divine inspiration.
with near-death experiences, this isn't really going to be helpful to you, but I guess I just encourage you to look up.
Wait, did he just not go into them? If there is no good naturalistic explanation of some NDEs in which God is experienced, just the ones in which God is experienced, then okay,
Arguments for God's existence or life after death. Let's just like go ahead and scroll through these. I just formulated how.
Which is interesting because those are never going to be evidential NDEs, right? Because like you can't prove that God was experienced.
Yeah.
The other ones that are usually appealed to.
Yeah.
And they checked that God really was there.
And that they checked his barcode. It was riveted.
They checked the number of the Trinity. It really was 3, even though that's not that's not enumerable.
Yeah, you might have been thinking it was 3.01, but really, For those who don't know the joke we're referring to in different time zones, that was go back.
It's like
6
5 hours ago.
Yeah. If there is no good naturalistic explanation of some NDEs, then those NDEs are evidence for life after death. That's not even right. Like, just not having the explanation doesn't mean the explanation isn't unless he's talking about reality rather. Yeah, so fair enough. There is no good naturalistic explanation of NDEs. Have fun showing that. Okay. Obviously we disagree. We've been through this.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that this is just a God of the gaps, or at least, I guess, life after death of the gaps. Because suppose we didn't have good naturalistic explanations. I notice that it just says some NDE. So if like some filter through the gaps that we can't say much about, well, then it just counts as evidence.
Right.
No, that's not how it works. Like we might just say, well, we don't know because there's not enough evidence to say either way.
Yeah.
For theism. And for anyone who isn't familiar with near-death experiences, this isn't really going to be helpful to you, but I guess I just encourage you to look up Cameron's videos on near-death experiences.
Yeah, I've had Gary Habermas on to talk about him.
Okay, good. Yeah, look up his videos with Habermas.
And check out Bad Apologetics.
And then watch ours, yeah.
Okay, miracles. A few preliminary remarks about miracles.
Hume.
Oh, here we go. Well, Hume's wrong because the scapegoat of all apologetics.
Yeah, this is the only
jokes.
time they're ever critical, I think, of an argument, and it's Hume. So I'm very disappointed. But I mean, we don't have time to get into it here. So I'll
Assumes
just have to let
miracles are
pass.
intrinsically improbable.
Yeah,
What are
which
the
is interesting
base
because
rates?
it seems that that's the definition of a miracle, right? Which is kind of Hume's point, right? It's the thing that is different to what we normally experience. Like otherwise, how would it be a miracle? So I don't. Yeah. Anyway.
Everything, unless he's going with just the fact that you're here talking is a miracle. Like,
Well, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
But again, how many people have been resurrected from the dead in history? It's like it's not a large number, surely. So
well, is the word intrinsically doing some work there? Like, does that mean
I don't know.
something different?
I don't think it's doing any work. Just delete it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to change the meaning.
Like, I just think, yeah, like a miracle is where like something different to like what would normally happen in
What
that
normally
like, cause
happens.
effect
So like
process.
pretty much by definition there. Because if it's normal, then that's what happens most of the time, right? At least more than not. So yeah.
Unless like I mean, maybe if like there were two people who had ever died, right, and one of them was resurrected and one of them wasn't, then you could say, yeah, it's not
Well,
the
yeah, I
miracle
guess
isn't intrinsically.
Maybe.
But, unfortunately, there are billions of people who have died and not resurrected yet, so doesn't factor in all relevant probabilities. Once more, even if you grant them this God, this God who does nothing but flick the first domino, according to his desires, the base rates are still there. The relevant probabilities, again, billions of deaths to one resurrection, isn't looking good.
So Hume's point with respect to, I think, 2 and 3, but especially 3, is that we always have more testimony in favor of the regularity of the laws than we do against the exceptions to the laws. And I mean, there's subtle points there. I think that Hume doesn't say everything that could be said, and he wrote like 200 years ago. So obviously there's advancements we've made in how we understand evaluating probability and evidence and so forth. But I think he's fundamentally onto a point there that if someone tells me that someone rose from the dead or walked on water or whatever, and then I look at all the other people and my own experience that tells me that can't happen, which is the greater miracle, or less likely? Well, I should always pick the one that's requires me to believe in sort of less unlikely things. And this was sort of Hume's point, fundamentally, I think.
About miracles without talking about Hume. So Hume has this principle: the probability that the testimony of
That's horrible. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like that is
resurrected, but no one dug them up. It's in the chat.
Oh,
that's a horrible idea. Oh dear! Thank you for putting that thought in my head.
um.
Oh gosh. Sorry, what were you saying, Nathan? Just
that so the probability that the testimony is unreliable is greater than the probability the event is a miracle. Okay, fair enough. That maybe that is a decent.
Yeah, that's his
formulation.
point.
I'm just saying, like, is there a better way of formulating it? A stronger way? Maybe, but that seems acceptable enough to get the point across.
I think that's pretty good. Yeah.
Of a miraculous event is unreliable. It's vastly greater than the probability that the event itself was actually miraculous.
It's not even vastly, but I don't even think Yeah, let's.
So that's his main principle, which makes three mistakes. It assumes miracles are intrinsically improbable, but they're not if God exists.
Oh, whoa. No, that doesn't change it.
What the hell?
That doesn't change the base rate. Just that God exists. It means that they could happen, but it doesn't change the base rates of how often they're observed to happen. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Unless he means like I've lost my car keys again. God, please help me.
Oh, there's lots of those miracles.
There's little miracles every day.
Doesn't factor in all the relevant probabilities, and it underestimates the cumulative.
And again, like, what are the relevant probabilities? Is he just
the relevant ones?
Well, yeah, like, does he just mean God exists and wants to do this, or like
the evidential power of multiple independent testimonies? And so, just to illustrate this last one real quick. Okay, the odds.
Well, it did actually happen, so the probability is 1.
That 2 independent witnesses who are both 99% reliable testifying to other things, the odds of them testifying falsely is 1 in 10,000.
Yeah, this is just made up numbers that mean nothing.
And 6 such witnesses is 1 in a trillion.
Oh, okay, this is how. So, what is it? The Lydia. What's her name?
Lydia McGrew.
Yeah, this is how they get their stupidly large probability. They just multiply stupid numbers to get a stupid answer. We'll have to do a BA on that at some point. It's just so dumb.
Reliable is not. You'd need more witnesses in that case, but you can still get a very powerful confirmation of an event.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like, I need to sit down and think about what they're saying here. Like, because that general conjunction rule, there's some independent probabilities, right, which are just going to be straight up multiplied, and there's some dependent probabilities which are going to be like multiplied but given something. But in either event, it's like the probability is like decreasing each time you do that, even at like 0.99999. Like, so I just don't.
Yeah, so it's the probability that they're false, that they're testifying falsely, that is diminishing. I mean, this is the thing: when you multiply small numbers together, that is numbers less than 1, they always get smaller. So if you want to get any arbitrary small number, you just have to find an excuse to multiply lots of small numbers together. Right. This is another one of those intellectually dishonest tricks. It's a similar thing with the fine tuning. You just find lots of numbers that are small, multiply them together. You get super small numbers. Does it mean anything? Are they independent? It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah.
Just get it small enough.
But yeah, that's another point someone said, like the independent testimonies. Yeah, because that's what New Testament scholars think, right? All of this stuff is completely.
See, an early creed is inconsistent with them being independent, right? Because they developed the creed when they were in touch with each other. It would be much more impressive if it actually came later, because then you could check if it was the same.
Yeah.
But
and in Mesoamerica,
the less likely, the less likely it's independent. So I don't think we have. Obviously, talking about the resurrection here, but you don't have independent sources. In fact, you can only establish that if you take people's testimonies pretty much right after something happened, which is why whenever there's a delay and almost inevitably they talk about it with each other, then they're not independent anymore. That's why police, when they're interviewing people, separate the suspects, or at least if they're doing their job properly, so that they can get independent, or at least relatively independent testimonies, so that they have minimal time to collude with each other. But, when it comes to miracles, it's a few years later, that's fine. They're independent of each other. It's just,
and it's not as if the background beliefs of the proto-Orthodox were completely independent anyway. Like if they believed all these really similar theological things about the coming Messiah and stuff like that, and then you just you just have the kind of Jesus thing happen, and then they're talking about that. All you need is that with the right powder keg conditions, right? And they're going to be like heavily dependent on each other in a lot of ways, like in the kind of like maybe mythology that they've been exposed to in their educations and growing up and stuff like that. And so if what's happening is that they're constructing some of the theological narratives based off of what they expected the Messiah to do, and embellishing this story of this Jesus, and how they've got a label to go, well, it's Jesus who did that, then it's not independent in that sense either.
They just love saying they're independent, but they never justify this, and even their own claims are inconsistent. It annoys me so much.
With witnesses that are not 100% reliable. Okay, so we have a generic argument from miracles. The structure would look like this. And miracles are hard because there aren't really a bunch of individually structured arguments. It's just that we plug in different purported miracles for E.
Is he literally just going to say, like, E increases the probability of theism over not theism, so E, so theism?
Yeah, pretty much. No real surprises here.
To get the argument for miracles. So you'd have to look at the individual.
Well, I think miracles are evidence for God over not God. Well, I think they're not. Like, this is so silly. Like, what is to be gained from this? I suppose it's just
miracles themselves to see whether or not there's good evidence that they occurred. We have Tryon Goldschmidt's argument that the Exodus event
accepted by a tradition is likely to be true if it's accepted by a
unbelievably
nation.
stupid.
That is so stupid. Describes a national experience. I mean, funnily enough, the example I was going to go with then was the Exodus in my head, but like that's just be begging the question. But
that's what he wants. Yeah, this guy's a Jew, so he wants to argue for that.
Well, what are what are some examples then of things that are accepted that meet these criteria but are clearly going to be
literally, well, not literally, but most nations have national founding myths. So
Romulus
there's one in
and Remus.
Japan. Yeah, Romulus and Remus is a classic one. The Olympian gods. There's a myth of Japan of the first emperor, who's a mythological figure. Like we don't know that he existed, who was a son of one of the gods, and there's a particular mountain he appeared on. There's Chinese, the mythical Emperor Yu, I think, who lived like 2,000 years ago. Most nations have these. And so I now you might say, well, are they insulting? That seems so vague as to like, how is the Exodus
they were
even
raised by
insulting?
wolves and their own mother didn't want them?
Yeah, because I think you can twist that to fit pretty much anything. There's aspects of most of these myths that are insulting. And again, mostly there's aspects that make demands on that nation as well. Interestingly, I was just thinking my own nation, Australia. So obviously a much younger nation, but I'm not sure about the last point here. But I was thinking like the Anzac myth. So there's this myth that we have about that. Australian and New Zealand troops were sent to fight at Gallipoli by the British, who didn't care about us, and they just sent us to die there. Right. And we fought heroically for our freedom, but it was too much, and so we, pretty much. Now, obviously, the Gallipoli campaign happened, but a lot of what Australians believe about this is, you might say, mythological. It's distorted, and it tells a particular. It's a moral story more than a historical narrative, right? And you can look up the Anzac myth for a lot of that stuff. But so I'm not sure that it makes a lot of difficult demands of the nation, but it's insulting in some sense because it was a failed campaign. So I think that it meets most of these criteria, and you can even say it makes demands on us because we are supposed to commemorate it and go to these places and so on. So you can even maybe argue for 5, and that's only a tradition that's 100 years old. Like it's not even as substantive as some of these other traditions. It's not like, well, I would actually say it's quasi-religious for some Australians, but it's not literally religious.
Right.
So the point is that most nations have something like this. And so it's a dumb principle. Like, why would you accept this anyway? Where did these even come from? It's just made up to post hoc justify the Exodus, obviously.
Michael is asking, are we both certain that all your pre-T conversion experiences were not veridical? For me, the answer is no. How about you?
No, because I'm not certain about many things. But I'm pretty confident that they weren't veridical.
Yeah, I'd say I have a pretty low confidence in them being veridical. I don't know. I mean, I have definitely a higher confidence that they were not veridical, but I can't say for sure. Okay, let's.
We have good reason to think that the Exodus event occurred. I believe he was on your channel. Is that right?
Yeah, he was talking about that. Yeah, it was great. It was really cool.
So look at his interview if you want to get the fuller sense of his argument here. There displayed is his Kuzari principle, and the argument would go, look, the Kuzari principle is true. If the Exodus is a tradition that meets the criteria of the Kuzari principle, then it's likely true. It does meet the criteria, so the Exodus tradition is probably true, which obviously includes all the miraculous events that happen.
Wait, obviously,
okay.
couldn't the Exodus tradition be true in? I mean, I don't necessarily think it is, but couldn't there be a substantive historical core, but just the miraculous stuff is added on later? Like, I don't even see how the miraculous stuff it obviously just includes that.
Yeah. Because people don't embellish national myths.
Yeah, no, that is not over thousands of years. Nope, never happens.
And like when we were talking about that Polish nationalism earlier, they'll talk about like the Polish hussars and how like their winged knights like kept out whoever, like the Muslims.
Oh yeah, that's another. Yeah, that's a good example. But then of
like
course the Turks interpret that, and then the siege of Constantinople. That's another one that. Yeah, pretty much every nation has this
in that way. They'll mythologize them as like this thing, but it won't be like it won't be like. And in World War I, when people invented the machine gun, they just all died. Like like.
Yeah.
The miraculous events, the purported miraculous events that happened throughout the New Testament and in the ministry of Jesus, we will not camp out on those. But yeah, there's some resources on the reliability of the Old Testament, in particular the Exodus narrative.
Yeah, Kitchens is also really good on the reliability of the Old Testament.
Thanks, Cameron.
I wonder what Cameron means by that. He's really good on the reliability of the Old Testament. Does that mean that he says things that you like, or does that mean like he's a top-notch scholar as judged by other scholars? I don't know. I don't know much about the Old Testament reliability. That's not something I've read up on much, but I'm pretty skeptical of a lot of this stuff. And I know the Exodus is not generally considered to be historical by mainstream historians. So I'm wondering what Cameron means by that.
Personally, and I'm horrible, but I just think it means that he's heard of that person and not the others.
Plug any of the things that Jesus did into the generic argument for miracles we gave, and provided that the New Testament is generally reliable, you have a good argument for miracles.
Oh, here we go. If it's generally reliable, then it's reliable in this particular. That's such a stupid argument. It's like if, you know, someone, a schizophrenic might be generally reliable in what they tell me, but then when they report particular delusions or hallucinations, they're not reliable in those particulars, right? And you would be ridiculous to think, well, they're generally reliable. So they, you know, they tell me that the FBI is following them around everywhere and spying on their thoughts, you know, with a vaccine that Bill Gates invented to cure to I don't even know what. You know, you're not going to believe that. Likewise, I'm happy to say that there's a lot of historical truth in the New Testament, probably more than there really is, but I'm just happy to say, yeah, sure, why not? But I'm not going to accept the miracle claims because they're so much less plausible given other things that I believe, and I think I have other methods of accounting for why they appear there. So I'm not just going to say, oh, it's generally reliable, so therefore it must be true about this thing. That's not how you evaluate sources. Imagine if we did that about books, like, well, this book's generally good. I mean, it says this one thing that's pretty bizarre here, but I mean, it's generally pretty good. So I guess I'll just believe that thing. That's not how you treat a source. That's not how historians evaluate sources.
Yeah. I was just looking at these E1 through N, and like, I think, you know, we both agree Jesus died.
That's not a miracle. Most people can manage that without divine intervention.
Wait, what are they saying? He was buried in a tomb? Well,
I guess so, yeah.
I don't know about burial. But
I actually think it's more likely than not because it fits with my RHBS model.
I just mean like purely from ignorance. Like I don't know what the burial practices in tombs were, but I'd grant Jesus goes in a tomb and then they find an empty tomb. Okay, I could grant that. I could grant that there's reports of testimony of appearances, but I mean they can't all be true because they contradict each other.
Well, not in particulars, but we'll just forget about that.
Okay. Un-Jewishness of the claim. I think if you were at the time, if you were Jewish at the time and you were expecting the Messiah to save you from Roman authority, that it's actually a pretty Jewish story, to be honest.
I talk about this in my recent riposte to Habermas, that if the claim is un-Jewish, then that reduces the plausibility that Jesus actually is the Jewish Messiah in exact proportion to how un-Jewish it is.
Right.
So I think that there's a big problem with making that argument.
Sabbath abruptly changed from Saturday.
Yeah, citation needed. How do we know it abruptly changed?
Oh yeah, I don't know that, but I don't know.
But obviously it changed at some point. But like, so what? All you need is the empty tomb to discovered on the Sunday to explain that. But if I already accept that, then what's so surprising? Like, this is not a separate thing.
But again, like I'm thinking in terms of like a natural explanation of all this stuff, like your RHBS model. It's
they found the empty tomb on a Sunday, so that's why it changed. Yeah. Like, you don't need a miracle for that; you just need an empty tomb.
Yeah, on which like religions are the product of like all these natural phenomena, group psychology, and so forth. So yeah, they all you need is like this story about a tomb being found empty on that day, and it changes. Like, you don't need an actual resurrection to cause that effect.
Yeah, this is all. I mean, most of these are not miracles. The closest would be, I guess, E4, which is the appearances. But
do you know about the cargo cults, James?
Oh yeah, that's
the people on islands who like reenact like what US troops did on like airfields and things in World War II, in the hope that it will make the troops come back and like give them food. So like, we know this is a thing like people do, like in groups. They form like that's obviously a false belief, and then they start reenacting stuff based on how they've like pieced together their experience of what happened.
Do you know there was, or is, I don't know if it's still a thing, a small I guess Pacific tribe somewhere that worships what's Elizabeth's husband's called, the guy who's almost dead?
Yeah.
You've heard about this.
Charles, yeah.
It's Charles as well. Yeah, so there's actually a group who worship him as a god. It's pretty weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
Is it like in Papua New Guinea somewhere or something?
I think it is. Yeah, it was in a
I've
former
heard-
British colony, I think.
Yeah, he went there. I've seen the videos of it, like where he goes there and like shakes all the hands and like
Yeah,
they all start dressing-
they
yeah.
really like it for some reason. Maybe it's just all a scam to get him to like give money to them. When he comes, they get food. I don't know. It's,
yeah, like,
it's pretty bizarre.
None of this. Why are people questioning cargo cults? Are those people like the islanders on the tribe, the tribes on the islands who like there were US troops there during World War II, and now they've like developed these like religious practices around they've developed
Like
these
building
religious
runways
practices.
and things like that.
Yeah, and marching as well, like marching up and down, and even Christian crosses, because the soldiers had like Christian crosses, but they don't think it's anything to do with Jesus. They just which is weird. Anyway, so yeah, like there's natural explanation that accounts for all this. It doesn't raise the probability of thingy what's it over thingy what's it not.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Where we have historical evidence. These are all individual pieces of historical evidence, E1 through En, however many pieces of evidence you want to factor into the argument. And so we could run an argument for miracles in three ways. We could have a C-inductive argument, given the evidence, whether or not they make the resurrection hypothesis.
I really need the toilet. Would you be okay if I keep playing it, or do you want me to pause it?
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Is greater than 0.5. They at least confirm it. They at least make it more likely than not. Or they make the evidence makes the resurrection hypothesis more likely than not. P-inductive, we have all the evidence. Given all the evidence, probability that the resurrection occurred is greater than 0.5. And Swinburne, at the end of his book on the resurrection, he actually calculates the probability of the resurrection as being, I think, 0.97. So it's almost certain.
Yeah.
And then we have the best explanation.
Chicken feed
Given the
compared
facts,
to what the
given
McGrew's
historical facts
calculated.
concerning the resurrection hypothesis is the best explanation. But the resurrection hypothesis entails God exists, so God exists. Contemporary candidates for miraculous events would be.
Is that the slide that we're on right now?
No, that's the next one.
Okay.
Yes.
This looks. Oh yeah, sorry. This is the resource.
Yeah, see my recent video on Craig. Sorry, not Craig.
You are.
Habermas can't touch
Okay,
things if you're
contemporary
interested in.
candidates for E would be things like
more
acts of
on the
providence,
resurrection.
healing, stigmata, public object miracles, by which I just mean people report like seeing a statue of Mary weep blood, levitation, demonic.
This is just
possession,
embarrassing.
Encounters, special divine knowledge.
Rational
visions,
people
dreams,
shouldn't
premonitions,
believe in
prophecy.
levitation and
Okay, all these
demonic
things.
possession.
Now,
Notice that
I
things
don't
that would be
wanna look at any
inconsistent
one
with
of
the
these
worldview,
cases,
like past life
I
regression,
do. Well, let me just
reincarnation,
mention one that I found pretty
Bigfoot,
funny.
and UFOs are not on
In
this
Craig
list.
Keener's 2-volume work on miracles, he talks about a healing of a paraplegic woman, and so she couldn't walk, and she couldn't walk for many years. And after the healing, she was investigated for over a year for insurance fraud.
Thanks, V.
I love this example.
And actually, they couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything on her to charge her with insurance fraud, which is probably another miracle on top of the initial miracle. If you think about it. But I thought that example was pretty funny.
So, am I the only one who noticed the irony here? Chad's saying, "Oh, there's this one example from Keener, or whatever his name is. His book.
Craig Keener.
Craig. That's why
His 2-volume series
of anecdotes. Yeah. Anyway, but he's saying, "Oh, there's this one person who had this miracle, and she was investigated for insurance fraud, but they couldn't find enough evidence." So, like, I wonder if it was insurance fraud. Like, couldn't that just account for the? He just gave a naturalistic explanation, and just because they didn't find enough evidence to prosecute doesn't mean it wasn't insurance fraud. Like, insurance fraud, divine miracle that helps this one person but not all the other people. Like, which fits more with other things that it's just.
Imagine if they said that in the court. Imagine if the prosecution said that, like,
it was a miracle.
Either it's a divine miracle or it's insurance fraud. It's not a divine miracle, so it must be insurance fraud.
But some of these things, like, how is stigmata expected under theism?
What is? Stigma?
I don't even know what
that.
where the hands bleed in imitation of Jesus.
Oh, okay, right. Why would that happen? Why?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Why is that
Bible?
expected? Why is levitation expected? Why are angelic counters expected? Why are most of these things expected under a theistic worldview? None of them are actually explained by theism because, again, this is where the theists go wrong. They say, well, God could do them. Yes, but he could do infinitely many things, including all the miracles that he doesn't do and many that he like sometimes does and maybe miracles we can't even think of. But somehow it's supposed to explain the particular ones that happen. How? God could do anything. Why is he doing these particular ones? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason for any of them.
Kind of gives a sense to, if you get a chance to look at Keener's book, it is incredible.
Also, because of time for you, James, if you decide that you want to pause it at a point to go and we carry on it later, let me know. Or if you just want me to speed through or whatever, just say.
Yeah, we might have to increase the speed a bit. Okay. I was thinking we could do that when they get to the how close are we to the non-traditional arguments? Oh, we're pretty close. Maybe when we get to that, because that's when it gets really off the rails. It's pretty soon.
Okay, it's just going to be like if some philosophy thing, then God, some philosophy thing. Yeah,
we might just sort of breeze through that and then look at the end bit.
I recognize that some genuine scholars will demur from my argument that some cases of supernatural
causation skip this quote? It's just really boring.
Of all the writer's imagination, testimony, very limited number of naive and misinformed. Any apparently miraculous.
Like lots of anecdotes don't make data. This is the point that I keep making, and Christians don't want to listen to it.
I actually was looking at one point, looking for accounts of amputees being healed, and there was, I think he mentions 2.
We have
successful miracle.
Highly unlikely to have occurred as foretold by chance. Then it's fulfilled prophecy. So we could have 3 different kinds of arguments you could run there based on fulfilled prophecy. One for the conclusion that there's good evidence for fulfilled prophecy, so that's good evidence for divine action. You could argue specifically for Christianity by
I have a prophecy from the Lord. You're going to go to sleep at some point in the future, James.
Well, that could never be a self-fulfilled prophecy, so I think it must be from the Lord. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to assess that. By the way, I just keep thinking of that Star Wars meme, the sacred texts. Star Wars fans will know what I'm talking about.
Prophecies, that's strong evidence for the truth of that religion. Well, the texts of Christianity do contain many fulfilled prophecies, so that's strong evidence for the truth of Christianity. And obviously, that's going to hang on these fulfilled prophecies. And let's not get into any of the examples. They're interesting.
Let's not.
But just look at the resources.
Yeah, let's not.
The second way of doing it would be, look, if the central claims of a religion are supported by fulfilled prophecy, that's powerful evidence for the truth of that religion. The central claims of Christianity are supported by fulfilled prophecy, so
they're not though. The fulfilled prophecies are a joke. So pause it. I just want to make a point here. Suppose God really did want to make a convincing case for his religion for fulfilled prophecy. Imagine the sort of prophecies he could have made. He could have made prophecies about things that humans couldn't have affected, like arrival of comets and things like this, or astronomical phenomenon, to the precise date. So there's nothing that could be, self-fulfilled or anything like that. And then, put that in text where the people would have had no way of calculating it at that time. That would have been unbelievably persuasive evidence for why don't we see that? Why do we only see vague and indeterminate things that you actually only get if you believe certain things and read back into it after the fact? It's all really lame and pathetic compared to what God could provide. And the best argument they can give, honestly, is that, well, he doesn't want to make it too obvious because then, he'd have to punish us harder in hell or something like that. I mean, come on. This is just... It's pathetic how stupid these prophecies are.
But look at some of these as well. Like, is Jesus of Nazareth the predicted Messiah? Also Philosophia Christi. But probabilistic issues concerning Jesus of Nazareth, messianic death prophecies. While I was talking, sorry. A lot of these again just beg the question of Christianity. It's like, well, Jesus fulfilled all the prophecy in the Old Testament about Jesus, so Christianity's true. Let's
see. Who says that? Is it the Christians or is it the Jews who say that? I wonder.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly so. I think we should not have the internal the fulfilled prophecy that's like part of the Christian worldview, like Jesus being the Messiah, dying, pierced for our transgressions, stuff like that. I don't think we should have that as prophecy, because obviously that's going to be contentious. So then all they've got is stuff like Tyre, and then that's just nonsense again. So.
The other thing is that if, again, I made this point on the video I did with Habermas, if the Old Testament did make clear and easily clear and perspicuous predictions about Jesus, then that's just a reason that they could have been self-fulfilled. And or the gospel writers could have incorporated those into their gospels, like, for example, the birth narrative, to make sure he was born in Bethlehem, even though everyone knew he wasn't. On the other hand, if it wasn't clear, or those that weren't clear, well, then how can you say they were prophecies? Because people only knew that it was about Jesus after the fact. So I think that there's a massive tension here. How can you establish that it was clear and perspicuous such that it was, everyone could tell beforehand, and yet that also it can't have been self-fulfilled or fulfilled by people who wrote about him in the Gospels and so forth. So there's a huge problem there about establishing the criteria.
Go.
here would be the messianic prophecies of the Psalms and of Isaiah 53, which, if you read those,
which prove the miracle claims, which are the very thing in question. Like,
which is just they're just
it's
so
recent.
bad. It's like, you know, Isaiah is writing all these chapters about Israel, and then suddenly he switches to talking about one specific person in history who he doesn't name, even though he could, right? He could call him, you know, Jesus the Christ.
He says Emmanuel. He says Emmanuel, which is Jesus'
this is the other
name
thing, right?
in the New Testament.
Of course, if he does name him, then that can just be something that they picked up. So it's kind of hard to distinguish them, right? But maybe there's some things he could have said that they couldn't have just determined, like maybe when he was born, for example. But anyway,
if he was called Emmanuel the whole way through, I would say that is like more convincing. But like, it's a bit weird that he's only like referred to as Emmanuel. I don't think his Isaiah 53.
I think the Isaiah chapters are only hard to explain if you haven't read. I'm not that I'm an Isaiah expert, but I have actually read Isaiah. I did study it years and years ago, and I've seen some videos on what Jews actually say about this. It seems to me that, I mean, Michael's saying the rabbinical explanation of Isaiah 53 is not convincing.
No, not rabbinical. I mean, how about so what's her name?
Obviously, Jews don't agree with that, right?
I've got Christine Hoff Summers in my head for some reason. Not Christine Hoff Summers. Christine, whatever her surname is, who does the Yale Old Testament lectures. Go and watch her talk about Isaiah. Firstly, see if any of these apologists are as well read on the issue as she is. You know, all the stuff that, like, she'll like talk you through like the history of historical biblical criticism up to like modern times and take you through what everyone thinks. But then secondly, like, what does she say? She says it's not clear who it's talking about here. It's not clear whether it means the people. It's not clear whether it means a specific prophet. It's indeterminate, and that's all we can say. Like, and then you've got these other problems of like, you've got, if you want to interpret it in the way that you want to interpret it and be consistent within that section of Isaiah, then you've got problems such as like when it talks about, I'm turning into like Slavoj Zizek here, like sniffing my nose. You've got problems with like when it talks about Yahweh and his wife Jerusalem. Well, what does Yahweh do? He cuts up his wife, and out of that battle creates reality. Now, is that the Christian creation myth? No, that sounds kind of more like a Mesopotamian creation myth. Now, what explains why we see that in that section of Isaiah as well? Are we going to consistently interpret, you know, are we going to consistently say that actually this is just a bit that was left out of Genesis when Yahweh had a battle with Rahab and cut Rahab up into pieces and created order out of it? Or are we going to say that this is an older Mesopotamian myth that made its way in, and actually we need to, you know, use the tools of historical criticism to understand the text in terms of its culture, which tell us on their own terms that we don't actually know who this is talking about when it says he'll be, you know, crushed. And what was Jesus crushed? Like, it's such a mess.
He's pierced for our transgressions,
crushed for our iniquities.
Not that the spear in the side could have ever been inserted by a gospel writer who read that passage and thought that, well, something like that must have happened. You know, it's the whole thing is, how do you know what was editorialized or added on or amplified later on? Obviously, you know, I don't think it was all made up, but many details like that could have easily been added. And I think the birth narratives are an absolutely clear-cut case of this. And
the Exodus, because like, and you even see this within Isaiah, which is written, well, it's written over two different time periods and times in which the people who are writing it are being oppressed by other cultures and other gods and religious systems. And what do they write about? They talk about a new Exodus. So we know that this is like that they don't mean like an actual Exodus. What they're doing is they're going like, well, this is what we've already got as like canon in terms of what we refer to as our religious text in the Pentateuch. And then they're like going, well, there's going to be a new Exodus, and you know, by the way, God's monotheistic now, and you know, he's gonna even though we're being oppressed now, God is still there in the sky.
This rabbi just appearing with all these caps. By the way, monotheism is true.
Well, but you can see the reason this happens. It's because like Yahweh's saying all these things, and then they're being oppressed by these other people. So conceptually, they like push God into like the sky, right? And it's like, you know, he's gonna reinsert himself one day, and then they justify the fact that they're suffering now by like identifying themselves as a suffering servant. Like,
anyway,
no, I'm not talking about the Psalms, Michael. I'm talking about literally in the in Isaiah, it talks about Yahweh cutting up Rahab and creating reality out of that battle.
Yeah, fulfilled prophecies are really underwhelming to me, and because they could have been so much better, but somehow that we're left with this.
I mean, given that it's indisputable that those were written prior to the life and times of Christ, that there should be so many examples that seem fulfilled in the life and time of Christ. Actually, Lydia McGrew has a paper where she looks at these examples and she calculates.
Did she calculate a probability?
Yeah. And it's 15 to the power of 100. That's the probability. Yeah.
Even more than the resurrection.
Yeah.
It's from Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53. The cumulative Bayes factor for all these evidences is 2.5 times 10 to the 7th power in favor of the hypothesis that Jesus was the Messiah, against the denial of the hypothesis. In other words, the evidence confirms M over not M by a factor of 25 million. Okay, that's what.
What the? That's
Can't
just
argue with
fucking
that.
Nonsense. 25 million.
Why not 50 million though? Why not 20 million? Oh, that's less. I'm getting to 200 million.
Oh my god, that is so dumb. That's
better evidence than we have for most things in most sciences.
In
other
my
than,
experience,
chemistry.
in my experience of like everyday reality, that like that I've got like milk in the fridge.
Yeah, 25 million to 1. Yeah, you're easily mistaken more often than that.
Her argument is.
So it looks like we're actually at non-traditional.
That is
arguments.
so insane. Like that's absolutely bafflingly ridiculous. Like that is genuinely so insane. How can she get away with that?
She calculated it though. What are you talking about?
What the like? How are any Christians that like? I know you hate me because I've been horrible to you throughout this whole thing, but like, call out Lydia McGrew. Just be like, go away, Lydia. We're going to do this properly. Like, don't do the 25 million.
That's because I pushed pragmatic arguments all the way to the end, thinking that they just seem naturally to go at the end. So I only planned on discussing them at the very end. Do you want to talk about pragmatic arguments?
What I was thinking was, what if we just like breeze through instead of discussing each one individually? What if we
He
just
still doesn't want to talk about them.
Michael's brought up what I was talking about before. Was it not you who cut Rahab to pieces, who pierced the monster through? Was it not you who dried up the sea, the waters of the great deep? Do you remember Yahweh doing that in Genesis? Or does that sound kind of like, what's it? Is it the enumeralish? You decide, humble audience.
slide all the way to the end.
Non-traditional.
Yeah,
let's do that.
Instead of just like putting it off.
Yeah,
So that way we can.
we've been going pretty quickly, so let's do that.
So
all right,
abstract objects.
Lowe's argument: some abstract objects exist necessarily, but all abstract objects depend on concrete objects, so there must be a necessarily distant concrete object. We have Fazer's Augustinian proof, which is similar to Greg Welty's conceptualist argument, which just arrives at theism by eliminating from abstract objects by eliminating other theories about abstract objects. We have Lowe on objects from reason. Abstract objects seem to be things that we reason about. They seem to be objects of reason.
E.J. Lowe? Please don't say it's E.J. Lowe, because I was going to read his metaphysics book.
Well,
but if that's true, then
I mean, there's a lot of different views about abstract objects. These arguments from abstract objects to God are just, I think, very silly. Because it's basically like, well, all the other views are wrong. Mine's right, therefore God. It's like, well, there's kind of a lot of discussion on this. I'm a nominalist, by the way, so I don't. Well, I mean, abstract objects there's different types of abstract objects, but I tend not to think that abstract objects are like real in the same way that material things are real. They're abstractions. So they're real in a sense, but not in another, they're not like, anyway, it's tricky. I don't have a very firm view, but I wouldn't say they're real in the same way that, I don't know, the earth is real.
Or the object of reason of a non-physical, necessarily just infinite intellect. Okay, arguments from propositions.
Propositions exist.
Are distinctively thought-like.
Pretty much,
are
yeah.
distinctively thought-like, then they must be the thoughts of a necessary infinite mind. And
Wait, what? It means if propositions are distinctly thought-like, they are the thoughts of a what the fuck? Like,
hang on, I think this was a paper that I actually looked at. Yeah, this was.
If propositions are
I'm not
distinct,
gonna go through this.
right? Because they couldn't just be in my mind, right? Like, what the hell is this crap? What the...
Yeah, no, it says that they can't be because they maybe I will have to open it because they like necessary and therefore they couldn't just be in our minds because
Is it because they're possibly necessary?
we're not necessary. Hang on, what's the paper called? Is it a conceptualist argument? I'm trying to remember which one it was because there are actually quite a few referenced here. Or is it the Lord of Non-Contra? I think it might have been that's the one from Philosophy Christi, so it's probably silly.
Propositions are distinctively thought-like. But if
this.
propositions are distinctively thought-like, they are the thoughts of a necessary infinite mind. No, like so if I have a thought, I'm having God's thoughts. Like what if I assent to a proposition?
I'm not exactly sure. They're saying propositions exist, okay, and then they're saying what type of things are they, and then they rule out a bunch of stuff, and then they say, well, they must be thoughts because they're thought-like. But then whose minds are they thoughts in, and they reject that it can be in our minds because I think at least some propositions are necessarily true.
I see. Okay, so
And
they
then
go, so the
necessary true
proposition would
propositions
go away
can't
if your
just
mind
be
went away.
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's got to be in the mind of God. So I I mean, I think we can just one of the ways around this would be just to say that propositions are abstractions and they're not like real in the same way.
Yeah,
that,
they don't have like this
Earth,
extra.
planets are real.
Well, that was what I was going with. Like, I was just thinking proposition just is like a thought to me. Like when.
Yeah, well, the issue there is do propositions exist without people? See,
the
again,
content of
I'm going to
thought.
deny that they really exist in the same sense. Your proposition is the content of the thought. Again, you have to address what you think the status of propositions is without people, or sans people, and different people will say different things about that. But in this argument, they're basically just saying they still exist without people, so they've got to be necessary in the mind of God. But you just deny that they exist in that way without people.
I to me, like a proposition is like the meaningful. It's like the meaning of like a fact. So like the facts are just whatever is the case in the world. A proposition would be like the meaning, the meaning of a sentence, and that is entirely like contingent on someone's mind. So yeah, I'd say if the minds go away, the propositions go away, but the facts are still there. I don't like, not that does anything, but like, oops, sorry. This is just bizarre.
A lot of papers here defending that main proposition. Propositions are distinctively thought-like. So we have Quentin Smith, who recently just passed away. He defended this proposition.
That's of course because it's divine conceptualism. I understand now.
That propositions are effects of mental causes, propositional attitudes.
But then it's like, why do we need the facts and the propositions about the facts? What the facts meaningfully mean in a mind. Like,
yeah, so I think the facts are the things that are mind independent, and propositions I don't think are. They're abstract. Because I think propositions are in a similar set of things as like mathematical functions, sets, numbers, logical propositions and rules. They're abstractions, so they don't really exist separately from people.
But I suppose even if we went with this, why would we go with divine conceptualism over like just like raw Platonism? Like,
I don't know. They've got an argument against. I can't remember. Platonism is wrong because reasons I forgot.
Because if you went with Platonism, God wouldn't exist, but God does exist from these other 149 arguments.
I mean, there are plenty of Platonists who are theists or theists who are Platonists, but not your Craigian types for whom Platonism's of the devil or something.
Yeah.
Talking about the second one, you've got James. I'm having James Anderson on. I think you know that. I'm having James Anderson on to talk about this paper, the Lord of Non-Contradiction. Really excited.
All right, so I won't say anything about that one. Richard Bryan Davis, he argues that the constituents of propositions are best understood as ideas. So the idea of, so if we have the proposition quine is wise, in order for that to be true, it has constituents. It has the constituents quine, the idea of quine, and the idea of wisdom. Now, in order for those to be arranged in such a way for that proposition to be true, you need a mind to arrange them. So propositions, but there are propositions that have constituents that can only be arranged, propositions that no human mind has ever thought of. So they need an omniscient mind to arrange the constituents of those propositions. And then we have Keller.
Sorry, we might be going too slow again. We might need to speed it up a little bit. I've got these on the screen though for people to pause and go through. That argument is actually, to me, is becoming more and more interesting as I'm getting older. So I definitely want to look more into this.
Well,
as you get older and wiser, divine conceptualism just opens up.
I have a friend who studied with Smith while he was at Western Michigan. And he said that in class one day, Smith said that considerations about propositions and abstract objects made Smith 51% theist.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, sets. I won't read the formulation there. I'll just read the inductive version, the probabilistic formulation. This is Christopher Menzel's argument from sets. The probability.
Well, of course, like, I'm just going to say sets exist in people's minds. Like
it's the same thing. I mean, and there's lots of different views. This is just what do you think about mathematics, basically, and it's the same thing. There's lots of different principles, theories about this, and they're just going to throw them all away with pretty off the cuff arguments.
But it's not like there aren't like self-referential sets and things like that. Like, what the hell does this do? Like, has God got like contradictions in his mind, like about like sets that don't contain all sets that don't?
Well, is God a dieltheist? That's what you have to ask yourself. Which is someone who believes in true contradictions, like Graham Priest, for example. And I'm really annoyed that I can't find that book. Anyway, don't get me onto that again.
That set theoretic realism is true. In contrast to what he calls activism, that sets are the product of intellective activity. But given the nature and existence of these sets, confirms activism over set theoretic realism. So activism entails, theism is the best explanation of activism, so sets confirm theism.
So like, before we talk about like what sets are, like, you're going to have to show me that you can like use them.
All right, we're actually past the point for push-ups, so I'm gonna pause and let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do it.
God damn it.
Well, you're never going to beat
I'm
this
my apple juice here.
with the speed that he's on now.
I lost count.
Look at him go. Dang.
Okay, I'm starting to really good.
Well, initially you wanted to do a push-up.
Ah, mind on his back.
Yeah, that would have.
Okay, facts. Well, here's just a handful of arguments from unities. So we have facts,
Why is
consistent, or unities of constituents. The problem is the constituents of facts need to be unified, and they can only be unified by something external to the fact itself. But there are facts in every
this is
possible
so
world,
dumb.
so there must be an external fact unifier in every possible world.
Yep.
That's from our good old philosopher king living out in the wilderness, William Vallicella. Contingent objects are unities of sorts. They are composite and temporal. There's nothing intrinsic to contingent objects that explains what holds them together through time. So we need an explanation of what does that. That's not a contingent object. It's not temporal. That's not going to be composite, and it has to sustain them. So
Where's the university again?
we have an argument for God. Holes, we have
Yeah, hang on. So I got a bit. Which argument did he just finish? Your contingent beings are composite and temporal. So this is like what Braxton's, continuity of
Soul.
self over time.
Yeah.
This is. Hang on. What is the idea here? That which brings holds together conditioned things must be necessary. Yes. This is. How is this not an argument for theistic idealism? Like everything is in the mind of God or something, or is it like just he keeps their identity by thinking about it? So if you stop thinking about it, they just. I mean, that's just idealism. Right?
He just
is silly.
puts into existence the metaphysical substance that unifies them.
This is very silly. I mean, there's lots of different ways you can understand identity through time, including by thinking about it as a continuity of relations. You can be a what's the word? Four-dimensionalism, perdurantism when it's applied to humans. Yeah, that's what I am. So these things are four-dimensional. So that the question is just the same as continuity over spatial dimensions.
Endurantist as well.
There's a series of causal connections between the different temporal parts where you can ground their identity. There's just lots of ways you can do this. The idea that it has to be an idea in the mind of God is really silly, and I think that basically leads to a theistic idealism, kind of like inspiring philosophy, which I think is not a good worldview.
We need an explanation of what does that. That's not a contingent object.
Why?
It's not temporal. That's not going to be composite, and it has to sustain them. So we have an argument for God.
Things don't need external sustaining causes.
Yeah, it's like it's called my brain, and what it does is like when it's hit by like the various sensory perceptions of this thing, like it creates like an object which it like tracks and makes sense of in my mind. And you can give me drugs which like mess up the whatever it's called, the singular or cingulate cortex or whatever, and then I'm going to stop doing that very well and start thinking that this is actually a load of faces instead of a bottle. Like
we have here's kind of an odd argument. You can look at that.
Yeah, it is an odd argument. Does that count as a negative statement about an argument? I don't know. Yeah, I didn't get to read this paper. It doesn't make any sense to me.
We've got the fake Anthony Flew book in the chat being quoted.
Intelligent agent. Everything composite is made by an intelligent agent. It's the main premise there. Justified by induction, things like that. Okay, some wholes cannot possibly be made by an embodied agent, so there must be an unembodied agent that made it. And some wholes.
Why do wholes have to be made by agents? Why?
By a godlike unembodied agent, so there must be an unembodied godlike agent.
Sorry, I'm kind of skipping around with the slides ahead of you. So
yeah, it's hard to follow.
I did want to just say one more time.
It's almost like just going listing off 150 arguments is pointless.
That we're going to breeze through these arguments a little bit quicker than we did in the first half of the show. So if you're having trouble keeping up, just pause it, or you can go into the link in the description of this video and pull up the slides themselves. You can look at them slowly as you.
He's really regretting this day. I was like, oh god, we gotta finish. We gotta finish.
So that's the way that if it's going a little bit too fast or you're having trouble keeping up, that's the way that you can keep up a little bit better. That's one of the ways.
All right, we have arguments from unity using the cosmos as an example.
What is the unity of the cosmos? I have no idea.
I feel bad because Paulo.
That there's one word, cosmos, that refers to it all.
Paulo is like, he's a friend of both of ours. And he was super excited to have his argument here.
The cosmos is just everything that is. What do you mean it has a unity? I don't know. It's causally contiguous with itself. Like what are we even asking here? Next.
What about like the unity of the cosmos and God for meta-God? Like you need something like what is it that describes that
the unity of God? What keeps God? Yeah,
because it can't just be like this big fat contingent and necessary facts.
Yeah, that's right.
Paulo, you're awesome. Everyone should go look into this argument. Let's do that. There you go. Everyone should.
No,
be excited
I don't think we should.
We have Rasmussen's argument from limits, which is interesting. Whatever's limited has an explanation. whatever something has an explanation, possibly something's unlimited, so something is unlimited, possibly. If something's unlimited, then it's perfect. If something's perfect, it's necessary. So it follows that if something's unlimited, it's necessary. And then we have the crucial step from S5 that gives us our conclusion. There is something that's perfect.
The conclusion that Jesus died for you because he loves you.
Yeah, I don't know why everything that's limited would need an explanation, or what limits have to do with perfections. Like, you could be unlimitedly evil, so it's bizarre combination of things there. Oh, we've talked about this one.
10 hours on this one.
Yeah.
Let's just run through this one. The applicability of mathematics to the physical world requires explanation. The best explanation is God. So applicability of mathematics is evidence for God.
Yep.
QED. Boom.
And this comes from his book, God and Necessity. And if you are masochistic and interested in philosophy, I recommend reading that book. And he painstakingly goes through all sorts of different abstract objects. I mean,
we've just been talking about
abstract
objects, so it's the same comments.
He reduces them down to God and his activities as the best explanation for the existence of these things.
Yeah, I really doubt that.
But the virtue is,
but I guess you got to read his whole book to get the argument.
But he does so while avoiding the main criticisms of anti-realism about abstract objects. And the main weakness there is just that, look, if we don't have abstract objects, we can't have objectivity about mathematics, and we can't have realism. He says, well, I can get you both if they're just reducible to a necessarily existent concrete being, God.
Am I on the wrong argument? I've got the global economy argument.
That's right. That's it.
Okay.
Cameron's following along. That's good.
I'm not seeing that. Maybe I'm just not following along.
I was doing it from memory.
Okay.
I have a review of that book, which makes understanding it, I think, a mercy to the reader. Okay.
All right. Let's continue moving on.
Argument from possibility: modalities are grounded in powers. Well, if so, they can only be the powers of an omnipotent being. So there's an omnipotent being.
Modal realism.
Where does premise 2 come from? Come on.
Yeah, like let's just commit ourselves to David Lewis's modal realism, just to
just to screw with them. Yeah.
Just to deny the existence of God. Like,
why does it have to be an omnipotent being? That's ridiculous.
From possibility, modalities are grounded in powers. Well,
if they mean by modality necessity doesn't need to be grounded in anything. It doesn't need to be explained.
It's interesting that when I was looking at the literature on nomological arguments, it seems to be widely agreed on both theist and atheist sides that if realism about laws is true, that laws of nature actually exist, that's evidence for theism. So you have Nancy.
Yeah, press X to doubt on that one. I very much doubt that that's.
Realism about laws supports theism, and the best naturalistic option when it comes to laws is to reduce them to dispositional powers of things. Well, then you had a whole bunch of articles in response saying, in effect, no God, no powers. Powers themselves are best explained if God exists. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic.
I know it sounds bad, but I swear, most of these people need to do a basic science course or something, to to balance out what they're saying within metaphysics with how people are actually talking about stuff that exists in the world and how it happens and
it's highly contested what laws of nature are. The idea that, if you just unpack a second, because there's a few like this.
Oh, I've read that book as well. That's interesting. Yeah,
I've read a lot of interesting books. Yeah, I prefer SEP articles myself, but there's a lot of dispute about what laws of nature are. But for example, the idea that laws, I think I actually pulled this paper, the idea that laws of nature are prior to what they describe. A lot of people are going to, I would disagree with that. I don't think the laws of nature are because that's like saying the way electrons behave is somehow prior to electrons. Which no, the way the laws of nature relate to electrons, that's just a description of how they behave. So I'm just going to reject premise 1 there because I don't accept that notion of laws of nature. Subjunctive, that means you can have counterfactuals of it, which I'm broadly okay with, although not everyone would agree with that. And counterfactuals of freedom, I don't actually know how this relates to anything, because does this just mean that God is controlling everything and just decides to make them follow these rules? Because that's not. I think that, that's what 5 is saying, which is really bizarre, because this is saying the only reason electrons behave consistently that way is God consistently makes them behave that way. Doesn't God get tired of pulling these strings of electrons all the time? Doesn't he just, wouldn't it be easier to just make them so that they behave that way? And then he could just, sit on the beach or something and do whatever God does. It's just bizarre why you would think that it works that way. He's got to constantly make them do that. And why would it be consistent? Why wouldn't they sometimes do something different when God, felt the inkling just to make them be a bit non-electron-like? Wouldn't that be what you'd expect if it's all counterfactuals of God's freedom? It's all so silly.
Saying, in effect, no God, no powers. Powers themselves are best explained if God exists. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic that goes on there.
Mm-hmm.
The first argument here, I just want to mention that dynamic, comes from. Oh, you skipped the counterfactuals argument.
Oh, great. This is the thing, as if scholasticism is goddamn compatible with what evangelicals want to believe. Why? At least.
Sorry, no, that's the one that I had pulled up. So
okay. So this argument comes from my old Calvin prof, Dale Ratch, where he basically says the laws of nature are best understood as counterfactuals, in particular counterfactuals of freedom, but they can only be counterfactuals.
Counterfactuals of what? The freedom of an electron.
God's freedom.
The freedom of.
The freedom of.
That's what 5 is telling you. 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Very cool
It's so ridiculous.
Scholastic argument is kind of similar to the scholastic argument from abstract objects, which is just that it eliminates alternative views about realism without laws.
It eliminates it. Yeah,
to
sure. It
get you
eliminates
the only
them.
possible solution to realism without laws, which is theistic.
The only possible.
Okay, from induction.
What,
This is,
sorry, why would I believe that natural laws are transcendent and immanent? I'm not entirely sure what that means, but I think I'm going to say they're just immanent in the objects that they describe. Natural laws that describe electrons and photons or whatever are just descriptions of the properties and behaviors of those particles and fields and so forth. I think that's all they are, and there's nothing more to them.
So I've only read the first premise of this one, but I'm going to guess it's going to go induction is justified. Induction is justified only if God.
Pretty much, yeah.
Fosters.
Well, it goes through regularity of nature.
Okay.
But it can only be justified if there's genuine regularity in nature. But that can be true only if
The
there
problem
are
premise
laws
here
of
for
nature
me
that
is
govern nature.
5. The best explanation for natural laws is just that it's just that the way things behave is consistent. Like they have properties that are consistent, and then that's why there are regularities. I don't know what. It's the idea that like a thing wouldn't have the same properties over time unless God just makes it be the same. It's like it doesn't need you to make it keep being the same. It's just that's the way it is.
Yeah.
What's the mystery here?
Yeah.
But that can be true only if theism is true. So
Also, one can be contested, but that's a discussion for
All right, we
another
gotta
time.
pause. It's time.
Oh.
It's time. We're going fast.
Oh, for God's sake.
That's a good thing. is that it's-
Yes, it is for God's sake, Nathan. You're finally getting it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well done. I see those veins starting to bubble.
Bashing my head on the chair.
Shit on my neck. All right. All right. Let's go.
We have a second argument from induction. This is
This is just exactly the same as the last
Yeah, this
one.
is just induction.
Oh, no, sorry. It's got the low entropy state thing, which is very silly. We are justified in believing the universe started in a low entropy state only if theism is true. No, we're justified in believing that the universe started in a low entropy state. That's what cosmological evidence indicates. It's got nothing to do with theism. Why premise 3?
Well, no, because you're not justified in believing anything on atheism, because then you're just a moist robot.
Yeah, of course. Because you're just an immaterial soul. What does it feel like to be just nothing more than a material soul?
Our belief in the reliability of induction, that can only be true if we're justified in believing that the universe started in a low entropy state. But if naturalism is true, the probability that the universe started in a low entropy state is ridiculously low. I mean, ridiculously low. In fact, he points out that the probability that we're all Boltzmann brains is higher.
That's not one of these
than
premises. So I don't know what
the universe started in a low
he must
entropy
be
state.
saying
That's
something
what's
different to
true.
what this is.
So, given that we're justified in believing induction is reliable, that's evidence that theism is true.
I just wanted to say, people in the comments are saying that I'm like, I should change it up with my push-ups. What do you think?
What, jumping jacks?
No, like do different push-ups.
Take off the clothes.
I think. I don't know.
Push-ups.
Take it off. Take it off.
Definitely not
One-arm
gonna be able to do that. I could try to. I don't know.
Curly
No,
push-ups. You can do it on your knees.
I'm just gonna do what I've been doing, and that's what you guys get.
Okay. All right.
Do it on your
we've
knees.
got
Let's take that quote
arguments
out of context.
from induction as well. That well.
Hey man, it's nearly 9 hours.
Yeah, let's just skip that one.
Yeah. All right, from quantum mechanics.
They just skipped that one, so we'll skip that one.
Basically, it argues
There is
that
genuine
quantum
ontic
indeterminacy is-
indeterminacy. I think this means like randomness in nature. But it says, well, the only way that can happen is God. No, maybe material objects are just
Well,
ontologically
How do they know that? Like, as if one
Well, I think
is
that's
like,
an interpretation of quantum mechanics. I'm assuming so. I don't think I read this one, or I don't know if it's a paper. But again, like, why can't material objects just be incomplete? Which I'm assuming they mean just like that. Nature's chancy. You know, there's like
chances
uncaused
swerving
effects.
atoms.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's what it means. But I mean, why accept 1 and 2? Like, those are pretty contested. And if 1 is true, then I'm just going to go with 2 being false. Like, material objects are radically indeterminate.
I'm just going to go with 7 being false. And
Well, that's a conclusion, Nathan. You can't just do that.
I'll just see what takes my fancy on the way up.
True. Physical objects are radically ontologically incomplete. They're like puzzles where you have all the pieces laid out and they should snap into each other, but there's gaps in between all the puzzle pieces. That's what reality would be like. Physical reality would be like if
If physics,
Is
if what
also
physics
highly
tells us is true. If what physics
what-
tells us is true, it doesn't have enough metaphysics to tell us about why the things happen in physics.
6, why can't it be the Tao? Why can't it be Brahman? Why can't it be other forces that operate? Why does it have to be a personal agent that is omnipotent? Like, they just shoehorn God in when that's not justified by anything that they've said.
The 5, so something more fundamental than matter completes material.
Yeah, so something that's non-material. If you grant all that, why does that have to be God?
But
This is the only
it
thing.
seems like
Why?
it's interacting there ontologically complete if something more fundamental than matter completes them? If it's like interacting in that sense, can't we like generate some testable predictions then? Like, isn't it just a part of causal natural reality?
Yeah, I don't know.
Quantum indeterminacy is true, and you don't have God. So the only way to fill in those gaps is if they're filled in by something non-physical, which a mind-like thing, which has to be God.
Which has to just logically and inescapably just has to be God. Can't be anything else.
What is the difference between a moral argument and an axiological argument?
Well, axiological arguments are arguments for theism based on non-moral kinds of value. There's some overlap, but there are other kinds of value than moral value. There's aesthetic value.
There's Patreon subscribers' monetary value.
There are norms that are not moral norms. They're just sort of norms of nature.
Social
you might think that, social norms, but norms are axiological in a way. So it's just from non-moral kinds of value.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, yeah. So and this is.
I don't understand exactly, because like we're still recording, so it's not StreamYard, it's YouTube that's having the problem. I don't want to restart if it means another video, because that will break it up, which kind of defeats the purpose.
We'll have to do it again. We'll have to start again, James. Is that okay?
Maybe then I would believe in God just to make it go away.
Oh no, it's good. It seems like we're going. Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back. Magic. Are you ready to continue?
All right, let's keep going. Yeah, S5 to the rescue. Yep, so we got that. Let's move on.
Our philosophy sage, William Valgella.
Wow. Yeah, there you go. So there's some resources on that one. I gotta look into that one. All right, there you go. Objective beauty.
Like the dumbest argument.
Objective beauty. A lot of philosophers here rely on Eddie Zimmak's book, Real Beauty, as sort of a tour de force.
Yeah, obviously 1 and 2 are going to be issues.
Well, that's more likely on theism than
naturalism. Thank you, Mitch, for giving me money for my performance.
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, so I've not thought much about aesthetics, so I can't really, I'm not necessarily opposed to objective beauty, I just haven't really thought much about it. But the thing is that, why would I think that 2 is true? Like, how is that even implied under theism that you'd expect objective beauty? Like, I don't actually see what advantages you have there.
How about I bet him for like £10,000 that I can come up with a natural explanation where and justify it to myself, where I think that objective beauty is more likely on naturalism than theism, the other way around. For £10,000, I'll do it. I'll take it. I'll take a year out. I'll live a bit frugally, and I'll just focus on that, and I'll do it. And I will gish gallop so much that he won't stand a chance on this one specific philosophical.
Well, the thing is, you're sort of joking about this, but remember that a lot of these arguments have been developed by people who are paid by universities to think about things and develop these arguments. So just let that sink in. A lot of people writing this stuff are paid to do this.
It confirms theism over naturalism. I love this quote from Peter Forrest. Kind of gets you into the intuition that beauty is objective. He says, "How ugly the stars are tonight! How trivial the pounding of the waves on the beach! And is it not crass to be thrilled by mountains? The rainforest and the wildflowers are quite repulsive. And as for sunsets, well, look, if a full-blown relativism in aesthetics was correct, then those responses might be unusual, but not in any way improper. But my reaction is that anyone who fails to appreciate the beauty of this universe is defective."
Well, it seems like if they were unusual, then they would be improper by how the ways I think language works. But
no, unusual just means abnormal, right? Or out of the norm. It doesn't mean wrong, although there is a common confusion there. Like spending 9 hours responding to 150 is definitely abnormal, but is it improper? Well, maybe, but it's definitely a further question.
Sharon, yeah. My reaction.
I mean, that's not an argument. That's just an assertion. So not very persuasive.
Well, Cameron couldn't agree with it anymore.
That is awesome. I love that quote.
He loves it.
So
there's clearly a lot of variability in aesthetic judgments, though. Like a lot of things that I find aesthetically favorable, other people would not, right? So, I'm one of those sort of, World War II hardware kind of geeks. So I'm like, geek out on tanks and planes and stuff. And I guess, I mean, maybe I wouldn't use the word beautiful, but aesthetically, like it's something similar to that, right? But a lot of people would just get nothing out of that. So I feel like maybe there are some aesthetic judgments that can be objective, but it feels like a lot of them are quite subjective. So I don't
have I plan on having him in here for an in-person interview. He'll be one of my first because he lives in Houston. So
one of the things he points out in his paper is that a surprising number of naturalists just straight up agree that beauty is evidence for theism over naturalism, to make naturalism more plausible. Okay. You might be able to run an aesthetic argument for theism.
Apparently lag is back, people are saying. I don't know if that means the stream is down.
So I mean, it's the recording will still go up, I'm assuming, given that we're still recording, even if it's lagging now. So we'll just keep going. And then if it lags a bit now, well, I'm sorry.
Not by assuming beauty is objective, but just by having aesthetic sensibilities. So the fact that we just have natural and sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities has been argued to be evidence for theism over naturalism.
Evolutionary or sociological explanation for that. Nope, it's got to be God.
And here we go. Natural beauty is.
And it's the same thing here. Why is it the product of intent?
Beautiful.
Yeah, premise 2 suspect there. There's parts of it that I have to say I've never felt that impression.
It just arises in
experience natural beauty. I'm saying I've never felt that what principle are you going to appeal to?
I used to.
Rather than explain the technical term and all that stuff, I guess you could just look it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Beauty and mathematics.
Keep going.
Yeah.
We may have to even get a little.
This is really just the same
we got
as
another 45 to go.
Yeah.
So
other mathematical argument.
Well, not on theism.
Oh, look, this contradicts with the might. Why?
So it's not really moral.
Yeah.
If we have equal worth,
So I just have inherent moral worth. That means souls, maybe, but like why? So it doesn't really make sense. You can't say, well, because they're created in the image of God, but because that's not an inherent characteristic being created. That's extrinsic in relation to some other being. Inherent means just in terms of the properties that you have by yourself.
Be computed in the universe.
Non-computable, right? But that doesn't mean the metaphysics